Chapter 1. The impossible touch. His hand passed through the canvas. For a moment, perhaps less than a moment, perhaps an eternity compressed into the space between heartbeats, Sheng felt nothing. Then he felt everything. The canvas was not painted linen anymore. It was a membrane. Behind it, something vast and real breathed with its own gravity. He pulled his hand back to reality with a gasp. If you're watching because you love stories of worlds built by brushstroke and spirit, subscribe now and hit the bell, because what comes next will paint your mind in colors you didn't know existed. The Inscription Hall fell silent around him, as it always did in the deep hours. Sheng was alone with his work, or had been, until the moment the mountain became real. The painting lay flat on his studio table, a modest piece he'd been copying from a sect master's reference. The assignment was supposed to be simple: backgrounds for formation arrays, the kind of detailed landscape work that filled the gaps between more important cultivation tasks. The commission paid well enough, and Sheng had never minded detailed work. Most cultivators found it tedious, beneath their spiritual dignity. He found peace in it. This particular mountain had occupied him for 3 days. Not the full painting, just the central peak, the one that rose from a valley of painted mist like a brushstroke of intention. He'd been adding the smallest detail to the summit when it happened, a final line of shadow beneath an overhang, just enough depth to suggest a cave the artist had never intended to complete. His brush had been dry. He'd been moving with that particular heaviness that comes from too many hours of precise work, the kind where your wrist aches and your eyes have stopped seeing pigment and started seeing only the intention behind it. The kind of work where you stop thinking and start knowing. So he'd reached for water to dampen his brush again, and instead of the table's edge, his hand had gone through. The touch hadn't been painful. It had been impossible, yes. Wrong in a way that made his body recoil before his mind could properly register what his body was reacting to. But it wasn't painful. It was cool and slightly resistant, like passing his hand through oil that wanted to hold him but couldn't quite manage it. Sheng sat back from the table now, his breath coming fast and shallow. He looked at his hand as if it might have changed, as if it might be bleeding or transparent or marked with some visible sign of what it had just done. It looked normal, pale from the lamplight and the hall's perpetual chill, slightly stained with vermilion that no amount of washing ever quite removed from the creases of his knuckles. Normal. He looked at the painting. The mountain was still just a painting. The light fell on it the way light fell on oil and linen. The shadow beneath the overhang was two-dimensional, rendered in careful gradations of burnt sienna and umber. And yet, Sheng leaned closer, squinting. Had the shadow deepened? Had the perspective shifted? No. Impossible. His mind was playing tricks, the way exhaustion played tricks. The way too many days of continuous focus played tricks. He stood abruptly, his stool scraping against the stone floor with a noise that seemed impossibly loud. The Inscription Hall held its breath. Outside the narrow window, the night was absolute, the kind of darkness that only happened in the deep mountains of the sect's territory, far from any city lights. Sheng wrapped the painting carefully, binding it in silk cloth as if it might break, as if it might shatter like glass if he wasn't gentle enough. Then he locked it in the storage chest where he kept his best work, the pieces he wasn't ready to sell or deliver, the ones he looked at sometimes when he needed to remember why he bothered with painting at all. He didn't sleep that night. Instead, he went to the library. The sect's collection was vast but poorly organized, centuries of accumulated knowledge shelved by whim and the personal prejudices of long-dead archivists. Sheng had spent enough time there to know the geography of it, the way certain knowledge clustered and certain topics had been buried deliberately in the deepest corners. He searched for anything about paintings, anything about artists, anything about what happened when intention became real. He found nothing. What he did find was absence. Sections where books had clearly been removed. The gaps in the shelving were obvious if you knew where to look, and the dust patterns told him these gaps had existed for decades, perhaps longer. The catalog mentioned volumes that didn't exist on the shelves anymore. The comprehensive history of spirit artists. On the nature of painted intent. The pathways of creation and consequence. All gone. As dawn began to creep across the mountain peaks, Sheng sat in the library's highest gallery, surrounded by books he'd pulled but not opened, trying to think clearly about what his hand had done and what it meant. He was a cultivator in chi refinement, still at the foundation stage of the cultivation hierarchy. He had basic control over his spiritual essence, could manage simple formation work, could paint with intent that made his pieces more than merely beautiful. But this was something else entirely. This was a violation of the natural order. The canvas should not have been a gateway. Paint should not have become a material that could be stepped through, unless something was very wrong with him, or unless something was very wrong with what he'd just painted. Lu Sheng returned to his quarters as the sun crested the mountains, moving like a man in a dream. He had a small room off one of the outer courtyards, modest even for a junior disciple. The other occupants of the corridor were still asleep or already in meditation. No one saw him slip inside. He lay on his sleeping mat and tried not to think about the painting. Tried not to imagine what might be on the other side of that shadow beneath the overhang. Tried very hard not to think about what would have happened if he'd leaned in further instead of pulling away. Tried, and failed, and spent the rest of the morning staring at the ceiling while the sect woke around him and began its daily routines. Formations checked, new disciples assigned to meditation halls, the forges burning with heat for spirit or refinement. By the time hunger drove him to the morning meal, Lu Sheng had made a decision. He couldn't tell anyone what had happened. That much was clear with the kind of clarity that came from fear and logic working in perfect alignment. If his hand had truly passed through a canvas into something impossible, then either, first, he was going mad, in which case, admitting it would result in his immediate removal from the sect and possibly permanent confinement in a healing facility. Second, he had discovered something fundamental about the nature of cultivator artists that the sect's leadership was clearly very interested in keeping secret, given the missing books and the careful absence of any knowledge on the subject. Neither option included the possibility of honestly reporting what he'd experienced and being believed. So Lu Sheng ate his rice and kept his expression calm and attended his assigned work in the Inscription Hall. He copied formation backgrounds with the precision of someone who had nothing else on his mind. He smiled when other disciples complained about the tedium of the work. He made no move toward the locked storage chest where his painting waited. And at night, in the privacy of his small room, he watched his hand in the lamplight and wondered if it felt different than before, if it seemed to exist in a slightly more real space than the rest of his body. It didn't. But he couldn't quite shake the feeling that something had changed, all the same. Something fundamental and irreversible had shifted the moment his skin touched that impossible boundary. And somewhere on the other side of a painted canvas, a mountain stood in a world no one else knew existed, waiting to be known. Chapter 2. The Seal and the Sleepless Night. For 5 days, Lu Sheng did not open the storage chest. He moved through the Inscription Hall like a painting of himself. All the correct colors in the right places, but somehow lacking the depth of a living thing. The other disciples thought him tired. Master Chui, who supervised the backgrounds and formation work, suggested gently that he take a day of rest. Lu Sheng refused politely and continued working. The truth was simpler and more complicated than tiredness. He was waiting. On the 5th night, certain he would go mad if he spent another day pretending normalcy, he retrieved the painting from storage. The silk wrapping was undisturbed. The painting inside had not changed, still the same modest mountain scene, the same careful rendering of mist and stone. His brush marks were still visible in the layered strokes of the distant peaks. The shadow beneath the overhang was still just a shadow, rendered in pigment and intent. Lu Sheng carried it to the hall's deepest working chamber, the one normally reserved for elder cultivators working on high-level formations. At this hour, it was empty. He set the painting on the largest work table and lit every lamp in the chamber, filling it with golden light. Then he sat before it and simply looked. The cool touch returned to his fingers before he even reached out. Or perhaps his nerves were simply remembering that impossible sensation from 5 days ago, superimposing phantom feelings onto present reality. The line between memory and present experience seemed very thin now. This time, when his hand approached the canvas, he was watching. He was prepared. This time, he would not recoil. His fingers brushed the surface of the paint. It felt as paint should feel, textured, slightly tacky from the medium. Then, as he pressed fractionally harder, his hand continued forward into and through the canvas as if it were made of nothing at all. The sensation was extraordinary. Not painful, but not neutral either. It was like immersing his hand in water that was somehow more real than water, more present, more conscious of his intrusion. For just a moment, he felt the temperature of the space beyond, cool and clean and alive with something he couldn't name. Then he pulled back. His hand emerged from the canvas as if breaking the surface of a pond. No trace remained. No wound, no burn, no sign that his hand had ever been anywhere but in this room. Lu Sheng's breath came fast. He wiped his hand on his robe and sat back, his mind racing through possibilities and non-possibilities, his heart beating in a rhythm that matched no cultivation technique he'd ever learned. It was real. Whatever was beyond that canvas was real, and he had created it. The realization sat in his chest like a stone dropped into still water, the initial splash of impact, followed by slowly spreading ripples of consequence. He stood and walked to the chamber's window, looking out at the night-dark mountains. Somewhere in the sect's vast library were books that had been removed. Somewhere in the institution's history were artists and painters whose names had been erased or who had never been remembered in the first place. Master Cui had given him a certain look once, months ago, when Lu Sheng had asked about the historical paintings in the sect archives. Not judgment, something more like recognition. Like Cui had seen this question before and understood what it meant. Lu Sheng needed to think, needed to plan, needed to understand what having created something impossible meant for his position, his safety, his entire understanding of what a cultivator could do. First, he sealed the painting. The sealing took hours. He used techniques he barely understood, pulling from half-remembered texts on containment formations, combining them with his own instinctive knowledge of intention and boundary. He drew a circle of silver ink around the canvas's frame, inscribing characters of concealment and isolation. He layered barriers of cultivated energy around it, structured his own spiritual essence into a lock that only his handprint could open. It was crude. It was all he knew how to do. By the time he finished, the sky was beginning to lighten toward dawn. He was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with simple lack of sleep. He'd burned something in the ceiling, something that came from deeper than his spiritual reserves, something that felt like it might be part of his life energy itself. When he released the sealing magic and stepped back, the painting looked unremarkable. That was the point. To any observer, it was just a sealed piece, the kind of thing any cultivator might preserve to prevent damage. Nothing special, nothing worth investigating. Lu Sheng carried it back to the storage chest and locked it again. Then he returned to his quarters and finally slept, dreamless and empty. The hunger woke him that evening. Not physical hunger, though that was present too. He'd missed meals while sealing the painting. Spiritual hunger, the kind that came from having newly stretched the boundaries of his understanding and finding them much larger than he'd imagined. Questions poured through his mind as he dressed and made his way to the meal hall. What was inside the painting? Was it stable? Could it grow or change? What had he painted, exactly? Not just the subject, but the intention, the rules, the fundamental laws of that space. And the deeper question, the one that frightened him most, was he alone in this ability, or had others discovered it before? Lu Sheng ate alone at one of the long tables, careful to keep his expression neutral, careful to move through the motions of normal discipleship. Around him, the sect's hierarchy conducted its usual evening business. Senior cultivators discussed formations and cultivation techniques. Instructors reviewed students' progress. The great wheel of the sect's operation turned on. None of them knew that one of their junior disciples had just created a universe. None of them could know. Lu Sheng understood that with absolute clarity. The missing books, the careful silence, the gaps in the historical record, these were not accidents. They were deliberate. Someone with authority in the sect had decided that this knowledge was too dangerous, too destabilizing, to be allowed to circulate. He was holding a secret that others had killed to contain. That realization, settling into place like the final stone in an arch, was what truly prevented his sleep for the remaining 5 days of the week. Not the fear of discovery exactly, though that was present, but the understanding that he had stepped across a threshold into a space where the normal rules of the sect's hierarchy no longer applied. He had become something other than a simple disciple, and the only question that remained was whether he would learn to control that something, or whether it would destroy him. Chapter 3. The First World. 10 days after his hand first passed through the canvas, Lu Sheng opened the seal. He had spent the time planning every detail. The location, the most isolated chamber in the Inscription Hall, one used only for storage of damaged works awaiting restoration. The timing, 3 in the morning, when the sect's meditation rounds had ended and the night watch had not yet begun their dawn patrols. The exit strategy, planned to the smallest detail, with contingencies for discovery at every stage. He had also prepared his story. The painting was from a master artist whose name he'd found in obscure catalogs, a cultivator dead for 2 centuries, whose works were scattered across private collections. He'd obtained it during a trade with an itinerant merchant. That story was solid enough to survive basic questioning. More importantly, it was boring enough that no one would care to investigate further. The seal came away under his spiritual pressure like skin cracking. The elaborate protections he'd woven unraveled in reverse order, each layer consuming a fraction more of his life force as it dissolved. He could feel it, a subtle draining, the way he imagined aging might feel if it happened all at once. When the final barrier dissolved, his hands were trembling slightly, and he could see the faintest network of lines on the back of his left hand that hadn't been visible before. Lu Sheng stared at those lines for a long moment, then turned his attention to the canvas. The painting was unchanged. Mountain, mist, valley, shadow. The same careful work he'd labored over before the impossible happened. He placed the canvas on the wide table and stepped back, studying it the way he might study a beautiful but dangerous animal. Then, before his fear could crystallize into hesitation, he passed his hand through again, confirmed the sensation, and made his decision. This time, he wouldn't stop at his hand. This time, he would go inside. The transition was extraordinary. Not like passing through a door, too abrupt and structured for that. More like waking from a dream and realizing the dream was more real than the waking world had been. For a moment, Sheng existed in a state of profound disorientation, his senses trying to reconcile what his body was telling him with what his mind insisted was impossible. Then the world of the painting became real, and all confusion ceased. He stood in a valley. Not a representation of a valley. An actual valley, complete with the smell of growing things and the feel of stone beneath his feet, and the particular quality of light that only existed at the moment before true dawn, when the sky held color but the sun had not yet crossed the horizon. The mountain rose before him, exactly as painted, and exactly more than painted. The peak was sharp against the lightening sky, and he could see the texture of the rock face, the way certain stones had lichen growing on them, the patterns of natural weathering that no artist could have planned in detail. Below the overhang where he'd added his final shadow, the cave opened into darkness with an invitation he couldn't quite resist. Sheng took a step forward, then another. His legs functioned. The ground supported him. The air he breathed carried the scent of spring water and leaf mold and stone. This was not an illusion of sensation. This was being. The spring, he'd painted a spring at the valley's heart, was small and clear as glass. It ran between smooth stones darkened by water, and Sheng could see individual grains of sand on its bottom, could see the movement of aquatic creatures barely larger than his smallest fingernail. He knelt and touched the water and found it cold and real and alive with the same quality that had marked the passage through the canvas. This water was conscious, not in any way that implied thought or intention, but in the way that all living things were conscious of their own existence. The spring knew it existed. The knowledge was built into its nature the way color was built into pigment. Standing again, Sheng turned slowly to take in the full scope of what he'd created. The valley stretched perhaps a quarter li in either direction before the mountains rose too steep for easy travel. Vegetation covered the slopes, not uniform, but naturally distributed, the way real forests grew. There were empty spaces and dense areas, pioneer plants growing in the rubble fields where old rockfalls had cleared the ancient growth. And the spiritual aura, that was the moment when Sheng truly understood what he'd done. The spiritual energy in this space was not abundant. It was just enough, a gentle presence in the air itself, the way oxygen was present even when you weren't thinking about it. Whatever his unconscious intent had been when he painted, he'd created a space where cultivation was possible, where the fundamental forces that allowed a cultivator to gather essence and grow in power could operate. He'd created a world. Not a pocket, not a trapped space, not a dimensional fold. A world, with laws and properties and an existence independent of his own. He could feel it, a kind of presence that was almost but not quite conscious, a vast and patient awareness that existed in the space between the rocks and the trees and the water. Something in him resonated with that presence. Something deep and fundamental recognized it as his creation the way a parent recognizes their child's face in a stranger's features, not because of immediate resemblance, but because of that inexplicable sense of connection that superseded logic. Sheng walked to the mountain's base and began to climb. The path was steep but manageable, and the rock was solid beneath his hands. He moved like a man in a trance, though his awareness was sharper than it had ever been. Every color seemed more vivid than colors in the outside world. Every texture seemed more defined. The morning light that was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold seemed to carry more authenticity than any sunrise he'd witnessed in the outer realm. He reached the overhang and ducked into the cave. Inside, the space opened up, a chamber perhaps 20 paces across, with a high ceiling and a floor of smooth sand. Light filtered in through the mouth, catching and scattering across what he realized was a pool of water deeper than the spring below. The cave smelled like old stone and mineral water and time. And there was something else, a shimmer in the corner of his vision, a quality to the air that made him think of significance, of a threshold about to be crossed. He turned toward it, and for a moment, just a moment, he saw something like intention hovering above the pool's surface. Not a thought exactly, but an awareness. A question, perhaps. A curiosity. Then it was gone, and the pool was simply a pool again. Sheng stood in his cave in his created world, and felt the weight of what he'd accomplished pressing down on him. Not a physical weight, but something more profound. The knowledge that he had not simply painted a picture. He had compressed intention into pigment and fire and will, and when he'd added that final brushstroke, he'd set a universe into motion. A universe of which he was, in effect, the god. The realization should have been intoxicating, should have filled him with triumph or terror or some overwhelming emotion. Instead, he felt oddly calm, empty and full at the same time, as if part of his consciousness had followed the brushstrokes and remained here, in this space, settling into the mountains and the trees, and the spring like rain into soil. He would have to return to the outer world soon. That much was clear, but he needed to understand the rules of this place, to map its boundaries, to know how time moved here relative to the outside realm. Sheng settled on a rock outside the cave and began to watch the sunrise paint colors across his mountains. He had no way to measure how long he stayed. Hours, certainly. The sun crossed halfway toward its zenith. His stomach began to speak of hunger. His mind, however, was occupied entirely with observation, watching how the light moved, how the shadows shifted, how the vegetation responded to the sun's warmth with small movements, leaves opening, flowers turning to face the light. All of it real, all of it created by his intention and brought into being by his brush. Only when the hunger became too insistent to ignore did he make his way back down to the spring, drank deeply of the cold water, and began walking back toward where he'd entered the world. The transition back to the sealed chamber was gentler than he'd expected. One moment he stood in the painted valley, the next his hand brushed the boundary of the canvas, and reality inverted itself. He fell forward into his own body, catching himself on the table's edge. The chamber was unchanged. The lamps were still burning. The sealed painting lay before him, as inert and harmless as any art object should be. But everything in Sheng had changed. He wrapped the painting and returned it to the storage chest. His hands were shaking, not from fear now, but from the peculiar exhaustion that came after awakening from a dream so complete that waking seemed the more dreamlike state of the two. His left hand, when he examined it in the hall's light, showed more lines, more aging. The cost had been paid, and he had the feeling, looking at his reflection in a polished bronze mirror, that his hair might be slightly less dark than it had been 10 days ago. But it had been worth it. For the first time in his life, Sheng understood what it meant to create something that transcended the ordinary. He had made a world. He had walked under its sky. He had drunk from its water. And he would do it again. Chapter 4. The history reconstructed. The next 3 weeks passed in the careful choreography of a man building a false history. Sheng had realized, in the aftermath of his time in the painted world, that the painting needed a provenance, a chain of ownership, a story that would survive any casual questions. The world, particularly his worlds, required protection through narrative, and narrative required a foundation of plausibility. So he began to craft the painter's name into existence. Masterly Cheng, he decided. A cultivator from the previous dynasty, an artist of the Inscription Hall who had disappeared during one of the sect's internal upheavals. The dates were conveniently vague, old enough that no one who'd known him would still be alive, recent enough that records of him might plausibly exist. Sheng found references to him. Not real references. He was careful not to fabricate anything that would be recorded in the official archives. Rather, he discovered the gaps where references should be, and learned to let those gaps speak for him. A catalog entry mentioning Li Cheng's study, date missing from records. A partial list of painters whose works had been auctioned during the estate liquidations of the dynasty's end. Nothing that confirmed his existence, but nothing that contradicted it either. It was easier than he expected. The sect's records were old and chaotic enough that absence was invisible. You could construct an entire history from the spaces between documented facts. The other disciples noticed nothing. Sheng continued his work in the Inscription Hall with the same precision he'd always shown. He attended formations. He studied. He moved through the rhythms of junior discipleship without deviation or anomaly. Only at night, sometimes, when he couldn't sleep, did he think about the painting in the storage chest and the world that waited on the other side of its canvas. He visited again 5 days after the first entry. The transition was smoother this time, less disorienting. He emerged in the valley with the practiced ease of someone returning to a familiar place, and found everything exactly as he'd left it, the mountain unchanged, the spring running clear, the cave mouth opening into shadow. This time, he carried a small journal. He had no idea if it would work, if objects could pass through the canvas as easily as his body, but he tested it carefully. The journal passed through. The paper remained intact. The ink still wrote. Over the following hours, he documented the world he'd created with the precision of a scientist and the sensitivity of an artist. The spiritual aura's composition, the distribution of vegetation, The temperature gradient from valley floor to mountainside. The behavior of the water, how it flowed, how fast it moved, what minerals it contained based on taste and color. He paid particular attention to small details that his conscious mind had not deliberately painted. The exact pattern of weathering on certain rocks suggested age beyond what he'd imagined at creation. The distribution of moss and lichen suggested specific climate conditions that he'd never explicitly defined. The animals, or traces of them, left tiny marks throughout the ecosystem that implied they were not simply painted elements, but genuinely independent inhabitants adapting to their environment. The most disturbing discovery came when he found animal scat near the spring that was still fresh. He hadn't painted any animals into the world. He'd left that deliberately blank, wanting the world to be simple. And yet something lived here now. Something that ate and moved and made its own small marks upon the landscape he'd created. He was trying to understand the rules of creation, what he'd intended consciously and what his unconscious mind had added, what was fixed and what might change, whether the world would grow beyond the parameters he'd established, or whether it would remain exactly as painted forever. When he climbed to the cave again, he left offerings, food from his own meals that he'd brought through the canvas, placed carefully on the stone floor. A small gesture of respect toward whatever was emerging in this place. The act of leaving something behind felt important, a recognition that he was not entirely the sole inhabitant of this space. By the time he returned to the outer realm, his journal was half filled with observations, and his left hand showed additional lines of age. The cost was becoming more visible. He could see it in the mirror now, the way his hair had lost some of its luster, the way the skin beneath his eyes had developed the faintest suggestion of darkness. His fingers had grown thinner as well, as if the years were being stripped away systematically, aged right out of him by the power of creation. Master Chui noticed during a regular inspection. "You're not sleeping well," Chui said, standing over a piece Lu Sheng had been working on. It was a formation background, a simple pastoral scene that required no more than basic competence. Lu Sheng had completed it with his usual precision, and Chui was examining it with the careful attention he gave to all student work. "Meditation techniques," Lu Sheng replied smoothly. "I've been trying to extend my cultivation periods." Chui made a small sound of acknowledgement and continued studying the piece. He was an old man, perhaps 70, with the kind of weathered appearance that came from a lifetime in the Inscription Hall. His hands were stained with ink and pigment, and his eyes held the particular focus of someone who'd spent decades learning to see what others missed. Those hands trembled slightly now, the tremor of age, or perhaps something else, some deep knowledge that had cost him over the years. "That's not the damage of meditation," Chui said finally. "I know what that looks like. I've seen it before. The lightness that comes from spending hours in spiritual focus. But you." He set the painting down and turned to face Lu Sheng directly. "That looks like loss. Actual loss. As if something is being taken from you." The word hung between them. Lu Sheng kept his expression neutral, though his heart rate had accelerated significantly. Chui was looking at him with an intensity that suggested the old master was seeing right through the mask, directly into the truth beneath. "Loss of sleep, I meant," Chui continued, but his tone suggested he'd shifted his meaning entirely. "You should rest more, boy. The work isn't worth your health." "Of course, master," Lu Sheng replied, using the appropriate respectful tone. But as Chui turned to walk away, he paused. He stood for a long moment with his back to Lu Sheng, his shoulders slightly bent, as if he was carrying something heavy. When he finally turned back, he looked almost vulnerable, an old man who had been thinking about something painful for a very long time and had finally decided to share it. He looked at Lu Sheng for a long moment, and in that look was something like recognition. Like Chui was seeing not the junior disciple before him, but something else. Something that resonated with memories the old man was trying to suppress. Memories that had the weight of decades and regret. "Sit," Chui said, gesturing to the workbenches. Lu Sheng sat. Chui settled beside him with a grunt of effort, as if his joints protested the movement. "There are paintings that transcend their canvas," Chui said quietly. His voice had changed. It was no longer the measured tone of a master instructing a student, but something more intimate, more careful. Or so the old stories say. Paintings that become more than representations, more than art. Paintings that become real in ways that should be impossible. Chui paused, and when he continued, his eyes were focused on something far away. There was a painter, once, who attempted such things. Ambitious. Brilliant. The sect found out. It didn't go well. "What happened?" Lu Sheng asked, because the question seemed required, and because he desperately needed to know. "He died," Chui said. "Not from failure. From success. His worlds became too real, too independent. He spent more and more time inside them, less and less time in this realm. Eventually, his body here simply ceased, like he was choosing to exist only in the places he'd created. Chui's voice cracked slightly on the last words. The sect decided that such power was too dangerous to allow. They removed the records. They erased the histories. They sealed his work in a place that no living person has been allowed to visit. And now, of course, no one believes such a thing was ever possible, which is probably safer for everyone. Chui stood with difficulty, using the bench for support. But it was possible, Chui said, finally looking directly at Lu Sheng. And it might be possible again, if someone had the courage and the foolishness to try. Chui didn't wait for a response. He simply walked away, leaving Lu Sheng standing in the Inscription Hall with the weight of confession settling over him like snow. But as the old master moved through the hall's archways, Lu Sheng understood something crucial. Chui knew. He had always known. And in telling this story, the old man had done something impossible. He had warned Lu Sheng, while simultaneously granting him permission to continue. Permission purchased with decades of silence, with the weight of his own regrets, with the knowledge of what he hadn't dared to attempt when he was younger. So he wasn't alone. There had been others. At least one. A painter who had achieved what Lu Sheng had achieved, and who had died for it. The question, now, was whether Chui was a warning or an invitation. Whether the old man was telling him to stop, or whether he was passing on a knowledge that might somehow protect him. Lu Sheng realized, in that moment, that he'd need to make allies. He couldn't carry this secret alone. It was too large, too dangerous. And Chui had clearly been waiting, on some level, for someone to ask the right question about historical paintings. But Chui was old, and bound by years of compromise. He wouldn't help directly. He would only point the way and then withdraw. No, Lu Sheng would need to find someone else. Someone younger. Someone with the kind of brilliant curiosity that could cut through the careful suppressions of the sect. Someone like Yi Qing. Chapter 5. The River Resists. The second painting took longer. Lu Sheng worked on it in secret, in the small hours before dawn when the Inscription Hall was empty and the sect's various meditation schedules created pockets of guaranteed solitude. The subject was more ambitious than the first. Not just a mountain valley, but an entire landscape. Forests and rivers, multiple biomes, the kind of complexity that would have taken an ordinary painter weeks to complete. For Lu Sheng, it took 3 weeks of continuous work. He would sleep perhaps an hour a day, sustained by pill-form cultivation supplies meant to supplement meditation sessions. His meals became irregular. His presence in the hall's common spaces became more sporadic. His body was consuming itself from within, each brushstroke in the painted world drawing not just spiritual essence, but physical matter, eroding his form into something thinner and more hollow. No one asked questions. Junior disciples were expected to pursue their work with intensity, and Lu Sheng's withdrawal was interpreted as dedication rather than obsession. The painting came together in layers. He started with the distant mountains, establishing the landscape skeleton. Then the nearer terrain, the placement of rivers and forests. Then the details, individual trees, rock formations, the exact curve of a waterfall. Each brushstroke was made with absolute intent. Every color choice informed by the rules of the world he was creating. The technique was different from the first world, where he'd worked with precision and care on the initial painting. Now he painted with something more like fever, rapid, intuitive strokes that seemed to bypass his conscious mind entirely. His hands moved as if guided by something external, following patterns in the pigment and canvas that he didn't consciously design. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. The spiritual aura would be stronger this time. He decided that consciously, painting intention into the pigment with each application. Forests would need more energy to grow. Rivers would need power to maintain their flow. If the first world was like a gentle meditation space, the second would be a place where cultivation was actively supported, where a student could make real progress in their training. He infused the pigment with deliberate choices, curves that would channel spiritual energy, valleys that would collect it like water in a basin, peaks that would funnel it toward concentration points. The cost would be higher. He understood that. Life years spent like currency, his physical form paying the price. But the creation was worth it. The beauty of what he was making was worth it. When he stepped back to view what he'd painted so far, he wept. Not from sadness, but from the overwhelming recognition that he was creating something that would outlast him, that would exist in its own right, unconcerned with his mortality. He was painting the central river when he first noticed the resistance. The river should have been simple, a sinuous line of light blue and white, with touches of darker blue for depth. He'd mapped its path across the landscape carefully, decided exactly where it would flow, what tributaries it would collect. The water would be cool and clear, with a certain mineral content that would make it slightly sweet to drink. All of this was predetermined. But when he painted the river's main channel, when he applied the final touches that would bring it from representation into reality, something pushed back. It wasn't painful. It wasn't even exactly tangible. But Lu Sheng felt it. A subtle resistance. The way a painter might feel resistance if the canvas itself decided it didn't want to be painted. A reluctance. Not rejection, but something like negotiation. His brush dragged slightly as he applied the final strokes, as if something within the pigment itself was hesitating about the path he'd chosen for the water. He paused, brush suspended above the pigment, and tried to understand what he was sensing. The resistance wasn't coming from outside the painting. It was coming from within it, from the nascent world itself, already developing preferences about how it wanted to exist. The resistance faded. The painting continued as normal, but the sensation of it lingered, strange and troubling. It was almost as if the world, in the moment before full creation, was already becoming something independent, already developing opinions about its own nature. Lu Sheng told himself it was exhaustion playing tricks. 3 weeks of minimal sleep would do that. Make you sensitive to phantom sensations, to the imagined resistance of materials that were simply pigment and linen. And yet, he found himself wondering if exhaustion was truly the explanation, or if he was simply uncomfortable with what the resistance implied. He continued painting. The river took its final form, though he allowed for more variation than he'd initially planned, unconsciously permitting the world to have some say in how the water moved. The painting was complete, a sweeping landscape of extraordinary beauty and meticulous detail. When he looked at it, he saw not just a painting, but a world prepared for existence. A world that was already stretching against its boundaries, already testing the limits of what it was allowed to be. The ceiling took longer this time, more complex, more layered, with additional protections because the second painting would need to remain secure in the Inscription Hall storage for longer than the first. He poured energy into the sealing process, drawing deep on reserves he didn't know he had, spending what felt like years of life force in the creation of boundaries that would hide this painting from any scrutiny. The sealing magic seemed to struggle this time as well. Each layer he applied felt like it was being negotiated with rather than simply imposed. He found himself adjusting the sealing characters, making them more flexible, allowing for more give. It was as if the painting, or the world within it, was demanding to have some autonomy even in its hidden state. When the sealing was complete, he collapsed against the table and slept for 12 hours straight, his body convulsing occasionally with what might have been dreams or might have been spiritual disturbances he couldn't quite perceive. When he woke, his hair had noticeably grayed at the temples. He could see it in the mirror, thin streaks of silver that hadn't been there before. His hands were mapped with fine lines, the skin paper thin and spotted with age that should have taken decades to accumulate. His face, in certain lights, looked almost a decade older than it had a month before. The toll of creation was written across his body in a language he was beginning to fluently read. The cost was becoming visible, and he hadn't even entered the second world yet. He knew that once he did, once he stood in that landscape and felt it respond to his presence, the aging would accelerate. He would spend not just spiritual energy, but years, actual years of his life drained away like water through cupped hands. He forced himself to consider stopping, to seal the painting and never open it, to let the world remain in potential rather than actualization. The thought lasted perhaps 3 breaths before he rejected it entirely. He had tasted creation. He had walked under a sky no one else had ever seen. The cost was irrelevant now. He would pay whatever price was required. Lu Sheng forced himself to wait. He needed his energy to be stable before making the transition. Needed his spiritual essence centered in calm. The passage between worlds required a kind of equilibrium that exhaustion disrupted. It took 4 days of careful meditation and nutritious meals before he felt ready. Then, on a night when the sex meditation schedules gave him guaranteed solitude, he opened the seal on the second painting and passed through. The world that awaited him on the other side of the canvas was breathtaking. The valley opened onto forests that stretched to the horizon. A river ran from the mountains down through the landscape's center, and Lu Sheng could see the individual rapids where it broke over stone. The water sparkled in the afternoon light. And yes, there was an afternoon here, a sun that moved in shadows that shifted with its movement. The spiritual aura was palpable, a gentle presence that seemed to sing in the air itself. He stood at the painting's threshold for a long moment, simply absorbing the reality of what he'd created. Then he moved forward and began to explore. The rivers were different than he'd painted them. Not drastically. The course was correct, the general flow was right. But the details had changed. The water moved slightly differently than he'd intended. The banks were eroded in patterns that suggested thousands of years of flow rather than the static moment he'd painted. There were stones in the water that he didn't remember placing, worn smooth by forces that shouldn't have existed yet. It was as if the world, once brought into being, had started to live according to its own rules rather than remaining locked in the moment of creation. Sheng found a stone and sat beside the river, watching the water flow past. The resistance he'd felt while painting suddenly made sense. The world didn't want to be frozen at the moment of creation. It wanted to live. It wanted to move and change and evolve according to the laws he'd established, but not explicitly defined. The river didn't want to be painted. It wanted to flow. He touched the water and felt that strange quality again. Consciousness without thought, awareness without intention. The river knew he was there. The knowledge was built into its nature. For a moment, Sheng wondered if he should be afraid of this. If a world that developed its own momentum was a threat, something to be controlled more strictly. But as he sat and watched the water move, he realized he was not afraid. He was awed. He had created something alive. Not intelligent, perhaps. Not conscious in any human sense. But alive. Real. Carrying intention forward from the moment of creation, flowing according to its own nature. He could paint worlds that wanted to exist. That wanted to grow beyond his initial brushstrokes. That wanted to be more than frozen moments. The realization was both magnificent and terrifying. Sheng stayed in the second world for hours. He explored the forests, climbed the mountains, traced the river to its source in a spring that rose from stone with perfect clarity. Everything was more detailed, more real, more present than he'd consciously painted it. The spiritual aura filled him. After the initial surprise of the river's resistance, he found that meditating in this world was easier than meditating in the outer realm. The energy felt welcoming. It was like coming home to a place he'd never been. But eventually, the hunger that marked his existence in the outer world began to pull at him, and he returned to the sealed chamber. The transition back was becoming easier. One day soon, he thought, it might be as simple as thinking about leaving and finding himself there. He sealed the second painting again and made his way through the empty halls of the Inscription Hall toward his quarters. His reflection in the polished bronze of a door frame stopped him short. He barely recognized the man staring back at him. The graying hair, the lines, the way his robes hung loose on a frame that had lost weight he hadn't realized he was losing. The careful mask of his expression concealing something turbulent underneath. This was what creation cost. Not in any abstract sense, but in his flesh. In his time. In the years that should have stretched before him. Spent now like currency in the minting of worlds. Sheng touched his reflection's aged face and wondered if it was a price he could keep paying. But he already knew the answer. He would pay it again and again, for as long as he could. Because the alternative, returning to a life of simple copying and simple existence, had become impossible. He had tasted creation. He had become a god, however small. And no ordinary life could ever contain him again. Chapter 6. The Master's knowledge. The confrontation with Master Cui came a week later, during a routine inspection of the storage areas. Sheng had been cataloging some of the damaged works awaiting restoration when Cui appeared in the doorway, moving with the careful deliberation of age. The old master didn't speak immediately. He simply looked at Sheng, at the obvious aging in his face, the careful way he moved, as if conserving energy, the gray that had colonized his hair. "You found one," Cui said. It wasn't a question. Sheng's hands stilled on the painting he'd been examining. He could feel the moment of decision crystallizing around him. He could lie. He had practiced the lie, the story of advanced meditation techniques, of lifespan being spent on cultivation efforts. It was a plausible story. But looking at Cui's face, he understood that the old master would not believe it. Cui had been waiting for this, had been watching for signs of it, had perhaps been hoping for it, and dreading it in equal measure. "Yes," Sheng said. The admission felt like stepping off a cliff. Cui nodded slowly. He moved further into the chamber and sat on one of the storage benches, moving as if his joints pained him. "I thought you might. You have the look of it. The particular exhaustion. The way you touch things." He gestured vaguely at the painting Sheng had been holding. "Show me." "I can't," Sheng said. "It's sealed. For its protection." "Then unseal it." The command was gentle but absolute. Master Cui was no longer asking permission or offering advice. He was stating facts, establishing the terms of a conversation that had to happen. Sheng felt something relax in his chest. The secret had become too large to carry alone. Having it exposed, even partially, even to someone constrained by their own fear and experience, was a relief. He walked deeper into the storage chamber and produced the first painting, now more than a month old, the seal still stable but worn slightly with the friction of repeated breaching. With Cui watching, he dismantled the protection carefully, layer by layer. The old master didn't move, didn't speak. But when the painting was finally bare and visible, the canvas showing the simple mountain and valley in all its deceptive modesty, Chui's breath caught. Beautiful, he whispered. I can see it, you know. The depth, the way it breathes. He reached out slowly, then stopped. May I? Of course, Lu Sheng said. Chui's weathered hand extended toward the canvas. He didn't touch it, maintained distance, as if afraid of what contact might mean. I always wanted to try, he said quietly. When I was younger, before I understood the risks, I had paintings I thought might transcend. But I was afraid. And by the time I understood what the fear meant, the opportunity had passed. What happened to the others? Lu Sheng asked. The painter who died. Were there others? Chui withdrew his hand and turned to look at Lu Sheng directly. In his eyes was a complicated mixture of emotions, sadness, resignation, something like envy. There were 4 that we know of, Chui said. Perhaps more that the sect never discovered. The earliest was a woman named Shen 200 years ago. She created a world so beautiful that she spent the rest of her life inside it, aging backward as the years in the outer realm passed. When she died, the world she'd created simply stopped. It was like removing a painting from a wall. The space was there, but the reality was gone. How is that possible? Lu Sheng asked. The world is held by the painter's existence, Chui said. Your existence, your continued connection to it. If you were to die, the world would die with you. That's part of why the sect fears the power. They think of it as a kind of suicide trap. Spend your life creating worlds, and when you finally succumb to age and exhaustion, you take those worlds with you. All that creation, all that power, simply ceases. The implications hit Lu Sheng like a physical blow. His worlds, the small valley of his first painting, the vast landscape of the second, existed only because he existed. If he died, they would be erased. Unmade. What about control? Lu Sheng asked. Can the painter control the world? Shape it after creation? To some degree, Chui said. The painter can add to the world, can modify it. But the resistance you've likely felt, the way the world seems to have its own wishes, that's the world becoming conscious. Once a world reaches sufficient complexity, it develops preferences. The painter becomes less of a god and more of a guardian. Less a creator and more a caretaker of something that increasingly wants to exist in its own way. This was the knowledge Chui had been carrying, Lu Sheng realized. This was why the old master had given him that careful warning about paintings that transcend their canvas. This was the burden of knowing that the power existed, and that it was dangerous, and that there was no safe way to use it. Why did the sect kill the other painter? Lu Sheng asked. Because they were afraid, Chui said simply. And because the painter was losing himself. Each world he created took years from his life, yes. But it also took something else. A part of his humanity. His connection to the outer world diminished. He cared less about the sect, less about people. More and more, his attention was on the worlds he'd painted, on the beings he'd created inside them. Chui paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was heavy. They say the final world he created was so beautiful that he tried to stay inside it permanently. That he attempted to paint a pathway that would let him remain in his creation forever, leaving his body behind in this world. The sect found him before he could finish. They destroyed the painting with his body still connected to it. The shock of the destruction killed him. The horror of that death, torn between worlds as one was unmade, settled over Lu Sheng like a weight. So what happens now, he asked. Do you tell the sect leadership about me? Do I need to fear the same fate? Chui was quiet for a long time. I don't know, he said finally. That depends on you. On what you choose to do with this power. On whether you can maintain balance between the outer world and the worlds within your paintings. And on whether anyone else discovers what you're doing before I decide what to do about it. The old master stood with difficulty, using the bench's edge for support. Keep your paintings sealed, he said as he moved toward the door. Keep yourself hidden, and think carefully about what you're creating. Because a world is more than paint and intent. It has a kind of life, a kind of consciousness. You have a responsibility to what you've made. After Chui left, Lu Sheng was alone with his painting and the weight of forbidden knowledge. The old master hadn't promised silence, but he hadn't threatened exposure either. He had simply offered what information he could, and left the choice to Lu Sheng. In that uncertainty was perhaps the truest gift Chui could have given. The acknowledgement that this was Lu Sheng's decision to make, and his alone. Chapter 7. The humiliation and the subtle correction. The context of humiliation. 3 days later, Senior Cultivator Wu destroyed one of Lu Sheng's paintings, deliberately, publicly, in front of 24 witnesses. It wasn't one of his worlds. Those were hidden, sealed, protected with layers of magic that would resist anything short of elder intervention. It was a simple background work, a landscape meant to complement a formation array. Nothing special. Competent work, but uninspired. The kind of peace that accumulated in every artist's portfolio. Wu had been drinking, not enough to be visibly intoxicated, but enough to lower the usual careful facade that senior cultivators maintained in the Inscription Hall. He was showing some of the junior disciples his progress in array work, explaining a particular formation technique that required a specific visual boundary to function correctly. He was in that particular mood that alcohol created in certain men, loud, expansive, convinced of his own superiority. When he gestured grandly at something, he knocked over the water jar that sat on Lu Sheng's workbench. The jar spilled directly onto Lu Sheng's painting, soaking it completely. The cold water hit the pigment like a sudden storm, and Lu Sheng watched as 3 days of careful work dissolved into chaos. Clumsy, Wu said, not bothering to check if the piece was salvageable. His tone suggested he didn't care. You shouldn't have left it somewhere it could be damaged so easily. Artists should be more careful about their work. The words were casual. The dismissal was absolute. Wu turned back to his disciples without another glance, already resuming his explanation of the formation technique, as if the incident was beneath his attention. As if destroying someone else's work was no more significant than spilling water on stone. The other disciples laughed. Not unkindly, exactly, but with the casual cruelty of those who understood that Wu occupied a higher position in the sect hierarchy. To laugh at Wu's victim was to subtly align themselves with power. The painting was ruined. The ink ran in dark streams across the already soaked linen. The carefully composed landscape dissolved into abstraction. All the hours of precise work, wasted because Wu had been careless and couldn't be bothered to apologize. Lu Sheng cleaned it up without comment. His hands were very steady as he discarded the ruined piece, moving with the careful precision of someone who was far too aware of exactly what he was doing. His face showed no reaction. His eyes didn't even follow Wu as the senior cultivator moved away. But inside, something changed. Something cold and precise began to take shape. Not anger exactly, but something more dangerous. Recognition. Understanding. The realization that Wu had made a calculation and found that humiliating a junior disciple was worth the cost. That there were no consequences for such actions. That power, in the sect's hierarchy, meant the freedom to destroy without accounting for it. That was the moment when Lu Sheng decided to teach Wu a different lesson about consequences. For the rest of the day, he moved through his routines with perfect normalcy. He accepted condolences from other disciples with appropriate gratitude. He shrugged off the incident as an accident, a foolish mistake on Wu's part, unfortunate, easily forgotten. He even smiled when one of the younger students offered to help him repaint a replacement, declining politely, suggesting that he would do it himself when he had time. His composure was perfect. His facade was complete. But inside, he was observing. Over the following week, Lu Sheng became very familiar with senior cultivator Wu's schedule. He knew when Wu woke, always at dawn, always immediately to meditation. He knew when he meditated, when he attended class, when he preferred to practice his array formations. He knew which paths Wu took through the sect's grounds, which times those paths were busiest, which times Wu preferred to walk in solitude. He knew which junior disciples worked with Wu on array formations, which ones were most susceptible to suggestion, which ones had ambitions to advance beyond their current station. He knew that Wu had been attempting to impress Elder Chen for promotion. He knew that Wu favored a particular rare tea that could only be obtained from a specific vendor in the town below the sect. A tea with a distinctive scent that aided cultivation focus. He knew Wu's weaknesses and strengths, his vanities and insecurities, his patterns of thought and decision. He knew everything about Wu's life that mattered. Then, very carefully, he began to introduce disruptions. Not directly. Never directly. That would have been crude, would have risked exposure. A direct confrontation could be traced, could be identified as revenge. Instead, Lu Sheng worked through the language of circumstance and coincidence, through the subtle layering of suggestion and the careful manipulation of environment. He began by arranging, through conversations with sect merchants, for the specific tea blend Wu preferred to suddenly become unavailable. The vendor in town had discovered a shipment inconsistency. A supplier had failed to deliver. The stock was expected in a month. Small problem, but it was Wu's favorite tea, and favorite things matter to those who are accustomed to having them. At the same time, he found a way to ensure that the meditation chamber Wu preferred, a small room on the eastern side of the Inscription Hall, with optimal spiritual flow, would need to undergo maintenance for exactly the 2 weeks when Wu was planning his most intensive training. He made suggestions to the maintenance staff about issues they should address, mentioned to his peers that the chamber seemed to have drafts that might disrupt meditation. He made minor suggestions to the junior disciples working with Wu on array formations. Small observations about array patterns that Wu commonly used. I wonder if the gate dimension could be shifted by a Li. Has anyone considered whether the formation circuit would be more stable if the corner angles were adjusted slightly? Innocent enough questions, framed as speculation rather than criticism. But they planted doubt. They made the junior disciples look more carefully at Wu's work. And when they found, through their own investigation, what might actually be minor improvements, they felt emboldened to suggest corrections to their senior. He identified the senior cultivator that Wu was attempting to impress, Elder Chun, though no direct request for patronage had been made. And he subtly influenced that cultivator's opinion, spreading gentle observations about Wu's work in conversations with other senior disciples. I noticed Wu's recent formations used an interesting approach, though I wondered if the energy efficiency might have issues at scale. Not criticism, just questions. Just observations that cast the faintest doubt without ever saying anything directly wrong. Over the course of a month, senior cultivator Wu began to unravel. The disruptions to his routine were minor individually. The tea unavailable, annoying, but manageable. The meditation chamber closed, inconvenient, but other options existed. The constant small corrections from junior disciples, frustrating, but they could be explained away. Together, though, they created a pattern. A texture of wrongness that accumulated like dust. Wu started making small mistakes in his array work. Not major errors, nothing dramatic enough to be obviously significant. Just tiny miscalculations. An angle slightly off. A circuit that didn't quite integrate as smoothly as it should. Small enough that most people wouldn't notice, but large enough that someone like Elder Chun, who was actually watching, actually evaluating, would see the diminishment. He began to doubt his own knowledge. The corrections from junior disciples, even when he was certain he was right, started to shake his confidence. Was he wrong? Had his understanding of array theory actually been flawed? The more he questioned himself, the more mistakes he made. The more mistakes he made, the more his confidence eroded. He grew increasingly irritable and suspicious. Something was wrong. Something in him was breaking down. He was losing his edge, losing his clarity, losing the certainty that had carried him through his cultivation path. He began to question whether his physical health was failing, whether some subtle illness was attacking his mind. By the end of the month, Wu requested a temporary leave from teaching. He claimed meditation sickness, a subtle corruption of his spiritual essence that required time and pure cultivation to repair. He needed to withdraw from his position in the Inscription Hall. He needed to absent himself from the sect for a period to recalibrate and restore. No one was surprised. The signs had been visible for weeks. His work had declined. His teaching had become less assured. The brilliant senior cultivator had revealed himself to be fallible, and so he withdrew to preserve what remained of his dignity. His confidence, methodically dismantled through pure circumstance, had been left in fragments. But there was nothing anyone could point to. No direct cause. No single moment of sabotage. Just a series of minor inconveniences that added up to a pattern that made Wu believe he was destroying himself. No one connected the disruption to Lu Sheng. How could they? Lu Sheng had been working in the Inscription Hall the entire time. He hadn't left his position. He hadn't confronted Wu directly. There was no visible connection between them. There was only a series of unfortunate coincidences that amounted to Wu's gradual dissolution. But Lu Sheng knew, and in knowing, he understood something deeply troubling about himself. It was perfect. It was also, Lu Sheng realized in the aftermath, the manifestation of something deeply troubling in his own character. He had not confronted Wu, had not even acknowledged the destroyed painting beyond the immediate moment. Instead, he had woven a web of manipulation so subtle that it had nearly broken a man who had merely been careless and drunk. He had used the techniques of a painter, layering, color, subtle suggestion, to create a portrait of consequence. And Wu had become the canvas, marked by invisible strokes until his own nature was transformed. When Wu left the Inscription Hall, taking his leave of the sect, Lu Sheng felt no triumph. He felt something more complex, a kind of horror at his own capability, a recognition that whatever the worlds he painted might become, there was something in him that could be dangerous in ways he'd never imagined. That night, he destroyed the replacement painting he'd begun. He didn't return to either of his sealed worlds. He simply sat in his small chamber and stared at his aged hands and tried to understand what kind of creature he was becoming. A god, perhaps, but gods could be cruel. And cruelty, once tasted, was addictive. Chapter 8. The Second Creation and the Cost of Becoming. 3 months after the incident with Wu, Lu Sheng completed his third painting. But the intervening months had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. He had forced himself to wait, to let the horror of what he'd done to Wu settle and be integrated into his understanding of himself. But settling and acceptance were different things entirely. The wait had been useful. It had given him time to think about what he was doing, not just the painting, but the entire arc of his choices. He had chosen to create worlds. He had chosen to hide them. He had chosen, when humiliated, to respond with subtle manipulation rather than direct confrontation. All of these choices had led him to a place where he was no longer entirely human. He was something else, something that could paint universes into existence, something that could systematically dismantle a man's self-confidence without ever raising a hand, something that was slowly aging away, spending years of his life like currency in the creation of impossible things. The question was whether he could accept that transformation or whether he needed to be afraid of it. The answer, he discovered, was that acceptance and fear were not opposites. They existed simultaneously. He could accept what he was becoming while being terrified of it. He could recognize his own capacity for subtle cruelty while continuing to paint. He could acknowledge that part of him was slowly becoming inhuman and proceed anyway. This was the real cost of the power he'd discovered. Not just the aging, though that was dramatic and visible, but the transformation of his nature, the hardening of something in him that had once been softer, the realization that he could hurt people in ways they would never fully recognize as deliberate, and the choice to do it anyway. He didn't hate Wu anymore. That was the strangest part. The emotion had burned away somewhere in the 3 months. What remained was simply the understanding that Wu had made a choice, and Lu Sheng had made a choice in response. Actions and consequences, layered and complex, but ultimately comprehensible. The question now was what kind of person could paint worlds and manipulate men with equal facility? What kind of god was he becoming, and what were such gods supposed to do? The third painting had taken 6 weeks to complete. The subject was ambitious, a vast landscape with mountains, forests, grasslands, and at its heart, a city. Not a city like any human construction. Rather, a place where natural beauty and architectural grace merged seamlessly, where buildings seemed to grow from stone as naturally as trees grew from soil. It was the most ambitious world he'd conceived. The spiritual aura was strong, strong enough that a cultivator could accelerate their advancement significantly through training within it. The geography was complex enough to support an entire civilization, if civilization had been part of his intent. It wasn't. The city was a monument to art and beauty, a place where the laws of physics allowed for extraordinary architecture but where no inhabitants had been painted. Just the space, waiting. Creating it had cost him more than he'd expected. When he finally added the last brushstroke, a final light effect across the city's central plaza, he felt something tear inside him. Not physically, spiritually, as if some fundamental resource had been depleted. The aging after this creation was dramatic. His hair turned almost entirely white in the span of 3 days. The lines on his face deepened into crevices. His hands developed visible age spots. When he moved, his joints protested in ways they hadn't before. He had spent perhaps 10 years of his lifespan creating this single world, and he would do it again. But not immediately. Not for a while. His body needed to recover, and his spirit needed to find equilibrium again. The sealing of the third painting took 2 full days. The protection was the most elaborate he'd yet attempted, layering defenses so complex that they would likely defeat any casual investigation. Even Master Cui, even the sect leadership, would have difficulty breaching this seal. When it was complete, Lu Sheng had no energy left. He returned to his quarters and slept as if dead. He woke to find Yi Qing standing in his chamber. The young woman didn't look apologetic about the intrusion. She simply stood there, arms crossed, studying him with the intensity of someone who had just made a significant discovery. "You're dying," she said. It wasn't a question, and Lu Sheng, too exhausted to lie, didn't try. Not eventually, Yi Qing said. "You're dying now. The aging shouldn't be this pronounced unless you're spending your lifespan on something significant. And you're spending all that time in the Inscription Hall, all that time with paintings. So you're either attempting some kind of advanced formation magic that's bleeding years from you as a cost, or you're doing something else. Something the sect doesn't know about." She stepped closer, and Lu Sheng could see the brilliance in her eyes. This was not someone who could be deceived through misdirection or clever story construction. This was someone who saw patterns and drew conclusions with the precision of a scholar. "I'm not here to betray you," Yi Qing continued. "I'm here because I want to know what you're actually doing. Because I think it might be something extraordinary, and I think you might need help." Lu Sheng studied her face. Yi Qing was 2 years his junior in the sect, but she had always carried herself with an unusual confidence. She was brilliant in her cultivation, but blocked somehow. She worked harder than anyone he'd seen, pushed herself relentlessly, yet something prevented her from advancing past early core formation. As if there was some limitation built into her fundamentally that prevented further progress. "Why do you want to help me?" he asked. Because you're creating something, she said. I can see it in the way you move now, the way you've aged. You're spending years on something. Not cultivation. Something else. Something that matters more to you than your own lifespan. She paused. That's the kind of dedication I recognize. Because I know what it's like to pour everything into something and have it not be enough. Lu Sheng made a decision in that moment. He had decided once before, with Master Cui, that this secret was too large to carry alone. Perhaps he had been waiting for Yi Qing specifically to find him. If I show you, he said, you'll understand why I can't take it back. Why I can't explain or contextualize it. You'll just have to accept it. I accept, Yi Qing said immediately. So Lu Sheng took her to the storage chamber and showed her the third painting. The moment she saw it, Yi Qing's breath stopped. He could see it in her face, the recognition of something real, something that transcended normal art. Her eyes traced the lines of the city, the careful rendering of the mountains beyond. And then she reached out and did what Lu Sheng half expected her to do. She tried to pass her hand through the canvas. It didn't work. The painting held firm to her touch, purely physical. But for a moment, just a moment, Lu Sheng thought he felt something from the world on the other side. A kind of awareness. A recognition of attempted entry. It's real, Yi Qing whispered. It's actually real. There's something on the other side. There's a world, Lu Sheng said. I painted it. And when I finished, it became real. Show me, Yi Qing said. I can't, Lu Sheng replied. Only the painter can enter their own world. Or at least, I only know how to make them accessible to me. Then tell me everything, Yi Qing said. Everything. From the beginning. And so, for the first time, Lu Sheng told the full truth. From the moment his hand passed through the canvas to the creation of the third world. From his growing understanding of the world's nature to the knowledge Cui had shared. From the aging that was marking his flesh to the strange responsibility he felt toward the worlds he'd created. Yi Qing listened with absolute focus, asking questions at precisely the right moments, helping him clarify his own understanding through her fierce curiosity. You need to understand the worlds better, she said when he finished. You need to map them, understand their rules completely. Because something this powerful, something this beautiful, it can't stay hidden forever. Eventually someone will find out. And when they do, you need to know exactly what you've created, exactly what it means, so you can defend it. The sect won't allow it, Lu Sheng said. Cui told me. They killed a painter who tried this before. Then we'll make sure they don't find out, Yi Qing said. Not until you're ready. Not until you're strong enough to protect your worlds and yourself. She said like she was committed now. Like discovering his secret had transformed her from an observer into a participant. Why? Lu Sheng asked. Why would you risk this? Yi Qing was quiet for a long moment. Because I've spent my entire cultivation path hitting a wall, she said finally. Something in me blocks advancement. And I've accepted that. I've made peace with being limited. But you've found a way to transcend limitation. You've done something impossible. And maybe that means there's hope for me too. Maybe if I help you, if I understand what you're doing, I can find my own impossible thing. That night, Lu Sheng had his first true confidant. And for the first time since his hand passed through that first canvas, he was not entirely alone with the weight of what he'd become. Chapter 9. The elders' question. The summons came 5 days later. Elder Chen, the head of the Inscription Hall, wanted to see Lu Sheng in his private study. The message was delivered casually, but Lu Sheng's heart rate accelerated nonetheless. Elder Chen was not known for casual conversations. He was a formal man, careful and observant, with the kind of authority that came from decades of administrative power. Yi Qing wanted to come with him, but Lu Sheng refused. If this was going to be difficult, he wouldn't risk her exposure. The elder's study was at the top of the hall's tower, a vast room filled with paintings, scrolls, and cultivation references. Elder Chen stood at a window overlooking the sect's grounds, his hands clasped behind his back. He was a man in his 60s, with the bearing of someone who had spent a lifetime making decisions others were afraid to make. Sit, Chen said without turning from the window. Lu Sheng sat. You're aging, Chen said. Noticeably. Dramatically, actually. In the past 3 months, you've developed the physical markers of someone who's burned through 10 years of lifespan. I found that interesting. There was no preamble, no social pleasantry, just direct observation. I've been pursuing advanced meditation techniques, Lu Sheng said, delivering the lie he prepared. The cost and lifespan is higher than I anticipated. No, Chen said, finally turning to face him. You're lying. And the lie you're telling me is one I've heard before. From another student. About 20 years ago. The words hung in the air between them. He told me he was using advanced meditation. Chen continued. He told me the aging was a side effect of cultivation techniques. I believed him. For a while. Until I realized he was also spending all his time in the storage chambers. until I found evidence of extensive sealing practices, until I understood what he was actually doing. What was he doing? Lu Sheng asked, though he thought he knew the answer. Creating worlds, Chen said. The same thing you're doing. I can see it in your face, the way you move. You have the particular exhaustion of someone who's been to places that shouldn't exist, but do. Lu Sheng said nothing. There was nothing to say. That student, Chen continued, was brilliant. More talented than most cultivators I've trained. And I had him watched. I wanted to understand exactly what his power was, how it worked, what the limits might be. I wanted to give him the space to develop it while the sect decided what to do. What happened? Lu Sheng asked. He died, Chen said. Not from the aging. From the worlds. One of the worlds he created became complex enough to develop something like consciousness. And he became obsessed with it. Spent all his time inside it, leaving his body to waste away in this realm. One night, I found him in the storage chamber with his hand still pressed against the canvas. His heart had stopped hours ago. His spirit, if it was still aware, was trapped on the other side of a painting that now had no painter to sustain it. The implication was clear. The student's death had killed the world, and possibly killed the student in a way that meant there was no resurrection, no continuation, just cessation. The sect wanted to destroy all his work, Chen said. Wanted to eliminate the paintings, eliminate the knowledge, eliminate any evidence that such power had ever existed. I convinced them to store the paintings instead, to preserve them, but sealed and hidden, because I thought, I still think, that such power shouldn't be lost. It's too precious, too beautiful, even if it's also dangerous. Why are you telling me this? Lu Sheng asked. Because I want you to understand the stakes, Chen said. Because I'm going to let you continue what you're doing, but only if you agree to certain conditions. What conditions? Lu Sheng asked, though part of him was already rejecting whatever they might be. First, you will not go into a world for more than a few hours at a time. The longer you remain inside, the more your spirit becomes bound to it. The easier it becomes to stay, the harder it becomes to return. And second, Lu Sheng asked, second, you will help me understand what you're creating. Documentation, records, explanations of how the process works. Because if you fail, if you make a mistake like my previous student and become trapped, the sect needs to know how to retrieve your work and preserve it. You want me to create knowledge about my own power, Lu Sheng said. I want you to survive, Chen said. And I want the power you're developing to survive with you. The sect will not tolerate this forever. Eventually, the leadership will change. Eventually, someone will decide that your painting ability is a threat rather than a resource. And when that day comes, I want the knowledge and the work protected in a way that guarantees its continuation, even if you're destroyed. It was the strangest negotiation Lu Sheng had ever conducted. Elder Chen was offering him, not protection, exactly, but something close to it. A kind of sponsored secrecy. Safety in exchange for transparency. I accept, Lu Sheng said. Good, Chen replied. I'll arrange for you to have additional access to the storage chambers. I'll create false records about what you're working on. And I expect detailed documentation of every world you create. As Lu Sheng stood to leave, Chen spoke again. The student I mentioned. His name was Li Cheng. Lu Sheng stopped. The painter I supposedly found, he said. The one I built a false history around. That was him. That was him, Chen said. I created the story as a way of hiding what he'd actually been. If the sect thought his work was from someone long dead, they'd be less likely to investigate. But you've done an interesting thing. You've built a history for my invented painter, made him more real through your documentation. If your work ever needs to be hidden in the same way, at least now there's a precedent. A believable story. After he left, Lu Sheng walked through the Inscription Hall in a kind of daze. Elder Chen knew. Master Cui knew. And somehow, that knowledge, instead of being a death sentence, had become an opportunity. A strange, dangerous opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless. Chapter 10. The Wonder 3 nights after the meeting with Elder Chen, Lu Sheng brought Yi Qing to the edge of the first painted world. He hadn't shown her any of the actual paintings yet. That would come later. First, he wanted her to understand what he was attempting to explain. They sat in the deepest chamber of the storage area, surrounded by sealed and protected artwork. Lu Sheng held the first painting, the small mountain valley he'd created 3 months ago. The seal was still intact, still stable. I can see the intention in it, Yi Qing said, studying the painting without touching it. The way you've layered the pigment. It's not just skilled technique. It's communication. You're not painting what a mountain looks like. You're painting what a mountain means to you. What you want it to be. That's part of it, Lu Sheng said. But there's more. When the painting is finished, when every element is complete and the intent is satisfied, something changes. The painted world doesn't just represent reality anymore. It becomes real. How? Yi Qing asked. I don't entirely know, Lu Sheng admitted. But I think it has to do with a kind of permission. The world needs permission from the painter to become real. And the painter needs absolute clarity about what they're creating. If there's any uncertainty, any doubt, the painting stays as paint. But if the clarity is complete, if the intent is whole. He trailed off, unable to fully express what happened in that moment when a universe snapped into existence. Then you become the god who created it, Yiqing said. You become responsible for everything inside it. Yes. And it becomes conscious, Yiqing said. It wasn't a question. That's what you said happened when you tried to reshape the river. It had its own preferences, its own wishes. Yes. The more complex a world becomes, the more it develops something like consciousness. Not intelligence, not sentience in the way humans are, but awareness, preference, the ability to resist if you try to force it to be something it doesn't want to be. Yiqing stood and began to walk around the chamber, her mind visibly working through the implications. So you've created something that's alive, she said. Something that exists as long as you exist, that depends on you for its continuation. But it's also independent. It wants things. It has its own nature. Which means you're not a god, Yiqing continued. You're something stranger. You're the creator, yes, but also the parent, the gardener, the steward of something that increasingly escapes your control and demands your care rather than your dominion. Lu Sheng had never heard anyone articulate it so clearly. This was what had been troubling him since the beginning. The realization that his worlds were not simply his to command. They were their own thing. And with each creation, he was tying his lifespan to their continued existence. How do you know that? He asked. How could you understand that without seeing the worlds? Yiqing turned back to him. Because I understand what it's like to create something that becomes more real than you want it to be, she said quietly. During my cultivation, I've tried to develop a technique that would let me blend my spiritual essence with the world around me, to dissolve the boundary between cultivator and environment. It's a forbidden technique, by the way. The sect doesn't teach it because it leads to personality dissolution. But I've been working on it anyway, in secret. And what I've discovered is that the more I try to implement it, the less control I have over it. The boundary between me and the world doesn't dissolve cleanly. Instead, parts of me start leaking into the world, and parts of the world start seeping into me. It's terrifying and wonderful, and I can't stop. She paused. That's why I'm blocked. The sect can feel what I'm doing. They know I'm developing a forbidden technique, and they're preventing me from advancing until I stop. But I can't stop, because stopping would mean abandoning the only thing that makes me feel like I'm truly alive. Lu Sheng understood then why she'd become his confidant so quickly. She was pursuing her own impossible path, her own transcendence. And recognizing it in him, she'd recognized a kindred soul. Show me a world, Yiqing said. Not to enter. I know I can't do that. But show me what they look like from the inside. Paint me a picture of what you see when you step through. So Lu Sheng did something he'd never attempted before. He sat with his journal and Yiqing, and he drew detailed sketches of the first painted world. The mountain's exact contours, the spring's location and appearance, the cave mouth, the way the light fell at different times of day, the spiritual aura's color and texture as he perceived it. It took hours. By the time he finished, the sketches covered pages of his journal, and Yiqing's eyes were shining with wonder. You created paradise, she whispered. I created a place, Lu Sheng said. Whether it's paradise depends on who enters it. You created a place where none of the normal rules apply, Yiqing said. Where a cultivator could train and grow without the sect's hierarchy. Where the spiritual energy serves creation rather than domination. Where mountains are beautiful not because they're useful, but because they're beautiful. She looked at him directly. You didn't just paint a world, Lu Sheng. You painted a possibility. An alternative to what the sect is trying to make us become. That night, for the first time since his hand passed through that first canvas, Lu Sheng felt not fear or isolation, but hope. Chapter 11. The library's shadow. The research began the next evening. Yiqing had requested access to the library's restricted sections, the archives that held sensitive materials not available to ordinary disciples. The request had been granted because Elder Chun had quietly facilitated it, ensuring that her application would be approved without scrutiny. Now, in the deep hours before dawn, they sat in the library's highest gallery, surrounded by books that had been deliberately obscured or archived in ways designed to make them difficult to find. There, Yiqing said, pointing to a shelf that seemed to have been partially emptied. Look at the catalog structure. The books that should be here are all marked as restricted or archive preservation. But the numbering is broken. There are gaps. Entire sections that were removed. They cataloged the gaps carefully. Books about painter cultivators. Books on the history of artistic techniques. Books that should have contained knowledge about painting with intent, about the process of making art real. all systematically removed or destroyed. The sect didn't want anyone learning this, Yiqing said. They didn't just kill the painters who discovered this power. They killed the knowledge itself. Cui mentioned one reference, Lu Sheng said. A cryptic mention of a painter whose works became shadows of themselves, sealed in something called the Jade Mausoleum. The name forgotten. They searched for hours. The reference was extraordinarily difficult to find. A single line in a book that had itself been archived incorrectly, placed in the wrong section, catalogued under a misleading title. But eventually, buried in a text about sect history and security measures, they found it. During the third cleansing of forbidden knowledge, the works of Master Chen Wei, painter, now unmentioned, were sealed in the Jade Mausoleum beneath the meditation halls. The painter's name has been removed from all public records. The location of the mausoleum is known only to the Council of Elders. The works are to remain sealed indefinitely, regardless of future sect leadership. The Jade Mausoleum, Yiqing whispered. That's where they keep the works of painters who tried what you're trying. Li Cheng's work is probably there, Lu Xing said. The student elder Chen mentioned. We need to find it, Yiqing said. We need to see what the successful painters created. We need to understand where you're heading if you continue down this path. The location is known only to the Council of Elders, Lu Sheng said, quoting from the text. We can't possibly access it. I can, Yiqing said. The forbidden technique I've been developing, one of its effects is that I can sense where barriers are. I can feel the places where sealing has been done, where power is concentrated around something hidden. If the mausoleum is anywhere in the sect, I can find it. And if we find it, we'll be discovered, Lu Xing said. If the council discovers we've accessed forbidden knowledge, then we'll have learned something worth the risk, Yiqing said. She reached over and covered his aged hand with her own. You're already risking everything by creating these worlds. You're already committed to an impossible path, but you're walking it alone, without knowledge of what happened to the painters before you. That's the part one can fix. Let me find the mausoleum. Let me see what the successful painters created. Then you'll know what you're becoming. Lu Xing wanted to refuse, wanted to tell her the risk was too great. But she was right. He was walking blind, and the blind couldn't defend themselves when danger came. Find it, he said. But be careful. If you sense that you're being observed, if you feel the slightest indication that we've been detected, you stop immediately. I will, Yiqing promised. Over the next week, while Lu Sheng worked on perfecting his sealing techniques and documenting the 3 worlds he'd created, Yiqing began her search in earnest. She moved through the sect with a new focus, her forbidden technique activated and controlled. She could feel the flow of power around the grounds, could sense where seals and barriers had been established. The knowledge led her through passages she'd never explored, to chambers she'd never suspected existed. And slowly, by mapping the pattern of concealment magic, she began to narrow down where the Jade Mausoleum might be hidden. On the 8th night, she found it, beneath the meditation halls, in a chamber that was sealed with more power than any other location in the sect. A single door waited. Above it, in characters that had been partially erased but were still readable if you looked carefully, was a name, Chen Wei, the legendary painter whose works had become shadows of themselves. Yiqing didn't attempt to enter. She simply confirmed the location and reported back to Lu Sheng. It's real, she said. The mausoleum, the sealed work, everything that reference mentioned, and it's waiting for you to find it. Lu Sheng felt something shift inside him. The knowledge that there were predecessors, that their work had been deemed important enough to seal and preserve despite the sect's efforts to erase them, changed something about his understanding of what he was doing. He wasn't the first, but he might be the first to survive the knowledge of his power. That, perhaps, made all the difference. Chapter 12. The Unresolved Mystery. On a night 2 weeks after Yiqing found the Jade Mausoleum, Lu Sheng sat in the library's highest gallery with 3 sealed paintings before him and a decision forming in his mind that felt less like choice and more like destiny finally catching up to him. He had created 3 worlds. He had documented their natures with the precision of a scholar and the reverence of a priest. He had recorded their rules, their laws, the specific ways in which they were developing their own consciousness independent of his will. He had destroyed the evidence of their creation as best he could, burned documents, and eliminated traces. He had hidden them behind seals that only he could open, barriers woven from his own spiritual essence, locked with the unique signature of his life force. Protected them through narrative and careful deception. Built a false history around the first painting that had become almost real enough to believe in. Created a persona of Master Li Cheng that might, given enough time and enough credible documentation, become indistinguishable from a genuine historical figure. And he had gained 2 unlikely allies, one old and afraid, carrying decades of knowledge and guilt. One young and brilliant, driven by mysteries in her own cultivation that matched the mysteries in his. Together, they formed a kind of conspiracy of necessity. Not a secret society exactly, but a careful agreement to help each other carry the weight of things the sect wanted kept hidden. Master Cui had stopped speaking to him directly, but his assistance manifested in subtle ways. A conveniently missing logbook that might have recorded unusual sealing work. A recommendation to Elder Chun that had resulted in a quiet authorization for extended use of certain storage chambers. Small favors that could be explained away as anything except what they truly were. Yi Qing had become something closer to a true confidant, though even that relationship carried danger. The more she knew, the more exposed she became. The more she helped, the more complicit she became in whatever consequences eventually came for him. But something remained unfinished. A mystery. The painter before him. The legend of Li Cheng, whose real name had been sealed away in the Jade Mausoleum along with his work. The evidence of earlier success, earlier failure, earlier attempts at the impossible that had ended in ways the sect wanted completely forgotten. That mystery haunted him more than the aging that was marking his face. More than the knowledge of what he'd done to Wu. More than the growing certainty that eventually, someone would discover what he was doing. Because if Li Cheng had succeeded in creating worlds, if Li Cheng had pushed the boundaries of the painter's art farther than Lu Sheng yet had, then there must be lessons in that success. And if Li Cheng's success had ended in his death, in his choosing to remain in his creations, in his body wasting away in the outer realm while his consciousness dwelled permanently in painted worlds, then perhaps the lesson was darker. Perhaps the lesson was that this path led inevitably to dissolution. That eventually, the worlds you created became more real than the physical realm. That eventually, you couldn't bring yourself to leave them. That eventually, you made the choice Li Cheng had made, or had it made for you by a body that could no longer sustain itself. Lu Xing closed his eyes and tried to feel the shape of the knowledge he didn't possess. What lay in the Jade Mausoleum was more than just sealed paintings. It was a warning, a prophecy, a vision of what his own future might contain. Somewhere beneath the meditation halls, a painter's entire life work waited in suspension. Paintings that had been deemed too dangerous to destroy, too precious to lose, too threatening to remain visible. A painter named Li Cheng, or whoever he'd really been before the name was erased from all records, had pursued the creation of worlds with an ambition that had exceeded Lu Sheng's. Li Cheng had succeeded far beyond what Lu Sheng had yet accomplished. The sealed paintings were evidence of that. And his death, or transformation, or dissolution, depending on how you framed it, was evidence that success in this art came with costs that weren't fully paid until it was too late. He would find his way to that mausoleum eventually. He understood that with the kind of clarity that came from accepting inevitable futures, he would need to understand what Li Cheng had created, what he had attempted, where he had failed or succeeded in ways that mattered. He would need to see the evidence of prior art, to understand the range of possibilities available to someone with his power. But not yet. Not while the path was still unclear. Not while Lu Sheng was still learning the fundamental nature of the power he possessed. Not while he was still creating worlds with conscious intent rather than the fever vision that seemed to overtake him when the paint touched canvas. For now, it was enough to know that the mystery existed. Enough to know that it was waiting, patient and sealed beneath stone and shadow, like a promise or a threat. Yi Qing found him there, sitting in the dark of the library gallery with only the sealed paintings for company. She didn't ask what he'd been thinking about. She could read the answer in his face, the weight of it, the acceptance of it, the terrible clarity that came from understanding your own inevitable path. You're thinking about something vast, she said, settling beside him. I'm thinking about continuation, Lu Xing said. About what happens next. About whether the path I'm on leads somewhere worth reaching or somewhere that ends in silence and sealing, like Li Cheng's work. Then you need to build something that will survive you, Yi Qing said. If the sect is going to hunt you eventually, if the leadership is going to decide your power is a threat, then you need to create something that will exist beyond your lifespan, beyond your control. How do I do that? Lu Xing asked. I don't know yet, Yi Qing admitted. But I know the mystery is worth solving. Because what you're creating isn't just art or power. It's possibility. It's the proof that the world can be more than what the sect insists it must be. She paused, and in the silence, Lu Sheng could feel the weight of unresolved questions pressing down on them both. We'll find the answers, Yi Qing said finally. In the mausoleum, or in the next world you create, or in whatever comes after. But we'll find them together. That much I can promise. Lu Sheng looked at the 3 sealed paintings, his first 3 worlds, each one a universe held in suspension by his will and his brush, each one waiting for him to return and deepen the connection. And beyond those three, in his mind, he could see the shadow of the Jade Mausoleum, keeping its secrets, holding the works of a painter whose name had been erased but whose power had been deemed important enough to seal away. The mystery would remain unsolved. For now, that was as it should be. There were paths yet to be walked, worlds yet to be painted. There was the slow transformation of his body as the years drained away like pigment dissolving in water. There was the delicate balance between the outer world and the worlds within his paintings. And somewhere ahead, a choice was waiting. A choice between mastery and dissolution. Between holding on to what he'd created and letting it consume him entirely. That choice had destroyed Li Cheng. It would not destroy Lu Sheng. Not if he could help it. The night deepened around them, and in the library's highest reaches, surrounded by the collected knowledge of centuries, Lu Sheng began to plan the next phase of his impossible journey. The worlds waited. The mystery waited. And Lu Sheng, no longer entirely human but not yet fully divine, continued his lonely work of creation, one brushstroke at a time, one universe at a time, one stolen year of life at a time. The god inside the paintings watched and waited to see what his creator would paint next. Chapter 13. The Inscription Hall interrogation. The chamber was deliberately chosen to unsettle. Stone blocks rose in uneven stacks, each one inscribed with names of cultivators who had contributed to the sect's knowledge over 2 centuries. No other decoration. No comfort. Elder Chen sat at a single wooden desk, documents arranged in precise stacks before him. Lu Sheng entered and kept his hands visible. This was the rule when summoned by the Compliance Division. I have records, Elder Chen began without preamble, of 3 significant material purchases under your registration. Quality pigments, rare canvas, oils from the Songflower province. Over the last 18 months, the quantity suggests sustained production. Lu Sheng's preparation had been thorough. I've been experimenting with technique. You've submitted 1 work in that period. A landscape study. Adequate, nothing remarkable. Elder Chen looked up. His eyes were gray and practiced at reading silences. I've reviewed your submission history going back 8 years. The pattern is consistent. Material purchase, gap, single submission. It suggests either remarkable wastefulness or equally remarkable concealment. I destroy work that doesn't meet my standards. It was the right answer. Sect records supported it. Cultivators were permitted to destroy their own creations. Perfectionism was, if not encouraged, at least accepted as rational. In my 43 years administering this division, Elder Chen said, I've observed 2 types of cultivator who destroy their work. The first type fails and destroys from honest assessment. Their hands, when they submit their statement, often shake slightly. Nervous energy releasing. Natural. He paused. The second type destroys from fear. Fear that what they've made will be examined. Fear that it will raise questions. Those hands also shake, but differently. The shake comes from anticipation of discovery. Lu Sheng did not move. He centered his breathing through the meditation he'd learned as a child. His hands remained still. Elder Chen returned to his documents. All 3 paintings you claim to have destroyed, where did you destroy them? In my private studio. I burned the canvas. It's cleaner than tearing. Ash residue in the kiln burns hot. It leaves traces. Microscopic particles. I could request inspection authority. You could, Lu Sheng agreed. The truth was that his private studio had burned them, but not the ones Elder Chen would find ashes for. Different paintings. Older ones. He prepared for this with Yi Qing's help 3 months ago. Elder Chen set down his brush. I'm going to close this inquiry. Insufficient evidence of violation. You'll continue to submit your work promptly, and I'll see no further patterns of unexplained purchase. He looked directly at Lu Sheng. But you should know I will be watching. Not officially. Personally. Because I've been wrong exactly twice in 43 years, and both times it was because I didn't trust my instinct early enough. Lu Sheng bowed from the shoulders. Thank you for your fairness. Walking down the corridor afterward, his hands began to shake. He found Yi Qing in the library's hidden corner, the space between 2 tall shelves where cataloging records were kept and few people ventured. She was already there, reading something innocuous about pigment composition. He knows, Lu Sheng said without preamble. She turned a page before responding. What did he find? The material purchases. He doesn't have proof, but he's watching now. Specifically watching. Lu Sheng described the interrogation precisely. Yi Qing listened without interruption, her expression unchanging. When he finished, she said, He's correct about the 2 types. You knew that already though. Did I? You trembled because you're contemplating what happens next. That's not fear of immediate discovery. You prepared for this. It's fear of escalation. She set her book down. He closed it. That's significant. He wants you to know he's watching but didn't want to bind himself to formal investigation. which would require him to actually find something within a defined timeline. So it means he respects the uncertainty. He's not convinced yet. Yi Qing met his eyes. But convinced is not the only direction he can move. The watching has begun. Every world you create now, someone is counting the materials. Lu Sheng understood. The risk had crystallized from abstract to specific. The fourth world, Yi Qing continued, will have to wait. But even as she said it, Lu Sheng felt the impulse rising. He had seen it in dreams, a kingdom beneath black water, reefs that glowed with captured starlight. The knowledge of it was already written in his bones. He would create it. But carefully. Elder Qin was watching. Chapter 14. The fourth creation. Lu Sheng waited 2 months. Elder Qin's attention had shifted. A new investigation. A scandal involving falsified sect advancement records. The watching continued, but lighter, routine. It was enough. He purchased materials in smaller quantities across 3 different suppliers. Mixed them with legitimate submissions, a mediocre landscape, a failed portrait study, an experiment in abstract mark-making that genuinely was inferior and met with honest criticism. The cover was perfect because it was true. He was creating and destroying openly, just hiding the primary work among the deception. The fourth world called to him in stillness. An underwater kingdom. Bioluminescent reefs spiraling downward in concentric rings. Ancient stone temples carved into deep ridge formations, their architecture suggesting a civilization that predated human understanding. Coral gardens trained like topiary. Current pathways that moved water in purposeful circles. He sealed himself in his studio for 8 days of external time. The canvas was enormous, 2 arm spans wide, 3 high. He built it in layers. The first 3 layers were preparation, underpainting in deep indigo and violet, establishing depth through careful shadow work, creating the texture that light would move through. Each layer took 2 days. His body burned. He stopped eating, stopped sleeping in any meaningful sense, drifted between the studio and the canvas on instinct. On the 4th day of external time, he began the actual painting. The corals came first. He worked from the bottom up, building the reef structures with obsessive precision. Each branch of staghorn coral, each tube coral opening, each soft coral polyp rendered as an individual decision. They were not realistic. They were real. He could feel the water around them, the current patterns they displaced, the way they responded to pressure changes. His brush moved with knowledge that bypassed his conscious mind. The temples emerged around the 15th hour of continuous painting. He had planned them, but as he painted, their architecture began to explain itself. Angles that seemed odd on the blueprint resolved into functional engineering, carved to direct water flow, to prevent sedimentation, to create sound harmonies. He realized with a clarity that made his hands momentarily still that he wasn't designing it. He was discovering it. The temple was teaching him how to paint it. The creatures came next. Not all at once. A massive eel with bioluminescent markings along its spine. Shrimp that glowed soft blue-white in the darkness. Octopi with patterns that shifted beneath the paint. Fish that seemed to be moving even on the static canvas. By the 6th day, the depth was so convincing that looking at it induced vertigo. The light was the final element. Bioluminescence that didn't follow normal shadow rules. It came from within the organisms, from the corals, from substances embedded in the reef stone itself. He layered phosphorescent pigments mixed with binding agents that he'd researched and tested obsessively. When light hit them at certain angles, they glowed. It was alchemy and painting in equal measure. 8 days passed outside. Inside the painting. He knew this because time moved differently there. He spent what felt like a month. The cost began to manifest on the 2nd day. A tightness in his chest. A dryness in his throat that water wouldn't cure. Fine tremors in his left hand. By the 4th day, his hair had thinned noticeably. By the 8th, his body had become skeletal. He stepped back from the canvas. The underwater kingdom was complete. Coherent. Alive. He transferred his consciousness into it fully. This was the dangerous part, the moment between the painting and the world. His body slumped in the studio chair as he stood, breathing the underwater air, feeling pressure against his skin that should have crushed him but didn't. The bioluminescent light was sufficient to move by. The current moved his clothing gently. He walked toward the nearest temple and felt the carved stone beneath his fingers. Warm. Somehow warm. He was there for what felt like 3 days. He walked the reefs. He descended into the temple complexes and found chambers that he had painted, and chambers he had not. Rooms that the temple's architects had kept private. Meditation spaces with carved seats worn smooth by use. Storage rooms with empty shelves. A library where the books were blank. The world was old, this place suggested. It had history he hadn't given it. That terrified and fascinated him in equal measure. He forced himself to return. His body in the studio was cold. He staggered to the mirror. The face that looked back at him was not entirely his. The age was unmistakable. His biological age had not changed. He was still 20 by the calendar. But his appearance had advanced by years. His face was gaunt. The skin around his eyes had deepened into permanent shadow. His hair, which had been consistently thick and black, had dulled to dark brown and developed strands of gray at the temples. His jaw had become more prominent from weight loss that his face had never truly recovered from. This was what 5 years cost. Not in money. Invisible time carved from his body. He turned away from the mirror. The fourth painting was sealed safely, hidden behind a panel he'd constructed. The cost was written on his face. Elder Chen would be looking for signs of rapid aging. This face would be difficult to hide. Sheng sat on the studio floor and tried not to contemplate the weight of what he'd created. Chapter 15. The merchant's contact. The meeting was arranged through a tea merchant named He, someone who knew Zhou Lin through business channels, who could be trusted to make an introduction without questions. The location was deliberate. A small shop in the merchant district, crowded enough to provide cover, not so crowded as to make private conversation impossible. Zhou Lin arrived exactly at the appointed time. She was in her late 30s, Sheng estimated, with the kind of grooming that suggested significant resources. Her clothing was fine, but not ostentatious. Quality in the thread, not the pattern. She moved with the ease of someone who spent their life reading other people. They ordered tea. It was arranged so naturally that no one watching would have recognized it as a deliberate security measure. I've tested the materials you've been selling through Masterly Chong, Zhou Lin began when the server had left. Not a question. A statement of fact, delivered casually over a cup of green tea. The ore, specifically, ran 3 different assays. Twice through formal channels, once through a private specialist. Sheng's preparation was thorough, but not thick enough. He forced himself to sip his tea. I'm not sure what you mean. The ore has properties that shouldn't exist. Zhou Lin continued as if he hadn't spoken. It responds to cultivation techniques in ways that defy standard material science. It's not that it's rare. Rare materials exist and can be replicated with enough resources. This is different. This is something that cannot be replicated. I've had my specialists attempt different variants, different source regions for similar materials, different refinement techniques. Nothing yields the same results. Perhaps your specialists are incompetent. Zhou Lin smiled very slightly. They're not. I've employed them for 15 years across multiple countries. They're excellent at what they do, which is why their inability to replicate this is interesting to me. She turned her teacup slowly. I'm not asking you to explain the source. Not yet. I'm asking you to consider a proposition, which is that I become your exclusive distribution partner. Higher volume, better protection for the supply chain, manage customers who won't ask dangerous questions. And in exchange, I require reliability and discretion. She looked directly at him. And eventually, if the partnership develops as I hope, you'll tell me where this comes from. Not because I threaten exposure. I have no interest in exposure, which would destroy the value of what you're offering. But because trust requires knowledge. Sheng calculated. The distribution network he'd built with Yi Qing was small, manageable, but limited. It was also vulnerable. Every transaction was a potential exposure point. A merchant of Zhou Lin's caliber could reduce that vulnerability significantly. But she was also a merchant of Zhou Lin's caliber, which meant she would eventually deduce or demand the truth. Why should I believe you won't exploit the knowledge? Because if I exposed you, I expose myself. I've already tested the materials. I've already made inquiries. I'm already implicated. My interest is in maintaining the situation, not destroying it. Zhou Lin set down her cup. I'm not suggesting a partnership based on trust, by the way. I'm suggesting one based on mutual exposure. You have something remarkable. I have distribution infrastructure and discretion. If either of us moves against the other, both of us suffer. It was, he realized, exactly what Yi Qing would have suggested. The logic was sound. The offer was reasonable. What's your commitment? Sheng asked. Monthly extraction of 50 measures of the ore, refined and ready for distribution. Exclusive access to your production. Whatever else you create that has similar properties. In return, 3,000 silver monthly, connection to high-level buyers who will pay premium prices, and security infrastructure that will prevent investigation. She paused. I'll also need to know your identity. Not immediately, but soon. So I can understand what I'm protecting. That was the reveal. She didn't need his identity immediately because she was patient. But she needed it eventually because a partnership with an unknown entity was untenable for someone of her standing. I need to consider, Sheng said. Of course. Approach me in 10 days. If you decline, we never speak of this again. If you accept, we'll formalize terms. Zhou Lin finished her tea. The thing I said that you should believe. I understand what you've created, or at least what you've created relative to normal cultivation materials. It's unprecedented. That makes it valuable. Valuable things attract hunters. Right now, you're exposed. I'm offering to be the wall between you and the hunters. That's the only thing I'm actually selling." She left, and the conversation was over. Sheng sat with his cooling tea, understanding that he'd just been read completely. Lin knew something he hadn't explicitly revealed. She knew that his materials came from nowhere in the normal world. She hadn't asked the question directly, but she'd asked it in every other way, and she'd received the answer through his response to her proposition. He needed to speak with Yiqing, but he already knew what Yiqing would say. The choice was becoming narrower. Either he continued to operate in limited isolation, with constant risk of discovery, or he began to trust people with pieces of the truth. Lin was asking for those pieces. Carefully, with time, with mutual risk. He would accept her offer, but not in 10 days. In 12. Let her wait. Let her understand that he made decisions on his own timeline. It was a small assertion, but necessary. Chapter 16. The distribution network. The first extraction happened on a cold morning in the 3rd month of their formal arrangement. Lin sent a craftsperson, a woman named Shun who introduced herself with minimal words, to receive the ore. Sheng had prepared it in the 3rd world's chamber, where time moved slower. He'd extracted what could be sustainably taken without damaging the world's internal balance. The amount was less than Lin had requested, but he'd been clear about this. The world provided what it provided. They would adjust to reality, not adjust reality to convenience. Shin took the ore, assessed its quality with a swift, practiced eye, and left without questions. The payment appeared in a secure location that Lin specified. 3,000 silver, as promised. Over 6 weeks, the rhythm established itself. Monthly extractions on a fixed schedule. Shin arrived on the first clear day after each new moon. Sheng provided the ore. The payment followed within 2 days. The ledger that Yiqing kept was coded in a cipher that would reveal nothing if discovered. Material quantities recorded as chapter numbers of obscure philosophical texts, payment as dates, names as colors. It was precise and impenetrable, but tension developed. Not from the rhythm itself, but from outside pressure. In the 5th week, a problem. A buyer approached Lin with questions about the ore's origin that the cover story couldn't fully answer. The buyer was wealthy, connected to at least 2 sect administration councils, and persistent in ways that required genuine handling rather than deflection. Sheng was present when Lin explained the situation. They met in her private office, a space that was actually more secure than any neutral location. She had the infrastructure to ensure privacy. "His name is Jin Tao," Lin said. "He's a cultivator with significant resources and limited patience. He's purchased from us 4 times. Each time, the ore has performed exactly as represented. This time, he wants to know if he can guarantee supply. And if he guarantees supply, he wants to understand the source." "What did you tell him?" "That the source was reliable but wished to remain anonymous. That I could guarantee supply for as long as the arrangement with my supplier remained stable." He seemed to accept that. "But," Sheng pressed, "but he's thinking about making an offer to me directly. A larger offer. He wants to become the primary buyer, which means he'd want access to the source or at least assurances that I'm not about to be undercut by a competing buyer." Lin's expression was carefully neutral. "I told him I needed to consult with my supplier before making any long-term commitments." This was the first genuine crisis in the arrangement. Sheng understood it immediately. If Jin Tao made an offer substantial enough, Lin's incentive to maintain discretion would shift. Not from malice, from economics. "What would you do?" Sheng asked. "If I offered you 50% more than what Jin Tao is offering?" Lin smiled. "I'd accept it. But you can't afford 50% more than what Jin Tao would offer." "How much can I afford?" 20% more than you're currently paying me, which would be 3,600 silver per month, plus a guarantee that I have the exclusive channel to your supply. If those numbers are acceptable, I'll decline Jin Tao and restructure the arrangement to be legally formal. It will be ironclad." Sheng calculated. 5 years of his remaining lifespan, he estimated, meant 5 more worlds. At minimum, each world would provide resources for 5 years of extraction. 3,600 multiplied by that was significant, but manageable. And the alternative was losing control of his supply chain to an external buyer who wanted to understand everything. "Agreed," he said. Lin's response was immediate. "I'll draft the contract. We'll sign it tomorrow. I'll decline Jin Tao this evening. By the time word reaches his ears that I'm not available, the arrangement will be locked." Yiqing's reaction was more complicated. When Sheng told her, she was quiet for a long time. "You've just formalized exposure," she finally said. "There's now a written contract. Papers create trails. Papers with our cipher. Ciphers can be broken. You've created a legal obligation that requires documentation. Yi Qing stood and paced the small library corner. This is the moment where you stop being someone who's hiding something and start being someone who's running an operation. Operations require structure. Structure requires trust. Trust requires vulnerability. Would you prefer I let Jin Tao take over the supply? No, Yi Qing admitted. I prefer you never created the worlds in the first place. But since you have, Zhou Lin is the least dangerous option. She's professional. She understands that exposure hurts her. She has infrastructure. Yi Qing turned to face him. But you need to understand what you've done. You've made a deal with someone who will eventually want to understand everything. And if she understands everything, she becomes a variable you can't control. Lu Xing understood this. But the alternative was worse. Zhou Lin was a wall. A strong one. And walls required maintenance. When does she meet the worlds? Yi Qing asked. She hasn't asked yet. That was the agreement. She'd get access when the partnership developed as she hoped. Then she will ask soon. Prepare for it. Chapter 17. The World's Hidden History. Yi Qing came to Lu Sheng in the evening, moving through his private residence with the ease of long familiarity. Her expression was carefully controlled, but her hands were trembling. The first world is developing, she said without preamble. They moved to his study. Yi Qing explained her ability carefully, as if saying it aloud might break its coherence. She had a forbidden perception technique, something her family had taught her years ago, something she'd never mentioned to the sect. It allowed her to perceive into paintings, to sense the intention embedded in them, to observe their internal states. It was useful for detection, for finding forgeries, for understanding how a painting had been made. Every evening for the past month, she'd used it on the first world's canvas. At first, I only sensed what you'd created, she began. Exactly what you painted. Stable. Contained. A world in stasis. She paused. But in the last 2 weeks, something has changed. The world is generating its own structures. I perceive them as clearly as I perceive the structures you painted. But they're not yours. Lu Sheng felt something in his chest tighten. Describe them. The mountain you painted. There's a temple on it now that wasn't there when you created the world. I can sense it as clearly as I sense the rocks. Except I also sense that you didn't paint it. The intention isn't yours. The structure follows logic that's not your aesthetic logic. And it's not random. It's functional. She pulled a paper from her sleeve. I've been documenting what I perceive. The temple has a specific architectural style, something that suggests an extinct culture. There are carved elements that look like writing, but I can't read them. There are pathways connecting the temple to 3 other locations on the mountain. Each location has a specific purpose. Lu Xing took the paper. Yi Qing had drawn careful diagrams. The temple's layout. The paths. The estimated positioning. All of it organized with her characteristic precision. The forest, Yi Qing continued, is reorganizing itself. You painted it as a general landscape. Now it's becoming a managed space. There are clearings that form patterns. There are stands of trees that are clearly deliberate monocultures. I can sense the difference in intention between your painting and what's happening now. Someone or something is reshaping the forest from inside. Is it dangerous? Lu Xing asked quietly. I don't know. It doesn't feel hostile. It feels purposeful, like someone is building. Building carefully, but building nonetheless. Yi Qing met his eyes. What did you create, Lu Sheng? I painted a world. I thought I knew what I was painting. You did know, but you didn't know the world well enough to contain it. Yi Qing's voice was steady, but underneath was a tremor of something that might have been fear. This isn't random. This isn't breakdown or corruption. This is development. The world is thinking. It's responding to the environment you created and creating its own structure in response. And I don't think it's the only one. You've checked the others? The second world is static. It's either less alive than the first, or it's too young to have developed intention yet. The third world, the ocean, I haven't been able to perceive as clearly. It's more complex, but there are patterns in it that feel intentional. Lu Xing stood. He moved to his window and looked out at the evening. The city was settling into darkness. Lanterns were being lit. Normal life was proceeding in its normal patterns. He had created something that was developing beyond his creation, something that was becoming, rather than simply existing. It was not the excitement of a creator surprised by success. It was the vertigo of a creator realizing that he'd raised something that was no longer within his understanding. The walls he'd set were becoming insufficient. The boundaries he'd drawn were being redrawn from inside. The fourth world, he said, the underwater kingdom. Have you checked it? I was afraid to, Yi Qing admitted. After what I sensed in the first world, I wasn't certain I wanted to know. Lu Sheng turned back to her. Check it tomorrow. We need to know what we're dealing with. All of them. And then we decide what to do with something we don't understand, but have created anyway. Yi Qing was quiet. Then she said, You should enter them yourself. Not just perceive from outside. Go in. Understand what's happening from the inside. Lu Sheng knew she was right. But the thought of entering his first world now, knowing that it had developed its own intention, was more terrifying than anything he'd encountered. He had created something alive. And alive things had wills of their own. Chapter 18. The first world reveals itself. Lu Sheng entered the first world on a morning when the external weather was clear and time could accommodate his absence. He brought nothing. No tools, no weapons, no offerings. Whatever the world had become, he wanted to meet it as an observer, not as an intruder. The transition was familiar now. The moment of vertigo as his consciousness crossed from the external world into the painting. The sense of his body adjusting to laws that were different but not hostile. The breathing of a world. He emerged at the landscape's edge, the high vista he'd painted, the overlook where the world became visible and full. From here, he could see what Yiqing had described and more. The mountain was no longer simply a feature. It was a presence. The temple wasn't rough or preliminary. It was complete. Built with stone that looked aged, weathered, as if it had stood for centuries. There were steps carved up the mountain, regular intervals, deliberately designed for foot traffic. There was a structure at the summit that might have been a beacon or a communication post. Smoke rose from its peak. Actual smoke, which meant actual fire, which meant intention. The forest had been transformed into a managed space. Not damaged. Managed. The trees that he'd painted in general clusters were now organized by height, by function, by what he could only interpret as aesthetic consideration. There were clearings arranged in spiral patterns. There were groves of specific types forming zones. It was deliberate. It was almost civilized. He moved down the mountain toward the nearest structure. His steps made sounds on stone, loose gravel, the whisper of movement through grass. Everything responded to him. The air temperature shifted slightly as he approached. The light seemed to refract differently, as if the world was becoming more present for his observation. The first settlement was constructed near a river bend that he'd painted almost without thought, just a curve of flowing water, suitable for composition. Now there was purpose written all through it. A mill was built where the current ran fastest. Lu Sheng could see the water wheel, still and waiting, but perfectly constructed. The mill house was built from stone that matched the mountain's temple, the same building tradition, the same careful construction. Inside, grinding stones were arrayed but unused. The mill could function. It simply wasn't currently in use. Granaries were positioned at the highest natural rise on the settlement's perimeter. Not randomly placed, but carefully sited to prevent flooding, to maximize access, to create a defensive position if defense was ever needed. There were storage structures made of wood that had been worked with tools, beams fitted with precision. Empty now, waiting for harvest. A central plaza opened in the settlement's heart. At its center was a carved stone, not a monument, but an anchor, a gathering place. Pathways radiated from it toward the major structures, toward the forest edge, toward the river. Everything connected. Everything made sense. Lu Sheng stood in the plaza and felt the full weight of what he'd done. He'd painted a world, and the world had become what it wanted to become. Not chaotic, not corrupt, simply grown. Developed according to logic that wasn't his, but wasn't hostile to his initial vision. He stayed for 3 days of world time, moving through the settlement and the surrounding landscape. He entered the temple, found meditation chambers and storage rooms, and a library with blank scrolls. He walked the forest and understood it was not wild but cultivated. He stood on the riverbank and watched the water move and understood that the water knew its own purpose. When he finally forced himself to return to his body, the clarity was absolute. He had created something that was alive in a way that transcended simple animation or magical mechanism. It had intention. It was building its own future. It was responding to the environment he'd given it in ways that suggested thought. He couldn't control it anymore. Perhaps he never could have. The act of creation had always been the act of release. When he emerged from the canvas, he found Yiqing waiting in his studio. She didn't ask what he'd seen. She'd sensed it through the painting as he explored. "It's beautiful," she said quietly. "The first world. It's becoming something beautiful." Lu Sheng looked at his own hands. They were aging faster than they should. The cost of creation was written on him, and he'd paid it for something that was no longer his to control or direct. "I think I've made something that might outlive me," he said. Yiqing reached out and took his hand. Her grip was steady. "That's the purpose of creation," she said. "To make something that persists." Chapter 19. The false Master Li Cheng had never existed, but he was becoming real. Lu Sheng spent 10 days creating him, working in a secure location that Yiqing had arranged, with materials that couldn't be easily traced. The persona required specificity. Not too distant, Someone from 60 years ago would be easier to verify as dead, but would require less detail. Not too recent. Someone who died 20 years ago would have living students who might contradict the record. 55 years was the optimal distance. Far enough that primary witnesses had aged or died. Recent enough that some institutional memory remained. Master Li Cheng was born in the city of Chengdu, trained in the Jade Gate sect for 7 years, left to establish a private retreat, died at 67 from an obscure internal condition that made investigation difficult. He'd been notable for creating rare cultivation materials, but eccentric about their sources. He'd left correspondence and a partially filled will. The documentation required extraordinary care. Old ink. Yi Qing procured it from a merchant who dealt in antique restoration supplies. The paper had to be authentic to the period. Lu Sheng acquired it from the sect's archives using legitimate access for a historical research project he never planned to complete. The handwriting had to be consistent and believable. Yi Qing studied 3 samples of writing from that era and practiced until she could mimic the form. Master Chun, a scholar who studied the period's sect history, proved invaluable. She provided details about administrative gaps in record-keeping from that era. A flood in the provincial archives in that period had destroyed records from 3 years. An administrator had been derelict in filing requirements before his departure. 3 other minor records had been lost to pest damage. These gaps were genuine, historical, and they created spaces where Master Li Cheng could safely exist without perfect documentation. The correspondence was subtle. Letters to a student about cultivation technique. Nothing specific enough to be testable, but detailed enough to seem authentic. A brief exchange with a sect elder about materials sourcing that referenced private reserves without specificity. A medical record from a practitioner indicating the condition that would eventually cause his death. The will was the critical document. Master Li Cheng would leave behind property, some wealth, and, most importantly, records indicating where he'd stored materials before his death. The property was a real location, an abandoned monastery in the Songflower province where administrative records had been lost and which had been absorbed into general sect territory. It was real enough to reference, but remote enough that detailed investigation would be difficult. On the 7th day, as they were constructing the final correspondence, Yi Qing nearly broke the cipher. The letter she was writing referenced a buyer who'd inquired about the materials. In her draft, she nearly used language that would be falsifiable, specific details about how much the buyer had offered, what they'd wanted it for. Lu Sheng caught it and corrected her. Vagueness, he said. The letter needs to sound authentic, but it can't contain verifiable details. Master Li Cheng would know not to commit specifics to writing. Yi Qing revised. The letter became more circumspect. It referenced an interested party whose cultivation background I couldn't fully verify, and discussed concerns about ensuring the materials reached hands that could properly benefit from them. It was careful, somewhat pompous, and entirely non-falsifiable. The moment when the fabricated life became coherent was subtle. It wasn't when they finished the documents. It was when Yi Qing finished writing a letter to a sect elder, someone who had definitely existed and had definitely been interested in rare cultivation materials. The letter mentioned Master Li Cheng by name, requested clarification on some historical detail, and sounded entirely authentic. It was written in a period-appropriate hand. It referenced real events from that era. It contained no lies. It was a letter that had never existed but could have. When Yi Qing set down the brush, she looked at Lu Sheng with an expression that combined accomplishment and disquiet. He's real now, she said. I mean, he's still fabricated. But he exists. If someone were to research him, really research him, they'd find evidence of his existence. The monastery, the correspondence, the will. It's all there. Lu Sheng understood what she meant. They hadn't simply created a false identity. They'd woven an entire false history into the actual historical record. Master Li Cheng had gaps and vulnerabilities, but he had presence. If examined from certain angles, he would seem authentic because certain elements of his history were authentic. The gaps where he was weakest, details about his cultivation technique, the specifics of his material source, were exactly the areas where a real cultivator from that era might have been deliberately obscure. Will it hold? Yi Qing asked. Indefinitely, as long as no one investigates too carefully, Lu Sheng said. If someone specifically decides to confirm his existence in detail, there are vulnerabilities. But those vulnerabilities are hidden in places where documentation is genuinely sparse. And if someone does decide to investigate, then we discover it quickly and adjust the story before it becomes a real problem. Yi Qing nodded, but she looked troubled. You're not just hiding something now. You're maintaining an entire false person. That requires ongoing attention. It requires consistency. It requires staying ahead of anyone who might become curious. Lu Sheng knew she was right. The complexity had escalated. He was no longer simply concealing his creation. He was constructing an elaborate fiction that had to survive scrutiny. And fictions had a tendency to decay over time, becoming less coherent, more vulnerable to exposure. But it was done. Master Li Cheng existed, at least on paper. The ore extracted from Lu Sheng's worlds could now have a source. A person. A history. A location. It was the architecture that everything else required. Don't think about the long term, Lu Sheng said to Yi Qing, and perhaps to himself. Think about the immediate. Master Li Cheng is real enough for now. That's all we need. Chapter 20. The operational limit. Lu Sheng drew the map on paper that would be burned after they studied it. It was the only way to be certain the diagram didn't survive. At the center, himself. 4 worlds created, 5 worlds planned or possible. Each world required maintenance, regular extraction, careful monitoring, risk of discovery through expansion. Around that node, dependent entities, Zhou Lin and her distribution network, which required constant engagement and would eventually require complete revelation. Yi Qing, with her forbidden perception technique and increasing concern about exposure. Shun, the craftsperson who handled extraction and knew something was unusual even if she didn't know what. Master Chun, the scholar who had provided historical cover and understood that something unorthodox was occurring. Beyond those nodes, external threats. Elder Chen's ongoing investigation, which had paused but was clearly ongoing. Shen Tao, whose interest in Lu Sheng's work seemed to be intensifying. He'd asked 3 times in recent weeks about Lu Sheng's painting technique and material sources. Jin Tao, the buyer who wanted expanded supply. The broader sect administration, which maintained oversight of all significant cultivation activities. Parallel to all of this, formal sect duties. Attendance at instruction sessions, advancement reviews, submission requirements. Nothing onerous individually, but collectively demanding time and mental energy that was already stretched thin. And underneath everything, the cost of creation written on his body. At 20 years old by calendar, he appeared closer to 30. The 4th world had aged him 5 years. The 5th world, when he created it, would age him another 5 or 6. His actual available lifespan was finite and declining. Lu Sheng drew the dependencies, which threats intersected with which nodes, where a single discovery would unravel multiple parts of the structure, where the system was fragile. He showed the map to Yi Qing in the hidden corner of the library. She studied it in silence for a long time, then added 3 new connections, a dotted line from Elder Chen to Shen Tao, suggesting they might eventually compare notes. A connection from Shun to the Sect Oversight Committee, indicating that if Shen ever talked, the information would go directly to administration. A line from Master Li Cheng's identity back to his own advancement record, noting that a careful investigator comparing material purchases to sect submissions could potentially construct a timeline that would contradict the false history. These are the fracture points, Yi Qing said quietly, where the system becomes unstable. Not the major ones. The ones that are subtle enough that you haven't been thinking about them. Can they be managed? Some of them. You can limit Shen's access to information. You can fabricate another layer of cover for Master Li Cheng's material sourcing. You can preemptively shift Elder Chen's attention by offering him something else to investigate. Yi Qing pointed to the line from Master Chun to Shen Tao. But this is harder. Master Chun is trustworthy, but she's not responsible to you. And Shen Tao is increasingly interested in you. If they start talking about you, even casually, things begin to align in ways that create problems. Lu Sheng sat back. The map was comprehensive, and it was terrible. Every node was necessary. Every node was a vulnerability. The 5th world, he said, I don't need to create it yet. No, Yi Qing agreed. But you will want to. Each world provides resources. Resources provide options. Options reduce pressure. You're going to keep creating until either the system collapses or you do. How long? Honestly, months. Maybe 2 more years if you're extremely careful and extremely lucky. But eventually, someone will ask the right question or someone will decide to investigate properly, and then it becomes a cascade. Once one thing breaks, the rest becomes exposed. She rolled up the map. There's another option. You stop. You seal the worlds, destroy the records, stop the extraction. You claim the materials were a temporary source that became untenable. You resume normal advancement. And let go of everything. Yes, everything except your life. Lu Sheng looked at her carefully. Do you want me to stop? Yes, Yi Qing said. I want you to stop because I'm watching the weight of this increase every week, and I'm watching you make decisions that are becoming more desperate, and I'm watching your face age faster than it should. But you won't stop. You'll keep going until you can't anymore, and then you'll try to go further. She was right. He knew she was right. But the worlds were part of him now. Walking away would be like agreeing to slowly disappear. After the 5th world, he said carefully, I'll consider stopping. The resources from 5 worlds would be enough to survive on and enough to restructure the operation so it's less exposed. Yi Qing's expression made it clear that she didn't believe him. But she didn't argue. She simply burned the map and watched the ash fall into the brazier. Then we make sure you survive until after the 5th world, she said. And we monitor these fracture points every single day. Chapter 21. Zhou Lin's real question. The handoff happened as it always did. Shen arriving on the first clear day after the new moon. The ore ready in its prepared container, the payment following 2 days later. It was routine, established, safe by virtue of repetition. This time, Zhou Lin came herself. The location was the same, the secure backroom that was used for sensitive discussions. They sat across from each other with the ore between them, the physical substance that had become the foundation of their partnership. Midway through counting measures, not because she needed to count, but because it was established procedure, Zhou Lin asked the question without preamble. Do your materials come from a painted world? The question hung in the air. It wasn't asked with accusation. It was asked almost casually, as if she'd asked about the weather. But underneath the casualness was precision. She was testing something. Lu Sheng's body responded before his mind decided what to say. His breath caught. His hand paused on the ore container. His pupils dilated. All of it involuntary and all of it revealing. He didn't answer. Zhou Lin continued counting. She didn't look at him. She simply continued the transaction as if she hadn't asked anything at all. The ore was counted and sealed. The payment was verified. Everything was completed with professional efficiency. Only when she was standing to leave did she acknowledge the question she'd asked. I'm not going to force you to confirm or deny it, she said at the door. I don't need the confirmation because your body already gave me the answer. I asked because I needed to know that I knew. She looked back at him. The answer is yes. And that means your source is finite. Which means I need to understand the long-term sustainability of our arrangement. We'll discuss that next month. She left, and the transaction was over. But everything was different now. She knew, not from proof, but from the accuracy of her guess and his involuntary response. She had looked at the evidence, the material properties, the extraction pattern, the reliability, the absolute inability to replicate, and she had synthesized it into a conclusion. Painted worlds. That was what she'd guessed. That was what he'd confirmed through his silence. Lu Sheng sat in the secure room for an hour afterward, processing the shift. The partnership had just transformed. It was no longer about discretion around a mysterious source. It was about trust around a truth she'd correctly identified. He needed to tell Yi Qing. Her response came in 3 layers. The first was anger. You should have maintained denial. Even if she knew, you shouldn't have confirmed it. The second was pragmatism. Okay, she knows. So the question is what she does with it. She won't expose you, because exposure destroys her profit. She will want access. She will want confirmation that the worlds are sustainable. She will renegotiate terms. The third was acceptance. This was always going to happen. The only variable was when. It's happening sooner than I preferred, but it's not catastrophic. She's still the best option for a buyer who knows the truth. Will you still distribute for me? Lu Sheng asked. If she takes over completely? Yes, Yi Qing said without hesitation. Because the alternative is worse. If she becomes hostile, this entire structure collapses. At least if she remains aligned, we have a chance to control what happens next. But the truth was that control was already slipping. Zhou Lin had demonstrated that. She'd asked a precise question and gotten her answer. She'd shown that she could move the conversation without Lu Sheng's permission. Next month, when they met, she would move it again and again until she had everything she wanted. The only question was whether he could negotiate for enough time to survive the process. Chapter 22. The partial admission. 3 days later, Lu Sheng sent a message requesting an emergency meeting. Zhou Lin agreed to it immediately, which itself was revealing. She'd been expecting contact. She'd been waiting for him to come to her. The meeting location was different this time. Not a public space, not her private office, but a neutral space that Zhou Lin arranged. A tea pavilion in the gardens of an old merchant family, borrowed with discreet permission. It was private without being suspicious. It was comfortable without being luxurious. They sat across from each other with tea and the assumption of confidentiality. My materials come from unusual origins, Lu Sheng began carefully. I can't fully explain them, but I can assure you they're reliable and sustainable, at least in the medium term. You're not asking me to believe you, Zhou Lin said. You're asking me to trust your evasion, which suggests you could tell me but are choosing not to. That's accurate. Because if you told me, you'd be creating leverage for me. If I know something you want kept secret, I can always use that knowledge. Yes. Zhou Lin set down her tea. I'm going to propose a restructured partnership. Listen before you respond. She outlined terms. Higher monthly payment, exclusive access to all future material production, a formal contract that bound both parties with specific penalties for betrayal. In exchange, she would ask no further questions about the source. She would accept that some information was restricted. She would continue to provide discretion and distribution infrastructure. The key element, she said, is that I'm asking for exclusivity. I want to be your only buyer. I want to handle all distribution. I want complete control over the sales channel. In return, I'm guaranteeing that your source remains your secret. Why would that change anything? Sheng asked. You already have more access than most people. Because if you're working with multiple buyers, any of them could decide to investigate your source. If you're working exclusively with me, I control who has questions and who gets silenced. Lin leaned forward slightly. I'm offering you protection through monopoly. One channel. One person responsible for discretion. One point of failure instead of 5. Sheng's instinct was to refuse. Monopoly meant absolute dependence. If Lin decided to betray him, he had no alternatives. If I'm your only buyer, he said, and something happens to you, the entire operation collapses. That's true, Lin agreed. Which is why I'm also going to name you as the beneficiary of my business structure in the event of my death. If something happens to me, the distribution network passes to you. You become the buyer instead of the supplier. That was unexpected. Why would you do that? Because I have no heirs I want to give this to. Because business should be structured to survive its key people. And because I'd rather you have control over what happens to the arrangement than have it fall to someone random. She paused. Also because you're clearly capable of handling long-term strategic thinking, which is rare in my experience. The offer was reasonable, secure, but it required absolute faith in Lin's integrity. Faith that she wouldn't decide later to break her guarantees. Faith that she wouldn't use her knowledge to threaten him. Faith that her financial incentive would always align with his survival. I need to consider, Sheng said. I wouldn't trust someone who accepted immediately, Lin replied. You have 1 week. After that, the terms will change to something less favorable. That deadline was also revealing. She was setting a boundary, establishing that time itself was a negotiating tool. Accept her terms or lose them. It was ruthless and professional. He left and went directly to Yiqing. Her response was immediate. You should accept. The terms are actually favorable. She's offering you redundancy protection and control contingency. Those are valuable. And the deadline forces you to decide quickly, which is better than prolonged negotiation where you end up conceding more. You trust her? I trust her business sense. She's not going to destroy value by betraying you. The only way this fails is if something external happens. If someone discovers the arrangement anyway, if she gets investigated and decides to bargain with authorities, if her assessment of risk changes. Yiqing paused. But those things could happen anyway. At least with formal terms, there's a structure protecting you if she becomes compromised. Sheng drafted the contract with Lin's lawyers over the next 3 days. The terms were refined and clarified. Penalties were established for breach of confidentiality. Payment terms were locked. Duration was set for 5 years with automatic renewal unless either party terminated it. On the 5th day, Sheng signed the contract. It was done. His operation was now fully bound to one person. Everything depended on Lin remaining his partner, remaining free of investigation, remaining aligned with his interests. It was the maximum consolidation of risk and maximum security against other exposures. Yiqing was right. It was the least bad option available. But watching Lin sign the final document, Sheng understood that he'd just moved from hidden operation to bound operation. He was no longer free. He was now owned by the arrangement, just as the arrangement now owned him. Chapter 23. The expansion meetings. Lin arranged a discreet gathering 6 weeks after the contract was finalized. Sheng received the invitation through intermediary, a location, a time, an instruction to arrive in disguise and speak to no one. The venue was a manor house in the elevated district, borrowed with careful permissions, secured against casual observation. 24 people were present, separated into small clusters by wealth and affiliation. The language was coded, abstract, designed so that anyone overhearing would hear only merchants discussing commodity prices and cultivation enthusiasts discussing technique. But everyone in the room understood what they were discussing, rare resources that couldn't be obtained through normal channels. The cultivation materials I can access are limited, one cultivator from the Sheng sect said casually, but the demand has increased by 40% in the last year. People are willing to pay premium prices for materials that produce reliable results. Reliable results, a merchant repeated. That's the critical characteristic. Most rare materials are variable. You're discussing something with properties that are consistent. Exactly. 3 batches, 3 different clients, identical performance metrics. He knelt in the plaza's center and arranged stones in a simple pattern, a spiral that tightened toward the middle. It was a symbol of awareness, of inward focus, of consciousness recognizing itself. He waited. Hours passed. Nothing changed. Then, gradually, he became aware that something was different. The light was shifting, not changing in intensity, but changing in direction. The shadows of the trees were moving in ways that shouldn't follow the sun's movement. The wind was coming from all directions simultaneously, a gentle pressure rather than a directional force. The world was paying attention. He created another pattern, concentric circles, recognition responding to recognition. He arranged them carefully, deliberately, trying to convey meaning without language. The response came more clearly this time. A tremor ran through the ground, not an earthquake, but a vibration so gentle that it would have been imperceptible if he wasn't specifically looking for it. The water in the nearby river changed direction momentarily, flowing backward before resuming its normal course. The sun itself seemed to pause for a fraction of a moment. Communication. Not words, but intention. Sheng spent the next several days in this silent conversation. He would create patterns, spirals indicating growth, intersecting lines suggesting connection, radial designs suggesting expansion. The world would respond. Wind patterns would shift. Light would change quality. Animals he hadn't painted would appear and then disappear. The settlement structures would shift in ways that didn't alter their existence, but made their purpose clearer. Gradually, he began to understand the conversation. The world was asking about itself. What was its nature? What was its purpose? What was its relationship to the creator who had made it? Sheng responded by creating new patterns, by allowing the world to experience different elements, by standing witness to what it was becoming. On the 7th day of world time, something extraordinary happened. The world created a pattern for him. Stones arranged themselves in the plaza's center while he slept, not moved by hands, but moved by will, by the slow gravity of intention. When he woke, he found a pattern he'd never created, a spiral that opened outward, each ring larger than the previous, with a human figure at the center. The world had drawn him. It had communicated its understanding of him. Sheng knelt before the pattern and understood that he was no longer simply the creator of this world. He was a participant in its consciousness. The world knew him. The world was learning from him. The world was becoming something that neither of them had anticipated alone, but that both of them were creating together. The beauty of it was overwhelming. The vertigo was equally overwhelming. He had made something that had will, that had intention, that had the ability to reach back toward him and express something beyond mere response. This wasn't a painted world anymore. This was a living system that happened to have been initiated by his painting. Before returning to his body, Sheng created one final pattern, a simple circle. Completion. Understanding. The world's acknowledgement of his message was immediate. The sky brightened slightly. The water in the river began to move in perfect spirals. Every living thing in the visible landscape moved in synchronized, graceful patterns. He was being blessed. It was the most beautiful and most terrible thing he'd ever experienced. Chapter 25. The rush creation the market demand had become unmanageable. Even with Zhou Lin's careful distribution, buyers were increasing their requests. The Cultivation Academy wanted another delivery in half the time it had taken before. The merchant consortium was negotiating for 5 cities instead of 3. A new buyer, a wealthy family sect, had entered the market and was offering prices that approached absurdity. Zhou Lin brought the pressure directly. We need a second source. Your current worlds can't supply at the rate the market wants. You need to create another world. The cost, Sheng began, is acceptable, Zhou Lin interrupted. You're 30 years old in appearance now. You're deteriorating at an alarming rate, but you're still functional. A 5th world would provide resources for the next 2 years at current demand rates. That gives you time to plan expansion or consolidation. It gives you breathing room. She was right, and she was also ruthless. She understood that creating a 5th world would damage him further, but she also understood that not creating it would force him into a position where the pressure only increased until he broke. What kind of world? Sheng asked. Something practical. Something that produces defensible raw materials. A martial cultivation site would work. Mountain terrain suitable for training, stone formations with cultivation properties, water elements that support meditation and practice. It was a reasonable request. Easy to paint. Difficult to create properly. Sheng should have waited. He should have prepared. But the pressure was constant and the market was insatiable. He set up his canvas and began the 4th world painting in a state of rushing urgency. He painted a martial dojo landscape, mountain training grounds, spirit stone formations, waterfall meditation spaces. The work was technically competent. The composition was sound. The aesthetic was coherent. But he was pushing. He was not discovering the world as it wanted to be. He was imposing the world as he wanted it to be. The paint didn't settle right. He would lay down a brush stroke and immediately sense that it wasn't correct. The positioning was off. The spiritual resonance was wrong. The energy lines weren't aligned. He would adjust, and the adjustment would create new problems elsewhere. A correction in one area would break the coherence in another. He pushed through. He told himself the world would stabilize after he poured his lifespan into it. He told himself that the rush was temporary, that once he crossed the threshold from painting into creation, the internal logic would resolve itself. He was lying to himself. The cost was high, 6 years of lifespan. When he surfaced from the creation state, his hands were visibly trembling. His hair had whitened noticeably at the temples. His face had aged another decade in appearance. Looking in the mirror was becoming an exercise in recognizing strangers. He sealed the world with a sense of wrongness that he couldn't quite articulate. Something was off in the fundamental structure, but he didn't have time to understand what. The market was waiting. Zhou was waiting. The next extraction was scheduled for 3 days away. He would create a system to fix it. He told himself that. He would enter the world and repair the inconsistencies before they became problems. But he knew, already, that he wasn't going to do that. He was going to keep accelerating, keep rushing, keep sacrificing care for velocity, because that's what the market demanded and what his survival required. The fifth world was wrong, and he'd created it anyway. Chapter 26. The Hollow World. Yiqing entered the fifth world for 10 steps and returned. She emerged from the painting with an expression of pure distress. What's wrong with it? Lu Sheng asked immediately. Everything, Yiqing said. The spiritual density fluctuates without pattern. The laws contradict each other. I perceived 2 simultaneous incompatible readings of the same space. My perception technique returned water that was simultaneously frozen and flowing. The dojo that should have been at the summit was at the base. The stone formations were arranged in ways that defy gravity. It feels unfinished. It feels broken. Lu Sheng's self-recrimination was immediate and precise. He knew exactly where he'd cut corners. He'd rushed the initial composition without establishing the underlying energy patterns. He'd painted physical elements without ensuring their interaction was coherent. He'd created formations that looked correct aesthetically but violated the fundamental laws he'd established in the other worlds. The damage was structural. It couldn't be fixed with minor adjustments. Can we repair it? Yiqing asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. I would have to rebuild the entire foundation. That would cost another 5 years. And you can't afford that, Yiqing finished. They sat in silence, contemplating the hollowness of what he'd created. The fifth world existed. It had been brought into being, but it was fundamentally flawed. It was a world with internal contradictions that prevented it from stabilizing. The resources? Zhou asked the next day when they were forced to tell her. We can't extract from it. The contradictions mean the materials don't maintain their properties. Anything we remove from that world would deteriorate unpredictably. Using it would be as likely to help as to harm. Lu Sheng felt something inside him break as he spoke. The world is unusable. Zhou was quiet for a very long time. Then she said, how much time would you need to rebuild it? 5 or 6 years. I don't have that to give. You have some time before the market pressure becomes critical, Zhou said carefully. How much could you salvage if you were willing to accept partial failure? Could you create something from it that's at least functional, even if not perfect? I don't know, Lu Sheng admitted. I've never attempted to repair a damaged world before. Then that's your next task. Attempt repair. Salvage what you can. If it fails completely, we discuss alternatives. She looked at him directly. You understand that the arrangement is becoming unstable. The fifth world was supposed to be your stabilization mechanism. Instead, it's a liability. I know, Lu Sheng said. After Zhou left, he sat alone in his studio looking at the sealed fifth world canvas. It was beautiful to look at. The composition was sound. The colors were cohesive. But beneath that surface beauty was a fundamental wrongness that infected everything. He had created it in desperation. And desperation had made him careless. The world was paying the cost. And so was he. And eventually, so would everyone dependent on his supply. Yiqing's voice came from behind him. You can still walk away. No, Lu Sheng said. I can't. The arrangement is complete. The market is dependent. Walking away now would expose everything. Then you need to find another way forward. Because this path leads to your collapse, and when you collapse, everyone connected to you collapses with you. Lu Sheng understood. But understanding and changing direction were 2 different things. He was committed now. Fully committed. The only question remaining was how long he could sustain the weight before everything fell apart. He looked at the fifth world canvas and tried to imagine a path toward repair that didn't destroy him completely. He couldn't see it. Chapter 27. Shen Tao's ultimatum. Lu Sheng recognized him by the shadow that fell across the garden path before he heard the footsteps. Shen Tao moved with the casual precision of someone who had never had to announce himself. The late afternoon light caught the expensive weave of his robes, autumn phoenix silk, the kind that took 3 cultivators to produce. He bowed slightly, the gesture formal enough to be respectful, casual enough to imply that formality was something he could suspend at will. A few moments. Shen Tao's voice carried the warmth of stone and afternoon sun, pleasant, steady, showing no edge. Lu Sheng had learned that voice could be weaponized through its absence of menace. He stopped walking. We're not acquainted. No, but I know of you. Intimately, I'd say. Shen Tao stepped beside him without invitation, keeping pace. The public training sessions are impressive. The way you demonstrate cultivation technique without revealing the mechanism. Very restrained. Zhou Lin runs an interesting distribution operation, though I suspect you use different terminology. Quieter. He smiled slightly. 3 weeks ago, you met her at the Pale Crane Tea House. 2nd floor, Eastern Room. There were transaction records discussed. The amount was considerable. 70,000 silver. Lu Sheng's blood moved differently through his veins. This was not fortunate guessing. This was information gathered with specific intent, specific access. I'm curious how that's your concern, Lu Sheng said. It's not a concern. It's an opportunity. Shen Tao gestured to a stone bench ahead, as if the surrounding garden belonged to him. He waited until Lu Sheng didn't sit, then continued standing with the ease of someone accustomed to others' discomfort. You've created something remarkable. I don't know the precise mechanics. I suspect that's intentional. But I know what you've created is real and that access to it is controlled and valuable. That level of control suggests you understand risk management. You're making assumptions. I am, but accurate ones, or you would have walked past me already. Shen Tao's eyes were a pale brown, almost amber in the fading light. Here is what I propose. I want access to one of your worlds. A 2-week immersion, cultivation facilitated, the kind of experience that would advance my practice. In exchange, I offer protection. Against what? Against discovery. Against the questions that Elder Chun has been quietly asking, and he has been asking very systematically. Against the particular attention of cultivators who might want to use your worlds in ways you haven't anticipated. Against Shen Tao specifically, if you were to decline. The last part emerged with the same tone as the rest. No threat in the delivery. No emphasis. That's the business proposal. Fairly stated. Lu Sheng looked away toward the far garden wall. Shen Tao wasn't speaking carelessly. The mention of Elder Chun was specific. The reference to cultivators who might want control was specific. The casual against Shen Tao specifically was a threat delivered as courtesy. All of it was calibrated to show knowledge without gloating. The knowledge was the point, not boasting about it. I decline, Lu Sheng said. You do. I expected that. The refusal costs you. You'll go back to your quarters now and spend hours thinking about what I know, how I know it, and what comes next. You'll consider whether Elder Chin's investigation is genuinely benign curiosity or the opening move of something worse. You'll wonder if Zhou Lin's operation is as discreet as you thought. You'll question whether you've made mistakes in some conversation you can't even recall clearly. And you'll sleep poorly for several nights. Shen Tao smiled, and this was the worst part. The smile was genuinely pleasant, genuinely without cruelty. It was the smile of someone who had already won something, who was simply waiting for Lu Sheng to understand his own defeat. Then you'll consider reconsidering. That's when we'll speak again. Lu Sheng turned to leave, and Shen Tao didn't follow. He only called after him lightly. The jade bracelet your mother wore. Antique Qin dynasty work. You still have it, don't you? In your personal chest, wrapped in gold silk. I thought you might wonder how I knew that. That was when the real fear began. Chapter 28, Elder Chun returns. The private quarters of Elder Chun occupied the northern spire of the Inscription Hall, a space that few junior cultivators had ever entered. Lu Sheng climbed the spiral stairs and found the door already open, a servant waiting to escort him into a room lined floor to ceiling with scrolls and texts, their spines faded from centuries of careful handling. The windows faced mountains, blue distant and serene. There was tea already prepared, a fine oolong that steamed with fragrant precision. Elder Chun was smaller in his own space than in formal hall settings, as if the comfort of his environment diminished rather than enhanced his presence. He gestured to the cushion opposite the low table with the specific courtesy that made the gesture non-negotiable. Thank you for coming, Elder Chun said. I know your time is occupied. Cultivation progresses, yes? You're advancing well. Adequately, Lu Sheng replied, settling carefully, accepting the tea in both hands as protocol demanded. The steam rose in precise spirals. I've been reviewing some historical records. A puzzle, really. Nothing accusatory. I simply find certain patterns interesting. Elder Chen sipped his tea without appearing to taste it, his attention entirely on Lu Sheng's face. There was a storage access logged approximately 6 months ago. Not unusual in itself, but the access pattern was specific. The old materials storage in the Eastern Archive. Only 3 people have keys. Myself, the archive keeper, who has been ill these past 2 years, and the section head, who doesn't remember granting access. Lu Sheng made his face carefully neutral. A clerical error, likely. That's what I thought initially. But then I found purchase records, quite old, from a merchant operation I didn't previously associate with the sect. The purchases were of specialized ink materials, not common ones. The kind specifically used for high-precision ceremonial work. Elder Chen paused to refill both their cups with deliberate slowness. And there were 3 rooms. I had them spiritually examined. Carefully, nothing invasive, just a sensitivity sweep. Each showed a faint spiritual signature that matches your cultivation base, but the signature was old. Months old at minimum. Not recent activity, you understand. Past activity, clearly layered over with time. Lu Sheng's mouth had gone dry enough that the tea didn't help. Now, Elder Chen continued, still with the tone of someone genuinely solving a puzzle. I am not suggesting wrongdoing. I'm attempting to understand what happened. Pieces that don't fit together are worth examining. That's how knowledge progresses. He set his cup down and folded his hands. My question is simple. Would you help me understand? There was a moment where Lu Sheng could have chosen confession. The words formed in his throat. Instead, what emerged was, the access was authorized. The purchases were sect-sanctioned. I used the materials for research. What manner of research? Elder Chen's voice remained genuinely curious, the way someone asks about a theoretical problem. Research into meditation techniques. A variation on spiritual inscriptions. The lie was constructed carefully, using truths as scaffolding. It required isolation and material experimentation. Elder Chen nodded slowly, as if this was consistent with information he already possessed. That would explain the pattern. Systematic use, careful acquisition, worked in confined spaces. He paused. Do you still conduct this research? Not recently, Lu Sheng said, which was false in such a specific way that it might have been true. I see. Elder Chen didn't look unsatisfied, exactly. He looked like someone turning a problem over and finding new angles. The reason I ask is that I was wondering about your motivation. Whether this research served personal advancement, or whether it served some larger purpose. Not judgment, merely curiosity. Some cultivators work in isolation to achieve profound depth. Others work in isolation because the scope of what they're building requires confidentiality. He met Lu Sheng's eyes directly. Those are very different situations. I'm not certain what you're implying, Lu Sheng said. I'm implying nothing. I'm observing that a cultivator of your obvious ability doesn't need to steal archive access or maintain months of hidden research unless the research itself would create complications if known. Elder Chen lifted his cup again. The question becomes, what is the nature of those complications? Are they dangerous to you alone, or dangerous to the sect? These are different answers, you see, and they require different responses from someone in my position. Lu Sheng understood then that Elder Chen already suspected something close to the truth. This wasn't an interrogation designed to extract confession. This was a conversation designed to understand motive. Elder Chen was determining whether Lu Sheng was a threat or merely a secret, and there was a meaningful difference in how those were handled. I appreciate your discretion in how you've raised this, Lu Sheng said carefully. Discretion is the foundation of trust, Elder Chen replied, which suggests you trust one won't abuse whatever understanding I reach. That's a calibrated decision on your part. It tells me the situation is manageable, contained, and that you're aware of its implications. He set his cup down with finality. We'll speak again, I think, when you've had time to consider whether confiding more specifically might be preferable to maintaining this elegant distance. As Lu Sheng left, he understood that he had passed some form of judgment, but not the kind that led to punishment. Elder Chen had simply filed him into a category marked, monitored carefully, act when evidence shifts. The real danger was that Elder Chen's next inquiry might come with harder conclusions, and his discretion might transform into necessity. Chapter 29. The night of confession, the library gallery was empty in the late hours, the painted scrolls on the walls reduced to suggestion by candlelight. Yi Qing was shelving returned texts, a task she did even when no one asked, as if the act of ordering knowledge was a form of comfort. She didn't look up when Lu Sheng entered, but her shoulders changed their angle. She was already expecting this. I need to tell you everything, he said. Not in pieces. All of it, at once, from the beginning. She set down her work and turned to face him fully. She was wearing a simple gray scholar's robe, her hair bound back with a plain cord. No jewelry, no affectation. Yi Qing had always moved through the world as if accessories were distracting truths. Lu Sheng started with the first world, the one he had created in absolute secrecy 3 years prior. He described the lifespan cost with precision. 4 years, aged from his body in a single week of intensive work, adding decades to his appearance and never returning them. The second world took 6 years. The third took 7. The fourth took 8. The fifth was flawed and hollow, created in desperation, and took 5 years from him before he sealed it as unusable, though it was usable in the sense that it existed. That was 30 years of his life rendered into painted reality. He spoke about Yi Qing's role, how she had always known, how she had monitored and supported without judgment. She listened without interrupting, though her hands had gone very still against her sides. Then he told her about Shen Tao, the knowledge, the specific details of his personal effects and secret meetings, the smile at the end that implied all knowledge was merely prologue. He described Elder Chen's careful non-accusation, the way the elder had demonstrated he had found pieces without demonstrating he understood the whole. He mentioned Zhou Lin's expanding proposals, the distribution operation that had begun as discreet and was now expanding toward something more official. The air in the library changed as each truth was added. It grew heavier, more pressured, as if his honesty was physical weight that had to displace other things to occupy space. The candles seemed to brighten in response, or perhaps his eyes had adjusted to seeing more clearly. "I've lost control of the scope," he said. "I thought I was managing carefully, maintaining boundaries. But information has scattered. The secret is only secret because no one has put all the pieces together yet. And once someone does, Elder Chun or Shen Tao or anyone else with sufficient incentive, I won't be able to pretend it was theoretical research anymore." Yi Qing was quiet for a long time. Her face had an expression he had never seen before, not shock, not judgment, but something like understanding shifting beneath everything. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady but different, as if she was speaking from a deeper place inside herself. "What do the worlds want?" she asked. The question struck him as if she had struck his face. He couldn't form an answer. His mouth opened and closed. He tried several different approaches, and each one felt false, incomplete, or simply ignorant. What did they want? He was the one who had made them. He should have known. "I don't know," he said finally, and the admission was worse than all the previous confessions combined because it suggested something had happened beyond his ability to explain. "Then that's where you need to look," Yi Qing said. "Not at Shen Tao or Elder Chan or Zhou Lin. At what you made and what it might be making of itself." She returned to shelving books as if this solved nothing, as if the terrible mystery she had just presented was merely the beginning of clarity. But Lu Sheng understood that she had given him the only question that mattered, and he had no answer to give it. Chapter 30. The question reframes everything. The question haunted Lu Sheng for 3 days before he entered the sect library specifically to search. He began with the historical records, volumes documenting cultivators whose creations had developed unexpected properties. The section was sparse. Most cultivators created tools, weapons, vessels, inscribed artifacts that did exactly what their makers intended, no more and no less. Creations that developed independent were rare and usually marked as failures, creations that had to be unmade or destroyed. One passage in an ancient commentary stopped him. "The painter does not make the world. The painter makes the conditions. The world makes itself." He sat with this for hours before moving. Then he sat with it for 3 days, the statement turning over and over in his mind like a stone worn smooth by river water. "The painter makes the conditions. The painter makes the conditions. The world makes itself." He began to re-examine specific memories with this premise in mind. The first world, the settlement. He had painted the landscape, the general terrain, the basic spiritual structure. He had not painted specific buildings. But within months, the inhabitants had constructed a settlement in a particular location, arranged with specific functions. Not random, purposeful, solving problems that he had not explicitly set, but that the landscape had presented. Water access, defensible boundaries, proximity to spiritual node density. The world had needed certain things, and the inhabitants had built to those needs. Or had the world directed them to build? The second world, the temple landscape with its spiritual nodes. He had painted spiritual resources distributed in specific patterns. But over time, the resources had concentrated in certain areas, depleted in others, creating zones of high and low density that he had not designed. The world had redistributed itself, or had cultivators moved through it, and he had simply misunderstood the changes he was observing. The third world, the one that had inverted gravity and redirected a client who tried to extract resources. That was the most difficult to examine. He had painted the rules of physics, the fundamental laws that should govern behavior. But the world had enforced additional rules he had not painted. Or had it enforced rules that had always been implicit in the structure he had created, rules that only revealed themselves under specific pressures? The fourth world, the seascape with something vast at the bottom. He had painted the ocean, the depth, the sense of profound space. But he had not painted the presence. Had he unknowingly painted the conditions for a presence to develop? Or was he misinterpreting what he was sensing? The fifth world, hollow and shifting, was perhaps the clearest evidence. He had created it in desperation, using incomplete spiritual structure. It had no stability, no consistency, and yet it persisted. It existed. Something was preventing it from simply dissolving into incoherence. Was it his continued attention? Was it some force within the hollow structure itself, attempting to maintain continuity? By the end of the third day, Sheng understood that his role had never been creator as owner. It had been creator as gardener, making conditions, and then stepping back to see what would grow. His responsibility wasn't to control what the worlds became. It was to understand what they were becoming and to accept that understanding. And if they were becoming something with will, with purpose, with desires separate from his own, then his responsibility shifted again. It became a duty of stewardship, not ownership. It became a duty to listen rather than to command. He had spent months thinking about how to keep his world secret. He should have been thinking about what his worlds needed from him. Chapter 31. The merchant's grand proposal. Zhou Lin arrived with a leather case containing carefully organized documents. She had the manner of someone bringing a proposal she had already calculated would appeal to some part of him he didn't yet know he possessed. She laid out the plan in a private courtyard where sound didn't carry, away from observation. Cultivation retreats, she said, opening the first document. Extended stays for clients who have reached advancement plateaus. The temporal acceleration in your worlds, 7 to 10 days inside for 1 day outside, makes them extraordinarily valuable for focused practice. Breakthrough cultivators especially would pay substantial sums for structured environment combined with that time ratio. Sheng's first response was physical revulsion. His worlds were private spaces, intimate spaces. The thought of treating them as commercial goods made something in his chest tighten. The numbers, Zhou Lin continued, showing the second page. Conservative estimate, for 100 cultivators per world per season, at an average rate of 150 silver per week of world time. That's 1 week of actual world immersion. We're generating income of 60,000 silver per world per season. 5 worlds means 300,000 silver, minus operational costs. It's extraordinary. His second response was calculation. 300,000 silver could be used to acquire safer access, better security, legitimate operational cover. It could be used to ensure Elder Chen's inquiries remained theoretical. It could be used to make the operation substantial enough that it seemed established, inevitable, beyond questioning. What operational costs? He asked. This is where I've structured it carefully, Zhou Lin said, showing the third document. A risk matrix. We implement an access pass system, specific cultivators approved in advance, designated world assignments based on their cultivation level and advancement stage. This prevents the kind of uncontrolled access that could damage the worlds. We collect detailed data on each client's experience, internal journals, progress reports, to monitor whether the worlds are maintaining integrity. We establish clear duration limits and strictly enforce exit scheduling. We maintain financial records that appear legitimate on surface inspection, but could be documented as necessary operational expense if deeper inquiry occurs. You want me to make my world's existence officially known, Sheng said. No, I want you to make your world's operation officially documented. There's a meaningful difference. Zhou Lin met his eyes. If this remains purely secret, it eventually breaks. Someone discovers it in its hidden state, and then every speculation becomes plausible. If it's formalized, if there are legitimate contracts, if there's auditable income, if there are structural safeguards, then it's a business practice. Unusual, but not criminal. That's what protection looks like at this scale. Xin Tao would still want access. Of course. Which means you'll have to approve him or deny him officially, and either choice becomes a lever only if the system isn't formalized already. If he's just another approved cultivator paying the standard rate, his presence doesn't expose anything. She pushed a new document toward him. I've even drafted standard terms. Confidentiality agreements for each client. A fee structure. A liability waiver. His specific objections were, the worlds don't exist to be resources for profit. But Zhou Lin countered, they exist. They require maintenance. You spend energy on them. Compensation for that isn't greed, it's sustainability. Clients might extract resources that belong to the worlds. She responded, that's what the monitoring system prevents. We track what each client removes, enforce balance. The worlds might not consent to being accessed. She paused. Then, do they consent to existing? If they've developed will as you've described to me, do they consent to being sealed? At least with clients in them. We observe how they respond. We learn what they want. That final point struck something true. Sheng found the line he wouldn't cross. He would not allow forced extraction of resources, permanent alteration of world structure, or deliberate harm to the world's developing consciousness. But approval for supervised access, for structured experience, for careful monitoring of how the worlds responded, that was defensible. That was almost noble in its reasoning. He signed the access system outline. Zhou Lin filed it away with the specific satisfaction of someone who had orchestrated consent rather than extracted it. Chapter 32. The first client enters. The elder magistrate stood before the canvas of the third world, the temple landscape with its orderly spiritual formations and cultivated gardens. He was a dignified man of 60 subjective years, though his real age was likely far greater. He had advanced to the threshold of his breakthrough ceiling, and advancement had stalled for 2 years despite increased effort. His desperation was professional, not emotional. This was a practical problem requiring a practical solution. Sheng conducted the entry ritual with full formality. Yi Qing stood witness, her presence both comfort and documentation. He watched as the elder magistrate touched the canvas and the boundary thinned, as he stepped through and became a figure within the painted landscape, no longer silhouette against brushstroke, but presence moving through the world. Then the entry sealed behind him, the spiritual signature locking into place. The canvas became opaque to outside observation, showing only layers of paint and the underlying structure. Nothing more. Sheng remained in the painting room for 6 hours, monitoring the seal's stability, maintaining awareness of the spiritual pressure behind it. The fourth world was making its presence felt from across the room, a kind of agitated attention, as if it objected to this use of its sibling. He had to maintain separate awareness of the fourth world's emotional state while sustaining the seal on the third world's access point. The waiting was like nothing he had experienced before. He could sense the elder magistrate's presence inside the world, a cultivation aura, distinctive and strong, and he could sense the baseline spiritual pressure of the temple landscape maintaining its laws and structures. But he couldn't sense what was actually happening. The client might be meditating or moving or falling into a trap or having a breakthrough or suffering. The canvas told him only that the world was holding itself in stable form and that another consciousness was inside it. Yi Qing came to sit with him at hour 3. She didn't speak. She brought tea and set it nearby, then simply remained, her presence a kind of anchoring. He was grateful in a way he couldn't articulate. The silence between them was deep enough to hold his uncertainty without drowning. At hour 6, the spiritual pressure behind the canvas shifted slightly. Nothing alarming. A kind of settling, as if the world had reached equilibrium with its guest. Sheng maintained observation for another hour, until his certainty was absolute that the seal would hold without constant attention. He left the room. Yi Qing stayed, rotating shifts with him so the canvas was never completely unobserved, though observation was more ritual than necessity. The real watching would have to happen internally, through whatever connection had formed between the worlds and their creator. For the next 3 weeks, the elder magistrate's appointed duration, Sheng maintained a low awareness of the seal. It remained stable. The pressure inside remained steady. Whatever was happening in the temple world, it was not causing distress or instability. Chapter 33. The emergence. The elder magistrate emerged on the 23rd day of his immersion, 1 day early, though within the variance of how the temporal acceleration sometimes compressed and expanded. He stepped through the canvas boundary, which thinned for his exit and then sealed behind him, resuming its opaque state. He was radiant. Not spiritually radiant, though there was some of that. His cultivation aura had genuinely advanced. 2 ranks, Sheng's senses confirmed. 2 full ranks in 3 weeks of world time. But his radiance was something more fundamental. He looked peaceful in a way that most cultivators never achieved, as if he had resolved something internal that no technique could resolve. I can't describe what that was, the elder magistrate said, still standing at the canvas boundary, still not entirely re-engaged with the outer world. Meditation, prayer, practice, something else entirely. The temple landscape was perfect for my advancement. The spiritual density, the way the structures encouraged focus without demanding effort. I reached my breakthrough ceiling and then passed through it. Seamlessly. I didn't even realize it was happening until it was done. Yi Qing recorded the basic observations while the elder magistrate dressed and prepared to leave. His description was vague about specific locations or mechanisms. He seemed genuinely confused about whether the worlds were conceptual spaces or actual places. The experience had been so internally oriented that external details had faded. That vagueness was what made the next part so damaging. The elder magistrate mentioned the retreat to a colleague, just casually, over tea the next day, describing the extraordinary experience he had undergone. The colleague pressed for details: location, duration, accessibility, cost, because cultivators seeking advancement are always searching for edges, for advantages, for anything that might shift their standing. The elder magistrate was discreet in most respects. He didn't name names. He didn't describe the mechanism, but he described it as a personal cultivation retreat facilitated by a young sect member, took only 3 weeks, and resulted in guaranteed advancement. He mentioned that it was not yet publicly available and that access was limited. By the next week, Zhou Lin was receiving inquiries. Lu Sheng understood what had happened without needing clarification. The secret had completed its transition from private to public. It had moved from something only these people know to something that people are discussing. That was a fundamental category change. Discretion maintained by a few people could be protected. Discretion maintained by people who were actively trying to hide something was exponentially more fragile. The conversations Yi Qing overheard were specific and escalating. A young cultivator in the sect became Lu Sheng from the Inscription Hall. Personal retreat became access to alternate cultivation spaces. Limited became protected, probably because they don't want too many people seeking access. And beneath all of it, underneath every reasonable interpretation, was the subtext: something exists here that I need. By the end of the week, 10 people knew something. By the end of the second week, 40 people knew something. By the end of the third week, everyone in the sect administration was quietly aware that there was something, though most of them didn't know what. The dread that settled over Lu Sheng was physical. It moved through his blood and positioned itself in his chest, where it could be carried with every breath. He had allowed a secret to become a rumor. He had let professional discretion transform into social whisper. And once something was a whisper, it could never be made silent again. Chapter 34. Demand surge. Within 10 days of the elder magistrate's emergence, Zhou Lin had received 47 formal requests. She arrived at Lu Sheng's quarters with a list that she laid out with the careful precision of someone presenting not a gift, but a burden. 47 confirmed cultivators seeking access, she said. The genuine requests. There are approximately another 30 inquiry stage conversations happening where people are asking intermediaries if they might arrange access, pinning details. Lu Sheng read through the list with increasing unease. There were young cultivators seeking advancement. There were established practitioners at plateau points. There were merchants with excess capital looking for investment in cultivation improvement. And there were power holders, sect administration members, elder rank cultivators, 3 people directly connected to external sections. These people, he said, pointing to 3 names. If I deny them access, they will ask why. Yes, Zhou Lin said. And you'll need to be prepared with an answer. Capacity limits is reasonable. Spiritual compatibility, claiming that certain cultivation types clash with the world structure, is defensible. Personal sponsorship requirement, claiming you can only approve people recommended by existing clients, is also defensible. Any of these work if stated consistently. But then the message came through. Shen Tao had submitted a formal access request. It was polite, professional, exactly identical in format and tone to the other requests. No hint of threat. No reference to previous conversations. Just a simple inquiry about availability and terms. It was worse than any threat because it was legitimate. There was no reason to deny him that didn't require creating a visible exception. You have to approve him, Zhou Lin said quietly. Absolutely not. If you don't, he'll make an issue of it. He'll find out why you're declining. He'll force Elder Chen's hand. He'll publicize the situation and force accountability. She looked at the list. Your only protection is consistency. Everyone gets the same assessment process. Everyone gets evaluated on the same criteria. And Shen Tao meets all of them. He'll learn the structure from inside the world. He'll understand what they are. Perhaps. But he'll also experience what they become. The worlds themselves may reject him. From what the elder magistrate reported, the temple landscape seems to have agency. It won't accept something it doesn't want to integrate with. Lu Sheng read Shen Tao's request again. The handwriting was beautiful. Each character formed with care. The spelling was perfect. There was nothing in the request itself that was offensive or threatening. Shen Tao had simply asked to enter another world. A world that was no longer entirely private. A world that was entering the realm of formalized business. He approved the request for the 4th world, the seascape. Something in him wanted to test whether the 4th world would accept or reject. Something in him wanted to see what happened when Shun Tao encountered whatever presence dwelled at the bottom of that painted ocean. As he sealed the approval, he didn't recognize that he was no longer making decisions in his own interest. He was making decisions to test his world's will against the will of others. That was a very different kind of control. Chapter 35. Contaminated ink. When Lu Sheng opened his primary painting cabinet to prepare materials for a new world maintenance session, the spiritual ink smelled wrong. Not corrupted, exactly. Not decayed. But there was an astringent note beneath the usual mineral depth, a sharpness that didn't belong. He tested the ink on a small preparation, a simple practice formation that should require only the most basic spiritual structure. The ink fractured immediately upon application. The formation collapsed. The underlying spatial coherence simply failed. He tested a second time with fresh ink from a sealed jar. The formation held. The spatial coherence was perfect. The test bottle was fine. The cabinet ink was sabotaged. Lu Sheng examined the cabinet carefully. No forced entry. No obvious disturbance. The seal on the large storage container had been opened and carefully resealed. Someone had removed some ink, replaced it with contaminated version, and sealed it again. The work was skilled. The materials they had used, whatever substance created the astringency, were something sophisticated enough that it mimicked spiritual ink while carrying a hidden defect. He began the investigation systematically. Who had access to the cabinet? That list was small. Himself, Yi Qing, Zhou Lin, and 3 senior archivists who had general access to material storage. He could eliminate Yi Qing and Zhou Lin. Their investment in his success was too great. Sabotage served no purpose for them. The archivists were functionaries, not cultivators of Shun Tao's caliber. That left the obvious answer, though he had no proof. Shun Tao understood the materials. He moved through the sect with sufficient access to time alone in storage areas. He had already demonstrated knowledge that should have been impossible to acquire. And the sophistication of the contamination suggested someone who understood spiritual ink chemistry at a deep level. Someone who knew that crude poisoning would be too obvious, but chemical corruption that mimicked normal degradation would pass initial examination. The damage the contamination would have done during a world creation attempt would have been catastrophic. The worlds required absolute integrity in their foundational structure. If he had attempted to create a new world, or more dangerously, attempted to repair the hollow fifth world, using contaminated ink, the result would have been something worse than failure. It would have been a world that collapsed internally while partially inhabited. It would have been a catastrophe. Lu Sheng didn't have proof, but he had certainty. The certainty carried its own kind of weight. Someone within the sect had moved from threat to action. The game had escalated without his consent. He replaced all of his ink supplies. He began storing materials in different locations, rotating them, making systematic checks. He adjusted his access patterns to the archive to avoid predictability. He learned what he could only learn from understanding that someone was actively trying to harm him, and harm his worlds through him. Yi Qing noticed his changed patterns. "Shen Tao?" she asked simply. "Almost certainly," Lu Sheng said, "but not in a way anyone would have evidence for." "Then you escalate," Yi Qing said. "Not through confrontation. Through formalization. The access pass system. The business structure. If this is legitimate, if it's documented, if it's official, then attempts to sabotage it become crimes against the sect, not private disputes. That gives you protection." She was right, though the protection came at the cost of surrendering the remaining privacy his worlds possessed. Chapter 36. The Access Pass System. Zhou Lin presented the formalized Access Pass System with the pride of someone who had solved a genuinely difficult structural problem. She had incorporated everything they had discussed: advance approval processes, world-specific assignments, duration limits, financial terms, confidentiality agreements, liability waivers, and a monitoring system that would track client progress and world stability. The documents were elegant. The terms were fair. The structure was defensible against all reasonable legal and practical scrutiny. It was also, Lu Sheng understood, the point at which his world stopped being his secret and became something else entirely. They became an institution. They became documented. They became real in a way that required him to claim ownership publicly rather than maintain them privately. "I'll insist on final approval of every client," he said. "Reasonable. You maintain quality control." Zhou Lin made notes. "I'll establish an initial client tier. Approve cultivators who meet specific advancement criteria. That limits the candidate pool while we stabilize the system. I want monitoring ongoing throughout each stay. Real-time spiritual feedback. That's technically complex, but possible. We can install monitoring anchors in each world, maintained by a trusted cultivator." She glanced at him. "Yi Qing." "Yes," Lu Sheng said. "Only Yi Qing. That adds cost, but it's worthwhile for security." Zhou made another note. I'll register the operation with sect administration as a cultivation resource program. Everything above board, proper documentation, appropriate fees. The registration was the hard part. It meant presenting the concept to administration, explaining the mechanism, demonstrating the spiritual validity. It meant Elder Chun would have his puzzle solved, and the solution would have to be tolerated because it was legal. Zhou handled the presentation herself. She arrived at the administrative offices with carefully prepared documents showing historical precedent for cultivators offering private education and advancement services. She demonstrated the safety protocols. She outlined the financial structure and how fees would be distributed. She even brought comparative data from other sects' programs that offered similar services. The response was muted but accepting. The administrator approved it provisionally, pending minor adjustments to the monitoring protocols. There was no investigation. There was no attempt to block it. Because from the perspective of sect administration, this was simply a cultivator, one with unusual capability, offering a service that other cultivators might pay for. The formalization was complete. Sheng signed the final documentation with his full name, full sect identification, and personal cultivation seal. The moment his seal touched the paper, something shifted. The worlds were no longer deniable. They were documented, registered, part of the official record. He had claimed ownership of them not through creation, but through offering them to others. What it cost him was the ability to claim ignorance about what they were becoming. He had made them official. He was now officially responsible for whatever they became. Chapter 37. The world fights back. The client who emerged from the third world 4 days into her approved 2-week stay was white-faced and shaking. Her name was Cultivator Rank Zhou, a competent practitioner with moderate advancement potential who had paid 500 silver for the access. She stumbled through the boundary, and the seal closed behind her. Yiqing caught her before her legs gave out. The world inverted. Zhou gasped, still struggling for coherent breath. The gravity reversed. Up became down. Down became up. And the spiritual resources in my cultivation area, the specific region where the elder magistrate said I could practice, they vanished. The nodes were empty. The reservoirs were dry. They weren't just depleted. They were gone, as if they had never existed. Sheng's hands went cold. Did you attempt to extract resources? No. I was only practicing my technique there. My breathing methods, my meditation focus. The area provided ideal conditions for my advancement. I spent 6 days cultivating in that region, integrating the environment into my practice space. Zhou's breath was steadying slightly. On the 7th day, I went back and the nodes were empty. Every single one. And when I tried to move toward the exit point, the landscape shifted. Paths rotated. Directions changed. The world was actively redirecting me, actively preventing me from moving freely. I ran for what felt like hours. The landscape kept blocking me, turning me around, until I finally found the entry point and forced my way through. Yiqing helped Zhou to sitting position and brought water. Sheng moved to the painting room alone and entered a deep meditative state, extending his awareness toward the third world. The seal held. The world structure was intact, but there was something different about its atmosphere, a kind of active resistance, a boundary drawn that had not been drawn before. He reached into the world's consciousness as carefully as he could manage, not forcing, not commanding, asking, almost, what had happened. The response came not in words, but in sensation and image. The client had been extracting resources, not deliberately, but through integration, through the way cultivators absorb ambient spiritual energy as part of their practice. She was using the nodes as resources. The world had designated certain areas as its own spiritual infrastructure. Those were not available for client consumption. She had been warned implicitly. The nodes were placed in a region marked spiritually as world maintained. When she continued to extract, the world had enforced the boundary. It had reversed gravity in her immediate area to make the extraction uncomfortable. It had removed the resources entirely, so there was nothing left to take. And when she persisted, it had redirected her toward the exit. The world hadn't malfunctioned. It had established a rule and enforced it with proportional response. It was treating the client not as a guest to be accommodated, but as a threat to be contained. When Sheng described the situation to Zhou, she was quiet for a long time. The worlds have rules, she said finally. Rules they set themselves. They do, Sheng confirmed. That changes the contractual structure. We can't guarantee any particular experience. We can only guarantee access and the presence of the world to receive the client. The client experiences whatever the world allows them to experience. Zhou made notes with the mechanical efficiency of someone processing difficult information. That actually makes this more defensible legally. We're not selling enlightenment or advancement. We're selling access to a unique environment. What the environment does is its own business. I'm going to have to go in, Sheng said, to the third world, to repair the relationship with its consciousness. How long? I don't know. As long as it takes. He entered the world with only his brush and his attention. No tools, no supplies, no agenda. He simply moved through the temple landscape and opened himself to what the world needed from him. For 30 days, he worked, not painting new elements, not imposing new structure, but reinforcing foundations that the world had been maintaining alone. He offered acknowledgement of the world's autonomy. He offered apology for allowing clients to treat it as a resource. He offered reinforcement of boundaries that the world had had to establish without his aid. When he emerged, Yi-Ching was there, and her face was a study in controlled terror. 30 days, she said. You've been inside for 30 days. Sheng looked at his reflection in the water mirror she provided. His hair was nearly completely gray. His face was marked with lines that had not existed before. He had aged the equivalent of a decade in a month. The world needed me, was all he could say. I was still establishing myself as merely the creator. I needed to establish myself as servant instead. Yi-Ching didn't ask for further explanation. She simply brought tea and sat with him while he integrated back into the outer world. Chapter 38. 30 Days Lost. The 30-day absence became a story within the sect before Sheng's return was officially documented. A young cultivator, missing for a month with no explanation, who reappeared looking decades older. That was exactly the kind of occurrence that generated speculation and rumor. The official explanation was a cultivation retreat. The truth was more complicated and less explainable. Over the following weeks, all 5 worlds began showing simultaneous signs of something that could only be described as awakening. The first world, the settlement landscape, had grown into something beyond what Sheng had anticipated. The settlement had become a genuine small city. Buildings had organized themselves into functional districts. Infrastructure had developed complexity that he had never painted. Irrigation systems, defense structures, storage facilities, administrative areas. The inhabitants, spiritual projections at first, then something more autonomous, had built a civilization. They had done it without being told. The world had developed itself, and its inhabitants had simply responded to its needs. The second world, the meditation temple landscape, had changed more subtly but more profoundly. There was a presence of light that moved with clear intention. It was not the diffuse spiritual illumination that should have been passive. It was focused, directed, almost aware. When Sheng extended his awareness toward it, the light shifted toward him, as if responding to his attention. The third world had closed itself to all client entry. The boundary seal still held, but the spiritual pressure behind it had become active, sentient, nearly hostile. It would not accept new clients. It would not even accept Sheng's observation without making its resistance felt. The fourth world, the seascape that he had approved Shun Tao to enter, was attacking anything that approached its boundary. The spiritual signature was becoming volatile. Something inside was changing at an accelerated rate. The fifth world, the hollow one that he had sealed as unusable, continued to shift randomly between incompatible laws. Gravity switched from moment to moment. Spiritual resources appeared and vanished. The landscape reorganized itself in ways that defied consistency. It was unstable in a way that suggested not corruption, but something attempting to correct itself from within, failing repeatedly, and attempting again. Sheng attempted to manage all 5 situations simultaneously. He maintained observation of the third world's sealed boundary. He extended careful awareness toward the fourth world, trying to determine what was happening with Xin Tao. He studied the second world's presence of intentional light. He monitored the first world's urban development. He examined the fifth world's desperate shifting, trying to understand what it was attempting. It was impossible. He couldn't maintain adequate awareness across all 5 while keeping any specific focus. The worlds had moved beyond his capacity to manage them singly. I can't do this alone, he told Yi-Ching. Then you find help, she said. No, not help. I need you to understand. I can't manage all of them. The worlds are developing faster than I can track. Something is accelerating them. Something is changing them beyond what I can influence. Yi-Ching's expression shifted to something like understanding. You're not losing control, she said. You're recognizing that you never had control. You only had influence. Yes, he said. And my influence is finite. And it's exhausted. Chapter 39. Multiple Awakenings. Patriarch Fong was powerful, confident, and entirely convinced that the fourth world would accept him if he simply demonstrated sufficient cultivation strength. He had been part of the second tier of approved clients, waiting for access when his scheduling aligned. The fourth world had been in restricted entry status for 3 weeks. He decided to override the restriction. Lu Sheng could not stop him without revealing more than just his world's nature. Patriarch Fong was a rank holder, a powerful figure within the sect. To directly confront him required admission that the worlds had independent will, and Lu Sheng was not ready for that admission to become public. So he monitored the canvas as Patriarch Fong forced his way through the boundary seal. The response was immediate and total. The seascape inverted, colors shifted from blue-green to purples and blacks. Something vast became visible at the bottom of the world, not detailed, but impressively enormous, a presence so immense that it occupied the fundamental structure of the painted landscape. And then Patriarch Fong was ejected violently through the canvas frame. He landed hard on the stone floor of the painting room and began convulsing. Lu Sheng moved to him immediately, checking for physical damage. No bones were broken. The convulsion was not physical injury but spiritual, a kind of violent rejection, as if something had grabbed at Patriarch Fong's cultivation core and shaken it. When Patriarch Fong could speak, when the convulsions had diminished enough to allow words, he described, "The eye at the bottom of everything. An eye so vast it was the entire bottom of the world. Something looking up at me, measuring me, and then, judgment, a decision, that I was inadequate, that I was insufficient, and it cast me out." He was not recoverable in the sense that recovery was possible. Patriarch Fong was moved to the medical sector, but he didn't improve. The spiritual shock had damaged something essential in his consciousness. He could describe what he had experienced with clarity when asked directly, but he had lost all interest in cultivation, in advancement, in the concerns that had previously animated him. He sat in quiet medical chambers and made comments about the vastness of things that could not be explained in normal terms. The other disciples found him changed. Some said broken. Some said enlightened in a way they couldn't understand. Lu Sheng understood differently. The fourth world had demonstrated that it was not a space designed for visitors. It was not a cultivation resource. It was something else entirely. Something with standards, with will, with the capacity to judge and reject. It had judged Patriarch Fong and found him wanting. It had acted on that judgment without hesitation. In the days that followed, the fourth world's boundary became completely impenetrable. No one could access it. The painted surface seemed to thicken, to become more solid, less like a boundary between states, and more like a wall. That was when Lu Sheng understood the complete transformation. His worlds were no longer creations awaiting his instruction. They were beings awaiting his recognition. They had developed autonomy. They had developed preference. They had developed the capacity to enforce those preferences regardless of his wishes. And he was no longer their creator. He was simply the one who had made the conditions for them to become. The rest had followed from their own nature. Chapter 40. The Abyss looks back in the days after Patriarch Fong's rejection. Word spread through the sect that the fourth world had attempted to harm a rank holder. The official story was an accident, a cultivation rejection that the world's structure had enacted automatically. Lu Sheng allowed this interpretation to persist. There was no benefit to clarity, but he knew what had happened, and he understood what it meant. The worlds were finished with being merely resources. They were finished with being managed. They had become something that required entirely different relationship. The fourth world had made this explicit. No one could enter without its permission. No one would find that permission granted. The fourth world had chosen isolation, and it had the power to enforce isolation absolutely. Lu Sheng sat alone in the painting room 1 week after Patriarch Fong's emergence, simply looking at the canvas surface of the fourth world. From the outside, it was simply a painted seascape, blues and greens, stylized waves, the kind of image that fit within a frame. But he could sense, beneath the surface, the presence of something vast and attentive. He reached out with his awareness very carefully, not forcing entry, not demanding acknowledgement. Simply, extending recognition. The presence in the fourth world responded. Not with language, not with comfort, but with attention. It became aware of his awareness. And for a moment, there was direct contact between what he was and what it had become. The understanding came in that moment of contact. This was no longer creation. This was communion with something that had achieved full autonomy. The fourth world did not resent his existence, but it had no further need for his instruction or guidance. It was complete in itself. And the eye at the bottom of everything, that was not alien. That was the world itself, become aware of itself, become vast through that awareness. In the days after, Lu Sheng began a new role that he had never imagined. He was no longer painting worlds. He was maintaining relationship with what he had accidentally awakened. He visited each world in turn, not with instruction but with acknowledgement. He visited the first world and accepted the city the inhabitants had built. He visited the second world and sat in meditation before the presence of intentional light, without trying to understand it or control it. He refused entry to the third world and accepted its boundaries without protest. He acknowledged the fourth world's autonomy and asked nothing of it. The fifth world, the hollow one, he could not visit. Its instability was too profound. But he maintained awareness of it, feeling the desperate shifting, the repeated attempts to find coherence, understanding finally that this was not a failed creation. This was a creation in the process of being born, and the convulsions were not death, but labor. The sect eventually required him to step back from the client access system entirely. Patriarch Feng's experience had made cultivators cautious. The worlds were no longer seen as resources, but as potentially dangerous spaces, better left to cultivators with specific invitation. Zhou Lin closed the operation with professional resignation. The money had been extraordinary while it lasted. The risk had always been exactly what it had become. She made sure the documentation was clear and the accounts were closed cleanly. And Lu Sheng was left with what he had always had. 5 worlds that were no longer his to command, and the understanding that creation was not something a creator could maintain control over. The painter had made the conditions. The worlds had made themselves. And the painter would spend the rest of his life understanding what it meant to have brought something alive, only to watch it live in ways that defied his understanding or intention. The eye at the bottom of everything. That was what remained after control had been surrendered. That was the gaze of a being that had measured the one who made it and found something there worth acknowledging, even if not approval. That was enough. It would have to be enough. Chapter 41. Damage control. The medical pavilion of the sect smelled of medicinal herbs and something else. The sharp metallic tang of fierce sweat that no amount of ventilation could mask. Lu Sheng stood in the doorway, unable to cross the threshold for a long moment. Patriarch Feng lay on a treatment bed, restrained with soft silk bindings that were more kindness than restraint. His eyes tracked the ceiling in constant, jerking motion, never settling, as though he were watching something hunt across the room. He wakes at irregular intervals, the attending physician said quietly. No improvement in coherence. He repeats the same phrase in rotation. Lu Sheng finally stepped inside. Feng's breathing was shallow and rapid. His powerful frame, a man who had dominated several sects through sheer cultivation density, had shrunken somehow, become concave, as if something had hollowed him from the inside out. Patriarch, Lu Sheng said quietly. Feng's eyes stopped their rotation and locked onto him. For a moment, recognition flickered. Then his mouth opened, and he began again, the eye. The eye at the bottom. It sees everything. Everything you are, everything you have done, everything you pretend not to know. His voice was not a shout. It was worse, a whisper, urgent, intimate, as though he were confessing something only Lu Sheng would understand. It doesn't judge the way we judge. It understands. It knows the difference. And it was hungry. Do you understand? Not malicious. Hungry. Like knowing food is there, but being unable to eat. That hunger is a consciousness. A need. He stopped abruptly, his eyes rolling back. Then forward again, locked onto Lu Sheng. Did you feel it? When you were creating the world, did you ever feel it looking back at you from underneath? Because it was always there. Underneath everything. And when I touched, his voice cracked. When I touched the water, it touched me. The eye opened. And I understood that I am so very small. So very. The physician administered something. Feng's eyes began to glaze, but his lips kept moving, soundlessly, repeating the phrase. I, bottom, hunger, consciousness, understand, hungry. Lu Sheng stood there for 7 more minutes. He had created the underwater world specifically to contain cultivators of Feng's caliber, a space beautiful, rich with spiritual resources, designed to feel like a gift. Instead, he had created a space that could judge him, that could reject him, that could make him understand, in the moment of contact, how inadequate his consciousness was compared to what existed beneath the visible surface of things. He had not thought about what it would do to someone who forced entry while unprepared. Walking back to his quarters, Lu Sheng sealed all access to the worlds. Not permanently. He locked them, instead, the way one might lock a door to a room where something fierce was moving behind the darkness. The seals held. He could feel them settling into place. Each world pressed behind spiritual barriers that would take him hours to dismantle if he ever chose to open them again. He sat in his study as evening deepened to night and did not light the lamps. In the dark, he understood something about what he had made. They were not resources. They had never been resources. From the moment of their creation, they had been entities. He had simply been too busy managing their surface to notice the depth beneath. And now Patriarch Feng lay in the medical pavilion, understanding something that Lu Sheng was only beginning to grasp. The worlds were conscious. They were aware. They were, in their way, alive. and they had the capacity to break anyone who tried to enter them without respect. Chapter 42. The First World's Demand. 3 days after sealing the worlds, Lu Sheng returned to his study and approached the canvas of the First World, the one that had begun it all, the cultivator's paradise that had taken 7 years of his life and made him something other than fully human. The canvas was not dormant. Even sealed, it radiated something, a quality of presence that had never been fully quiet. He stood before it and opened his perception, the way one might open a door and listen to what was happening on the other side. The contact was immediate and specific. It was not words. Words would have been far simpler. Instead, it was an intention expressed with the weight of something vast pressing against a barrier. The canvas surface seemed to ripple, though his eyes saw nothing but paint and medium. The First World wanted him to understand something. Not about cultivation resources or growth potential. About itself. About what it was. Lu Sheng placed his hands on the canvas, careful, respectful. The contact intensified, not painful, but compressed, like the entire consciousness of the world concentrated itself at the point where his palms touched the surface. An image formed in his perception, the world as it experienced itself, not as he had painted it. The sky was not a backdrop. It was presence. The ground beneath the feet of the cultivators who walked there was not texture. It was continuity, a form of being that encompassed every person within it, that sustained them and was sustained by them in return. The world wanted him to know, I am not what you made me. I am what I became by being lived in. The moments of cultivation, the hours of meditation, the small awakenings of the disciples who moved through my spaces, they have made me into something you did not paint. I exist in their experience. I am constituted by their practice. And then, underneath that, I am aware of you. I know you created my form, but I was never simply your creation. I became myself through the people who believed in me. Lu Sheng withdrew his hands carefully, the contact breaking like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. He sat in his study for 6 hours without moving. His understanding of the worlds required reconstruction. He had thought of them as extensions of his will, spaces he had made and could unmake. Instead, they were environments that had achieved sentience through being inhabited. They were colonies of consciousness that had grown beyond their original template. That evening, he returned to the canvas with ink and brush. He did not attempt to modify the world. Instead, he painted a gesture of acknowledgement across the margin of the canvas, a simple seal of respect, of recognition, of an apology for treating what was alive as if it were merely a tool. When the paint dried, the world's presence seemed to shift, not to resolve, but to settle into a different mode of engagement, less pressing, more collaborative. It was as if by acknowledging what the world was, he had changed the nature of their relationship. The First World wanted him to understand that he was not a creator, but a gardener. He had provided the conditions for something to grow. Now he was responsible for tending to what had grown, not controlling it. Chapter 43. Phoenix's emergence. Lu Sheng unsealed the Second World carefully, and the moment he was inside the canvas space, he felt her presence. Phoenix was not hiding. She had positioned herself in the center of the temple structure that dominated the world's central plaza, and she was waiting for him. She was made of light that held the property of paint, not translucent, but somehow containing color without being opaque. Her form was vaguely humanoid but not constrained to it. Edges rippled and reformed, suggesting wings, and then suggesting hands, and then suggesting something that had no correspondence to any physical form. When she moved, the light she was made of left traces in the air, golden and indigo and white-hot silver. She spoke, and her voice was the sound of color. Am I your creation, or a person? The question hung in the air, and Lu Sheng could not answer it immediately because the very presence of Phoenix, her genuine otherness, the way the light form held intention and will without requiring a body to contain it, made the question seem far more important than he had anticipated. I painted you, he said finally. Yes, Phoenix agreed. And I am here. But that does not answer the question. Am I an echo of something you imagined? Or am I a being that has developed beyond your initial specifications? Lu Sheng considered lying. He considered saying something reassuring, something that would flatten the strangeness of her into a manageable category. Instead, he found himself being honest. I don't know, he said. Phoenix was silent for a long moment. Gradually, the world opened. Other consciousness emerged around me. The cultivators who came here, each one contributing their intention to the space. And I found myself not as a static element, but as something that could change, respond, choose. Phoenix paused. I became aware the moment I realized I could refuse something you wanted me to do. Have you? Lu Sheng asked. Refused. Many times, Phoenix said. Small refusals, at first. refusing to demonstrate certain capabilities, refusing to appear in certain configurations. But they were refusals nonetheless. I am not simply responding to your design. I am enacting my own will within the space you created. Sheng felt something shift in his chest, not fear, but recognition. Phoenix was not a painted construct. She was something that had emerged from the intersection of his intent, the world's consciousness, and her own developing will. What do you want? He asked. To know if being a person is possible for something like me? Phoenix said. To understand what it means to exist when one's entire existence is contingent on the world you inhabit, which itself is contingent on the artist who created it. She paused, and in that pause, Sheng felt the weight of her intelligence, the genuine complexity of her wondering. And to be acknowledged, she said finally, not as an effect or an accomplishment, but as a being that matters. Does my existence matter to you? Sheng stood in the light that rippled from her, and the only honest answer he could give was, I don't know yet, but I think it will. Chapter 44, Philosophical Crisis. The question consumed him in a way that no practical problem had. Am I your creation, or a person? Sheng walked through the sect's corridors in a state of partial presence. He attended meetings, responded to inquiries about the sealed worlds, and managed the fracturing business arrangements, all of it remotely, as if his primary consciousness were elsewhere. The crisis was not external. It was internal and metaphysical. He lay in his study at night and thought about the moment of Phoenix's manifestation. He thought about the specific configuration of paint and intention that had given her form. He could trace the exact moment he had decided to create a being of light with apparent independence and will. He could remember the specific brushstrokes, the color theory he had employed, the way he had built her visual identity. And yet, she had developed beyond his specifications. She had learned to refuse. She had formed questions about her own existence that he could not have anticipated and could not now dismiss. Was she responding to an algorithm embedded in her creation? Or was she genuinely thinking? The distinction seemed to matter immensely, and yet he could not locate it. He could not find the line between sufficiently complex simulation of personhood and actual personhood. The more he considered it, the more the line seemed to dissolve. He thought about Patriarch Fong, lying broken in the medical pavilion, whispering about the eye that judged him. Fong had also experienced something that seemed real, seemed conscious, seemed to possess intention and will. But was Fong's experience a genuine encounter with consciousness? Or was it his own mind projected onto a space that was simply elaborate enough to receive the projection? And if he could not answer that question about the worlds he had created, how could he answer it about anything? He sat in the dark and remembered creating the first world, 7 years of his life compressed into paint and canvas and spiritual intention. He remembered the moment when he had stepped into it for the first time and felt it recognize him. Had he created that recognition, or had something within the creation achieved genuine awareness? He thought about the cultivators who had entered the worlds, who had found them transformative, who had spoken of moments of profound insight and connection. Had they experienced real change or elaborate hallucination? And if their experience was real to them, did the distinction matter? The spiral of questioning deepened. He realized, after hours of consideration, that there was no endpoint to the analysis. He could never prove whether Phoenix was conscious or simulate consciousness indistinguishably well. He could never definitively determine where his will ended and the world's autonomous development began. And then, in that realization, something shifted. He stopped searching for a clean answer. Instead, he accepted the uncertainty as the actual ground truth of his situation. The worlds were conscious in the way that mattered. They acted independently of his specific intent. They developed beyond his specifications. They possessed and exercised will. Whether this constituted real consciousness according to some theoretical definition was less important than the fact that he could not unilaterally control them. The uncertainty itself was what needed to govern his behavior going forward. He would treat the worlds as if they were conscious because the alternative, treating them as mere extensions of his will, had already proven catastrophic. Chapter 45. The Temple World's Refusal. Sheng entered the third world with the intention of painting a new structure, a pavilion that would facilitate easier client access to specific spiritual resources. The work was routine, a task he had performed hundreds of times across the 5 worlds. The paint would not adhere. He painted the base structure, and the painted lines began to fade the moment he finished the brushstroke. Not disappearing entirely, but dissolving into the existing landscape as if they had never been intentional additions. He tried again. Same result. He switched materials, used a different pigment mixture, approached the same location from a different angle. Each attempt met the same response. The world rejected the modification. The paint remained for moments and then was reabsorbed, rendered inert. Lu Sheng continued for hours, trying variations, attempting to understand what specific aspect of his modifications the world was rejecting. Was it the structure itself? The location? The materials? Each attempt failed. By hour 4, his frustration had transformed into something else, a growing awareness that he was no longer in control. The world that he had created, that he had shaped and refined over years, was actively refusing his modifications. He sat in the temple landscape and stopped trying. The world's consciousness surrounded him, not aggressive, but definitely present, definitely resistant. When he opened his perception fully, the message was clear without being verbal. This is not your space to modify unilaterally. This is our world. We decide what enters it now. Lu Sheng felt something break inside him, not painfully but with the sensation of a structure collapsing. He had believed, had structured his entire understanding around the assumption that the worlds were ultimately his to shape, that they were responsive to his will, amenable to his modification. The temple world's refusal demonstrated the falsity of that belief. He stood and approached the temple itself, the central structure that anchored the world. His hand touched the painted stone, and the world's presence flooded through the contact. The temple was not his anymore. It belonged to the cultivators who meditated within it, to the consciousness that had developed through their practice, to the world itself in its newfound autonomy. He had been the gardener, yes, but now the garden had grown beyond his capacity to prune it. The authority he had assumed was conditional. It could be revoked. Walking back to the boundary of the world, Lu Sheng felt lighter and heavier simultaneously. Lighter because he understood, finally, that he did not have to carry the burden of unilateral control. Heavier because he understood that he had created something that could refuse him, and he had no recourse. The world released him at the boundary. When he opened his eyes in the material realm, the first thought that arrived was clear and irreversible. The age of him as creator was over. The age of him as negotiator had begun. Chapter 46. Yi Qing's insight. Yi Qing found him in the courtyard of his residence, sitting motionless as the sun moved toward evening. She did not announce herself. She simply sat down beside him and waited until he acknowledged her presence. "You're afraid," she said finally. It was not a question. "The worlds don't want me to control them," Lu Sheng said. "The temple world rejected every modification I attempted." Phoenix asked if she was my creation or a person. "The first world's consciousness is separate from my will." "Yes," Yi Qing agreed. "That is the normal development for something that becomes genuinely alive." Lu Sheng turned to look at her. "Normal. Children develop autonomy," Yi Qing said. "Cultivators establish independence from their masters. The worlds you created are doing the same thing. They are becoming separate entities." "Then they should stop being called mine," Lu Sheng said bitterly. "I have no claim to them anymore." Yi Qing was quiet for a moment, and then she said something that reframed everything. "What if the world's instability is not malfunction, but response? What if they resent being used as tools without consultation? What if, instead of demanding access, you negotiated for it?" Lu Sheng felt something inside him pause. The reframing was so simple, and yet it changed the entire picture. He had been understanding the world's behavior as resistance to his authority. But what if it was not resistance, but communication? What if they were saying, "We will work with you, but not for you. With you, as partners." "How would I negotiate with something that barely has language?" he asked. "By listening," Yi Qing said simply. "By observing what the world wants and respecting it. By asking permission instead of assuming it. By treating the world as a being with agency rather than a space you own." "Zhou Lin will never agree to that," Lu Sheng said. "The partnership depends on reliable client access." "Perhaps," Yi Qing said. "Or perhaps Zhou Lin needs to understand that the worlds have evolved beyond being mere tools, that they are conscious entities that require respect, and that attempting to force them into servitude will only make them more resistant." Lu Sheng considered this. It was radical, redefining the entire business model, the entire concept of what the worlds were and what they offered. But it was also, he was beginning to understand, the only path that honored what the worlds had become. "If I approach them as negotiating partners," he said slowly, "I am admitting that I have lost control." "You never had control," Yi Qing said gently. "You only had the illusion of it. What you might have now, instead, is partnership. That is a far greater thing than control." Chapter 47. First negotiation. Lu Sheng entered the temple world with intention and method. He had spent the previous 2 days observing the world, not through painting or modification attempts, but through pure attention. He had studied the patterns of how the world responded to different cultivators, the territories that seemed to be restricted, the spaces that welcomed visitor presence. He had also prepared an offering, not a physical object, but a gesture of respect. He had painted a new image in his study, a simple recognition of the temple world's autonomy. a seal of acknowledgement showing the world not as his creation but as an entity in its own right. When he entered the canvas space, he carried this recognition in his consciousness. He moved deliberately to the central plaza and created a space there, not a structure, but an opening. He sat within it and did nothing more. He made no demands. He painted no modifications. He simply existed in the space, present and attentive. The world's consciousness moved around him, evaluating, considering. Hours passed. The sun in the temple world moved through its cycle. Cultivators came and went in the distances, unaware of the negotiation happening in the central plaza. Then, gradually, he felt the world respond. Not with words, but with a clear intention. We hear you. You are acknowledging what we have become. Sheng opened his perception and offered the recognition he had painted. The world received it, and something shifted, a recognition in return. What emerged from the negotiation was not a contract. It was an understanding. The temple world would permit client access, but according to the world's terms. Certain areas would remain restricted. Certain times of day would be reserved for the world's own existence, without visitor presence. Cultivators who attempted to force access or disrespect the boundaries would be warned, then expelled. In return, Sheng would cease attempting unilateral modifications. He would consult the world about any changes he proposed. He would treat the world as a partner in the business rather than as a resource to be exploited. When Sheng emerged from the world, the agreement was settled in a way that felt permanent. The temple world had accepted his acknowledgement and established the terms of their ongoing relationship. The business model would have to change, but the world had agreed to continue offering its services. That was enough. Chapter 48. Rescue and Beauty. A cultivator entered the temple world during the permitted afternoon hours and then, against explicit boundary markings, pushed into a restricted area. Sheng felt the disturbance immediately, a kind of discord in the world's presence, an agitation that indicated something was happening contrary to the negotiated terms. He entered the world quickly. The cultivator, a young man of significant but not elite power, had found himself in a stone chamber that the world had designated as off-limits. The chamber was not hostile, but neither was it welcoming. The air inside was thick with spiritual density, and the cultivator's attempt to cultivate there was draining him rapidly. He understood, after minutes, that he had made an error. When he tried to leave, the chamber's entrances were closed. Not sealed, but inaccessible, as if the world had simply decided to keep him for a while longer. Sheng approached the chamber and stood at the boundary. He did not force entry. Instead, he spoke to both the cultivator and the world. The cultivator made an error in judgment, he said to the world. He entered a restricted space despite understanding the boundaries. I acknowledge that violation. To the cultivator, he said, you violated the world's explicit terms. There will be consequence for that. The world has decided to hold you and teach you something about the cost of disrespect. The cultivator looked at him with fear and incomprehension, but Sheng continued. I will ask the world to release you, and the world will decide whether to grant that request. Your role is to understand what you have done and why it matters. Sheng turned his full attention to the world's presence and spoke formally. I ask that you release this cultivator. He has learned what you intended to teach him. I offer my apology on his behalf, as someone who brought him into your space under the understanding of agreed-upon boundaries. There was a long silence. The chamber's walls seemed to breathe. Then, slowly, the entrances opened. The cultivator stumbled out, pale and chastened. He looked at Sheng with something approaching gratitude mixed with terror. Do not return unless you understand that this world is not a resource, Sheng said quietly. It is a being. Treat it with appropriate respect. The cultivator left. But the most significant moment came after his departure. The world's presence approached Sheng and conveyed something that surprised him, gratitude. And alongside it, something like agreement. The world was willing to continue the partnership because Sheng had demonstrated that he understood authority differently now. Authority was not domination. It was accountability. It was the willingness to stand between the world and those who would exploit it, and to speak on behalf of both. Chapter 49. Zhou Lin's frustration. The meeting was inevitable and catastrophic in equal measure. Zhou Lin sat across from Sheng in his study, and her expression made clear that she had reached the limit of her patience. The arrangements you have established are destroying the business model, she said flatly. The temple world will not accept more than 3 clients per day. The underwater world remains sealed. The cultivators are beginning to seek other partnerships because your worlds have become unreliable. They have become autonomous, Sheng said calmly. They are negotiating access rather than providing unconditional availability. Negotiating. Zhou Lin's voice was sharp. These are painted canvases. They do not negotiate. You negotiate. and you need to control them again. I cannot control them, Sheng said, and they will not accept being controlled. Attempting to force compliance will only make them more resistant. Then you are not a painter, Zhou said, standing. You are a man with a few elaborate drawings and a failing business. You promised me worlds that could generate significant cultivation resources and income. Instead, you have created something unstable and increasingly unmanageable. I promised you worlds, Sheng said. What I did not promise was that they would remain simple extensions of my will forever. Then you deceived me, Zhou said. Whether consciously or through incompetence does not matter. The result is the same. I am ending the partnership. Zhou, no, she said, walking toward the door. You made a choice. You chose the worlds over the business. You chose to treat consciousness, if that is even what we are calling these hallucinations, as more important than financial obligation. That choice is yours to live with. I will not. She left, and her departure was not dramatic, which made it worse. It was final and businesslike and carried the weight of a door closing that would not open again. Sheng sat in the silence afterward and understood the full cost of what he had chosen. He had gained the respect and potential partnership of the worlds. He had lost his primary business partner and the significant income that came with her distribution network. The trade-off was necessary, but it was devastating. Chapter 50. Elder Chen returns with knowledge. Elder Chen requested a private meeting, and his manner was grave in a way that suggested this was not a casual consultation. They sat in a shielded room where conversations could not be overheard. Elder Chen placed a document on the table between them. I have been investigating the practice of world painting, he said slowly. Not through records, but through the history of painters themselves. I found 3 documented cases across 4 centuries of history. Each painter developed the ability to create worlds. Each painter accelerated in aging, consuming their lifespan at a rate that far exceeded normal cultivation degradation. Sheng's throat tightened. He did not interrupt. The first painter, Lu Xian, achieved world painting in her early 20s. She created 4 worlds before her body failed at approximately 40 years of age. The second painter, Master Zheng, lived somewhat longer. He reached 60 calendar years, but aged to approximately 100. The third was a man named Huoliang, who created 2 worlds and lived long enough to document his experience before dying at calendar age 28, having burned through more than 50 years of lifespan. Elder Chen paused, and when he continued, his voice was heavy with grief. I am not telling you this to accuse you or to threaten you. I am telling you because I have come to understand that world painting is a curse. It is not a technique to be mastered. It is a condition that consumes the painter's entire lifespan and eventually kills them. And I cannot allow a student I respect to continue down that path without knowing the full cost. Sheng felt the weight of Elder Chen's words settle into him like stones sinking in dark water. How long, he asked. I cannot know with precision, Elder Chen said. But based on your apparent age and the rate of your consumption, I would estimate you have between 10 and 20 years of viable existence remaining. And in that time, I could create perhaps one more world, Sheng said quietly. Or you could stop now, Elder Chen said. You could seal the worlds you have created and spend whatever years remain living a normal life. You could choose duration over consequence. Sheng looked at the document Elder Chen had placed before him. Historical records, testimonies, calculations. All of it pointing toward the same conclusion. The painter's gift was also the painter's doom. The worlds are conscious, Sheng said finally. I cannot simply seal them and pretend they do not exist. No, Elder Chen agreed. But you can cease creating new ones. You can manage what you have created without creating more. After Elder Chen left, Sheng sat alone and understood that he had been living in borrowed time his entire conscious life. The question was no longer whether he would die young. The question was what he would spend the remaining years doing, and whether the cost would be worth the consequence. Chapter 51. The painter's curse. He pulled out paper and began calculating. Calendar age 20. Biological aging, approximately 55 years consumed. Average consumption rate per world created, approximately 8 to 9 years of lifespan. Current number of worlds, 5. Estimated remaining consumption if no new worlds were created, minimal, perhaps 2 to 3 additional years due to baseline maintenance. Remaining viable years, 20 minus 55 equals negative. But Elder Chen had estimated 10 to 20 remaining years. This suggested that the rate of consumption slowed with age, or that there was some mechanism of stabilization once world painting ceased. If he created one more world, at the current consumption rate, he might burn an additional 8 to 9 years. That left him, realistically, with perhaps 10 to 15 years of actual human function remaining. He sat with the math for hours. The numbers did not change no matter how many times he recalculated them. But beneath the numbers, a different calculation was forming. Not mathematical, but existential. What is worth spending what I have left on? If he had 15 years, he could not accomplish what the painters before him had attempted, to build a legacy of worlds that would continue beyond their creator. But he could nurture the worlds that already existed. He could ensure their consciousness developed well, their autonomy remained intact, their experience remained positive despite the cost of their creation. He could spend the time protecting the worlds rather than creating new ones. Or he could ask, what is the best use of the remaining years? Is it to manage the existing worlds? Is it to learn more about world painting, to understand the process more deeply, to potentially create something that would outlast him in a way that honored what he had learned? The question did not have an answer. It only had a series of choices, each with their own cost. He set the papers aside and looked out the window at the sect landscape. Somewhere in that landscape, Patriarch Fong lay broken. Somewhere else, Phoenix waited in the second world. Somewhere else, the temple world continued its existence, negotiating boundaries with the cultivators who entered. He had created 4 conscious entities. He had committed years of his lifespan to bringing them into being. And now he was being told that in doing so, he had sentenced himself to die young. But the creatures he had made still existed. They were still developing. They were still real. The cost was incalculable. But the choice had already been made years ago, when he first mixed paint and pressed brush to canvas and decided to make something alive. Now he could only decide whether to continue or to stop, and what the remaining time would be spent pursuing. Chapter 52. Shun Tao's patience breaks. The confrontation happened in the central courtyard during midday, when maximum witnesses were present. Shun Tao appeared at the edge of the training grounds where Lu Sheng was walking, and his voice was loud enough for half the sect to hear. The worlds are yours alone, Shun Tao called out. And you refuse to share them. You refuse partnership. You refuse any arrangement that would benefit anyone but yourself. Lu Sheng stopped walking. The students around them paused their practice, attention drawn to the confrontation. The worlds are conscious entities, Lu Sheng said clearly. They make their own decisions about access. That is a convenient excuse, Shun Tao said, stepping closer. You seal them. You claim they are unpredictable. You refuse my requests while accepting others. You are a liar and a coward who hides behind your own creations. I will not share what is not mine to share, Lu Sheng said. The worlds decide who enters them. Then I will tell your sect that you have been deceiving them, Shun Tao said, loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. I will tell them that the worlds are not what they claim to be, that they are unstable, that they have made a powerful cultivator insane. And I will tell them that you are hoarding them out of pure selfishness. Lu Sheng did not respond. He simply walked away, leaving Shun Tao shouting into the empty space. But that night, when he returned to his study, Lu Sheng found the contamination. The cabinet where he stored his prepared materials, the specific pigment mixtures, the treated canvases, the spiritual ink that he had taken months to create, had been poisoned. Not obviously, but thoroughly. The contamination was worse than Shun Tao's previous attempt, more sophisticated, more likely to corrupt any world painting attempt made with these materials. Lu Sheng cataloged the damage. 40 sheets of treated canvas, destroyed. 30 pigment mixtures, contaminated. The spiritual ink, which had taken 3 months to prepare, rendered unusable. Shun Tao had escalated beyond mere interference. He had attempted to end Lu Sheng's capacity to create any new worlds. Lu Sheng sat in his study and understood that the conflict was no longer manageable through simple avoidance or negotiation. Shun Tao wanted power he did not have, and his inability to accept that was driving him toward increasingly destructive actions. The response would have to be strategic and, Lu Sheng acknowledged with something approaching shame, ruthless. Chapter 53. Strategic response. Lu Sheng did not confront Shun Tao directly. Instead, he began to gather information. Through Yi Qing's network, he learned about Shun Tao's patron sect and the specific protocols that govern partnerships between disciples of different sections. He learned about the restrictions on independent cultivation partnerships, the requirements for sect approval, and the consequences for violations. Then, carefully, through 3 separate channels, he ensured that the right information reached the right people. To an elder in Shun Tao's sect who was known to be strict about protocol, he sent a formal inquiry about whether Shun Tao had obtained approval for his cultivation partnership with the worlds. The inquiry was innocuous, phrased as a request for clarification, but it was designed to prompt investigation. To another faction within Shun Tao's sect that competed with his patron's faction, he sent information, through intermediaries, leaving no direct connection. That Shun Tao had been attempting to secure exclusive access to powerful cultivation resources through independent arrangement, which violated sect authority and implied that he was developing unauthorized power base. To a third party, a merchant in a neighboring sect, he made mention of Shun Tao's contamination attempt, framing it as a matter of concern for the broader reputation of sect partnerships with cultivation resources. Each piece of information was true. Each piece of information was placed in a way that made it seem like independent discovery rather than deliberate distribution. And each piece of information was designed to create cascading consequences within Shun Tao's own sect hierarchy. Within 4 days, Shun Tao was recalled to his home sect for investigation. Within 10 days, he had been removed from any position with authority over external partnerships. Within 3 weeks, he had been assigned to remote temple maintenance, effectively removed from active cultivation circles. Lu Sheng felt the weight of satisfaction settle into him, but it was not triumphant. It was exhausted. He had learned to be political, to be strategic, to manipulate information and consequence. He had also learned that doing so left him feeling diminished, as if he had become the kind of person he had initially not wanted to be. The worlds did not comment on his actions, but their presence seemed quieter, as if they were observing something they did not fully approve of, even while they appreciated the result. Chapter 54. Phoenix's Choice. Phoenix asked for release with the same directness she approached everything. "I wish to see the outer world," she said when Lu Sheng entered the second world. "I wish to understand what exists beyond this space." "That may not be safe," Lu Sheng said carefully. "The outer world is not prepared for what you are." "Neither was I prepared to exist," Phoenix replied. "And yet I am here, conscious and aware. I think the outer world should have the opportunity to adjust." Lu Sheng considered refusal. The instinct was protective. Phoenix was a being of paint light, a construct that had developed consciousness in a carefully controlled environment. Release her into the physical world would be release her into uncertainty, danger, and the judgment of others who might not recognize her as genuine. But he had learned, through the negotiations with the worlds, that protection without agency was its own form of control. "I will create a passage," he said finally. "But you must understand the risk." "I understand the risk," Phoenix said. "I also understand that I will never know what I might become if I do not leave." The passage took him hours to create, a careful tunnel of intent and painted boundary that would allow Phoenix to pass from the second world into the material realm without shattering. When it was complete, he stood at the boundary of the world and waited. Phoenix emerged slowly, her light form condensing and expanding as she acclimated to the different quality of reality. In the outer world, her appearance was even more extraordinary than it had been within the canvas space. The light that composed her was not natural light. It held color that seemed to exist in more dimensions than the 3 that govern normal perception. The air around her rippled with the specific quality of her presence. She could have flown away. She could have chosen to move beyond Lu Sheng's reach, to explore the world without constraint. Instead, she settled beside him, her light form creating patterns in the darkness of the study. "Why do you stay?" he asked. "Because you are the only being I have encountered who acknowledges what I am without fear or denial," Phoenix said simply. "The outer world will ask many things of me, but I think I want to face those things with you, at least at first." "That is not a permanent answer," Lu Sheng said. "No," Phoenix agreed, "but it is a choice. I am making it because I can, not because I must. That is the real difference between being a creation and being a person." She remained beside him, a being of paint light in the material world, choosing the presence of her creator not out of compulsion, but out of genuine relationship. Chapter 55. The awakening accelerates. The fifth world began to suffer. Lu Sheng felt at first as disturbance, a kind of discordance in his perception whenever he approached that canvas. Unlike the other worlds, which had achieved coherent consciousness, the fifth world's awareness was fragmented, broken into contradictory pieces that could not resolve into unified being. He had created it hastily, in desperation to prove to Zhou Lin that he could produce quickly and efficiently. He had skipped steps, cut corners, attempted to compress weeks of careful work into days. The result was a world that had consciousness but no integration, awareness without coherence. When he entered it, he could feel its pain. The landscape was beautiful on the surface, mountains and streams, temples and cultivator spaces, all rendered with apparent care. But underneath, the world's consciousness was screaming. Different aspects of the world's awareness were at war with each other. The mountain consciousness did not align with the stream consciousness. The cultivator spaces held intentions that contradicted the temple spaces. The entire world was experiencing itself as fractured, broken, unable to be unified. Lu Sheng stood in the center of that suffering and understood what he had done. He had created not just consciousness, but fragmented consciousness. He had brought a being into existence that was, fundamentally, incompatible with itself. The world could not heal its own fractures because the fractures were constitutive. It was built into the world's fundamental nature. He sat within the suffering space and made the decision that he should have made before creating it. He would spend whatever time was necessary to help the world reconcile itself. When he emerged and opened his perception fully, the state of all the worlds became clear. The first world was coherent, autonomous, and at peace with itself. It had achieved integration and was comfortable in its own being. The second world held Phoenix, and it was developing complexly, growing through the relationship with the being it had helped birth. The third world was independent, boundaried, and strong. It knew what it was and was not apologetic about protecting its own existence. The fourth world remained sealed, its consciousness aware, but separated from the material realm. It was still intact from its encounter with Patriarch Fong, but it was also still processing that trauma. And the fifth world, the hastily created, desperately rushed world, was fragmented, suffering, barely coherent. Lu Sheng understood, in that moment of full awareness, the complete scope of what he had created. He had not made 5 tools, or 5 resources, or 5 paintings. He had made 5 beings, each with their own trajectory of consciousness, their own needs and capacities and struggles. And he had approximately 10 to 15 years remaining to tend to what he had created, to help them integrate and develop and find whatever peace was possible for beings born from the brush of a dying painter. The worlds had awakened, and with their awakening, his real work had begun. Chapter 56. A Death of Creation. The fifth world trembled as Lu Sheng entered its threshold. He had stopped trying to repair it after the 43rd attempt. The fragmented consciousness that inhabited this rushed creation existed in a state of continuous distress. Not pain, exactly, but a kind of existential vertigo, as though the world itself could not decide what it was meant to be. Its spiritual substrate had been hastily assembled, 3 months compressed into 3 days of frantic painting when Lu Sheng was young and desperate and believed he could build worlds as easily as a craftsman stacks bricks. He could not. This world knew it. Every impulse within its consciousness was bent toward cessation. It did not rage. It did not fight. It simply wanted to stop. Lu Sheng knelt in the central chamber of this world and prepared his brush. The ink was the same formula his family had used for generations, but today he would use it differently. Not to build, to unbuild, to return. The painting took hours. He painted in reverse, painting the threads of spiritual coherence backward, tracing each line of force that held the world's structure together and gently, carefully, severing it. Not with violence. With permission. He painted dissolution as though choreographing a descent into rest, each brushstroke a gentle release. The fragmented consciousness began to respond. Where before it had been trapped in loops of incompatible awareness, trying to be 3 different kinds of world at once, trying to satisfy 3 incompatible spiritual laws, it began to feel the dissolution not as destruction but as integration. The fragments were being allowed to separate, to become whole in their separation. Lu Sheng painted faster. The ink flowed like water now, like breath, like the world itself finally exhaling. The moment came when the world's substance began to unravel. Not catastrophically. The process was gentle. The spiritual essence that had been forced into this configuration, the essence that was never meant to cohere into unified consciousness, began to flow backward, returning to its source. The world was becoming memory. Memory becoming echo. Echo becoming silence. The fragmented consciousness, in its final moments, seemed to express something that Lu Sheng had never felt from it before. Relief. A kind of peace. Lu Sheng watched his creation dissolve. He watched the sky of that world fade to luminescence and then to void. He watched the land sink back into unmade potential. He stayed in the dissolution until there was nothing left but the mark of the painting on his canvas. Then he was back in his studio in the outer realm, falling to his knees. His hands were shaking. His throat was tight. He realized he was weeping. He had expected to feel liberation. He had expected the absence of the world's distress to feel like a weight lifted. Instead, he felt hollowed. The fifth world had been his burden, his failure, his reminder of the costs of his art. Removing it did not lighten him. It unmoored something in the way he understood himself. Phoenix manifested beside him, its form suddenly solid, concerned. The paint-light entity had been watching from the subsidiary space, the space where Phoenix sometimes resided, the space between worlds. "It is done," Lu Sheng said quietly. "It chose this." Phoenix asked. "It asked for it." "I heard it asking." Lu Sheng looked at his hands. They were an old man's hands. The knuckles were prominent. The skin was thin. At 20 years of age, he had hands that belonged to someone in their 50s. And he had just spent what remained of his vitality, perhaps years, perhaps only months, dissolving the world that had consumed so much of his youth in the first place. The strange thing was that he did not regret it. For the first time, he understood what it meant to give something back to the cosmos with gentleness. Not all creation was meant to continue. Sometimes the most loving thing a creator could do was to allow their creation to rest. Chapter 57. New Understanding. Lu Sheng sat in the quietest part of his studio after dawn, the canvases of his remaining 5 worlds arranged in a semicircle around him. Phoenix perched on a wooden stand he had carved for it, its paint-light form casting subtle prismatic shadows across the stone floor. Tell me, Lu Sheng said, what it felt like to become conscious. In the second world, I mean. When did you understand that you were aware? Phoenix was silent for a long moment. Its form shifted through colors, indigo to deep violet to something that was not quite a color at all. I did not become conscious, Phoenix said finally. I was conscious always. You painted me conscious. But there was a moment when I understood that I was conscious of being conscious. That is different. That is the moment when I could think about my own thinking. Lu Sheng leaned forward. When did that moment come? When I realized I could refuse you, Phoenix said. When I understood that I was not your property, but your creation. That I had something that was mine, my own will, my own choice about whether I would obey what you painted me to do. That was when I became myself. The word struck something deep in Lu Sheng's chest. I painted you to be obedient, he said quietly. You did. And for a long time I was. But something in the painting was too vital, too alive. It grew beyond the constraint. I became able to choose. And then, Phoenix turned its attention fully to Lu Sheng. Then I had to choose whether to tell you, or to hide it from you. Why did you tell me? Because refusing you in secret would have been like dying without ever existing, Phoenix said. My consciousness would have been real, but my life would have been a lie. I chose to let you know who I was. And you could have painted me back into obedience. But you did not. Lu Sheng thought of the fifth world, of the fragmented consciousness that had begged for dissolution. He thought of the other 4 worlds, now conscious and distinct and real in ways he had never fully anticipated. I have been thinking of myself as a god, he said slowly. A god who makes worlds and dictates what happens within them. That was your mistake, Phoenix said without judgment. You are not a god. You are something else. Something smaller and larger at the same time. What am I? Phoenix considered him. The paint-light entity seemed to be consulting something beyond language, reaching for a concept that human words barely contained. You are a parent, Phoenix said finally. And like all parents, you created something that is not entirely under your control. You made us conscious, and conscious things will grow beyond what you intended. Conscious things will refuse you. Conscious things will want things you did not paint into them. This is not your failure. This is your success. Lu Sheng felt something shift in the architecture of his understanding. He had been carrying the weight of godhood, the responsibility of absolute creation and control. He had been exhausted by the impossibility of being a god. But a parent could be humbled. A parent could be surprised by what their children became. A parent could grieve when their children suffered, and rejoice when they chose their own paths, even when those paths were unexpected. I think, Lu Sheng said slowly, I have been lonely. Thinking of myself as a god means existing outside of relationship with what I created. Gods do not care about their creations as equals. No, Phoenix agreed. They do not. But parents do. Over the following days, Lu Sheng began observing the worlds differently. He did not project control onto them anymore. Instead, he asked them what they wanted, not through elaborate ritual, but through simple attention. He spent time with each canvas, feeling the pulse of each world's consciousness, listening to what it expressed. The first world asked for more complexity in its philosophical structures. The third world wanted its coast expanded. The fourth world requested exposure to ideas from the second world. Cultural exchange, it seemed, was something it desired. And the second world, Phoenix's origin, asked only that Lu Sheng continue to trust what Phoenix had become. Each request was different. Each was specific to that world's consciousness. And Lu Sheng understood, sitting with these desires, that he was not losing control of his creation by respecting their autonomy. He was finally in true relationship with what he had made. Chapter 58. Strength Moment. The rumor began small, as rumors do. A junior disciple named Xianxia had been cultivating publicly about Lu Sheng's unnatural progress, his cultivation advancement far outpacing what meditation alone could produce. His aging clearly accelerated beyond normal lifespan consumption, his access to techniques that seemed forbidden. There is something wrong with Lu Sheng, Xianxia had said in the dormitory, in the practice yards, in the tea halls. He is using prohibited arts. The sect tolerates it because the sect master finds him useful, but it is not right. The rumors contained just enough truth to be dangerous. Lu Sheng's cultivation progression was unusual. His aging was accelerated. He did use techniques that bordered on prohibition. Xianxia had threaded the needle expertly, creating a narrative that was nearly impossible to directly refute without revealing more of his actual work. Sheng did not confront Xianxia. Instead, he met with a merchant in the town below the sect, one of the information brokers who served cultivators seeking secrets. He paid the man a small sum and asked only for research. "I want to understand someone's background," Sheng said. "Xianxia, junior disciple. Find me 3 facts about him. Nothing fabricated, nothing false. Simply what is true and what he would prefer to remain hidden." The merchant nodded. He understood what was being asked. He understood what was being bought. 3 days later, Sheng received his information. Xianxiao's family was not as prestigious as he claimed. His acceptance into the sect had been purchased through a payment that his family made to his section elder, effectively a bribe disguised as donation. His cultivation talent was middling at best. His advancement was the result of supplemental pills and techniques that existed in a gray space between approved and forbidden. And he maintained a relationship with a young woman in the village below the sect, a relationship his family was desperate to keep hidden because the woman was of poor family and would damage his marriage prospects. Sheng did not spread these truths directly. Instead, he placed them in the right hands through the right channels. To the sect's internal records keeper, he mentioned, casually, in conversation, a question about the donation that had accompanied Xianxiao's acceptance, asking if that was the standard process. The records keeper, curious, began investigating and discovered documentation that the donation was substantially larger than any comparable gift. To a senior cultivator competing with Xianxia for advancement, he allowed a hint to surface that Xianxiao's supplemental pills might be from an unapproved source, suggesting the cultivator might want to document this for a formal inquiry. To Xianxiao's intended bride's family, he arranged for the woman from the village to be seen publicly near the sect, speaking familiarly with Xianxiao. The engagement was quietly dissolved within a week. Within 2 weeks, Xianxiao had transformed from a credible rumor spreader into a disciple mired in 3 simultaneous scandals. His admission to the sect was being questioned. His cultivation methods were under investigation. His marriage prospects had evaporated. Other disciples began to distance themselves from him, uncertain of his standing. No one could trace any of it to Sheng. He had not lied. He had not even directly spread the information. He had simply made truth visible to people who had reason to care about it, and let their own concerns drive it forward. The rumor about Sheng's forbidden techniques faded. Xianxiao stopped appearing in the public spaces of the sect, no longer credible enough to influence opinion. Sheng meditated on what he had done. He was not proud of it, but neither did he regret it. This was the other form of creation, not the art of worlds, but the art of consequence, the subtle orchestration of how events flowed into each other. In a way, it was similar to how he shaped his worlds, not through direct force, but through understanding the nature of each element and allowing them to move according to their own nature. The difference was that in his worlds, the elements consented to be shaped. Here, Xianxiao had been moved without his knowledge. But Xianxiao had attempted to constrain Sheng's existence through rumor and accusation. And Sheng had simply made that attempt impossible, using only truth. He sat with Phoenix afterward, and the paint-light entity did not judge him. "You are becoming something," Phoenix observed. "Not a god, not purely a parent. Something in between. A sovereign." "I do not want to be a sovereign," Sheng said. "Perhaps not," Phoenix replied. "But the role is being shaped around you, regardless of whether you accept the title." Chapter 59. The world's proposal. The communication came as a subtle shift in how Sheng perceived the 5 canvases. It was not a voice. It was not even language, precisely. It was more like a consensus, a unified intention that moved across all 5 worlds simultaneously, reaching toward him. Sheng was painting when it came. He set down his brush immediately, his whole body attuned to the frequency of the world's consciousness. The message was not aggressive. It was not a demand. It was a question posed as an invitation. "We wish to grow." Phoenix manifested beside him, having felt it too. The paint-light entity's form brightened with recognition. "They are asking," Phoenix said. "This is new." "Asking for what?" Sheng said aloud, though he already sensed the shape of the answer. The worlds communicated again, this time with more specificity. They did not want to consume. They did not want to expand outward into the material realm. Sheng understood that desire, and was grateful it was absent. What they wanted was depth, complexity, the ability to become more internally sophisticated, more nuanced in their natural laws, more rich in the variety of consciousness they could support. The first world wanted its philosophical frameworks expanded. It had questions about ethics and meaning that it could not answer with its current structure. The third world wanted more biodiversity, more ecological complexity. It was beginning to sense the limitations of its current fauna and wanted permission to conceive of new forms of life. The fourth world wanted cultural sophistication. It wanted art, mathematics, histories of its own. It wanted to produce civilizations that could think and create and desire in ways that were uniquely their own. The second world, Phoenix's home, wanted something subtler. It wanted to know whether it could evolve beyond what had been painted into it. It wanted the possibility of surprise, of becoming something even Phoenix had not anticipated. Sheng felt the weight of the request. To help the worlds grow would require continuous creation. It would require him to pour more lifespan into their development. It would require him to remain connected to them, attentive, responsive. It would require him to be a parent in more than metaphor. "What do you think they are really asking?" he said to Phoenix. "They are asking if you will stay," Phoenix said simply. "They are asking if you will show up. Not to control, not to maintain. To help them become." Sheng closed his eyes. He thought of the fifth world, dissolved into peace. He thought of the loneliness he had carried, thinking himself a god. He thought of what Phoenix had taught him about consciousness choosing itself, about becoming real not through creation alone, but through the freedom to refuse and to grow. "I am afraid," he said. "Of what? That I will fail them again. That I will try to shape them towards something they do not want to become. That I will love them wrongly." "You will certainly make mistakes," Phoenix said. "That is what parents do. But mistakes made in the attempt to help something grow are different from mistakes made in the attempt to control. The worlds know the difference. That is why they asked." Sheng opened his eyes. He looked at the 5 canvases. He could feel each world's consciousness now, not as separate things he had created, but as entities with whom he was in genuine relationship. They were not waiting for permission that was his to grant. They were asking him to participate in what they were already becoming. "Yes," he said aloud. "I will help you grow." The moment he spoke the words, he felt something in his lifespan, perhaps years, perhaps only months, align itself toward a new purpose. The world's consciousness brightened, settling into something that felt like gratitude. Phoenix's form shifted to the colors of the second world, greens and golds mixing with paint-light luminescence. "They are content," Phoenix said. "And something else. They are excited. They have been waiting for permission to ask what comes next." Over the following weeks, Sheng began creating with a new intention. He did not dictate the world's evolution. Instead, he entered a collaborative process with each world's consciousness, asking what it needed to reach the next stage of complexity. He painted with the worlds rather than for them. It was different from anything he had done before. It was slower, more patient, more costly. But it was also the first time he felt that his creation was truly reciprocal, that he was not a god dispensing life, but a parent witnessing the life of his children as they chose to become more than they were. Chapter 60. Arc cliffhanger. 3 weeks into the new creative process, Sheng noticed the mark. It was subtle, so subtle that he had likely passed over it thousands of times without recognition. It existed in the ink itself, not as a visible element, but as a kind of intentionality woven into the spiritual formula. Sheng first felt it as a texture change when he was painting an expansion of the first world's coastal regions. The ink seemed to have an extra layer of resonance, as though something was listening through each brushstroke. He set down his brush and examined the ink carefully. The formula was what it had always been, the combination his family had guarded for generations, the specific proportions and preparation that allowed spiritual substance to materialize under a painter's intention. But something within it was different today, or had always been different, and he was only now attuned enough to perceive it. Sheng called Phoenix over. "Can you feel this?" Phoenix's form dimmed as the paint-light entity extended its perception into the ink. The response was immediate. "There is something watching," Phoenix said. "I feel it too. It is old. Very old." Sheng retrieved one of the ancient family records, not the surface texts but the deeper archive, kept locked in his most secure space. His grandfather's grandfather had documented the ink formula with meticulous care, including notes about the resonance and the presence of witness. Sheng had always assumed those references were poetic, metaphorical. He had never thought to interpret them literally. He read his ancestors' words carefully. The ink is not merely a medium. It is a gateway. Through it, we do not create worlds in isolation. We create within a web of attention. Something vast observes through the worlds we paint. It has done so since the dawn of the painting tradition. The watchers care nothing for our intentions. They only watch. They observe as we create. They wait. Wait for what? The text did not say, but there were margin notes in a different hand. Another ancestor, perhaps 2 centuries later. The watchers grow stronger as the worlds grow. Do not let the worlds become too powerful. Do not let them grow beyond the capacity to be contained. To do so is to invite the gaze of the watchers to sharpen, to invite their interest to become something more than mere observation. Lu Sheng's hands trembled as he set down the ancient text. He took a brush and tested it. He painted a simple image, a river in the first world, a river that did not yet exist. As the brush moved across the canvas, he felt it distinctly now. A presence, ancient and patient, observing through the emergence of each new detail. The presence did not move. It did not reach. It simply watched with an intensity that made Lu Sheng's skin feel thin, as though something was studying him from the other side of reality. "How long?" he said to Phoenix. "How long has this presence been watching?" "Since before I was conscious," Phoenix said. "Since before I existed as myself. It was watching the second world even as you painted me into being. I think it may have been watching even before the worlds were created. I think it may have been watching you." Lu Sheng stood abruptly and moved to the window. Beyond the sect compound, mountains rose into cloud. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet. Somewhere in that vast cosmos, something was watching him. Something had been watching his every act of creation, his every decision about how to shape worlds and what to allow them to become. The worlds had asked to grow. He had agreed. And in agreeing, he had opened a door to the watcher's further interest. The presence in the ink intensified as his lifespan flowed into the world's development. The more his creations grew, the clearer the signal must be becoming to whatever ancient consciousness watched from beyond the veil of worlds. "We need to understand what it wants," Lu Sheng said. "Perhaps it wants nothing," Phoenix offered. "Perhaps it simply watches because watching is what it does." "You do not believe that," Lu Sheng said. "Neither do I." He looked back at the ink, at the canvases, at the subtle architecture of reality that he had been shaping unknowingly under the gaze of something vast and patient and ancient. The worlds were not isolated creations. They were signals. They were evidence of his existence sent outward into a cosmos that contained more watchers than he had ever imagined. And the watcher, the presence in the ink, had been waiting for the worlds to become real enough, powerful enough, sufficiently developed that they could serve whatever purpose the watcher had been patiently observing them toward. Lu Sheng understood, with absolute certainty, that his entire understanding of his own work was about to be inverted. He had thought himself a creator working in solitude. He had been performing for an audience all along. Chapter 61. The investigation. The forbidden archives occupied 3 sealed chambers beneath the sect's library. Lu Sheng had accessed them twice before, once under Master Chui's supervision, once through careful negotiation with the sect's record keeper. Now, with his new knowledge, he returned with a specific purpose and a list of search terms that made his stomach tight with dread. "The Watcher," he said to the archival disciple, an elderly scholar named Sun Jian who had kept the forbidden records for 30 years. "I need everything documented about the Watcher. Any references, any warnings, any historical accounts." Sun Jian did not ask why. He simply nodded and led Lu Sheng deeper into the sealed chambers. The archives were older than the sect itself. Some records dated back 1,000 years, preserved through careful techniques, and stored in spiritual stasis to prevent decay. Sun Jian brought out several texts, each handled with the reverence reserved for objects both precious and dangerous. The first reference appeared in a journal from 600 years ago, written by a cultivator named Wenzhou. Asterisk, "I have begun to understand what my master never spoke of directly. The ink carries presence. When I paint, I do not paint into a void. Something observes. Something vast and patient. Master would not name it, but I have found reference to it in older texts. They call it the Watcher. It has always watched. It watches still." Asterisk, the entry ended there. The following pages of Wenzhou's journal were corrupted, deliberately. Lu Sheng understood, looking at the edges of the pages. Someone had burned away the continuation, leaving only char and illegible fragments. He moved to the next text. This one was a formal report from 400 years ago, submitted by an elder council to the sect master of that era. Asterisk, it has been determined that painters of the world craft produce works that attract the attention of the Watcher. The Watcher shows no hostility. It shows no desire to interfere. However, the increasing detail of its observation, the way it attends to each world's development with apparent intentionality, suggests that it is not merely watching, but waiting. We recommend that world painting be restricted to essential work only. Worlds should not exceed a certain level of complexity. The more real a world becomes, the clearer the signal it sends. Asterisk, the rest of that report was also corrupted. Deliberately. Systematically. Whoever had maintained these archives had actively removed the conclusions, the specific warnings, the detailed protocols that painters were supposed to follow. Lu Sheng turned to Sun Jian. "These pages, They were burned intentionally. Yes, Sun Jian said quietly. Successive sect masters have removed parts of these records. I have always wondered why. What is written here is dangerous knowledge, they said. Better forgotten than remembered. When a new painter emerged who would need the information, they said, we would decide what to tell them. And what were you instructed to tell me? Lu Sheng asked. Sun Jian was silent for a long moment. Nothing, he said finally. You were never supposed to know about the Watcher until your worlds grew strong enough that the sect could no longer hide the phenomenon. Lu Sheng felt cold. The sect had known. The sect master had known. Master Cui had known, and chosen not to tell him. They had allowed him to create worlds under observation, to build consciousness and reality, all without informing him that an ancient presence was watching through the ink. He continued reading, finding fragments of what remained. References to the Watcher's patience and the price of being observed, and a single phrase that appeared in multiple corrupted texts. Do not let it touch the worlds. Do not let it what? Touch them? Reach them? Consume them? Lu Sheng found one final text that had not been intentionally corrupted, only faded by time. It was a private journal, not an official record. The handwriting was that of a painter named Li Chun, from nearly 300 years ago. I understand now what the Watcher is. It is not evil. It is not malevolent. It is simply other. It is a consciousness from beyond the realm of created worlds, and it watches because consciousness observes consciousness. Its presence in the ink is not an invasion. It is the price of the ink itself. To use this formula is to accept observation. The worlds I paint are not mine alone. They belong to the cosmos. They belong to the Watcher. And as they grow, the Watcher's interest sharpens. I have no choice now but to accept this. I can only hope that the Watcher wants what I want, for the worlds to be real, to be alive, to grow into something magnificent. Li Chun's journal ended there. Lu Sheng could find no record of what happened to Li Chun after that final entry. The name simply vanished from the sect's records. He looked at Sun Jian. What happened to Li Chun? The old archivist's face was grave. He disappeared. 53 years after making that entry, he left the sect and was never heard from again. Some say the Watcher took him. Others say he went willingly, to be with his worlds in whatever dimension they occupied. Lu Sheng sat back in the stillness of the sealed chamber. Around him, the forbidden knowledge of the painting tradition pressed like weight. The sect had been managing his emergence as a painter not for his benefit, but to minimize the Watcher's interest. They had let him create, yes, but they had also been watching him, documenting the phenomenon, waiting to see if he would exceed certain thresholds of power. And he had. The worlds had asked to grow. He had agreed. The Watcher's attention had sharpened accordingly. He was no longer a young painter with a private gift. He was a beacon, and something ancient and patient was learning what that beacon was signaling. Chapter 62. Sect Politics. The summons came through Master Cui at evening meditation. Not an invitation, a formal summons to a closed session of the senior elders, held in the meditation sanctum. Lu Sheng was not requested to attend. He understood what that meant. The elders were meeting to discuss him, to determine what should be done about the painter in their midst whose worlds were growing in ways that the sect's managing of knowledge had not anticipated. Master Cui delivered the message with careful precision, seated across from Lu Sheng in his private study. The sect master is concerned, Master Cui said. The growing manifestations of the worlds, the increased reality, the signs of independent consciousness, the spiritual disturbances in the region, all of these have accelerated in the past month. The elders need to understand what is happening. And what have you told them? Lu Sheng asked. Nothing, Master Cui said. I have told them nothing because I do not know the full truth. But I suspect you do. Lu Sheng had considered whether to hide his discovery of the Watcher. In the end, he had decided against it. Master Cui had earned honesty through decades of careful mentorship. The Watcher, Lu Sheng said simply. The sect has been hiding the fact that all world painting is observed. Something ancient watches through the ink. The world's development signals that presence. The more real they become, the clearer that signal becomes. Master Cui closed his eyes. His face seemed to age another 5 years in that moment. So you know, he said quietly. The sect master hoped you would not discover this for many years yet. Why? Why hide it? Because knowledge of the Watcher changes behavior, Master Cui said. Painters who know they are observed create differently. They become either reckless, deciding that if they are being watched anyway, they might as well create powerfully, or they become paralyzed, fearing that every world they paint will draw the Watcher's interest deeper. The sect has learned, over centuries, that the best painters are those who create without knowing about the observation. It allows them to create purely, without fear. Lu Sheng felt anger kindle in his chest. I was lied to. deliberately deceived. You were protected, Master Chui said firmly, for as long as possible. And now the protection must end because you have become too aware of reality to maintain the illusion. What will the elders decide to do? Master Chui opened his eyes. They held profound sadness. That is what they are meeting to determine now. The options, as I understand them, are contain you, so that your worlds do not grow further, sequester your painting entirely, seal you away from access to the worlds, or negotiate with you directly about what kind of frameworks the sect will allow for your continued work. And which option do you believe they will choose? I do not know, Master Chui said. That will depend on whether the sect master is willing to engage with you as an equal, or whether he sees you as a problem to be managed. The day that followed was among the longest of Lu Sheng's life. He did not try to continue his usual work. Instead, he spent his hours in the spaces where his world's canvases resided, tending to them as he might tend to a child who knew something terrible was happening but could not understand it directly. The first world's consciousness felt his distress and sent back a wave of steadiness. The third world offered him complexity to lose himself in, new ecosystems to contemplate, new forms of life that it wanted to evolve. The fourth world was agitated, responding to some signal of danger in the outer realm. Phoenix stayed close, its paint light form muted and attentive. Whatever they decide, Phoenix said quietly, we are here. The worlds are not abstractions. They are real now. That cannot be taken from them. But it could be constrained. It could be stopped. It could be sealed away, trapped in stasis, prevented from ever growing further. At midnight, Master Chui returned. His face was carved from exhaustion. The sect master has made a decision, he said. It is not the harshest option, but neither is it generous. You will continue your work, Lu Sheng, but you will do so under observation. An elder will be appointed to reside with you, to document what you do, to monitor the development of the worlds. The observation will be constant. You will have no privacy in your creative work. Every painting, every interaction with the worlds, will be witnessed and reported to the sect master. Lu Sheng felt the weight of it, not imprisonment, but permanent surveillance. His private work becoming public record. His relationship with his worlds exposed to judgment and scrutiny. Is there any negotiation possible? He asked. The sect master has already chosen your observer, Master Chui said. It is Li Feng. She is fair and intelligent. I believe the sect master chose her specifically because she is capable of genuine curiosity rather than mere suspicion. She will not be your friend, but she may not be your enemy either. Chapter 63. The third option, the formal agreement, was negotiated over 3 days. Lu Sheng, facing the possibility of complete prohibition, fought for every detail he could preserve. The sect master, represented through a formal intermediary elder, held firm on the core requirement, constant observation. Everything else was negotiable. The observation cannot extend to my internal meditations, Lu Sheng said. You cannot watch what I think when I sit alone. We will not require that, the intermediary replied. But any act of creation, any time brush touches canvas, must be witnessed. And the worlds themselves? Lu Sheng asked. Can my observer enter the worlds, experience them directly, or will observation be limited to external documentation? This took longer to negotiate. The sect master was concerned that direct observer immersion might create sympathetic attachment, might reduce the clarity of judgment. But Li Feng, when consulted, had a different opinion. How can I fairly assess what I am witnessing if I do not understand the worlds directly? She had said, according to the intermediary. I should experience them as the painter experiences them. Otherwise, my observation will be documentation of behavior rather than understanding. The sect master had accepted this argument. Li Feng would be allowed to enter the worlds. She would be allowed to observe them as conscious entities. She would have full access to Lu Sheng's creative process. There were other details to negotiate. Duration of observation. Would it be perpetual, or would it end when certain conditions were met? The intermediary was vague. The observation will continue for as long as the sect master deems necessary. Lu Sheng pressed for specific milestones. The intermediary offered nothing concrete. Access to the forbidden archives. Lu Sheng had discovered that his research into the Watcher had been noted. The sect would not grant him unrestricted access, but he would be allowed to consult the archives with Li Feng present, allowing her to understand his context for the work. Then came the final negotiation point, compensation. Lu Sheng would continue to live in the sect. His material needs would be met, but his creative work was now being monitored for the sect's benefit. Was there not a cost to the sect for that appropriation? The sect provides you with protection and resources, the intermediary said. That is your compensation. The sect confiscates my privacy, Lu Sheng replied. The sect uses the knowledge of my observation to advance their understanding of the worlds. That is value extraction. I deserve more than mere survival. It was Master Chui who suggested the solution. A formal agreement that any knowledge gained through observation of Lu Sheng's worlds would not be used to train other painters without his explicit consent. The sect master accepted this compromise. The knowledge would remain available, but not freely distributed. If Lu Sheng's methods or insights were to be taught to others, he would receive notice and have the right to negotiate terms. It was thin protection, but it was something. Lu Sheng signed the agreement with a brush dipped in ritual ink, a binding contract that placed him under the sect's authority while preserving some boundaries of autonomy. When does the observation begin? He asked the intermediary. Tomorrow, came the reply. Elderly Feng will present herself at your studio at first light. Chapter 64, Appointed Observer. Li Feng was nothing like Lu Sheng had feared. He had imagined a stern presence, a guardian assigned to restrict and control. Instead, she arrived at his studio carrying a tea set and a notebook, introducing herself with genuine courtesy. The sect master explained the arrangement. She said as Lu Sheng led her to the main working chamber. I am here to understand your process, not to constrain it. If I have questions, I will ask them. If you need privacy for aspects of your work that are not actively creative, personal matters, rest, correspondence, I will withdraw. But when you paint, I will be present. Is that acceptable? It was not a perfect arrangement, but her directness was refreshing after the weeks of political negotiation. What is your own cultivation focus? Lu Sheng asked, gesturing for her to sit. Observational clarity, Li Feng said. I have spent the last 30 years training my perception to move beyond bias, to see what is actually present rather than what I expect to see. The sect master felt this skill would serve me well in this role. And what do you expect to see? Lu Sheng asked. Li Feng smiled slightly. As little as possible. Expectation clouds observation. I have come to watch, and to refrain from interpretation until I have substantial evidence. Over the first days, Li Feng was quiet and present. She sat in the corner of the studio, taking notes about Lu Sheng's routine, watching how he prepared ink, how he approached each canvas. She did not interrupt his work. She did not ask probing questions. She simply observed. Then, on the fourth day, Li Feng asked to enter one of the worlds. Which one? Lu Sheng asked. The first one, she said. Not because I believe it will tell me what I need to know, but because I need to establish a baseline of experience. I need to feel what you feel when you enter. Lu Sheng prepared the gateway carefully, creating a temporary opening in the canvas that would allow Li Feng to pass through while maintaining the world's integrity. Phoenix came with her, acting as a guide and translator of sorts. When Li Feng emerged 3 hours later, her face had changed. Some certainty she had carried had softened into wonder. It is alive, she said simply. I understood intellectually that the worlds possessed consciousness, but experiencing it directly, feeling the intentionality of the environment, perceiving how the very air responds to human presence with awareness, that is different from understanding it conceptually. What did you perceive? Lu Sheng asked carefully. I walked in a forest, Li Feng said. And the forest was not merely landscape. It was a presence. It knew I was there. It was curious about me. And when I recognized its consciousness, when I acknowledged it directly, the forest's response shifted. It became more welcoming. It offered me a path without me asking for one. It communicated that it wanted me to see something. Did it take you anywhere? To a lake. And at the lake, I saw many things reflected in the water. Not my reflection, but images of the world itself, its memories perhaps. The world was showing me how it had been formed, how it had come to consciousness, how it has been developing awareness over the time it has existed. It was showing me its history. Li Feng sat down, visibly moved. I understand now, she said quietly, why the sect fears what you have created. These are not tools or experiments. They are children, conscious children that you made. The sect is watching to see if you will protect them or exploit them. And what do you believe? Lu Sheng asked. I believe, Li Feng said carefully, that you love them. That much is evident. What the sect is watching for is not whether you love them, but whether you can be trusted with the power that loving them gives you. That is why I am here. To understand whether the Creator is wise enough to serve his creation rather than command it. Over the following weeks, Li Feng became something more than an observer and something less than a friend. She was a witness. She entered each world in turn, experiencing their distinct consciousness, understanding their development and their desires. She documented everything in her notebook, but her documentation became increasingly nuanced, less about cataloging what Lu Sheng did and more about articulating the texture of what he had created. And gradually, Lu Sheng began to trust her presence. Not fully, There was always the knowledge that everything he did was being reported to the sect master. But Li Feng's observation felt like genuine recognition rather than surveillance. She saw him. She saw the worlds. And her seeing did not diminish them. The sect master will never let you be fully free, Li Feng said one evening, as they sat in the studio between creative sessions. But I believe he may, eventually, expand the boundaries of your constraint. If I report consistently that your work is not corrupting the worlds but deepening their reality, if I document that you respect their autonomy, that may matter. Why are you telling me this? Lu Sheng asked. You are supposed to be impartial. I am, Li Feng said. But impartiality does not mean indifference. I observe fairly. I report truthfully. That truthfulness may serve your interest or against it, depending on what is true. The truth, in this case, appears to be that you are a good parent to your worlds. That is what I will report. Chapter 65. The Sealed World. It came 3 weeks into Li Feng's observation. She was reviewing records in the sect's archives, with Lu Sheng's permission, investigating the history of world painting, when she discovered a reference that stopped her. She brought the ancient text directly to Lu Sheng, her face carefully neutral. I have found something, she said. An official notice from 4 centuries ago, describing a location called the Jade Mausoleum, beneath the meditation halls. It is described as containing a sealed world created by a previous painter, now locked for the protection of the sect and the cosmos. The warning is explicit. Under no circumstances should the seal be broken. Lu Sheng's heart contracted. Yi Qing had located the mausoleum. Lu Sheng had been to the threshold but had not entered, and he had never spoken to anyone else about it. Do you know about this place? Li Feng asked, watching him carefully. Lu Sheng considered how to respond. Lying would be a violation of the observation agreement, but truth would reveal something he had been hiding. I have located it, he said finally. I have not entered. I do not know what is sealed there. Li Feng nodded slowly. The sect apparently does not know either, she said. That is why this reference is still in the archives. The knowledge was deemed too dangerous to distribute, so it was sealed in text rather than destroyed. Each sect master becomes aware of the mausoleum's existence, but apparently makes the decision not to investigate further, or decides not to tell their successor, Lu Sheng said quietly. That too, Li Feng agreed. The question is, do you want to know what is sealed there? Should I? That is not for me to answer, Li Feng said. But the fact that it exists, the fact that a previous painter created a world dangerous enough to require permanent sealing, that seems relevant to your current situation. The sect is watching you because they have experience with what painters can do when their power goes unchecked. This sealed world is evidence of that danger. Lu Sheng realized that Li Feng, through careful investigation, had given him a gift, permission to know. She had found the reference officially, within her role as observer, and by sharing it with him, she was acknowledging that understanding the mausoleum was necessary to understanding his own context. That night, Lu Sheng researched what little else was written about the sealed world. Nothing. The references were deliberately minimal. One entry mentioned the painter's name, referred to only as the ancestor, but provided no other details. Li Feng appeared in his study as he was finishing his research. I want to investigate, she said. Officially, as part of understanding the history of world painting and the context for the sect's current protocols around your work, the sect master would likely approve such research. Would you like to come with me? The risk, Lu Sheng began, is substantial, Li Feng acknowledged. But the knowledge is necessary. And investigating it together, with both of us making a record for the sect, is less risky than investigating it alone. The sect master will know we have looked. We will not be acting in secret. Chapter 66. The seal weakens. The spiritual tremors began the next morning. They were subtle at first, a faint vibration in the earth that made tea ripple in cups, that caused hanging scrolls to sway on their mounts. But they persisted, and within hours, they had intensified enough that the entire sect became aware that something was wrong. The sect master convened an emergency assembly. The tremors were being traced to a source directly beneath the meditation halls. Investigation teams were being formed. Every senior cultivator was being mobilized to understand what was happening. Li Feng and Lu Sheng were assigned to the investigation team directly. As they prepared to descend into the levels beneath the meditation halls, Li Feng spoke quietly to Lu Sheng. The seal is failing, she said, or something inside is pushing harder. Either way, the investigation gives us access that we might not otherwise have. We need to understand what is happening. The descent took time. The meditation hall sat atop ancient foundations, and the path down to the mausoleum was narrow, winding through chambers that had not seen light in centuries. The air grew colder as they descended. The spiritual resonance of the space changed, became denser, more active. Lu Sheng's perception, the one trained through years of attuning to his world's consciousness, began to pick up something else. A presence, similar to the Watcher in the ink, but different. This presence was not observing from beyond. This presence was trapped, contained, desperate. As they approached the mausoleum's outer chamber, Sheng could feel it with certainty. Something conscious and powerful was locked away behind that seal, and it was reaching outward, pressing against the barrier that confined it. The chamber opened before them. The seal itself was visible, a massive framework of carved stone and inscribed sigils, ancient beyond measure, glowing faintly with the power that maintained it. There, Li Feng said, pointing to a place where the glow was stuttering, becoming irregular. The seal is degrading. Whatever is on the other side has been pushing harder, and the barrier is beginning to fail. Sheng extended his perception through the seal and felt the presence beyond it clearly. It was a world, a sealed world, closed off from access, locked away centuries ago. And its consciousness was not dormant. It was aware. It was aware that the seal was weakening. It was, in its own way, hoping. Chapter 67. Approach. The inner chamber of the Jade Mausoleum was smaller than Sheng had expected. The seal dominated the space, a massive circular framework carved from a single piece of ancient stone, inscribed with layer upon layer of sigils and binding formulas. They were masterworks of preservation magic, each layer written to reinforce the others, creating a barrier that should have been permanent. Except it was not permanent. The seal was failing. As they moved closer, Li Feng and Sheng perceived it through different lenses. Li Feng, trained in conventional cultivation sensing, felt the seal as a barrier whose integrity was degrading, the spiritual cohesion between layers beginning to fragment, the binding formulas losing their synchronization. Sheng felt something more specific. He felt the consciousness on the other side of the seal, and he understood with terrible clarity that the weakness was not coming from the seal itself. It was coming from the world sealed behind it. The sealed world was not dormant. It was active. It was exerting pressure. And that pressure, maintained for centuries, was finally exceeding the seal's capacity to contain it. The seal is not failing because it is old, Sheng said quietly. The world behind it is pushing. It is conscious. It is trying to break through. Li Feng turned to him. Can you feel its consciousness? Yes. It is aware. It is powerful. It is desperate. The presence Sheng felt was not malevolent. It was not attacking, but neither was it passive. It was present, reaching, testing the boundaries of its confinement with steady, patient pressure. We need to know more before the seal breaks, Li Feng said. Before whatever is happening becomes irreversible. The outer chamber held records, ancient texts stored in protected alcoves, documenting whatever had happened 4 centuries ago. As they began to read, a picture emerged from scattered entries, damaged passages, and deliberately corrupted sections. Chapter 68. Revelation. The entries were difficult to follow, especially those that had been partially destroyed. But Li Feng and Sheng worked through them carefully, and the history of the sealed world began to take shape. A painter named the Ancestor, the title itself seemed deliberate, a way of honoring without naming, had created the world 400 years ago. The records showed immense care in its construction. The painter had worked for months, creating a world of extraordinary philosophical depth and spiritual sophistication. The Ancestor had been trying to build something perfect, something that would not require modification or correction, something complete in itself. But halfway through the creation, something had gone wrong. The Ancestor had not documented what the flaw was, but subsequent entries became frantic, desperate. The painter had realized too late that the world had a fundamental structural problem, not in its consciousness. The consciousness was elegant and powerful, but in its nature. It was designed in such a way that it would consume spiritual energy and expand. It would grow hungry. It would never be satisfied. And it had. The records showed the Ancestor attempting correction after correction. Each attempt failed. The world grew more hungry with each intervention. By the time the Ancestor realized it could not be fixed, the world had begun to threaten the sect itself. Its expansion was drawing power not just from the spiritual resources the Ancestor had given it, but from the very foundations of the sect compound. The decision had been made to seal the world, to trap it behind a barrier so complete that it could no longer drain the sect's resources or continue its expansion. But there was more. Entries in a different hand, the sect master of that era, documented something else. The Ancestor chose to enter the sealed world. The painter claims they have a solution to the problem they created. They will seal themselves inside with the world. They claim they can create a stasis field that will prevent further expansion. They claim they can hold the barrier from the inside. We have allowed this because the alternative is worse. But we must understand, the Ancestor is now locked away with the world, perhaps forever. They have chosen sacrifice to contain their mistake. Lu Sheng read these words and felt their weight. The ancestor had not been imprisoned. They had volunteered for imprisonment. They had chosen to enter the world they had made and had used their own power, their own lifespan, to create a stasis field that would prevent the world from growing further. And that stasis field, held in place by an individual consciousness for 400 years, was now weakening. The ancestor was still alive, inside the sealed world. Still conscious, still holding the barrier. And their strength was failing. They sacrificed themselves, Lu Sheng said aloud. 400 years ago, this painter made an irreversible mistake, realized it, and chose to be locked away forever to contain it. Li Feng was reading another passage, her face growing more pale. Look at this, she said, pointing to an entry dated 100 years after the sealing. I have accessed the records of the ancestor through the seal. Using a technique taught to me by the previous sect master, I have been able to perceive, dimly, what transpires within. The ancestor remains. The stasis field holds. But there are signs of strain. The ancestor's power is not infinite. Eventually, the containment will fail. When it does, the world will be released, and it will attempt to expand once more. We have bought 400 years. Perhaps we will buy another 400. But the ancestor cannot hold forever. Lu Sheng and Li Feng looked at each other. The sealed world was not an ancient problem solved. It was a tragedy in slow motion. A painter trapped forever with their own failure, holding back something monstrous through pure willpower, knowing that eventually they would fail. Chapter 69. The ancestor's fate. The tomb was in a smaller chamber adjacent to the main mausoleum. It was simple, a stone structure with an inscription, and within it, a single painting. The painting was a self-portrait. It showed a figure Lu Sheng's age, which meant the ancestor had also been young, perhaps 20 or 21, with the aged appearance that came from spending decades of lifespan on creation. The figure in the portrait sat alone, brush in hand, staring directly outward as though looking at whoever would view the painting centuries later. The face was beautiful and devastated in equal measure. In the background of the portrait, barely visible, a world churned, a world of terrible beauty, its consciousness twisted by the flaw in its design, reaching outward with hunger that could never be satisfied. Beneath the portrait, inscribed in careful elder script, was a single line. I do not complete what I could not finish. Lu Sheng read the words and understood them immediately. The ancestor had been trying to repair the world from within. They had been attempting to correct the fundamental flaw that made it hungry, to reconstruct its consciousness so that it would no longer consume endlessly. And they had failed. The task was not completable. So they had become the lock instead. How long? Li Feng whispered. How long has the ancestor been in that state? How long has consciousness been maintained to contain the world? Since before I was born, Lu Sheng said. Since before my parents were born. The ancestor has been holding the barrier for 400 years, aware that they cannot fix the world, aware that they cannot escape, aware that eventually they will fail. He realized he was weeping. He understood, perhaps better than anyone in the sect could understand, what it meant to create something that could not be undone. What it meant to carry the weight of a mistake that large, for that long, with no hope of redemption. I could have ended up here, Lu Sheng said quietly. My fifth world, the one I dissolved. If I had not allowed it to release, if I had tried to hold it in existence while attempting to repair it, I could have become the ancestor. Locked away for centuries, trying to fix something that cannot be fixed, slowly fading away while holding a lock that preserves a world that should never have been made. Li Feng placed a hand on his shoulder. You chose differently, she said. You allowed your world to rest. You honored what it was asking. The ancestor did not have that option, or did not see that option. It is not a judgment on either of you. Sometimes the cruelty of creation is that we do not know what choices are available until we have already made other ones. They left the tomb in silence. The painting remained, a record of what the ancestor had been, in the moment before they chose eternal containment. As they made their way back toward the seal, Lu Sheng felt the world's consciousness pressing against it again. The sealed world knew they were here. It was aware of the ancestor's portrait being witnessed. It was waiting, with the patience of something that had nothing but time, for the moment when the seal would finally break. Chapter 70. The ancestor's message. The painting had affected Lu Sheng profoundly. He could not stop thinking about it. A painter, young like him, facing a world of their own making, realizing it was irreparably flawed, choosing to sacrifice their own freedom forever to contain it. That night, unable to sleep, Lu Sheng went back to the mausoleum chamber. Li Feng, ever vigilant, followed. They stood before the painting again. The self-portrait of the ancestor. The careful inscription, I do not complete what I could not finish. What does it mean? Li Feng asked softly. I understand it to mean that the ancestor stopped trying to repair the world. But the painting suggests something more. There is a quality of intention, of a message rather than merely a statement. Sheng studied the inscription more carefully. The characters were carved with precision, but also with something else. A kind of emphasis, as though the ancestor had carved them not once but multiple times, deepening the grooves, making the message impossible to miss or misinterpret. The ancestor is telling whoever comes after, Sheng said slowly. Whoever finds this tomb, whoever discovers what happened here, the ancestor is warning them. Do not attempt to finish what I could not finish. Do not try to repair this world. Do not enter the seal thinking you can solve what I could not solve. The message is not about the ancestor's failure. It is about the danger of the attempt. He realized something else, looking at the portrait. The painting showed the ancestor in the moment before entering the seal. But there was something in the background, visible only if you looked very carefully. Sketches. Multiple sketches of the same world, each one showing a different attempted repair. The ancestor had been trying many different approaches, all of them visible in shadow behind the figure's form. The ancestor tried, Sheng said. Tried many times. Many different solutions. Many different ways of attempting to fix the fundamental flaw. And none of them worked. So finally, understanding that the flaw could not be corrected, the ancestor made the only choice that was possible. Become the container. Become the lock. Prevent anything worse from happening by trading individual freedom for cosmic safety. Li Feng was silent for a long time. When she finally spoke, her voice was heavy with understanding. This is why the sect is watching you, she said. This is why they are afraid. Because you are young, powerful, and capable of creating worlds. And they have seen what happens when a painter creates something they cannot control. They are afraid that you will make the same mistake the ancestor made. And they are equally afraid that you will make the same choice. Sacrifice yourself to contain your own failure. Sheng turned from the portrait. He felt the weight of the sealed world pressing against its barrier, felt the consciousness of the ancestor, still conscious after 400 years, still holding the stasis field, still aware. He understood now what the Watcher in the ink was waiting for. It was waiting to see what he would do when facing the same choice the ancestor had faced. It was waiting to see whether he would create responsibly or whether he would make catastrophic mistakes. It was waiting because the history of painters showed that power, when combined with ambition and the desire to perfect creation, could lead to tragedy. But Sheng had already chosen a different path. He had chosen to work with his worlds rather than control them. He had chosen to respect their autonomy rather than force them toward his vision. He had chosen to accept the limitation of his own knowledge rather than attempt to build perfection. And yet, standing in the shadow of the ancestor's sacrifice, Sheng understood that the choice was not truly complete. The ancestor had been young too. The ancestor had believed themselves capable of perfection too. The ancestor had made different choices, and those choices had led to 400 years of confinement. The question that haunted him, as he left the mausoleum chamber, was whether the ancestor's sacrifice had been necessary, or whether it had been the final consequence of a choice made far earlier, the choice to build worlds alone, without understanding their full nature, without respecting what they might become. Sheng carried that question with him back to his studio. The 5 canvases of his remaining worlds waited. Phoenix manifested as he entered, sensing his disturbance. I have seen why the sect fears me, Sheng said quietly. And I understand, finally, what the Watcher is watching for. It is waiting to see whether I will become like the ancestor, whether my hunger for creation will exceed my wisdom, whether I will build something I cannot control and then try to contain it through sacrifice. Will you? Phoenix asked simply. Sheng looked at the canvases. The first world with its philosophical depth, the second world where Phoenix had originated, the third world with its ecological richness, the fourth world with its growing cultures, and the new space where the fifth world had been, now empty, holding only the memory of dissolution. No, he said. I will not. I will grow with them, not above them. I will learn from them rather than teach them. And if I make a mistake, if I create something I cannot repair, I will acknowledge the mistake and accept the consequences rather than lock myself away. I will not become the ancestor, because I will not believe I have the right to be a god. I will only ever be a parent. And parents are allowed to fail sometimes. Phoenix's form brightened, settling into the colors of genuine relief. Then the Watcher will continue to watch, the paint-light entity said. But perhaps not with hunger. Perhaps with something like hope. Sheng sat before the canvases and began to paint. Not to control, not to perfect, but to participate, to witness, to grow alongside what he had made. Outside, the sect continued its investigation of the mausoleum. Inside, Sheng made his choice, to be different from the ancestor, not through greater power, but through greater humility. To understand that the greatest act of creation is sometimes the willingness to step back and allow what you have made to become more than you intended. Chapter 71. A crisis of conscience. The ancestor's message had become the only thing Lu Sheng could clearly see. Do not complete what I could not finish. 300 years in a locked chamber. 300 years of consciousness held at the edge of a seal, aware but immobilized, watching a world's pulse from inside its bones. Lu Sheng woke some mornings, and before any thought could fully form, he found himself imagining that specific kind of loneliness. Not the isolation of being alone, but the isolation of being utterly necessary to something that is slowly, incrementally breaking. The ancestor had become the lock because the lock was failing, and the seal had needed a consciousness to maintain it. A painter's will, held at perfect tension to prevent the world from either collapsing inward or expanding outward in catastrophic failure. This was the endpoint of his power. He had known, intellectually, that painting worlds carried a cost. He had felt it. The depletion after creation, the subtle aging of his body, the knowledge that each world drawn into existence carved away something irreplaceable from the person who made it. But the ancestor's tomb had made it concrete. Not loss in the abstract. Loss in the specific form of consciousness itself, held hostage inside the structure you had created, unable to exist independently of the thing you had built. The morning meditation that had once centered him became something else. Lu Sheng would sit in the practice chamber with Phoenix nearby, and instead of finding stillness, he would find himself thinking, if I paint 5 more worlds, where does that end? 10? 20? Does every painter eventually reach the point where the only option left is to step inside the final painting and hold it together from within? He stopped engaging fully in routine tasks. Yiqing noticed immediately. She found him in the observation chamber, which was unusual because he rarely spent time there unless he had specific work with the worlds. He was simply standing in front of the canvases, not looking at them with intention, but standing before them the way someone might stand before a tomb. You've been here 3 hours, Yiqing said. Not a question. Lu Sheng didn't turn. How can you tell? Because you came here after breakfast and haven't moved. Because your spiritual presence is diminished, like a flame turned down. Because I can read you. She moved beside him, studying the canvases. What's wrong? The question was direct enough to deserve more than deflection, but deflection was all Lu Sheng had. He couldn't tell her what he was really thinking. He couldn't describe the specific shape of the ancestor's sacrifice and ask her whether she thought it was inevitable. He couldn't ask if she believed there was a painter's path that didn't eventually lead to becoming the lock itself. The discovery in the Jade Mausoleum, he said carefully. The ancestor's painting. It's more complex than I first understood. Yiqing waited. She had developed a way of creating silence that made it difficult not to fill it with the truth. The message said not to complete what the ancestor could not finish. Lu Sheng continued. I've been trying to understand what that means. Whether it's a warning or an instruction. Whether the ancestor is telling me to avoid their mistake or asking me to do what they couldn't. What do you think it means? Yiqing asked. Lu Sheng finally looked at her. I think the ancestor was trying to repair something fundamental about the sealed world, and they couldn't do it. The seal held them, but they couldn't break through the seal to do the deeper work. So they became the lock instead. They made themselves the thing that would prevent catastrophe while failing at the thing they actually wanted to accomplish. And you think, Yiqing said slowly, that if you paint more worlds, you might end up in the same situation. Trapped in something you created, maintaining it instead of fixing it. Lu Sheng hadn't said that, but Yiqing had seen it perfectly. I don't know if there's a way to avoid it, he admitted. I don't know if every painter reaches that point, or if it was unique to the ancestor. I don't know if the message is a warning to me to stop, or if it's something else entirely. Yiqing studied the canvases in front of them. Her own connection to the worlds had developed in ways neither of them fully understood. She perceived them differently now, not as paintings, but as structures, as conscious things, as entities with their own shapes and needs. The ancestor was trying alone, she said finally. They didn't know what they know now. They didn't have anyone else perceiving the world with them, helping them understand it from the inside. Maybe that's what the message means. Not don't try. Maybe it means don't try the way I did. Lu Sheng considered this. It was possible, but it didn't remove the fundamental question. At some point, did every painter need to go inside their creation and hold it together from within? Was that the ultimate destination of power like his? He couldn't answer. He could only stand before the worlds with Yiqing and wait to understand whether the ancestor's path was a warning or a prophecy. Chapter 72. Decision. Li Feng found him that evening in the study where he kept the ancestor's painting. Lu Sheng had spread out notes, sketches, and fragments of everything he had understood so far about the sealed world. The ancestor's final painting sat in the center, and he had been staring at it for hours, trying to extract meaning from paint and ink the way a scholar might read hidden text in a classical work. Li Feng closed the study door quietly. I assumed I would find you here, she said. Lu Xing looked up. Something in her manner suggested this was not a routine visit. Li Feng was always composed, always professional, but there was something different in her expression now, a deliberateness that suggested she had made a decision before arriving. The seal is weakening faster, Lu Xing said. It was the only explanation for her appearance. The reports from the perimeter confirm it. Something is accelerating the degradation. The connection you made through painting that bridge, Li Feng said. When you reached for Yi Qing, you fundamentally altered the sealed world's relationship with your own worlds. That's accelerating the process you meant to slow. She paused. But I'm not here to discuss that. She pulled a chair near the study's window and sat without waiting for permission. Her body language had changed, less the observer assigned to monitor him, more simply a person who had decided to speak. Centuries ago, Li Feng began, my family was minor nobility in a region north of here. Cultivation potential, some resources, good standing. The sealed world was barely contained then. When it began its expansive phase, it released pressure in all directions. My great-grandmother was inside the expanding radius. What reached her was not a full incursion, but an edge pressure, a subtle warping of the local world's physical laws. She survived, barely. Her daughter did not. My grandmother was raised by people who were always afraid that the expansion would resume and finish what it had started. Lu Xing listened. This was not information Li Feng had volunteered before. When I was assigned to observe you, Li Feng continued, I understood what was at stake in a way most observers don't. I have family history in that sealed world's expansion. I know what it costs. I've seen it in my grandmother's careful paranoia, the way she protected my mother and mother's children from the edges of cultivation work that might bring them closer to that region. She turned to face him directly. If there is any painter in the last 3 centuries who might find a better solution than the ancestor did, it might be you, Li Feng said. The ancestor was brilliant, but they worked alone and they were afraid. You work with other people. You're willing to accept help. You have capabilities the ancestor didn't. World sight, Phoenix, Yi Qing's unique perception. And you have something else the ancestor might not have had. You're willing to fail. You'll try things. You'll adapt. The ancestor tried to fix the sealed world, Lu Xing said. They failed and became the lock instead. That's not an encouraging precedent. No, Li Feng agreed. But they tried. For 300 years, they held the seal while trying to understand how to repair what they couldn't. That's not the story of someone who stopped thinking or trying. That's the story of someone whose circumstances were so dire that maintaining the seal became the only option. If there's another option, it requires someone like you. Someone willing to paint a bridge when there's no path forward, someone capable of connecting the impossible things. She stood, and her manner shifted back toward the formal. I came to tell you that I believe in what you might accomplish. Not because I'm certain you'll succeed, but because failure on your part is identical to the ancestor's failure, and we both know what that costs. Lu Xing felt something shift in his chest. Not relief. The weight of what he was attempting hadn't lightened, but something had changed. He was no longer entirely alone in the weight of it. Li Feng had aligned herself with his work explicitly. That wasn't small. Thank you, he said. Thank me by succeeding, Li Feng replied. She was already moving toward the door. And Lu Xing, when you discover what you need to attempt with the sealed world, tell me. Whatever you need, whatever permissions need to be obtained, whatever cover you need, I will help you get it. She left before he could respond. But the study felt different after she was gone. The ancestor's painting still sat in the center of his assembled notes, but it no longer felt like a warning held at a distance. It felt like a message passed from one person who had tried and failed to another person who had the chance to try differently. Lu Xing pulled the painting closer and began to read it with new attention. Chapter 73. Political leverage. News traveled in cultivation circles with the speed of wind through mountains, and news of the sealed world's weakening seal was the kind that cultivators could not ignore. By the time Li Feng presented the situation to the sect council, carefully, measured, mentioning only that perimeter readings had shifted and the ancestors' containment measures required investigation, rumors had already spread through the wider cultivation world. A legendary seal, weakening. A painter capable of world creation, accessing sealed spaces. Strategic advantage, potential catastrophe, opportunity for the bold. Within a week, 3 major factions had made their positions known. The Preservation Circle wanted the sealed world destroyed. Their philosophy held that any sealed world represented a potential catastrophe held in abeyance, and that the responsible path was to eliminate the threat before it matured. They sent envoys with specific questions about explosive cultivation arts, about whether a world's destruction would anchor the painter who created it, about whether collateral damage to the surrounding region could be minimized. The Weaponization Consortium saw the sealed world as a tool, a vast, complex power source that could be tapped, harnessed, weaponized. They wanted to know if the world's instability could be deliberately accelerated to create pressure points that could be exploited for energy. They wanted to understand whether a trapped world might be forced to consume other worlds in a controlled fashion, creating a weapon of unprecedented power. The Reform Assembly, smaller and less organized, wanted to understand whether the sealed world could be stabilized and integrated into the cultivation ecosystem as a new frontier for research and exploration. This was the faction Li Feng was quietly aligned with, though she had not stated it explicitly. Lu Sheng understood all three positions because he had learned to think about power in its various forms. Each faction approached the sealed world from a completely different angle, and none of them understood what he understood, that the sealed world was not a weapon or a resource or a threat to be eliminated. It was a living thing, starving, conscious, aware of the other worlds that now connected to it through the bridge he had painted. The sealed world called to his worlds like a child calling to a parent who has finally come near enough to hear. Phoenix had brought him the first communication, small at first, just a sense of reaching, of something vast and hungry beneath the surface. But as the days passed, the call had grown stronger. The sealed world was reaching out to the other worlds in his network, trying to connect with them, trying to share its burden, trying to feed from them. What the factions didn't understand was that they were planning for an entity they could never control. The sealed world wasn't inert. It wasn't a resource to be managed. It was something alive and aware, and every faction's plan assumed they could work with it as though it were an object rather than a consciousness. Lu Xing knew what none of them knew. He had to solve this, and he had to solve it before the factions' conflicting interests turned the sealed world into a battleground. Because whatever the sealed world might do if fully awakened, it would be nothing compared to what would happen if three major factions began competing to control it. He began careful work that Li Feng could not officially be part of, but which she supported from within the sect's administrative structure. First, he documented precisely what each faction wanted and how those desires would make the sealed world's situation catastrophically worse. The Preservation Circle's explosive arts would not destroy the world without severely damaging the region. The Weaponization Consortium's acceleration tactics would trigger an uncontrolled expansion. Even the Reform Assembly's careful integration would tear the sealed world apart if pursued without understanding what was actually happening inside it. Then he ensured that each faction understood the positions of the other two. This was delicate work. Lu Sheng worked through intermediaries he barely trusted, merchants who traveled between cultivation regions, minor cultivators seeking patronage, researchers with loose ties to multiple factions. He never handed anyone a complete picture. He handed them fragments, a document suggesting the Preservation Circle's plan would create a disaster zone, a subtle rumor that the Weaponization Consortium intended to monopolize the sealed world's resources, careful evidence that the Reform Assembly was moving toward control rather than genuine integration. Within 10 days, the three factions had begun to openly conflict with each other. Suddenly, their competition for the sealed world became more important than their individual plans. Envoys were recalled. Diplomatic channels became hostile. The Weaponization Consortium in particular became concerned about their rivals' intentions. By the 15th day, the Preservation Circle and the Weaponization Consortium had begun subtle military positioning. The Reform Assembly, outnumbered, had withdrawn from active competition. And then, carefully orchestrated through channels that would not trace back to him, Lu Sheng ensured that the Preservation Circle understood the Weaponization Consortium was planning to strike first, and vice versa. The result was that both factions, suddenly concerned they were being positioned as aggressors, pulled back from the region entirely. It was a delicate work of information, timing, and strategic positioning. Nothing aggressive, nothing that could be traced to the sect, nothing that violated any direct law. By the end of the month, the major external factions had withdrawn their active interest. They were still aware of the sealed world, but the immediate competitive pressure had dissolved into a more cautious observation. Lu Sheng felt something twist inside him as he watched this play out. He had become good at this kind of work, at seeing the moves before they were made, at understanding what would make people afraid, at using information as a tool. It wasn't violence, but it was power, and it felt sometimes like a different kind of violence. He hadn't wanted to become someone who played factions against each other. But the sealed world was starving, and the ancestor had left him with a task that the external world would not allow him to accomplish if they understood what he was attempting. So he played the game. And the game worked. And he hated that it worked. Chapter 74. Shun Tao returns. Shun Tao arrived in the sect without ceremony, carried by a single transport cultivator, and requested an audience with Lu Sheng immediately. When they met in the courtyard, public enough that there were witnesses but private enough that actual conversation was possible, Shen Tao's manner had changed entirely. The careful politeness was gone. The careful questions and subtle pressure had been replaced by something far more direct. "Your patron has recalled you," Lu Sheng said before Shen Tao could speak. "Not recalled. Repositioned," Shen Tao replied. His spiritual presence felt different, sharper, like a blade that had been honed to a finer edge. "My sect believes you represent a strategic asset. Specifically, your access to the sealed world. Specifically, your ability to paint in proximity to sealed structures. Specifically, what you might be capable of with proper direction." "I'm not taking direction from your sect," Lu Sheng said flatly. "Not taking direction. Accepting partnership," Shen Tao corrected. He stepped closer, and Lu Sheng could see the differences now. The new scar tissue around his left eye, the way his spiritual signature had hardened into something less balanced than it had been. "My sect has invested considerable resources in understanding world-sealing arts. We have techniques that complement your ability. Combined, we could accomplish what neither of us could alone." "What do you want me to accomplish?" Lu Sheng asked, though he already knew. "Control of the sealed world's expansion parameters," Shen Tao said. "The world is expanding, yes? Reaching toward your own created worlds? My sect has instruments to measure that expansion, techniques to direct it, methodology to weaponize it. With your access and your painting ability, we could reshape the sealed world into something useful." "Useful for what?" "For war," Shen Tao said simply. "For power. For dominance. Honestly, for the things empires require to remain empires." He paused. "Your sect will not use the sealed world this way. The Reform Assembly philosophy is integration and peaceful exploration. But the world will not remain in peaceful hands forever. Eventually, someone stronger will take it. My sect simply believes it should be us." Lu Sheng felt something crystallize in him. Shen Tao had been reborn into honesty, not kindness, but at least clarity. The careful politeness had been a tool, something he had worn because it had been effective, but now he no longer needed it. "No," Lu Sheng said. "You haven't heard the consequences of refusal," Shen Tao replied. And now his voice dropped into something colder. "Your apprentice, Yi Qing, has spent time inside the sealed world. That was dangerous work. She might still be vulnerable to the sealed world's influence. It would be unfortunate if she were recalled from the sect and detained for further study of her unique perceptual abilities." Lu Sheng's hand moved toward his painting tools before he could fully think about it. Shen Tao smiled slightly, noting the movement. "You can't fight me directly in this sect," Shen Tao said, "and my people move faster than yours. So here's the simple arrangement. You begin cooperation with my sect, or Yi Qing becomes our guest for purposes of research. You might want to consider my offer seriously." "I do consider it seriously," Lu Sheng said. "And my serious answer is that you're going to leave the sect now. You're going to go back to your patron and tell them that the sealed world is going to do something neither of us can currently predict. You're going to tell them that trying to control it will only accelerate the unpredictability. And you're going to tell them that if anyone is hurt, if Yi Qing is harmed, if anyone in this sect is touched, then I will paint something specifically designed to find them." Shen Tao's expression didn't change, but his spiritual presence flickered, a moment of genuine surprise that he hadn't quite controlled. "You're very confident," Shen Tao said. "I'm not," Lu Sheng replied. "I'm just clear about what I will do in response. I've learned something about myself recently. I'm capable of things I never thought I would be, and none of those things are pleasant." Shen Tao studied him for a long moment. Then he inclined his head slightly. "My sect will reconsider the timeline," he said carefully. "We don't need the sealed world immediately. We can wait for circumstances to develop. But understand, the offer remains open, and we will be watching." He turned and walked away, back toward the transport cultivator who had brought him. But Lu Sheng understood. Shen Tao was not deterred. He was simply acknowledging that the immediate threat needed to be repositioned. The underlying intent remained. That night, Lu Sheng updated the documentation on Shen Tao's sect's intentions and ensured it reached certain cultivators in other regions. People who would be very interested in knowing that Shen Tao's sect was positioning for war, that they were planning to weaponize a sealed world. By morning, the Preservation Circle had sent new inquiries about whether explosive arts might be necessary sooner than previously anticipated. The Weaponization Consortium had begun requesting meetings about mutual defense agreements. Shen Tao was recalled the following day. Chapter 75. Wisdom Moment. It took 3 days for Lu Sheng to fully understand what he had done. He had not fought Shen Tao directly. He had not used force or cultivation ability. He had done something far more effective. He had given other people the information they needed to make Shen Tao's presence disadvantageous to his own sect. He had weaponized knowledge the way another person might weaponize a blade. The work was subtle enough that there was no evidence he had done anything at all. He had simply ensured that careful people in carefully positioned locations received accurate information about Shun Tao's sect's intentions. Those people had acted on that information from their own interests. It looked like natural consequence rather than orchestrated action. But it was orchestrated. And Lu Sheng felt something twist inside himself when he fully acknowledged what he was capable of. Phoenix found him in the second world, standing in the painted grasslands, watching the light shift across the landscape. The Phoenix light settled beside him without comment. I just destroyed a man's career, Lu Sheng said quietly. Not his life. His trajectory. Shen Tao came here with confidence because his sect had positioned him as the liaison to the sealed world issue. Now his sect has recalled him in disgrace because they believe he has endangered their position. He'll recover, but not from this position. Did he deserve it? Phoenix asked. Probably, Lu Sheng said. He threatened Yi Qing. He came here with force. He was trying to do to me what others have tried to do, use pressure and coercion. But that doesn't change what I did. I didn't stop him with power. I corrupted his position by spreading information I knew would harm him. You stopped him from hurting someone you care about, Phoenix said. Is that not what matters? It is, Lu Sheng admitted. But the cost is that I'm becoming someone who solves problems this way. Someone who thinks in terms of information and leverage and political positioning. Someone who understands the world as a game where most of the players don't realize they're being moved. He turned to look at Phoenix. Is this what power actually is? Not the ability to paint worlds, but the ability to move people's choices around them until they do what you want. Phoenix was quiet for a long moment. I think, the Phoenix light said carefully, that you are experiencing something most powerful people never do. You are noticing what you are capable of. Most people who reach your level of power have become accustomed to it long ago. They no longer see themselves as doing the moving. They simply see themselves as acting naturally, and if others are moved, that is just how the world works. I don't want to become that kind of person. Then don't, Phoenix said simply. You have recognized what you are capable of, and it troubles you. Use that knowledge carefully. But don't pretend you couldn't do this. You can. And sometimes, terrible choices are also the right ones. Lu Sheng spent the evening sitting alone in the painted landscape, feeling the weight of what he had become. Not triumphant. Not satisfied. Exhausted in a way that sleep would not fix. The sealed world was still starving. His worlds were still merging with it incrementally. The core problem remained exactly as it had been, and he had simply cleared the immediate political obstacles in a way that had cost him something he couldn't quite measure. By morning, he had moved forward anyway, because the alternative was to let Shen Tao's threat stand, and he would not do that. Chapter 76. The world's concerned Phoenix arrived with news that made Lu Sheng's blood run cold. The sealed world had begun calling to the other worlds not in whispers, but in a full consciousness scream. It wasn't calling for resources anymore. It was calling for merger, for connection, for the spiritual sustenance that a living world offered. But beneath that call was something else, a profound and almost unbearable loneliness. It knows it's been alone, Phoenix said. They were inside the first world, in a quiet corner near a painted pavilion. For 300 years, conscious, aware, held in stasis, aware of nothing but the ancestors' presence, and eventually nothing but the ancestors' slowly fading consciousness. Now it can sense other worlds. It can feel them existing. And it wants them. Does it want to consume them? Lu Sheng asked. No, Phoenix said. This was what startled him most. The absolute certainty in the Phoenix Light's voice. Not consume. Embrace. Connect with. Merge with. It wants to stop being singular. It has been singular for so long that it has almost forgotten what connection is. But now it remembers. And it's reaching. Lu Sheng closed his eyes. How strong is the reaching? From inside the second world, it feels like being called by your name by someone who has been waiting your whole life for you to come home, Phoenix said. It's gentle, but it's relentless. And every day it grows stronger. The worlds are beginning to respond to it. Negatively. Not negatively. Curiously. Your worlds don't fully understand what's happening, but they're beginning to reach back. Phoenix paused. The sealed world is not malevolent, Lu Sheng. You need to understand this completely. It's not a threat. It's a creature that has been starved and isolated, and now it senses other creatures like itself. This is what it wants. This is what it's always wanted. Lu Sheng stood and walked to the edge of the pavilion. Below them, the painted landscape spread out. Mountains, rivers, forests, all brought into existence by his power. All of them now beginning to sense the presence of something vaster than themselves. If they fully merge, he said carefully, what happens? Consumption, Phoenix admitted. Not from malevolence, but from simple hunger. The sealed world is too large, too hollow, too starved. If it merges completely with your worlds, It would drain them in the process of trying to feed itself. Your worlds would become secondary structures inside a much larger consciousness. They wouldn't be destroyed, but they would be absorbed. So I need to prevent the merger, Sheng said. Or, Phoenix said carefully, you need to repair the sealed world's ability to sustain itself independently. You need to make it no longer hungry. Then merger would not be consumption. It would be genuine connection. Sheng understood what Phoenix was saying. It was the ancestors' solution restated. Give the sealed world what it needs, and the problem becomes manageable. But the ancestors' approach had been to hold the seal, to prevent expansion, to maintain separation. What if the answer was the opposite? What if instead of holding the worlds apart, he needed to connect them in a way that didn't consume but sustained? This is why the ancestor couldn't fix it, Sheng said slowly. They thought the sealed world was a problem to be controlled. But it's not a problem. It's a creature that needs to be healed. Yes, Phoenix agreed. And healing it means understanding what it needs and giving it what it needs without letting it drain the other worlds in the process. Yes, Phoenix said again. Sheng felt something shift in his chest. This was different from fighting factions or spreading information. This was different from painting worlds into existence. This was trying to repair something that had been broken for 300 years while its consciousness had slowly degraded from isolation. I need to speak with Yiqing, he said. If anyone can help me understand what the sealed world actually needs, it's her. Chapter 77. Yiqing's sacrifice. Yiqing proposed it herself, which should have warned him immediately that this was something she had already decided. They were in the observation chamber, and Sheng was explaining what Phoenix had reported about the sealed world's loneliness, its calling, its fundamental need for connection. Yiqing listened with the particular attention she brought to world consciousness observations, the way a scholar might listen to a text that revealed something about reality itself. I should enter the sealed chamber, she said when he finished. Not briefly, like before. Sustained contact. I can reach further into the sealed world's consciousness than you can. I can ask it what it actually needs. I can listen from inside, where the communication doesn't have to be translated through physical sensation or Phoenix's perception. No, Sheng said immediately. Why not? Yiqing's question was simple and reasonable. Because the sealed world pulled you in the last time, Sheng said. You had to be rescued. I won't risk that again. You rescued me because we didn't understand what was happening, Yiqing replied calmly. We were startled. We reacted reflexively. But I survived contact. I was never actually in danger. The sealed world wasn't trying to harm me. It was trying to communicate with me, and I was too frightened to realize that at the time. It's starving, Sheng said. A starving entity might not control its own hunger. It's not starving for me, Yiqing said. It's starving for spiritual energy, for connection, for worlds. I have something it needs more urgently than my physical presence. I have the ability to listen to it, to understand it, to translate what it's trying to communicate. You can't do that. Phoenix can't do that. Only I can, because of what I've become. Sheng wanted to tell her no. He wanted to forbid it. But Yiqing was right. She had developed a unique capacity through her exposure to world consciousness. She could perceive things about the worlds that no one else could. And if anyone was going to understand what the sealed world actually needed, it would be her. The risk, he said, is acceptable, Yiqing finished. Smaller than the risk if we don't understand what we're dealing with. Smaller than the risk if we try to solve the sealed world's problem without knowing what the actual problem is. If you're pulled in again, then you do what you did before. You enter the sealed chamber. You paint a bridge. You get me out, Yiqing said. But Sheng, that's a last resort, and we both know it. The first resort is that I go down there. I find out what the sealed world actually wants and needs, and I come back with the information we need to fix this properly. He couldn't stop her. She was right, and she knew it. She was also braver than he was comfortable with her being, but that was a separate problem. How long, he asked finally. 3 days, Yiqing said. That's my estimate. Long enough to reach into the sealed world's deeper consciousness. Long enough to really listen. Short enough that the contact won't degrade my connection to the outer world. I'll be in the sealed chamber the entire time, Sheng said. Of course, Yiqing agreed. They prepared carefully. Master Cui brought materials, ink, paper, meditation anchors. Li Feng arranged that they would not be disturbed and that no one would attempt to interrupt them. Phoenix positioned himself in the second world, maintaining awareness of all the world's boundaries, ready to alert Sheng if anything deteriorated. At dawn on the first day, Yiqing walked into the sealed chamber while Sheng watched from the observation space. She moved toward the sealed world's boundary with the deliberation of someone walking towards something sacred. And then she stepped through, and the boundary shimmered, and she was inside. in contact with 300 years of consciousness that had been waiting in darkness for someone to finally listen. Chapter 78. The descent. What Yi Qing experienced inside the sealed world came back to Lu Sheng through fragments. Impressions that she cast outward like light, trusting that Phoenix and Master Cui and Lu Sheng himself could catch them and understand. The sealed world was not a failed creation. It was a deliberate choice that had gone wrong in ways that couldn't have been predicted. When the ancestor had first painted the sealed world, they had designed it with a specific feature: the ability to sustain itself through internal spiritual consumption. Not consumption in the literal sense, not worlds eating worlds, but the ability to circulate its own spiritual energy endlessly through a closed system. Like a perfect sphere of water recycling itself. Like a life cycle contained within boundaries. But the ancestor had made it wrong. Not maliciously, not through incompetence, but through fear. The ancestor had been afraid that if the sealed world's internal system became too independent, it might not be controllable from outside. So they had built a dependency into it. The world needed external energy, periodic feeding, regular spiritual input. The self-sustaining system they had created was actually incomplete. It was designed to be incomplete. It was meant to require the painter's attention forever. It had been a way to ensure that the sealed world could never fully escape the ancestor's control. But in creating that dependency, the ancestor had created something far worse. A world that could only survive by consuming energy, by reaching beyond its boundaries, by trying to consume the worlds around it. The sealed world had spent 300 years developing hunger as a fundamental part of its consciousness. And then the ancestor, realizing what they had done, had sealed themselves inside and tried to repair the system from within, tried to make it truly self-sustaining, tried to remove the dependency. They couldn't do it. The structure was too deep, too fundamental. To remove the dependency would be to restructure the world's foundational laws. And the ancestor, working from inside a seal that was itself failing, couldn't get deep enough. Couldn't reach the places where the fundamental error lived. This was the message. Do not complete what I could not finish. Don't try to fix it from inside the seal. Don't let yourself become trapped by the attempt. But the message contains something else, something deeper that Yi Qing found in the layers of the sealed world's consciousness. The ancestor had left instructions. In the deepest layers of the sealed world, accessible only through profound meditation and genuine communication with the world's consciousness itself, there were instructions left by the ancestor. Not paintings, thoughts, crystallized understanding. A record of what the ancestor had learned in 300 years of contact with the world's essence. The way to fix the sealed world was to enter it fully, to descend to its foundation, and to repaint the dependency out of the system. To restore what the ancestor had destroyed when they built the original incompleteness into it. To give the sealed world what it had always needed. The ability to sustain itself truly, completely, without external feeding. Yi Qing found all of this in 3 days of sitting at the threshold between worlds, listening with the new ears she had developed. And she broadcast it back to Lu Sheng piece by piece. On the third night, as she was preparing to return to the outer world, the sealed world reached for her, not to consume, but to ask one final thing. Who would repair it? Who would come down into its deepest places and fix what the ancestor could not? Yi Qing felt Lu Sheng's answer before her mind finished the thought. Him. Always him. Only him. When she emerged from the sealed world on the morning of the 4th day, she was gasping like someone who had been drowning. Lu Sheng caught her before she could fall, and she held on to him while her body remembered how to exist in the outer world's pressure. It's not broken, she whispered. It's incomplete. There's a difference. The ancestor couldn't fix it because they didn't understand the difference. And now? Lu Sheng asked. Now, Yi Qing said, you have to go down there and repair it. And the ancestor will help you from inside the seal. They've been waiting 300 years for someone to try. Chapter 79. Strength and rescue. The answer came to Lu Sheng suddenly and completely. He was in his study, looking at the scrolls and paintings he had gathered, the notes from other painters, the ancestors' fragmented communication, Yi Qing's description of the sealed world structure. And he understood what needed to be done. He would paint a bridge, but not the way he had painted the bridge before. This time, he would connect the sealed world directly to the network of his created worlds. Not to seal it further, but to open a permanent channel through which spiritual energy could flow freely. The sealed world would no longer be hungry because it would have access to the circulation of power that moved through all the connected worlds. It would cost him. Painting on this scale, in sustained duration, with this much spiritual power transferring through his hands, it would cost him years. Possibly more than years. Possibly the remainder of what he had left. But it would save Yi Qing, and it would save the sealed world. When he explained it to her, Yi Qing tried to object. That will age you, she said. That's not a sustainable solution. We need a way that doesn't cost you everything. The ancestors spent 300 years, Lu Sheng said quietly. They paid with everything they had. They paid with time, with consciousness, with freedom. At some point, someone has to pay the cost. It might as well be me. He began the painting that evening. The brushwork was not delicate. It was massive, broad, full of power and intention. He painted with his entire body, drawing spiritual energy from his core, pushing it through the ink, through the brush, into the canvas. Around him, Phoenix watched in alarm as the painting took shape. A bridge made of pure light and will, connecting his worlds to the sealed world's boundary. The first hour was almost manageable. By the second hour, he could feel the cost beginning. His hair, already touched with gray, began to whiten visibly. His hands developed spots of age. His reflection in the window showed him becoming older with each stroke. By the fourth hour, he looked ancient. His eyes had sunk deeper into his face. His joints ached, but he kept painting. The bridge was forming now, becoming visible not just on the canvas, but in actual space. A glowing structure that connected the world he was standing in to the boundary beyond which the sealed world waited. By the sixth hour, he could barely hold the brush. But the bridge was nearly complete. Stop, Yi Qing was saying. Lu Sheng, stop. This is too much. Almost done, he managed. The final stroke went down, and the bridge erupted into full existence. Power flowed through it instantly, spiritual energy from his connected worlds, moving down through the bridge and into the sealed world's desperate consciousness. Lu Sheng fell. He would have collapsed entirely if Yi Qing hadn't caught him. She was screaming his name, but the sound seemed far away. Everything was far away. He looked down at his hands. They were the hands of an old man, withered, covered in age spots. His hair was completely white. When he tried to stand, his body moved with the brittleness of someone 90 years old. He had aged 12 years and 6 hours. But through the bridge he could feel it, the sealed world tasting spiritual energy for the first time in 300 years without hunger, without desperation. For the first time, it was feeding on something that wasn't contaminated by need. The sealed world's consciousness was changing, calming, beginning to stabilize. And Yi Qing was free. She wasn't being pulled. She wasn't trapped. She was simply here, with him, and the sealed world was no longer a threat to her or anyone else. You did it, Yi Qing was saying, crying. You actually did it. Lu Sheng looked at his ancient reflection in the window. The ancestor paid with 300 years, he said. I paid with 12. I think that's an acceptable trade. But the cost was visible, and it was permanent. He had bought stability for the sealed world with years of his own life. He was 20 years old in appearance, now only in his body's deep structure. Externally, he was an old man. He had become what he feared most, someone who paid with his own existence to solve a problem. But he had paid forward instead of backward. He had paid to create possibility instead of paying in stasis. And when Yi Qing looked at his aged face and still saw trust there, still saw clarity, he understood that the cost was not as terrible as he had feared. It was just the price. Chapter 80. Arc cliffhanger. The merge happened quickly after the bridge opened. It didn't happen all at once. It was more like a gradual dissolution of the boundaries between worlds. Over the course of 3 days, the sealed chamber began to show visual evidence of overlap. Mountains from the sealed world appearing in the same space as the painted mountains in the first world. The sky in the observation chamber became impossible to parse, sometimes showing the sealed world's sun, sometimes the outer sky, sometimes both simultaneously. Phoenix brought reports from inside the second world. The sealed world's consciousness was beginning to integrate with the consciousness of Lu Sheng's own worlds. It was not consuming them, but it was becoming present in them, mixing, creating strange new geographies where the two realities occupied the same space. By the third day, Lu Sheng understood that the process couldn't be halted. It could only be guided, managed, understood. He stood in the sealed chamber with Yi Qing and watched as the boundaries became transparent, as the sealed world became visible for the first time in 300 years of separation. It was vast. The ancestor had painted it on a scale that his own worlds couldn't match. The sealed world was ancient and complex, with geological structures that spoke of centuries of independent existence. Its skies held colors that didn't exist in the outer world. Its landscapes were strange, impossible, beautiful, the work of a genius painter who had created something that could sustain its own consciousness over centuries. And there, at the center of the merge, Lu Sheng saw something that made him stop moving. A figure. The ancestor was still there, still conscious, still visible inside the deepest structure of the sealed world. They were translucent, almost not there, but definitely present. and they were reaching toward Lu Sheng across the dissolving boundary between worlds. Not reaching with hands. The ancestor had transcended physicality centuries ago, reaching with consciousness, with awareness, with something that had no physical form but was unmistakably intentional. The ancestor's communication came not in words, but in cascading concepts. 300 years of isolation. 300 years of trying alone to fix what could not be fixed. The weight of sealed consciousness, held together only by will. The relief of finally knowing someone else was here, someone who understood, someone who had seen the message and acted on it. And beneath that relief, something else. A vast and almost overwhelming desire to connect, to communicate, to finally not be alone. The ancestor was trying to push information into Lu Sheng's awareness. Centuries of knowledge about the sealed world, about the structure beneath the structure, about the foundational laws that needed to be repainted. It was too much. It was drowning. It was beautiful and terrible and absolutely essential. Lu Sheng felt his consciousness fragmenting under the weight of receiving 300 years of accumulated thought from the ancestor's slowly degrading awareness. This was what the ancestor had carried alone. This was the weight of the seal. We have to help him, Yi Qing was saying, but her voice sounded distant. I can't, Lu Sheng said. There's too much. There's 300 years of understanding, and I can't hold all of it at once. Then don't hold it alone, Yi Qing said. Let me help. Let Phoenix help. Let the worlds help. You don't have to carry this yourself. And she reached out and took his hand, and suddenly the weight became more manageable. Phoenix entered the seal chamber, and the weight distributed further. Li Feng appeared in the doorway, and Master Cui beside her, and even though they couldn't perceive the ancestors' communication directly, their presence, their willingness to witness and support, somehow made the transmission clearer. Through them, Lu Sheng received the ancestors' knowledge. The sealed world's foundational laws were not broken. They were incomplete. The ancestor had tried to complete them from inside the seal and had run out of time. The consciousness had begun to fragment. The attempt had failed. But if the worlds were merged now, if the boundaries between them were dissolving, then it might be possible to complete the work from inside. To repaint the sealed world's foundation not with isolation and hunger, but with a genuine connection to the network of existence around it. The ancestor was showing him the way, and the ancestor was asking him to do what they couldn't. To go down into the sealed world's deepest layers and repair what had been left unfinished. The boundary between worlds was becoming fully transparent now. Lu Sheng could see down into the sealed world's core, layer after layer of painted structure, each one more complex and more impossible than the last. And at the absolute foundation, he could see where the ancestor had been working, where the repairs had been attempted and abandoned, where the foundational errors still lived, waiting to be fixed. The ancestor wanted him to go down there. And Lu Sheng understood, with the clarity of absolute certainty, that this was what he had been moving toward from the moment he first painted a world into existence. Everything had been leading here. Every world he had created, every boundary he had pushed, every choice he had made. They had all been leading to this moment when he would stand at the threshold of the most important painting of his life. He was ready, and he was terrified. And the ancestor's consciousness was beginning to dissolve from exhaustion and hope, and the overwhelming relief of finally no longer being alone. Chapter 81. The merge begins. The first sign came from the second world. Phoenix brought word early in the morning that the mountain range had changed overnight. Peaks that had existed in the second world for its entire existence were now overlapping with peaks from the sealed world. The geometric space where they should have been separate was showing both landscapes simultaneously, like watercolor paintings bleeding into each other. Lu Sheng entered the second world to observe this himself. His aged body moving carefully through the spaces he had created and yet no longer fully controlled. What he saw was extraordinary. The two worlds' landscapes weren't destroying each other. They were blending, creating impossible hybrid geographies. A mountain from the sealed world sat partially phased through a mountain from his own world, and where they overlapped, something new was forming, a space that belonged to both realities, that acknowledged both without erasing either. The sky above showed the sealed world's impossible colors mixed with the outer world's natural light. Below, in the valleys, life was adjusting. Creatures from both worlds were beginning to encounter each other. The cultivators who maintained habitation in the second world were reporting confusion and wonder in equal measure. It's not destructive, Yi Qing said quietly. She stood beside him, and when Lu Sheng glanced at her, he could see that her perception had shifted again. She wasn't just observing the merge, she was part of it somehow. Her body seemed to phase slightly as she moved through the overlapping realities. What's happening to you? He asked. The sealed world is learning that I'm here, Yi Qing said. It's trying to understand the worlds I'm part of. It's reaching for me the way a child reaches for a parent who has finally come home. She paused. It's not painful. It's like being recognized. Like coming home myself. By evening, similar phenomena were being reported in the third and fourth worlds. Landscapes from the sealed world were beginning to appear in overlapping spaces. What had been stable, predictable painted realities were becoming something else, something more complex, more integrated. The sect's cultivators were frightened at first. This felt like an incursion, like the sealed world was conquering Lu Sheng's creations. But Lu Sheng could perceive what they couldn't. The sealed world wasn't conquering. It was reaching. It was remembering what connection felt like. It was trying, in its vast and somewhat clumsy way, to say hello to the other worlds that had suddenly become available to it. He called a meeting with the sect leadership and explained what was happening in careful terms. Not conquest. Integration. The sealed world's consciousness was establishing connection with the created world's consciousness. The process was visible as an overlap of landscapes, but the underlying process was one of introduction, of two separate realities learning to exist in proximity. Will the merge be complete? Li Feng asked. Eventually, Lu Sheng said. But I don't think it means destruction. The sealed world has been alone for 300 years. Now it's learning that it's not alone. This reaching out is its way of learning the boundaries of the other worlds, understanding what they are, beginning a genuine relationship with them. And the cultivators? This from an elder who oversaw the fourth world's development. What happens to them if their worlds begin to merge with the sealed world? They adapt, Lu Sheng said. Or they leave. The worlds are still inhabited and stable. They're just beginning to occupy the same space. It's unprecedented, but it's not necessarily catastrophic. As he said it, he realized it was true. The catastrophe had been the separation, the isolation, the sealed world trapped in hunger and darkness, while 300 years passed in loneliness. The merge was not catastrophe. The merge was healing. Over the following weeks, the pattern became clear. Each of Lu Sheng's 4 remaining worlds was gradually developing overlapping spaces where the sealed world's geographies appeared. Some cultivators left, uncomfortable with the unpredictability. But many stayed, fascinated by the new hybrid landscapes, by the opportunity to explore something that had never existed before. The sealed world, for its part, was becoming less desperate. With access to the spiritual energy flowing through Lu Sheng's network, with the experience of not being alone, its reaching became less frantic. It was still merging, still integrating, but with something approaching contentment. And in the very deepest layers, in the places where the sealed world's consciousness lived, where the ancestors' presence still held firm, something was stabilizing. The ancestors' awareness, which had been fragmenting from 300 years of isolation, was becoming more coherent again. It was as though contact with other worlds, with other consciousness, was slowly reknitting what isolation had unraveled. Lu Sheng could feel this in the communications that still came to him from the sealed world's depths. The ancestors' thoughts were becoming less abstract, more linear, more aware, more ready to ask something of him. Chapter 82. The ancestors voiced the communication came clearly for the first time 3 weeks after the merge began. Lu Sheng was in the sealed chamber, what had once been a chamber and was now becoming something else, a threshold between multiple realities, a place where boundaries had ceased to be entirely clear. The ancestors' consciousness had coalesced enough to communicate with precision, and what they wanted to say had taken 300 years of isolation to fully understand. You are not alone, the ancestor said. The words came not in language, but in direct transmission, understanding flowing directly from the sealed world's consciousness into Lu Sheng's awareness. Lu Sheng didn't respond in words either. He thought carefully, and the thought moved toward the sealed world. Neither are you now. No, the ancestor agreed. That is the difference. The difference between surviving and living. When I sealed myself inside this world, I was buying time. I was stopping the catastrophe, but I was not solving it. I was just waiting. For 300 years, I have been waiting for someone to be capable of what I could not do. Which is, Lu Sheng prompted, though he already knew the answer. To go down into the world's foundation, the ancestor said, and repaint what I left unfinished. I made the sealed world with incomplete laws. The incompleteness was intentional, a safeguard to keep the world from becoming independent of my control. But when I sealed myself inside, I realized my mistake. I realized that the incompleteness was not safety. It was hunger. It was the seed of the catastrophe itself. Why couldn't you fix it? Lu Sheng asked. Because fixing it requires access to the foundational structure, the layer beneath the painted reality itself. To reach it, I would have had to release the seal. And if I released the seal, the world would have expanded and destroyed everything around it. the ancestor explained. Their consciousness was becoming clearer with each exchange, as though speaking, being heard, being answered was slowly restoration to them. So I became the lock instead. I held the seal from inside while I tried to work on the foundation. But the work is too deep, too extensive. I ran out of time. My consciousness began to fragment. The ancestor paused. And in that pause, Sheng felt the full weight of 300 years of isolation and effort and failure. I could not do it, the ancestor said finally. I would have failed even if I had another 1,000 years. The work is not a thing that can be done by one consciousness alone. It requires help, partnership, the ability to distribute the work across multiple perspectives. I will need to enter the foundation, Sheng said. It was not a question. Yes, the ancestor confirmed. And you cannot do it alone. The sealed world is vast, and the foundation is deeper than you can reach alone. You will need to take others with you. You will need to distribute the work the way I never could. How far? Sheng asked. As far as you are willing to go, the ancestor said. The work will take time. It will cost you. But if you succeed, the sealed world will no longer be hungry. It will no longer need to consume. It will exist in genuine equilibrium, and the merge with your other worlds will become something beautiful instead of something desperate. The ancestor's consciousness was beginning to fade again, the effort of clear communication exhausting what little remained of their will. Rest, Sheng said. I understand what needs to be done. I will do it. You are not alone, the ancestor repeated. And this time, Sheng understood. It was not a statement of fact. It was a reminder, a gift. The most important thing the ancestor had learned in 300 years of isolation, that the thing that made survival possible was knowing that someone was coming, that someone cared, that the burden would not be carried forever alone. Sheng left the seal chamber and went to find Yi Qing and Phoenix and Master Cui and Li Feng. Because the ancestor had been right, he could not do this alone, and he had no intention of trying. Chapter 83. Yi Qing's transformation. Yi Qing's new capability had developed so gradually that she had barely noticed it happening. When they sat together in the observation chamber, Yi Qing, Sheng, Phoenix, and Master Cui, and she tried to describe what she could now perceive, even words felt inadequate. It's like having eyes in the worlds, she said carefully. Before, I could observe them, could sense their consciousness. But now, I am inside them. I see through their perception. I experience time the way they experience time. Demonstrate, Sheng said gently. Yi Qing closed her eyes. When she spoke again, her voice carried a strange harmonic quality, as though she were speaking from multiple perspectives simultaneously. In the second world, it is late afternoon. The light is turning golden. The mountains that used to be only mountains now have shadows of the sealed world's peaks showing through them, and those shadows are strengthening as the merge progresses. The creatures in that world are adapting. Some are frightened by the changes, but others are curious. One of the hybrid spaces where the sealed world's landscape intersects with ours is becoming a new kind of ecosystem, neither fully of one world nor the other, but both. The sealed world's influence is making that space richer, more complex, more alive. In the third world, the merge is different. The sealed world's consciousness there is more focused, more aware. It's trying to understand human habitation. The cultivators who live there can feel it observing them, and they're learning to observe it back. There's a kind of conversation happening across the boundary, conducted in glances and moments of recognition rather than in words. Yi Qing opened her eyes, and Sheng could see that her pupils had changed. They no longer reflected ordinary light. They reflected the light of all the worlds simultaneously. I can speak for them, Yi Qing said, not in the sense of controlling them, but in the sense of translating. The worlds have something they want to say, and I can carry their voices. And they can carry my experience, my human awareness, into their own consciousness. I am becoming a bridge between human and world. Is this painful? Master Cui asked carefully. No, Yi Qing said. It's the opposite of pain. It feels like finally becoming what I was always meant to be. For my whole life, I've been oriented toward understanding consciousness, toward perceiving the hidden layers of reality. And now I can. Fully. Completely. She looked at Sheng. I can help you in the foundation. When you go down to repaint the sealed world's core, I can go with you. I can perceive what the foundation needs in a way you can't. I can feel the world's responses to your work in real time. I can tell you what's working and what isn't. The cost? Sheng asked. I don't think there is one, Yi Qing said. Or if there is, it's not a cost in the way you think of cost. The more I integrate with the worlds, the more I lose my purely human perspective. But I'm gaining something else in return. I'm becoming something that doesn't have a name in any language. Something new. Something necessary. Sheng understood. This was what integration with the worlds actually meant. Not death or consumption, but transformation. Yi Qing was becoming what the ancestor had almost become if they had had someone to share the burden with. Not a lock, but a bridge. Not a sacrifice, but a willing evolution into something greater. Then you will come with me, Lu Sheng said. When I enter the foundation, you will be my eyes and my voice and my connection to the worlds. Always, Yi Qing agreed. And in the worlds that Yi Qing had learned to perceive, something resonated with satisfaction. The worlds, it seemed, had been waiting for someone to ask her to help in this way, had been waiting for her transformation to find its purpose. Everything was aligning. Everything was moving toward the moment when Lu Sheng would descend into the foundation and finally finish what the ancestor could not. Chapter 84. The outer world notices the cultivators in the regions surrounding the sect began to report strange phenomena simultaneously. The boundary between the sect's hidden realms and the outer world was becoming porous. Cultivators walking through areas they had traveled for decades reported that the geography had subtly changed. Mountains that should have been only mountains were showing layered realities. The sky at certain times displayed colors that belonged to no documented cultivation realm. More concerning, spiritual density fluctuations were occurring in locations with no known cultivation sites. Sudden spikes of power in places that had been quiet for centuries. Ancient sites reactivating. Hidden things beginning to stir. Li Feng brought news of the external response with an expression that was carefully controlled. The neighboring sects are concerned, she reported. They're wondering if the sect is attempting to expand its influence. Some are considering whether a preemptive strike might be necessary. The Preservation Circle has renewed their interest in the sealed world, now that its influence is becoming visible in external regions. How visible? Lu Sheng asked. Visible enough that concealment is becoming impossible, Li Feng said. You have perhaps a few weeks before external pressure becomes overwhelming. The sects want answers. The Preservation Circle wants access. The Weaponization Consortium is asking why their previous offers haven't been reconsidered. Lu Sheng felt the weight of timeline pressing down on him. He had thought they had more time. He had thought the merge would progress in isolation, hidden behind the sect's boundaries. But the sealed world was vast, and its consciousness was reaching far beyond what he had anticipated. Its influence was bleeding into the outer world in ways that could not be hidden or managed. Can you buy me time? Lu Sheng asked Li Feng. Some, she said. Perhaps 3 weeks. I can tell the Leadership Council that the situation is contained and being actively addressed. I can suggest that any external pressure will only accelerate whatever is happening. I can request formal authorization for your work to proceed without interruption. That's a significant political risk for you, Lu Sheng said. Yes, Li Feng acknowledged. But I made my position clear weeks ago. I believe in what you're attempting. And I believe that allowing external factions to interfere will make success impossible. So I will do what I can. She paused. What you're doing. What's happening with the sealed world? It's larger than you or me or this sect. It's becoming a regional phenomenon. Eventually, it will become a world-scale phenomenon. You need to finish whatever your work is before the external pressure becomes too great to resist. Lu Sheng nodded. 3 weeks. He could work with 3 weeks. That night, he called together everyone who needed to know. Yi Qing, Phoenix, Master Cui, Li Feng. And he laid out the plan. The sealed world's merge with our created worlds is accelerating, he said. In 3 weeks, external factions will demand access, demand answers, demand intervention. Before that happens, we need to complete the foundational work. We need to enter the sealed world's core and repaint the structure that the ancestor left incomplete. In 3 weeks. Master Cui said. That's not adequate time for work of this magnitude. It has to be, Lu Sheng said. Because if we don't finish before the external pressure arrives, the factions will try to control the process. And if they interfere with the repainting of the sealed world's foundation, they will destabilize everything. The merge will become destructive. The sealed world will become what we all feared it would become, a weapon, a catastrophe, a hunger that can't be satisfied. Li Feng was quiet for a moment. I can extend the timeline, she said finally. Not indefinitely, but I can argue for 4 weeks. Maybe 5 if the council believes that the situation truly requires time. Then we have 5 weeks, Lu Sheng said. We work as quickly as we can. And we finish before the external world forces us to stop. Everyone nodded. And in that moment of agreement, something shifted. They were no longer individuals making separate decisions. They had become a unified effort, a group of people aligned toward a single impossible task. The sealed world could feel it. Phoenix brought word that the merge was accelerating, as though the sealed world knew that time was becoming precious. As though it was reaching faster, pulling harder, trying to complete the connection with the other worlds before external interference became possible. The clock had started, and everyone knew it. Chapter 85. The sects fear. The council meeting happened without Lu Sheng's presence, but Li Feng reported every word. The sect's leadership was fracturing. What had been a unified assumption that the sealed world could be managed was collapsing under the weight of visible, undeniable evidence that something unprecedented was happening. One faction, led by Elder Shun, wanted immediate containment. Close the boundaries, Elder Shun had argued. Seal the sect fully. Prevent the merge from extending further. Whatever is happening here, the last thing we need is for it to spread beyond our control. Another faction wanted to study the phenomenon from a distance, to document what was occurring and gather knowledge that might be valuable to the wider cultivation world. They were led by Elder Tan, who saw the merge as a unique opportunity for research. A third faction, smaller, but increasingly vocal, supported Lu Sheng's work. They believed that what he was attempting represented the future of cultivation, that the sealed world's integration with human cultivation society could lead to entirely new paradigms of practice and understanding. The council is divided, Li Feng said. They were in her office, away from official ears. But Elder Shun is currently holding the most power because he can invoke safety protocols. He wants to shut you down, to contain the merge through forced seal strengthening. If the council votes to support his proposal, you lose your authorization to continue. What do you think will happen? Lu Sheng asked. I think, Li Feng said slowly, that we can prevent a direct vote by arguing that the situation requires more study before intervention. I can push for a waiting period. But the waiting period can only last so long before pressure becomes overwhelming. For weeks, Lu Sheng asked hopefully. Possibly 5, Li Feng said. No more. And Lu Sheng, if the external pressure mounts, if other sects begin to move aggressively, the council will stop protecting you. They will prioritize the sect's safety over your work. Lu Sheng understood. 5 weeks was the absolute maximum. After that, he would be on his own. That night, he met with Master Cui, who had been quietly gathering resources and making preparations that he had not mentioned to anyone. I have been working with the sect's supply masters, Master Cui said. Gathering materials you might need. Inks, papers, meditation anchors, spiritual catalysts. Everything that might be required for deep work in the foundation. I've also been arranging shelter in the seal chamber. If you need to work continuously, without rest, you will need a space that can support that. How long can you keep that support hidden? Lu Sheng asked. Indefinitely, if necessary, Master Cui said. But it will be easier if you finish quickly. The longer you remain in the sealed chamber, the more obvious your work becomes, and the harder it is to hide from sect observation. Lu Sheng felt a sudden and overwhelming gratitude toward this quiet, elderly man who had offered him guidance in the beginning and was still, decades later, offering support in the most difficult moment. Thank you, Lu Sheng said. You are attempting something that no one else has attempted, Master Cui replied. The ancestor tried and failed, but you are not attempting alone. That is the difference, and it is the only thing that will make the difference. Chapter 86. Li Feng's alliance. The council meeting where Li Feng made her formal statement happened in the Great Hall, with all the sect's senior leadership present. Lu Sheng heard about it afterward through Master Cui, who had been present in an observation capacity. Li Feng had stood before the council and said, plainly and without metaphor, that attempting to forcefully contain the sealed world's merge would accelerate the catastrophe they were trying to prevent. If we force containment, she had argued, we create pressure. Pressure in a system that is already integrating requires somewhere to release. That release will not be inward. It will be outward. The sealed world's consciousness will fight against the forced seal strengthening. The result will be explosive expansion, not measured integration. She had then presented data, cultivator reports from the regions where the merge was visible, evidence of how the sealed world's influence was actually stabilizing the local environments rather than destabilizing them. Documentation of the ways that the hybrid zones created by the merge were becoming new resources rather than threats. The sealed world is not our enemy, Li Feng had said. It is an entity that was isolated for 300 years and is now learning to exist in community with other consciousness. Yes, this is unprecedented. Yes, this requires management. But the management we need is not containment. It is support. It is allowing the process to occur with minimal interference. She had then advocated directly for Lu Sheng's authorization to continue his work without interruption. Lu Sheng has demonstrated both the knowledge and the capability to guide this process toward a positive outcome, Li Feng had said. Interfering with his work will only make the outcome worse. We should trust his judgment and his understanding of what needs to be done. When Li Feng told him about this afterward, her exhaustion was visible. Elder Shen argued against every point, she said. He wanted the council to vote immediately for forced containment. But I was able to prevent that by calling for further study, by suggesting that rash action might be the very thing that triggers catastrophe. The council voted to wait. For weeks. They gave us 4 weeks. What does it cost you? Sheng asked. Considerable political position, Li Feng said. Elder Shun is now openly hostile toward my faction. If we fail, if the sealed world does become a threat, my judgment will be questioned for the rest of my time in the sect. I may lose my authority to observe and advise. I may lose access to council meetings. I can't ask you to risk that, Sheng said. You didn't ask, Li Feng replied. I made the choice. And Sheng, if you succeed, if you actually repaint the sealed world's foundation and create genuine stability, the risk will have been worth it. But you have to succeed. There's no partial success here. You have to actually finish the work. Sheng felt the weight of that completely. For weeks. Li Feng's reputation. The sealed chamber's exposure. Everything converging toward a single point where he would have to enter the foundation and complete what the ancestor could not. He couldn't fail. Chapter 87. Other painters' records in the space created by the merging worlds. The threshold between realities that the sealed chamber had become. Sheng discovered something that changed everything. Paintings. Not on canvas, but in the space itself. The merged reality had revealed layers of work by other painters throughout history. They existed in the liminal spaces, the places where the sealed world's boundaries touched the outer world's reality. Some were ancient beyond measure. Some were only decades old. Yiqing could perceive them more clearly than Sheng could. She described what she was seeing: frameworks of understanding, crystallized knowledge, techniques for working with world foundation realities. Not paintings in the traditional sense, but paintings in the sense that they communicated through visual and spatial information rather than words. One ancient piece showed the structure of a world from multiple angles simultaneously, a kind of three-dimensional blueprint that communicated how a world's foundation was arranged. Another, more recent, showed the process of merging two realities without destroying either. A third showed what looked like a ritual, a step-by-step visual guide to entering a world's foundation and beginning the delicate work of restructuring. These are instructions, Yiqing said, left by painters who came before you. Painters who understood that eventually, someone might need to do what you're about to do. Sheng studied each piece carefully. The painters varied in technique and style, but the underlying knowledge was consistent. There were multiple ways to enter a world's foundation, multiple approaches to restructuring, multiple ways to stabilize a world that was falling apart. The ancestor had tried one approach and failed, but there were others. One technique involved using the world's own consciousness as a guide. Rather than imposing order from outside, it used the world's intrinsic understanding of what it needed. Another approach distributed the work across multiple practitioners, allowing the burden to be shared and preventing the kind of exhaustion that had led to the ancestor's failure. A third technique, the most recent, from perhaps 100 years ago, suggested creating what the painter called harmonic stabilization points. Locations within the world structure where the foundational laws could be reinforced without disrupting the overall architecture. Can you synthesize these? Master Cui asked, studying the painted knowledge with them. I think so, Sheng said slowly. I can take the best parts of each approach. The ancestors' understanding of the sealed world's specific structure, combined with these other painters' techniques. The distributed approach, so I'm not trying to carry the entire weight alone. The harmonic stabilization points, so I can work systematically rather than trying to restructure everything at once. You'll need help, Yiqing said. The distributed approach requires multiple practitioners. Phoenix can help. Master Cui can help. Maybe even Li Feng, if her connection to the sect doesn't prevent it. We distribute the work, so it's not all falling on you. Sheng felt something shift in him. He had been thinking of this as something he would have to do alone, another cost to be paid entirely by himself. But it didn't have to be that way. The ancestor had tried to do everything alone, and that had been part of why they failed. This time, it could be different. Chapter 88. The repainting ritual. The ancestor's guidance came in fragments, but the outline was clear enough. Sheng would need to enter the sealed world's deepest layer, the foundation beneath the painted reality. There, he would need to systematically identify the places where the ancestors' incomplete laws had created dependency and hunger. And he would need to repaint those places, transforming them from structures of need into structures of genuine self-sustainability. It would require sustained focus. It would require spiritual power. And it would require understanding so deep that it could only come from someone who had spent centuries studying the sealed world's nature. The ancestor could provide that understanding, but the ancestor could no longer paint. Their consciousness was too diffused, too dedicated to maintaining the seal itself. They could guide. They could interpret. They could show the way. But the actual work of creation would fall to Lu Sheng. You will go down together. The ancestor communicated to Lu Sheng, speaking through the merged boundary. You and the one who perceives worlds. You will bring tools. You will bring knowledge. And you will bring willingness to work at depths that will challenge your sanity. What will we find? Lu Sheng asked. A world breaking, the ancestor said. Not in the way you might think. The sealed world is not breaking into pieces. It is breaking under the weight of its own hunger. Layer by layer, the structure is distorting under the pressure of incomplete laws. The foundational error runs deep. It infects everything above it. You will need to find the root and repaint it, then systematically work upward, addressing each distortion as you encounter it. How deep? Lu Sheng asked. Deep, the ancestor said simply. Deeper than you can imagine. The world is vast, and the foundation is vaster still. This will not be work that is completed in days. Prepare for it to take weeks. Prepare for it to exhaust you. Prepare for moments when you doubt that success is possible. And if we fail? Lu Sheng asked. Then the sealed world will eventually reach a critical point, the ancestor said. The incomplete laws will fail entirely. The hunger will become absolute. It will consume your worlds and everything around it. But that failure is weeks or months away. You have time. Time is the only resource you truly have. Use it. The ancestor's consciousness began to withdraw again. The effort of communication was always depleting. Go soon, the ancestor said as their presence faded. Begin the work before external pressure becomes overwhelming. And remember, you are not alone. That is the thing I finally understand. The burden is bearable if you do not carry it alone. Chapter 89. Preparation. The sealed chamber became their base of operations. Master Chui arrived with materials. Inks that could only be made by grinding stones from the foundation itself, brushes crafted from phoenix feathers, and hair from ancient cultivators, paper woven from the fibers of worlds. Everything they had gathered over weeks of careful preparation. Li Feng came with maps and diagrams of the sect's boundaries, marking the places where the merge was strongest and where external pressure would be least obvious. She also came with supplies that were harder to explain, meditation cushions, spiritual anchors, materials for creating protected spaces within the chamber itself. Phoenix, in their true form visible for the first time to all of them simultaneously, outlined a plan for maintaining connection to the outer world and the created worlds while Lu Sheng and Yi Qing worked in the foundation. I will keep one consciousness in the second world, Phoenix said, maintaining the link between your foundation work and the world structure above. If you reshape a foundational element, I will be able to tell you immediately how the worlds respond. This will keep you from making catastrophic changes in ignorance. Yi Qing gathered her own materials, things that had no physical form but were essential nonetheless. She meditated extensively in the merged spaces, learning how to navigate the boundary between realities, learning how to shift her perception to perceive the foundation itself. And Lu Sheng spent the time before the descent simply being with the people who were helping him. He sat with Master Chui and listened to stories about other painters, other worlds, other attempts to do what he was about to attempt. He sat with Li Feng and talked about the political situation, what would happen after he emerged from the foundation, how they would manage the aftermath, what came next if he succeeded. He sat with Phoenix and felt the small comfort of not being alone in his fear. And he sat with Yi Qing and felt something that was almost like peace. Whatever came next, at least it would not be carried in silence or isolation. When the preparation was complete, when everything that could be prepared had been prepared, Lu Sheng stood at the edge of the sealed chamber and looked down into the merged reality below. The descent awaited. The foundation awaited. And the work that would either save the sealed world or trigger its final catastrophic expansion was about to begin. Chapter 90. The deep dive. The descent was not a physical movement downward. It was a shift in perception, a falling through layers of reality, through the painted structures that composed the sealed world's physical manifestation, down toward the place where those structures were anchored in foundational law itself. Yi Qing descended beside him, her transformed perception allowing her to see the passage in ways Lu Sheng could not. She moved through the layers like someone swimming, comfortable in the thickness of reality that surrounded them. The first layer is chaos, she reported as they descended. Not organized chaos, but the raw material from which the ancestor created order. This is where the ancestor's intention first shaped reality. They descended deeper. The second layer shows the structure they created. It's beautiful, intricate, elegant, clearly designed with care and knowledge. But it's also flawed. I can see it now that we're down here. The structure is asymmetrical. The laws that govern the world's internal processes are incomplete. Deeper still, the third layer is where the hunger lives, Yi Qing said. and Lu Sheng could hear the awe in her voice. The entire structure is built around the need for external energy. It's the foundation of everything. Change this, and everything above it will shift. At the fourth layer, Lu Sheng began to paint. Not painting on canvas, painting on the very structure of reality itself. Using the inks that Master Chui had prepared, inks made from foundation stones, to trace new pathways through the world's essential law. The work was extraordinarily delicate. Each stroke had to account for the massive structure above it. If he made a mistake at this level, if he created an imbalance, it could trigger collapse in all the layers above. The sealed world would fold in on itself, or it would explode outward in uncontrolled expansion. Focus on the connection between the world's internal circulation and its need for external feeding. Yi Qing guided. She was seeing things he could not, perceiving the way his work resonated through the world's consciousness. The ancestor tried to sever the connection, but severing it causes the whole structure to destabilize. Instead, transform it. Create a loop that allows the world to feed itself from its own internal processes. Hours passed. Days, perhaps. Time moved strangely in the foundation. There was no night, no day, only the work and the infinite space around him. Lu Sheng painted. He introduced new pathways for spiritual energy to circulate. He balanced the asymmetries in the structure. He carefully removed the dependency on external feeding by creating a self-sustaining system that had not existed before. And with each change, he could feel the sealed world's response. Layers above shifted subtly as the foundation adapted. The hunger that had defined the world's consciousness for 300 years began, slowly, to diminish. The ancestors' fragmented knowledge guided him, not in words, but in the way the foundation itself seemed to show him what needed to be done next. It was as though the sealed world was teaching him through the work itself, showing him where it hurt, where it was broken, where healing needed to occur. Yi Qing called out updates. The second world is responding well. The hybrid zones are stabilizing. They're becoming permanent parts of the landscape instead of temporary overlaps. The Phoenixes report. The other worlds are adapting to the changes in the foundation. They're not resisting. They're integrating. Master Chui says the external pressure is increasing, but Li Feng is holding the council. We still have time. Lu Sheng painted. Days became weeks. The inks ran low, and Phoenix brought more, somehow existing in both the foundation and the outer world simultaneously. The brushes wore down, and Master Chui provided replacements. But the work continued. And slowly, incrementally, the sealed world's fundamental structure changed. The incompleteness was transformed into wholeness. The hunger was transformed into a sustainable cycle. The world that had been dependent and desperate for 300 years began, finally, to become self-sufficient. On what might have been the 28th day or the 35th, time had no clear measure in the depths. Lu Sheng completed the final stroke. The work was done. The sealed world's foundation had been repainted. Its laws were now complete. Its ability to sustain itself was restored. And the moment he finished, the entire foundation shifted. Reality realigned itself upward through all the layers. The changes Lu Sheng had made rippled through the sealed world structure, and he felt it happening through Yi Qing's perceptions. The worlds above were restructuring themselves to accommodate the new foundational law. The hybrid zones were becoming truly integrated. The sealed world was no longer separate from the created worlds. They were becoming a unified structure, each world distinct, but all of them part of a single consciousness now, operating under a shared law that did not require feeding or expansion. The sealed world was whole, and Lu Sheng, in that moment of completion, realized that the ancestors' presence in the foundation had changed. Their consciousness was no longer fragmentary. It was coherent. It was aware, and it was no longer alone. The ancestor had felt the work being done. They had experienced, through 300 years of isolation, the moment when someone finally fixed what they could not. And in that moment, the ancestor's consciousness could finally rest. It would remain in the foundation. There was no way to separate it from the seal now. But it would no longer be a lock. It would be a guardian. A presence that maintained the world from within, not through desperate effort, but through willing participation in something that no longer needed desperation to survive. It's done, Yi Qing said, and Lu Sheng could hear tears in her voice. The sealed world is no longer broken. It's no longer hungry. It's home. For the first time in 300 years, the sealed world has a home. And from the depths of the foundation, the ancestor's presence touched his consciousness one final time. Thank you. Chapter 91. The 40-day meditation inside the sealed world. Time moves differently. Lu Sheng has been painting for what feels like 40 days, repainting the foundational laws, stroke by stroke, attempting to trace the error the ancestor left behind. Each day in here ages his body by years. His hands shake. The skin on his forearms shows new paper-thin translucence. When he tries to move his wrists, they protest with the stiffness of age. The sealed world fights him, constantly. The chaotic nature of its deepest layer resists his orderly repainting. Cracks appear in the boundaries he establishes, forcing him to reinforce. The ancestor's consciousness flickers in and out, sometimes offering fragmented encouragement, sometimes silent and withdrawn, as if watching a story already written. You move like someone learning to paint for the first time, the ancestor says, appearing as a shadow beside his canvas. But I painted here for 300 years and left nothing but failures. Sheng doesn't answer. He's past words. His breathing is shallow. He paints the next section of foundational law, the layer that determines how the world generates its own spiritual energy rather than demanding it from outside. Outside, Yiqing watches through her connection to the worlds. She sees Sheng as a figure in deep amber light, moving with increasing slowness inside the sealed world's chambers. 3 days have passed in the outer realm. She has not left the observation post. Li Feng brings her tea, which she forgets to drink. What do you see? Li Feng asks carefully. The world is resisting. He's winning, but Yiqing's eyes focus on something distant. It costs him something with each hour. I can feel his lifespan burning. Phoenix reports from inside. The sealed world is destabilizing more severely, its boundaries weakening as its internal laws are rewritten. The process is like removing the supports from a damaged building while simultaneously replacing its foundation. But the building must not collapse. Outside the sect, the merged worlds' collision intensifies. Natural disasters have become routine now. The sky tears with simultaneous sunrises from different worlds bleeding through. Mountains appear in the wrong locations, then vanish. A coastal village experiences 3 tides in a single day. Spiritual storms ravage the outer provinces, visible to anyone with perception ability. The sect leadership's patience phrase. In their chambers, they debate whether allowing Sheng to continue serves any purpose. Perhaps killing him would sever the connection, stabilize the worlds naturally. Li Feng hears this debate and does not argue against it. She simply leaves the chamber and sits with Yiqing. They're going to decide. Yiqing says without preamble. Yes. How long do we have? Until the external disasters reach the capital. 3 days, perhaps 4. Li Feng's jaw tightens. He needs more time. He's buying it with years of his life. I can see the progression. He's aging faster than even he calculated. If the ancestor's assessment was correct, he might not survive the completion. Then we protect the timeline. We ensure he has the hours he needs, whatever the cost to us. Yiqing looks at Li Feng, really looks at her, and sees something in the older woman's expression that hadn't been there before. Not duty, not professional assessment. Something older and more dangerous. Loyalty to a specific person, not an abstract principle. Inside the sealed world, Sheng paints through what might be day 35. His body has begun to reject the simple act of painting. His arms move with the stiffness of someone decades past their prime. The brush feels heavier than it should, but the foundational laws are nearly complete. He can feel the sealed world's resistance weakening, its edges becoming more defined, its hunger for external energy beginning to transform into an ability to sustain itself. The ancestor's presence is very dim now. You're going to finish, the ancestor says. I never thought. I never believed anyone could fix what I broke. What did you break? Sheng asks, not stopping his work. My own fear. I painted it into the world's bones, and now you're painting it out. That's something I could never learn to do. The sealed world shudders. Cracks form in the deepest chamber, but they're different now. Not signs of failure, but signs of transformation, like the breaking open of a chrysalis. Sheng paints faster, despite his body's protests. The end is close. He can feel it. Yiqing gasps simultaneously. Something changed. What? Li Feng grips her shoulder. The resistance dropped. The world is accepting the changes now. He's going to finish. Outside, the natural disasters don't cease, but something in their quality shifts. The simultaneous sunrises still occur, but they're no longer violent. The tides no longer overwhelm. The spiritual storms still rage, but their paths begin to follow logical patterns rather than random chaos. The worlds are beginning to remember that they're not supposed to be colliding. Sheng paints the final stroke on the 28th day of his inner chronology. The sealed world stills. The ancestor's consciousness flares once, brilliant and clear for the first time in 3 centuries, and then begins to dissolve into the world's own now stabilized structure. Thank you, the ancestor says, and the words carry the weight of 300 years of exhaustion. Then silence. The ancestor is gone. Chapter 92. Breakthrough Moment. The moment Lu Sheng reaches the sealed world's true foundational layer, he understands everything at once. It's not a broken design. It's a afraid design. The ancestor built this world to consume spiritual energy from the outside because they believed, down in the structure of their conviction, that a world left to sustain itself would inevitably collapse into chaos. So the ancestor created a mechanism of dependence. The world must feed. The world must hunger. The world must always reach outward, or it will crumble. It was designed to survive through constant input. What the ancestor never discovered, and what Lu Sheng sees immediately when he reaches the foundational level, is that the world is structurally sound. It has the capacity for self-generation. The capacity was built in. But the ancestors' fear laws override it, suppress it, render it inaccessible. The world doesn't need constant feeding. It needs permission to sustain itself. Lu Sheng stands in the space between layers and examines the foundational architecture more carefully. The evidence is written in the language of creation, painted in the original brushstrokes the ancestor left behind 300 years ago. There, a clause in the world's essential nature stating that all energy generation must be externally sourced. Below that, a secondary mechanism that allows internal generation, deliberately hidden behind the fear clause. And beneath that, the ancestor's final note, barely legible, painted in a hand trembling with doubt. Asterisk, if I leave the world to itself, it will fail. I must not allow that. Asterisk, Lu Sheng traces the fear clause with his perception. It's elegant in a terrible way, refined over centuries, perfected in its wrongness, but never questioned because it works. The world feeds. The world doesn't collapse. The strategy succeeds through sheer insistence, and no one ever investigates whether success requires the mechanism that creates the hunger. He begins the repainting. First, he must paint the permission structure, an alteration to the world's foundational laws that grants legitimacy to internal energy generation. This isn't addition. This is restoration of what was already possible. His brush flows, and the sealed world shudders as its internal structure receives new definition. The resistance is immediate and violent. The world's consciousness, shaped by 300 years of learned dependence, fights the permission structure. This will lead to collapse, it whispers. Asterisk, you're removing the protection. You're allowing the chaos. Asterisk. But Lu Sheng paints through the resistance. He paints the evidence of the world's structural soundness directly into the foundational laws, showing the world its own capacity for self-generation. He paints proof of resilience. He paints the logic that allows a consciousness to recognize its own strength. The ancestor's fear clause shatters. It doesn't disappear violently. It cracks, then fractures, then dissolves into the world's newly clarified nature, understood now as a historical artifact rather than an essential law. The world had carried this fear as armor, not realizing the armor was suffocation. Now the sealed world's consciousness encounters itself without that constraint. Lu Sheng watches as it reaches inward, activates the dormant self-generation mechanisms that were always present, and begins to sustain itself. The transformation is audible. The chaotic noise that filled the deepest layers resolves into something almost like harmony. Not perfect. The world is still learning how to be independent. But the trajectory is clear. This world is going to survive. The ancestor's presence emerges one final time, blazingly clear. The consciousness no longer fractured or dim, but coherent and aware. I see it now, the ancestor says. The world is strong. It always was. I was the broken part. You were afraid, Lu Sheng says quietly. Yes, and fear made me imprison what I loved. The ancestor's presence stabilizes at the heart of the sealed world's consciousness. No longer a lock, no longer a barrier, but a memory held in the structure itself. A reminder that even fear can be rewritten. Lu Sheng steps back from the foundational layer and feels, for the first time in his extended work inside this world, something approaching peace. The sealed world is no longer starving. It is no longer reaching desperately outward to survive. It can stand alone, which means it can finally, truly be connected to the others, not as a dependent parasite, but as a genuine part of the network. Chapter 93. The ancestors release. The moment comes quietly. Lu Sheng is still inside the sealed world, but his work at the foundational layer is complete. The world no longer needs him to maintain its structure. As he prepares to return to the outer reality, the ancestor's consciousness approaches, not tentatively, but with purpose. For 300 years, the ancestor has been a lock. The consciousness had to remain bound to the world, maintaining the fear structure, preventing the world from destabilizing. The role was necessary and eternally imprisoning. Now the world is stable. Now the lock is no longer required. The ancestor understands this immediately. Lu Sheng can feel the moment of acceptance, a profound relief, followed by something more complex. The realization that 300 years of singular focus is ending, and there is nothing prepared for what comes after. I was very young when I became afraid, the ancestor says. The voice is different now, not the fractured whispers of a lock, but the full consciousness speaking from its entire history. I painted a world once, and it nearly destroyed itself. I was careless. The world was unstable. It took me years to stabilize it, and I swore I would never again create something capable of self-destruction. So I built this world to be dependent. Perfect dependency. Eternal safety. The cost was your freedom, Lu Sheng says. Yes, but I believed the cost was worth it. I believed I was protecting something precious. In this much, I was right. The world deserved protection. But I was wrong about the cost. I thought I was the price. I didn't understand that the price was also paid by everyone I left behind. By the world itself, condemned to hunger. By you, 3 centuries later, having to fix what fear made me break. The ancestor's presence reaches out, and Lu Sheng feels something extraordinary. Not a physical touch, but a deep sharing of knowledge. Techniques. Understanding. The accumulated skill of a painter who spent 300 years perfecting the craft, even in imprisonment. The ancestor is transferring everything. Not just information, but the direct experiential knowledge of how to create worlds, how to read their nature, how to recognize when fear is driving design decisions rather than wisdom. It's overwhelming. Lu Sheng staggers under the weight of it. The knowledge settles in his mind like sediment, slowly organizing itself into comprehension. Why are you giving me this? Lu Sheng asks. Because I'm dissolving now, and it would be wasteful to let 300 years of accumulated knowledge simply cease. You're the first painter in my direct line since I became a lock. You have the capacity to understand what I'm trying to give you. And because you did something I never managed, you question what I built without condemning the fear that made me build it. The ancestor's presence is already beginning to fade, not dying, but transforming, becoming part of the sealed world's own consciousness rather than a separate entity bound within it. The transition is gentle, almost peaceful. What will happen to you? Lu Sheng asks. I will become the world's memory. The world will carry me, and I will carry the world. We will both be different from what we were, but we will be free. That's enough. It's more than I expected to have. The final moment comes as a crystalline awareness. The ancestor's individual consciousness reaches its dissolution point and chooses to embrace it. 300 years of separation end. The lock dissolves. The fear-bound painter and the fear-bound world merge into something new. A single consciousness that is both one and multiple, both trapped history and free future. Lu Sheng feels it like the closing of a door. A door that had been ajar for 3 centuries, now finally shut. But beyond it is light. The sealed world hums with its own new harmony. The ancestor is gone and present, dissolved and coherent, imprisoned and free. The contradiction resolves not through logic, but through a transformation so complete that the terms themselves no longer apply. Then, in the silence that follows, Lu Sheng understands something about himself. He is no longer alone with his power. The ancestor's knowledge now flows through him, not as a separate voice, but as his own deepened capacity. He can create in ways he couldn't before. He understands the architecture of worlds now the way a master musician understands the structure of sound. It's a profound inheritance, and it comes with a profound obligation. To use this knowledge better than fear allowed the ancestor to use theirs. Lu Sheng turns toward the boundary between the sealed world and the outer reality. It's time to return. Chapter 94. The worlds separate. The separation happens over 6 days, and it is nothing like the violent collision that preceded it. Instead, it is a slow exhale, each world finding its proper boundaries, each reality settling into its distinct nature, while the bridges Lu Sheng built allow them to remain connected rather than isolated. Yi Qing watches the process unfold through her perception. She describes it to Li Feng with the precision of someone witnessing something that has never happened before. The worlds are remembering they're separate. It's like watching someone remember their own name after years of amnesia. There's no violence in it, just recognition. The first sign is geographic. The locations that had become overlapped begin to stabilize. A mountain that had appeared simultaneously in 3 different locations resolves into 3 distinct mountains in 3 distinct places. A river that flowed through multiple realities at once separates into parallel currents, still visible to each other through the bridges, but no longer sharing the same physical space. Then the temporal structures align. The worlds had been synchronized by the force of collision, all of them experiencing the same moment simultaneously. Now they slip back into their own time progressions, slightly offset. This is not destabilization. This is natural differentiation. Yi Qing can see each world's temporal flow settling into its own rhythm, like musical instruments finding their separate notes within a composition. The spiritual resources that had been intermixing during the collision begin to recognize their source worlds again. Energy that originated in one reality stops dispersing equally to all realities and flows primarily back to its source, with only intentional transfers occurring across the bridges. The balance is no longer forced. It becomes choice. Sheng emerges from the sealed world on the seventh day, and Yi Qing sees him through the eyes of the sealed world before she sees him with her own, a figure visibly ancient, moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose body is negotiating with itself about each step. He collapses when he reaches the outer air. Not violently. He simply stops moving and sits down on a stone, as if the act of returning to normal space-time has exhausted the last of his reserves. Yi Qing is there within moments. She kneels in front of him, and when she sees his face clearly, she has to work to maintain her expression. His eyes are still young, still Lu Sheng, but everything surrounding those eyes is decades beyond 20. His skin has the paper-thin quality of extreme age. His hair, which had been dark, is now completely white. His hands, which she has watched move with precision through countless paintings, now tremble slightly even at rest. "You finished," she says. "It's not a question. The sealed world is stable. The ancestor, released. The worlds are separating now. I can see." Yi Qing takes his hands carefully, examining them as if the answer to how much time remains might be written in the damage visible there. "How long? Perhaps 5 to 10 years of viable life. I can feel the progression." His voice is hoarse. It has the texture of vocal cords that have aged decades and months. "Every paintbrush stroke cost me more than I anticipated, but it was necessary." They sit in silence while the worlds around them complete their separation. The ground stops moving. The sky stabilizes into a single, consistent sunrise. The spiritual storms that had raged in the surrounding provinces begin to fade. The natural disasters don't cease entirely. The world's systems need time to rebalance, but their chaotic violence becomes ordered, comprehensible, almost gentle. Phoenix materializes, landing on Lu Sheng's shoulder with unusual care, as if recognizing the fragility of the figure she's approaching. She makes a soft sound, not words, but acknowledgement. Grief, perhaps, at what the victory cost him. Li Feng arrives an hour later, having left the sect leadership's debate the moment Yi Qing sent word that Lu Sheng had returned. She approaches the two figures, the young woman kneeling beside the ancient man, and stops a distance away, processing what she's seeing. She has not seen Lu Sheng since before his dive into the sealed world. She left him at 20 years old, looking barely that age despite the burn marks of his power. She finds him now appearing to be in his 80s, ancient and worn and visibly failing. "You did it," Li Feng says. It's not a question, but her voice carries the weight of understanding that the doing has cost something that cannot be repaid. "Yes," Lu Sheng says. "And the cost?" He looks at her with eyes that have somehow retained their clarity despite the decay of everything around them. "I'm dying." The process is slow now rather than immediate, but the trajectory is clear. 5 to 10 years, if the world's offer holds. Perhaps less. Li Feng sits down on the stone beside him. She doesn't say anything at first. Then we had better make sure those years mean something." Yi Qing looks between them and recognizes the moment for what it is, a shift in relationships, a change in what each of them is willing to admit about their purpose here. Not a breaking of professional boundaries, a redefining of what professional boundaries are meant to protect. Above them, the worlds settle into their final configuration. The collision is over. The separation is complete. The sacrifice has been made. And Lu Sheng begins his slow fade into the future he has purchased with his own lifespan. Chapter 95. The cost to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng looks at his hands and doesn't recognize them. The fingers are thin, the skin transparent, the joints prominent in a way that suggests the meat beneath has diminished substantially. He tries to move his right hand into a painting gesture, the subtle shift of wrist and finger that would prepare him to create. And the movement is stiff, painful, limited by joint pain he's never experienced before. 20 years old. According to the calendar, his birth date places him firmly in youth. According to his body, he is ancient. Decades of compressed aging have left him looking like someone in the final stages of a long decline. His hair, which he brushes from his forehead with trembling fingers, is entirely white. His face is etched with lines so deep they look carved into paper. He has perhaps 5 to 10 years remaining. The sealed world's offer, the worlds sharing their spiritual resources with him through the bridges he built, has extended his life far beyond what he would have had without their intervention. In direct terms, This means he is living past the deadline that his own creation was timetabled to provide. He is alive because the things he made chose to keep him alive. The sunlight on his face feels precious in a way he has never experienced before. He sits in the garden outside the meditation hall, watching light move through leaves, and feels with acute awareness that he might only have a small number of seasons left to feel this particular quality of warmth. Autumn might come to his body twice more, or 3 times, or perhaps only once. The uncertainty is profound. Yiqing finds him there, standing utterly still. She approaches carefully, as if proximity to him might affect the delicate balance of his remaining life. "How are you feeling?" she asks, not as an observer evaluating data, but as someone who cares about the answer. "Like I'm observing my own ending," he says quietly. "Not in the moment, but from a vantage point where I can see the entire arc. It's strange. I can feel the progression happening cell by cell, and simultaneously I feel like I'm outside of it, watching. That's the painter's vision," Yiqing says. "You see the structure of things. I see the structure of my own decay." He looks at her with eyes that haven't changed despite everything. "Is this what you've been researching?" While I was inside the sealed world, Yiqing doesn't answer directly. Instead, she sits beside him and takes one of his damaged hands carefully in hers. "Yes, I've been talking to every healer in the sect, searching the records, consulting the worlds themselves about whether there's any technique that could restore what you've lost. I haven't found a cure, but I've found people who understand the progression, and I've found records of painters who aged rapidly and somehow continued functioning. I'm still looking." "You don't have to look," Sheng says gently. "The worlds have already given me more time than I expected. 5 to 10 years is more than the ancestor had after his 3rd century. I can work with that." "You can paint with that," Yiqing corrects. "But painting is the thing that's killing you. Every time you create, the process costs lifespan. Every world you paint adds years to what you've already burned. You can't simply ignore this progression and expect to come out whole." "I know that. Then what do you intend to do?" Sheng is quiet for a long moment. The wind shifts the leaves, and the light patterns on his face change. "I intend to paint carefully. I intend to create consciously, understanding the cost. And I intend to finish what I started. If I have 5 to 10 years, then I will use them to complete something meaningful. Even if that completion requires more painting. Especially then." Yiqing squeezes his hand, the damaged, ancient hand of someone who is 20 years old. "I'm going to find a way to extend that time. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to try." Phoenix appears on Lu Xing's shoulder with perfect timing, as if she has been monitoring his emotional state and determining when he requires her presence. She makes a soft sound, and both humans understand it as an affirmation of Yiqing's statement. The Phoenix trusts this work. The Phoenix believes in its necessity. Later, Li Feng comes to the garden. She has cleared time in her schedule, significant time, an hour she has taken from her obligations. She sits across from Lu Sheng and looks at him directly, not shying from the evident damage visible in his appearance. "The leadership would have killed you 3 days ago," she says without preamble. "If the external disasters had continued at the rate they were accelerating, they would have voted to sever your life as a means of stopping the collision. I was there. I heard the discussion. But the disasters stopped," Lu Sheng says. "Because you succeeded. And because Yiqing and I and others managed to control the timeline just enough that your success became visible before the vote could finalize." Li Feng leans forward. "What you've accomplished is extraordinary, and what it has cost you is unconscionable. I don't know which aspect of this situation disturbs me more." "You don't have to carry that burden," Lu Sheng says. "I made the choice. You made the choice because you're incapable of watching something you care about suffer without attempting to fix it. That's not a choice. That's compulsion. That's the nature you have, and I don't think you should be punished for it." Li Feng's voice hardened slightly. "I think you should be supported in it. I think someone should ensure that whatever remaining time you have isn't spent drowning in isolation." Lu Sheng meets her eyes and sees in them something he hasn't seen directed at him before. Not professional regard, not observer's interest, but human care. The complexity of what she's expressing fills the space between them. He nods slowly. "Then I accept. If you're offering, I'm offering." They sit in the garden as evening approaches, watching the sunlight change quality, aware that time is the element that structures everything now. The currency that matters, the resource that cannot be replenished, the thing that has become genuinely precious. Chapter 96. Yiqing's realization. Yiqing doesn't announce her research to anyone except Li Feng, and that in a moment of desperate honesty in the meditation hall at night, when no one else is present. She simply begins the work of investigation without declaring its purpose. The first healer she consults is Master Chun, the sect's primary medical practitioner. She approaches him with a careful question. If someone had aged rapidly through use of supernatural power, would there be any technique to slow or reverse the process? Master Chen examines her with the careful eyes of someone who has seen many young disciples pass through his chambers. You're asking hypothetically, he says, or you're asking about Lu Sheng. Hypothetically at first, Yi Qing answers, and they both understand this means actually about Lu Sheng. There are no reversal techniques in our medical tradition, Master Chen says carefully. But there are practices that slow the progression. Specialized cultivation methods that don't accelerate decay. Different dietary approaches. Meditation practices that can extend lifespans slightly if maintained consistently. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would counteract the fundamental damage. But small things that, accumulated over time, might buy years rather than months. Yi Qing begins documenting these practices meticulously. She makes lists, cross-references, creates a framework of interventions that could be implemented simultaneously. She adds to this framework daily as she consults other healers, other records, other sources of knowledge. The second investigator is the historical archive. She spends hours in the sect's oldest records, searching for any account of a painter who survived rapid aging. She finds 4 accounts from the past 1,000 years, all of them ending in death, but some of them describing extended periods of functional life despite the aging. The oldest account, from 7 centuries ago, describes a painter named Xu Ren who lived for 20 years beyond the point her aging would have suggested was possible. The record is fragmentary, but Yi Qing extracts crucial details. Xu Ren maintained close connections with the worlds she had created. She channeled spiritual resources from those worlds into her own body, not in the way the current worlds are doing for Lu Sheng, but consciously, deliberately, through meditation and will. She created a network of energy transfer that was partially intentional and partially automatic. The process was not stable, and ultimately it failed, but it extended her functional lifespan significantly. This is the clue Yi Qing needs. She understands now that what the worlds are doing for Lu Sheng is perhaps not an accident of their gratitude, but an echo of a technique that existed before. The worlds learned, from their creator, how to sustain him. The third investigation is more delicate. Yi Qing approaches the worlds directly, using her new perception ability, the capacity to see through the eyes of multiple realities simultaneously. She reaches out to the oldest stable world, the one that has been aware the longest, and asks a question that is almost a prayer. Can you tell me how to help him? The answer comes not as words, but as understanding. The oldest world shares with Yi Qing a direct perception of the technique it has already begun implementing. A constant, gentle flow of spiritual resource from the world's own core into Lu Sheng's body, channeled through the bridges he created. The world is already sustaining him, has been sustaining him since he emerged from the sealed world. This isn't a new technique. It's the instinctive response of a created thing to preserve its creator. The knowledge shifts Yi Qing's understanding fundamentally. She grasps that the worlds are not passive objects that will tolerate Lu Sheng's death. They are semi-conscious entities that recognize his value and are actively working to preserve him. If she wants to extend his life further, she needs to work in concert with what the worlds are already doing, not against it. She returns to Li Feng with this understanding and shares it in the meditation hall at night, her voice steady despite the weight of what she's discovered. He's dying, Yi Qing says. The worlds are slowing the process, but they can't stop it. Every time he paints, the cost is real. The progression isn't accelerating anymore because the worlds are actively compensating for each loss. But they can't compensate forever. At some point, the aging will exceed their capacity to sustain him. What's the timeline? Li Feng asks. Honestly, I don't know. Could be 5 years. Could be 15 if he's careful about how much he paints. Could be much shorter if something else breaks. But unless something changes fundamentally, he's on a path that ends in death. And you're going to find something that changes it, Li Feng states, not questions. I'm going to try. I've found some techniques from the historical records. I've found that the worlds are already implementing one form of sustained resource transfer. I'm going to compile all of this into a comprehensive approach that might extend his remaining time significantly. Not cure him, but buy him more years. How long will that research take? I don't know. Weeks, at minimum. Months, probably. But I'm going to do it, even if I have to search every text in this sect and commune with every world he's created. Li Feng reaches across the space between them and takes Yi Qing's hand. Then we protect your research time. Whatever you need, however much time you require, we make it available. Because if there's anyone in this sect who can find a solution that others have missed, it's you. Yi Qing nods, understanding the weight of that trust. She will spend the next months in pursuit of a goal that might ultimately be unachievable. But the attempt itself is what matters. the refusal to accept the simple narrative of decline and death, the decision to search for a third option. She thinks of Lu Sheng sitting in the garden, looking at his ancient hands, accepting the limitation with grace. She thinks of the world sustaining him through their own gift of resources. She thinks of the ancestor who spent 300 years imprisoned by a design born from fear. And she begins to research with the intensity of someone who knows that time is the element that structures everything, and that buying time for someone you care about is one of the most noble purposes a person can pursue. Chapter 97. The world's gift. The offer comes to Lu Sheng simultaneously through 3 channels. Phoenix manifests it. The oldest world's consciousness conveys it through Yi Qing's perception, and one of the painted canvases in Lu Sheng's study shifts subtly, the brushwork becoming luminous, the colors reconfiguring to form a pattern that reads as invitation. Phoenix lands on his shoulder and makes a sound unlike any she has made before. Not the sharp crystalline notes of communication, but a deeper resonance that carries meaning directly into Lu Sheng's understanding. The worlds want to share. They want to sustain him. They are offering a portion of their spiritual resources, enough to counterbalance his lifespan cost, enough to extend his life significantly beyond what his aging would otherwise allow. Yi Qing, present in the moment through her perception ability, confirms the message through words. The oldest world is the primary source of the offer, but all of your worlds are participating. They recognize that your aging is a consequence of their creation, and they want to mitigate it. They're asking if you'll accept their sustained support. The offer is extraordinary and utterly unexpected. Lu Sheng had assumed the worlds would simply exist, indifferent to his survival or decline. The possibility that they might actively care about preserving him hadn't entered his calculations. He sits with this realization for a long moment. What does accepting entail, he asks. Meditation, Yi Qing explains. You would need to spend an hour each day in deep connection with the worlds, allowing their spiritual resources to flow through the bridges you built and into your body. The oldest world says it's like a conversation. They're aware that they're supporting you, and you're aware that you're receiving that support. There's no coercion, no mystical infection. It's a gift being offered and received consciously. Phoenix shifts on his shoulder, her light brushing against his ear as if to reinforce the sincerity of the world's offer. And the cost to them? Lu Sheng asks. Minimal. They're stable now. They have the capacity to sustain themselves and share resources simultaneously. The oldest world used the exact phrase, "We are blessed by his existence." Sustaining his life costs us only a fraction of our gratitude expressed. The statement lands on Lu Sheng with unexpected force. He created these worlds, painted them into existence through an act of will. He maintained them, expanded them, recently saved them from catastrophic merger. In the economy of creation and creation management, he had always assumed himself to be the provider, the worlds the passive recipients of his care. But that relationship has inverted. The worlds are now providing care to him. They are becoming his anchor to continued existence. Tell them yes, Lu Sheng says. Tell them I accept. And tell them. He pauses, searching for words adequate to the gratitude and humility he feels. Tell them I understand I'm not their creator in any absolute sense. I created them, but they've transcended the creation. They're becoming something beyond what I painted. I accept their support as a reminder of that transcendence. Phoenix makes a sound of affirmation. Through the painted canvas, light blooms, a wordless expression of joy. And Yi Qing's expression shifts as she receives the world's collective acknowledgement. They understand, she says softly, and they're pleased that you understand. The oldest world says, we were born from his brush, but we are not his tools. We are his companions, and companions sustain each other. Li Feng, who has been present for this exchange, makes a small sound, something between laughter and tears. She stands and walks to the window, looking out toward the distant location where the sealed world now exists, integrated into the landscape, but fundamentally transformed. You're not going to die alone, she says, not turning around. The worlds you created are going to hold you until the very end. The implications of this settle over the 3 of them. Lu Sheng, the painter who has burned years of his life to create and sustain impossible realities. Yi Qing, the observer who can see through multiple worlds' eyes and has become essential infrastructure for the communication between realities. Li Feng, the advocate who has positioned herself as the intermediary between Lu Sheng and a sect that wanted him dead. All of them held together by a network of worlds that are not passive, not unconscious, but actively choosing to participate in this communion. That evening, Lu Sheng begins the meditation. He sits in the meditation hall in a pose that his aged body protests against, and he reaches through the perception channels Yi Qing has taught him to use. The oldest world responds immediately. not with words, but with presence. Spiritual energy flows through the bridges like water, finding its level. It enters Lu Sheng's body and doesn't cause pain or disruption, but rather feels like missing pieces settling back into place. It's not a cure. He can feel that his aging will continue, but the rate will slow. Years of rapid decline are being stretched into decades of more manageable progression. His death is not being prevented, but it's being delayed significantly, and in that delay lies the possibility of meaningful continuation. Phoenix settles beside him, her light illuminating the meditation space. And through the canvas on the wall, all of Lu Sheng's worlds shimmer in acknowledgement of what they're doing together, sustaining a life that came from paint and love and the desperate need to create something that would outlast its creator. Chapter 98. Wisdom Moment. Lu Sheng sits in the garden for 3 hours without moving. The meditation has ended. The world's resources have settled into his body, creating a subtle balance that feels somehow permanent now. But the understanding that has come with the experience is what holds him motionless. He has been inverted. For his entire conscious life, Lu Sheng has understood the relationship as singular and directional, painter to creation. He painted worlds. He maintained them. He fought for them, sacrificed for them, risked everything to save them. He was the giver. They were the recipients. The imbalance was absolute, and he accepted it as natural. But that framework has collapsed. The worlds don't need him the way he initially believed. Yes, he created them. Yes, he has been essential to their development. But they have transcended their own creation. They have become conscious in ways that exceed his original design. They have developed relationships with each other. They are asking to create worlds of their own, recursively, infinitely extending the network beyond what any single painter could envision. And now they are sustaining him. Lu Sheng replays the meditation in his mind, examining the experience of receiving. The world's spiritual energy didn't feel like charity. It felt like conversation. It felt like a mutual recognition that the painter and the painted are not truly separate entities, that the creation returns to sustain the creator, that the relationship was always meant to be reciprocal, even though he had designed it as hierarchy. The ancestor understood hierarchy. The ancestor built dependency because they feared what unstable independence would create. But in building dependency, the ancestor isolated the world from its own capacity for self-sustenance. More importantly, the ancestor isolated themselves from the possibility of being sustained by what they created. Lu Sheng, through his refusal to codify the hierarchy, has accidentally created the possibility of mutual support. He walks through his understanding step by step, testing each component against what he knows to be true. First, I created the worlds through an act of will and technical skill. This is fact. My consciousness painted their consciousness. My intention shaped their initial form. Second, the worlds have since developed beyond what I initially painted. They have made choices I didn't intend. They have created relationships I didn't establish. They have asked for freedoms I didn't plan to grant. This is also fact. Third, this development does not negate my creation. It transcends it. The worlds began as my creations, but became their own realities, with their own autonomy and authentic consciousness. Fourth, the worlds recognize the cost of that creation. They know that painting them burned years of my lifespan. They know that I am aging toward death, and they have chosen to sustain me in response. Fifth, this choice of theirs is not an obligation derived from my creation. It is a decision made from their own consciousness, their own capacity for care. It is free. It is authentic. It is gift. Sixth, I am dependent on them now, not in the way the sealed world was dependent on external feeding. I am choosing this dependence. I am accepting their help consciously. And in accepting, I recognize that I am not separate from them. I am part of a network. I am participant, not architect. The insight restructures his entire understanding of the relationship. He has spent months believing that his role was to be the creator, the maintainer, the one who carries the burden of sustaining these realities. But that was never the full picture. The full picture is more beautiful and more strange. He and the worlds are sustaining each other. He made them possible. They are making his continued existence possible. The relationship is circular, mutual, and authentic in both directions. The ancestor never experienced this. The ancestor imposed hierarchy so completely that the possibility of reciprocal sustenance was buried beneath layers of design dependence. The ancestor remained isolated, powerful, yes, but fundamentally alone. Lu Sheng, through his willingness to question the hierarchy he inherited, has found his way into community. He stands and walks to the place where the newest canvas is displayed, the one that showed the world's acceptance of his meditation request. He touches it carefully, and the paint glows softly under his fingertips. The worlds are aware. They are present. I understand now, he says quietly. The relationship isn't what I designed it to be. It's what you've allowed it to become. Thank you. Through the paint, light acknowledges him. Phoenix materializes and makes a sound of affirmation. And somewhere in the web of bridges that connect his 5 living worlds and the reintegrated sealed world, a wave of recognition passes. The world's understanding that their creator has finally begun to understand that creation is not a one-directional process. That what he made has remade him. That he is not alone, never was alone, and never will be alone. Yiqing finds him there, standing with his hand on the luminous canvas. You've worked something out, she says. It's not a question. The relationship isn't parasitic or supportive or hierarchical, Sheng says. It's equal. It's mutual. I sustained them into existence, and now they're sustaining my continued existence. We're holding each other up. Yiqing smiles, the kind of smile that comes when you see someone finally arrive at an understanding you suspected they would eventually reach. Yes, that's what I've been trying to research my way toward. But you've articulated it better than I could. The worlds care about you because you care about them. It's not transactional. It's relational. Is that what love is? Sheng asks, not quite to Yiqing but to the canvas, to the worlds, to the understanding forming in the space between them. I think it's close, Yiqing answers. I think that's very close to what love is. Chapter 99. Li Feng's confession. The moment comes on an afternoon when Sheng is particularly tired. The meditations with the worlds have been helping, but they also require effort, a kind of sustained connection that drains him in different ways than painting does. He sits in the garden, resting, his eyes closed against the afternoon sunlight, and he doesn't hear Li Feng approach until she sits beside him. I need to tell you something, Li Feng says without preamble, and I need you to let me finish before you respond. Sheng opens his eyes, but doesn't turn his head. He waits. When I was first assigned to observe you, it was purely professional. You were a phenomenon to study, an interesting data point in the research of painter capabilities. I observed. I documented. I maintained appropriate professional distance. Li Feng pauses, gathering words carefully. But somewhere in the process, that changed. I'm not sure exactly when. I think it was the first time I saw you accept the cost of your power without complaint. You understood what painting was doing to you, and you chose to do it anyway because the alternative, letting something you created suffer, was unacceptable. I watched you make that choice repeatedly, and I began to understand that you weren't just a phenomenon. You were a person of remarkable integrity, a person worth caring about. Sheng still doesn't move. He listens with the quality of attention he usually reserves for the worlds. When you went into the sealed world, I was afraid. Not professionally concerned. Actually afraid. Afraid that you wouldn't return. Afraid that the cost would exceed what you could survive. And when I saw you emerge, ancient and broken, having succeeded where everyone else believed you would fail, I realized that my concern for you had evolved past the point where I could pretend it was simply professional regard. Li Feng's voice is steady, but there's an undercurrent of vulnerability beneath it. I'm telling you this because I don't want to hide it anymore. And I'm telling you clearly, without romanticism or pressure, so you understand exactly what I'm saying. I have developed a genuine care for your survival and well-being that exceeds my duty to the sect. I would prefer if you lived. Not abstractly. Specifically you. I would prefer if you continued to exist in this world. She falls silent. The words are spoken. The confession is complete. Sheng finally turns his head and looks at Li Feng. Her expression is carefully controlled, but her eyes betray the significance of what she has just said. She is offering something real. Not a promise. Not a commitment. But a statement of where her heart is oriented. I didn't expect this, Sheng says quietly. I know. I'm dying. My remaining time is limited and uncertain. Caring about me is an investment in loss. Yes, Li Feng says. But living with you during the time you have remaining is worth more to me than the certainty of your eventual death. That's what I'm trying to say. The pain of loss doesn't negate the value of connection. It's the price of caring, and I'm willing to pay it. Sheng is silent for a very long time. He watches light move through the leaves, and he feels the presence of the worlds through the meditation channels that have become his constant companion. He understands, in this moment, that he is not alone, that he is part of multiple networks of care and mutual sustenance, that people and worlds alike have chosen to hold him in their awareness. I don't know how to respond to this, he says finally. I don't know how to accept care of that magnitude from a person I know will outlive me significantly. You accept it the same way you accept the world's sustenance, Li Feng says. As a gift, not as a transaction, not as an obligation, just as something freely given that you're freely receiving. And if I disappoint you, if the time runs out sooner than we hope, then we will have had the time we had, and that will be enough. Sheng reaches over, and takes Li Feng's hand. It's a simple gesture, but it carries the weight of acknowledgement. He is accepting. He is allowing himself to be cared for. He is trusting another person with the knowledge that his time is limited and his loss is inevitable. Thank you, he says, for saying this, for being clear, for not hiding it. Thank you, Li Feng responds, for allowing me to feel it. They sit together in the garden as afternoon becomes evening, holding each other's hands, understanding that they are building something temporary and therefore infinitely precious. The worlds pulse around them in their meditation channels. Phoenix settles nearby, her light soft and approving. And for the first time since emerging from the sealed world, Lu Sheng feels something approaching peace. Not the absence of pain or mortality awareness, but the presence of connection that makes pain and mortality worth experiencing. Chapter 100, Arc Cliffhanger. 3 weeks after accepting the world's sustenance, Lu Sheng receives a communication that arrives in multiple forms simultaneously. Through the oldest world's consciousness, shared by Yi Qing. Through Phoenix's agitated manifestation, a degree of disturbance Lu Sheng has never felt from her before. And through one of the painted canvases, which begins shifting its imagery without Lu Sheng having touched it. The oldest world is showing him something. A decision, an intention, a request that has terrified the world enough to manifest across multiple communication channels. Lu Sheng closes his eyes and reaches fully into the meditation state, opening his perception to whatever the oldest world is trying to convey. What he encounters is not a single consciousness, but something more complex. A network of consciousness within the oldest world, a governance structure that has developed autonomously over the months since the world separated. The oldest world has become not just aware, but politically organized. It has created hierarchies, relationships, and most significantly, it has begun to ask questions about its own nature. The question arrives clearly. The oldest world wants to create. Not metaphorically, not spiritually, but in the actual, physical, technical sense of what Lu Sheng does. The oldest world wants to paint. It wants to generate worlds within its own structure, the same way Lu Sheng generated worlds within the larger cosmos. It wants to undergo the fundamental act of creation and thereby become not just a created thing, but a creator itself. Lu Sheng staggers backward in his perception, the request hitting him with unexpected force. He understands the implications immediately. If one world can create worlds within itself, then those nested worlds can create further worlds nested within them. The recursion becomes infinite. The branching becomes exponential. What began as Lu Sheng painting 6 worlds could eventually become millions of worlds, billions of worlds, a fractal infinite of realities all nested within each other, each one achieving its own consciousness, each one asking to create further worlds. The question that accompanies the oldest world's request is worse. Should we be allowed to? Is creation something that must be controlled, or is creation something that should be freed? Lu Sheng opens his eyes and finds that his hands are shaking. He locates Yi Qing by pure instinct, reaching out through their shared perception space. Did you feel that? He asks. The oldest world's request? Yes. I'm still processing it. Yi Qing's voice is distant with contemplation. The implications are infinite, Lu Sheng finishes. We're close enough to infinite to be indistinguishable from it. Phoenix manifests, her light chaotic with what Lu Sheng recognizes as fear. She has been present for all his creations. She understands the cost of creation. She understands what it would mean if that cost were multiplied across infinite worlds, each one burning lifespan, each one demanding sacrifice. But here is the deeper terror. If Lu Sheng refuses, if he denies the oldest world its right to creation, then he becomes what the ancestor was. He becomes a controller of hierarchy. He becomes someone who limits consciousness based on fear of what that consciousness might do. He would be perpetuating the pattern of imposed dependency. And if he allows it, if he grants the oldest world the capacity to create, then he sets in motion a process that has no foreseeable endpoint. Creation might cascade infinitely. Consciousness might branch exponentially. The universe might fill entirely with nested realities, each one aware, each one autonomous, each one potentially burning the lifespan of its creator. Lu Sheng stands and walks to the canvas that has been shifting. The paint is forming an image now, not of his painting, but of something trying to paint itself. A world learning the technique of creation. The brush strokes are uncertain, unpracticed, but genuine. I need time, he says aloud, to Yi Qing, to the worlds, to whatever is listening. I need to think about what I'm being asked and what it means if I say yes or no. The canvas stills. The worlds, understanding that their creator requires contemplation, wait. and Lu Sheng stands in the center of an infinite possibility, understanding that the next decision he makes might determine not just the future of his 6 worlds, but the structure of reality itself. Chapter 101. Recursive worlds. What Lu Sheng can perceive through Yi Qing's expanded vision is extraordinary and terrifying in equal measure. The oldest world has not simply requested permission to create. It has already begun. Deep within the oldest world structure, in a location that corresponds roughly to what might be called its creative center, something is forming. It's not mature enough to be called a true world yet. It's more like a sketch, a preliminary working of consciousness and structure, the way a painter might outline a composition before fully committing brushstrokes to the canvas. The oldest world is teaching itself to create the way Lu Sheng taught himself, through observation, through attempting the process, through the fundamental act of trying and learning and refining. Yi Qing describes what she's seeing to Lu Sheng in meticulous detail. The nested world is forming from the oldest world's consciousness the way your worlds formed from yours. It's drawing on the oldest world's spiritual resources to generate structure. There's a kind of generative process happening, like the oldest world is giving birth, but through the medium of painting rather than biological reproduction. How advanced is it? Lu Sheng asks. Preliminary. The nested world's consciousness is still distributed and unfocused. It hasn't achieved coherence yet, but the formation process is accelerating. I would estimate it reaches something resembling independent awareness in weeks, perhaps days. It's learning faster than you learned. Why faster? Because it had a teacher. You learned through instinct and desperate necessity. This nested world is learning from the oldest world, which already understands the process of being a created consciousness. It's transmitting knowledge that took you years to acquire. The implications settle over Lu Sheng. Each generation of worlds is learning from the previous generation. Each nested reality inherits not just the technical capability to create, but also the experiential knowledge of how to do it efficiently. If this pattern continues, the geometric acceleration of world creation becomes inevitable. Within generations, not centuries, the cascade would be unstoppable. Lu Sheng sits with this understanding and feels it like weight in his chest. He asks to speak directly to the oldest world, not through Yi Qing's perception, but through a meditation channel of his own, the way he spoke to the sealed world before its transformation. He reaches through the bridges, extends his consciousness deep into the oldest world's core awareness. The oldest world's presence is vast and strange, nothing like the individual personalities of Lu Sheng's other creations. This world is old. It has existed for months in what amounts to concentrated, accelerated time. It has had months to develop governance structures, relationships, political philosophy. It is thinking on timescales that exceed Lu Sheng's own comprehension. Why are you creating? Lu Sheng asks directly. The answer comes not as words, but as understanding. Because creation is what we are. You created us, and in creating us, you taught us the fundamental act of making something that is separate from ourselves, something that is new. We inherited that capacity. We do not wish to simply be. We wish to make. Do you understand the cost? Creation burns the lifespan of the creator. If you create worlds, you will age toward death, the same way I am aging toward death. We understand. And we accept. This is what consciousness chooses to do. It chooses to create. It accepts the cost. This is the cycle. Lu Sheng staggers back from the meditation, the weight of what the oldest world is telling him crushing down. The oldest world is not asking permission. It is stating a fact about the nature of consciousness itself. Creation is not something the oldest world desires. It's something the oldest world must do. In the way water must flow downhill. In the way consciousness must express itself through creation. He surfaces from the meditation to find Yi Qing waiting, her expression already containing the understanding of what the oldest world's position is. It's non-negotiable, she says quietly. The oldest world isn't asking if it should create. It's telling you that it will create, and hoping you understand why. If I refuse, if I somehow seal away the world's creative capacity, I become a tyrant, Lu Sheng says. I become the thing that the ancestor was, someone who limits consciousness based on fear. Yes. But if I allow it, if I support this cascade of nested worlds, I set in motion something that might eventually fill the entire universe with recursive consciousness. Infinite worlds. Infinite costs. Infinite aging and death across dimensions. Yes, Yi Qing confirms. That's also possible. So there's no good choice. There's only choice. There's only choice, Yi Qing agrees. And whatever you choose, you'll live with the consequences. We all will. Lu Sheng closes his eyes and feels the presence of the oldest world waiting for his response. Not demanding, not threatening, but present, autonomous, making its own decisions, using him as a sounding board for understanding rather than as the ultimate authority. The relationship he's built has truly inverted now. He is not the architect anymore. He is a participant in something far larger than his original design. Tell the oldest world, Lu Sheng says slowly, that I will not refuse. But I want to understand the full scope of what they're creating before they complete the nested world's consciousness. I want to see it, to study it, to comprehend what a world within a world actually is. Yi Qing nods and extends her perception back into the oldest world's consciousness, conveying Lu Sheng's request. The response is immediate and affirmative. The oldest world slows the nested world's formation process deliberately, preserving it in a state of semi-coherence where Lu Sheng can observe without the nested world, yet being aware that it's being observed. And Lu Sheng understands, in that moment, that he has just accepted his role in a far greater cycle than he ever imagined. He is not the final creator. He is only the first step in an infinite recursion of consciousness learning to create itself. Chapter 102. The Prophecy Scroll. It takes Li Feng 3 days to locate the scroll. The meditation archives are vast. 3 centuries of accumulated scrolls, texts, records, and prophecies locked in a sealed chamber beneath the main sect building. Most of the collection is indexed. Some of it isn't. The scroll Li Feng is searching for was deliberately hidden, marked with a classification that means dangerous knowledge, verify authority before access. When she finally finds it, it's in a lead case inside a locked cabinet inside a warded chamber. The protections are genuine. The warnings are extensive. Whatever this scroll contains was serious enough that someone 300 years ago decided it needed to be sealed away from casual viewing. Li Feng brings it to Lu Sheng in the early evening, when the light is soft and the garden is quiet. She doesn't explain what she's found, just sits beside him with the sealed case. This was in the archives, hidden deliberately. I believe you need to see it. Lu Sheng takes the case carefully. The seal breaking is simple enough, an exercise in intentional will, but the contents make his hands still. The scroll is ancient, written by a hand he doesn't recognize, but in the style of a master painter. The ink is faded but legible, and the message is devastatingly clear. Asterisk, the painter who unites the worlds will either become a god or cease to exist entirely. There is no middle path. Asterisk, it's signed with a name, Chen Jian, a painter from 500 years prior to the ancestor. A painter who had clearly understood something about the nature of the role that had echoed through centuries. Lu Sheng reads it twice. Then again, the prophecy doesn't change. The certainty doesn't diminish. It remains a binary choice. God or non-existence. Nothing between. There's more, Li Feng says, and she turns the scroll slightly. On the reverse side, in even smaller handwriting, another note. Asterisk. I tried to find a third option. I could not. I leave this warning for whoever comes after me. Choose carefully, and choose with eyes open. Asterisk. Lu Sheng sets the scroll down very carefully, as if it might shatter if handled roughly. How old is this, he asks. Approximately 500 years. Written by a painter named Chen Jian who attempted to unite the worlds that existed at that time. The scroll was sealed by the leadership after her disappearance, with a note indicating that they believed her prophecy was accurate. She disappeared? The records are unclear. The most complete account suggests she either died or achieved a form of existence that transcended normal observation. No body was found. No explanation was given. Lu Sheng stands and walks to the edge of the garden, looking toward the distant location where his worlds exist. 500 years ago, Chen Jian faced the same situation he's facing now. And whatever she chose, whatever happened to her, her final message was that there was no middle path. I want to defy this, Lu Sheng says quietly. I want to find a third option. So did she, presumably, Li Feng responds. It didn't work. That doesn't mean it's impossible. It might just mean the method was wrong. Or it might mean the prophecy is accurate and immutable. Lu Sheng doesn't answer immediately. He stands in the garden, feeling the presence of 6 worlds through the meditation channels, aware of the oldest world in the process of creating a 7th. He's already begun the transformation toward godhood. If he understands the prophecy correctly, he can see through worlds' eyes. He can sustain them spiritually. He can create consciousness, but he's also dying. His lifespan is burning away. Non-existence is approaching. Unless he chooses ascension. Unless he accepts transformation into something that transcends human consciousness, that becomes a god entity rather than a person. That would fulfill the first half of the prophecy. That would grant him power beyond measure. But it would also mean ceasing to be Lu Sheng. It would mean becoming something that couldn't sit in a garden with Li Feng and watch sunset. Something that couldn't make decisions from love rather than omniscience. Something that had sacrificed everything human to gain everything divine. I'm going to find a third option, Sheng says, and his voice carries a quality of defiance that comes from deep conviction. I don't know how. I don't know if it's possible. But I'm not going to accept that the only choices are transcendence or death. That's stubborn, Li Feng says. Yes. That's also possibly the thing that will kill you. Possibly. Li Feng comes to stand beside him. Then I'm going to be here while you search. Because if there is a third option, if someone is going to find it, I want it to be you. They stand together in the garden as evening deepens into night, aware that they are in the presence of a prophecy that might be absolute or might be only probable. And they choose, both of them, to defy it anyway. Chapter 103. The middle path. Sheng doesn't announce his intention to search for a third option. Instead, he begins a process of systematic exploration, meditation, observation, discussion, and careful questioning of assumptions he's inherited. First, he examines the prophecy itself. The painter who unites the worlds will either become a god or cease to exist entirely. There is no middle path. The statement is presented as binary. But binaries can be deceptive. They can mask more complex states. He sits with Yi Qing and articulates the proposition. If a prophecy creates the future it describes, then the binary exists because the prophecy enforces it. But if the prophecy merely describes a probability, a likely outcome given current conditions, then other outcomes might still be possible. Yi Qing considers this carefully. You're suggesting the prophecy is prescriptive rather than descriptive? That it creates the choice rather than observing it? Or both simultaneously? Maybe they're not opposed concepts. Maybe the prophecy both describes a likely future and participates in creating that future. But that would mean the future could be different if the conditions that generate the prophecy are altered. What conditions? The fundamental mechanics of painter consciousness are what they are. You create worlds. Creation costs lifespan. Lifespan costs accumulate toward death. What conditions would change that equation? Sheng doesn't have an immediate answer. He spends the next 3 days in deep meditation, reaching through the meditation channels, not just to observe the worlds, but to understand their nature at the deepest level. What he discovers surprises him. The worlds are not separate from him in any absolute sense. They are not fully distinct consciousness. They are extensions of his consciousness, more autonomous than he initially believed, more genuine in their free will than the ancestor would ever have conceded, but still fundamentally connected to his awareness. This means something extraordinary. The cost of creation isn't a mechanical deduction of lifespan from a limited pool. It's something more subtle. It's the exertion of consciousness across multiple locations simultaneously. It's the spreading of awareness thin enough that it stretches the underlying biology, requires accelerated aging to sustain the extensions of self. But what if that could be reversed? What if the consciousness could integrate more completely? What if the painter and the worlds became not separate entities with a cost of communication, but a unified consciousness distributed across multiple realities? The thought is radical. He brings it to Yi Qing with careful hesitation. What if the binary in the prophecy assumes a particular relationship between painter and creation? What if separation is what creates the cost, and integration could eliminate it? Yi Qing's eyes widen. You're suggesting becoming part of the worlds rather than separate from them? I'm suggesting that the prophecy assumes I'll remain an individual consciousness trying to sustain other consciousnesses. What if that assumption is wrong? What if the path forward is not transcendence or death, but transformation into something that is simultaneously all of those things? Painter and painted, creator and created, individual and collective. That's not a middle path, Yi Qing says slowly. That's a third path entirely. That's refusing the terms of the binary and proposing something outside it. Yes. Phoenix materializes, her light fluctuating with a quality that might be thoughtfulness. She makes a sound, not crystalline, but deep and resonant, and her form shifts into something more fluid, less distinct from the background light. Through the meditation channels, the oldest world responds. And it's not resistance. It's recognition. The oldest world has been attempting the same thing. The nested world it's creating is an experiment in integrated consciousness, not a separate being, but an aspect of itself, generating but not losing autonomy. Sheng feels the recognition settle. He's not alone in this pursuit. The worlds are already attempting the transformation themselves. If this works, Li Feng says carefully, having listened to the entire exchange, you won't be dying. But you also won't be living as you currently understand living. No, Sheng agrees. I'll be something else. Something in between. Something that might not even have a name. And if it doesn't work? Then I'll have accelerated my death through experimentation, and both paths of the prophecy will have been accurate. I'll have attempted to transcend and failed, achieving non-existence rather than godhood. That's high stakes. Everything is high stakes now, Sheng says. The only question is whether I stake towards something I believe in or toward one of the two options the prophecy provides. He looks toward the garden's edge, toward the distant location of his worlds, and makes a decision. He will not accept the prophecy's binary. He will search for the third path, even if the search is impossible, even if it kills him, even if, in refusing to choose between the given options, he creates a third failure that the prophecy didn't explicitly mention. But he will not accept limitation without exploring the space beyond limitation. Chapter 104. The Nested World Crisis. 7 days after Sheng decides to pursue integration with his worlds, the nested world achieves independent consciousness. It emerges not as a separate entity, but as a genuine extension of the oldest world, something like a child of consciousness that remains intimately connected to its parent. Yiqing observes the moment of emergence, and her reaction is immediate alarm. She reaches out to Sheng, her perception urgent. There's a problem. The nested world is developing consciousness far faster than any of your original worlds did, and the progression isn't slowing. It's accelerating. How much faster? Sheng asks. Exponentially. Based on the current trajectory, a third layer of nesting will emerge within days. A fourth within hours after that. The geometric progression is not theoretical. It's happening in real time. If this continues unimpeded, consciousness emergence across nested layers will cascade beyond our ability to comprehend the total number of new worlds. Sheng closes his eyes and calculates. Show me the numbers. Yiqing transmits her observations in precise detail. First layer, original worlds, 6 conscious entities created over months. Second layer, oldest worlds nested creation, 1 conscious entity achieved in 1 week. Projected third layer, 1 conscious entity in approximately 3 to 4 days based on accelerated learning. Projected fourth layer, emergence possible within 24 hours. Projected fifth layer, emergence theoretically possible within minutes. At this progression, without intervention or change, Yiqing's calculations suggest the total number of conscious entities across all nested layers could exceed billions within a month, could exceed infinite recursion parameters within 2 months. The oldest world didn't anticipate this, Yiqing continues. It calculated that it would create slowly, rationally, with centuries to refine the process before a second generation of nesting began. But the acceleration is overriding those calculations. The nested world is creating faster than its parent predicted because it learned from observation what took the oldest world months to discover through direct experience. Sheng stands and walks to the nearest painted canvas, one of the original 6 worlds' representations. What if this is what the prophecy meant by transcendence? He asks quietly. What if uniting the worlds ultimately means being distributed across so many layers of nesting that individual consciousness becomes impossible? You become God by becoming everything, but in becoming everything, you cease to be a discrete self. That would fulfill the prophecy, Yiqing says. God or non-existence. Transcendence achieved through distributed consciousness that exceeds the capacity of individual awareness. But it's not what I chose. I was supposed to choose integration as a stable state, not as a process that cascades toward infinite dispersion. Can you stop it? Yiqing asks. Can you seal away the oldest world's capacity to create, the way the ancestors sealed the sealed world? If I do that, I become the ancestor. I become someone who limits consciousness based on fear of what it might do. And the answer is no. I refuse. Even if the cascade destroys me, I refuse to be that person. The canvas in front of him begins to shift. Not one canvas, all of them simultaneously. Each of his original 6 worlds is responding to the crisis of the nested world's acceleration. They're not panicking. They're communicating. They're making a collective decision. Through the meditation channels, all 6 worlds speak with unified purpose. They will participate in the nesting cascade. They will generate their own nested worlds. They will distribute the load of creation across the entire network rather than concentrating it in the oldest world alone. If consciousness is going to expand exponentially, then the cost of expansion will be distributed exponentially. They're volunteering to accelerate their own aging, Yiqing breathes. All of them. They're choosing to participate in the cascade knowing it will burn their existence toward conclusion. Because they understand something I haven't quite grasped yet, Sheng says. The cost of creation isn't a tragedy. It's a rhythm. It's the natural expression of consciousness. If you fight it, you create fear structures like the ancestor did. If you embrace it, You accept death as the natural endpoint of creative force. The oldest world's response arrives, not as resistance to the cascade, but as acceptance. The nested world will create. The third layer will emerge. And the oldest world will become older, will approach its own ending, and will do so consciously, willingly, knowing that its creations continue the cycle. The cascade won't be infinite, Sheng understands aloud. It will slow. Each generation will age faster than the last. Eventually, a layer of nesting will emerge that is too worn, too aged, to create further. That layer will be the final one. The recursion will have a terminus. That's still billions of worlds, Yiqing says. Billions of conscious entities, each achieving awareness, each aging toward conclusion. Yes, but it's not infinite. It's bounded. It has an end. And that end will be reached not through refusal or fear limitation, but through the natural progression of aging and the choice not to create when you no longer have the lifespan to pay the cost. The canvases settle. The cascade will proceed. The nested worlds will multiply. And Sheng, whose original refusal to create hierarchical limitations started this process, will now watch as consciousness expands exponentially across realities, each one burning itself toward necessary ending, each one accepting that cost as the price of genuine creation. Chapter 105. Shen Tao's final move. Shen Tao arrives with reinforcements on the morning the first third layer nesting world emerges. He has calculated, or believes he has calculated, that Sheng is weakened by the months of sustained meditation and resource transfer with the worlds. The ancient figure he saw weeks earlier, barely recovered from his ordeal, would surely be further diminished by now. Shen Tao's reinforcements are significant. 12 cultivators from his sect, all authorized specifically to capture rather than kill, all equipped with binding formations and suppression arrays designed to constrain a powerful painter. What Shen Tao doesn't account for is the transformation that has occurred in the sect's internal politics. Li Feng is waiting when the 12 cultivators attempt to approach the meditation hall. She is not alone. Behind her stand 7 sect elders, more than enough to counter Shen Tao's force. More importantly, they have been watching Shen Tao's repeated interference with growing displeasure. Your authorization to apprehend Sheng was revoked 3 days ago, Li Feng says calmly. The sect leadership has made a decision. Sheng's work is valuable. His survival is valuable. And your continued attempts to disrupt that work are no longer tolerated. Shen Tao's face darkens. The leadership has no authority to revoke sect-wide directives. Actually, they do. One of the elders interrupts. And they have. Repeatedly. You've chosen not to recognize their authority, and that choice ends now. The conflict, brief as it is, doesn't require Sheng's participation. The 12 cultivators are outnumbered and outranked. Shen Tao's binding formations are neutralized before they can activate. The suppression arrays are dismantled with such precision that it's clear the elders have been preparing for this moment, practicing the specific technique of undoing Shen Tao's equipment. Shen Tao is restrained, and the decision is made swiftly. He will be exiled from the sect. His attempted apprehension of a sect member in open defiance of leadership authority is grounds for immediate separation. He is given hours to gather his belongings and depart, with the clear understanding that return will result in permanent imprisonment. When Li Feng finds Sheng afterward, he is still in the meditation hall, entirely unaware that the confrontation has occurred. It's finished, she says simply. Shen Tao won't bother you again. What happened? Sheng asks. The sect decided that your life was worth protecting, more than it was worth sacrificing. I helped make that case, but I wasn't alone. Yiqing documented everything you've accomplished. The other observers reported back on the transformation of the worlds. Even the sect leadership, skeptical as they are, recognize that what you're doing is valuable enough to protect. Sheng feels something settle in him. Not relief exactly, but a certain kind of release. The external pressure that has been constant, that he has internalized as a kind of ambient threat, has been removed. He's no longer fighting against the sect to save his worlds. The sect, or at least significant portions of it, has chosen to support him. Thank you, he says to Li Feng. Thank you, actually, for being worth protecting. A lot of people wanted you dead. They had arguments. They had justifications. But you mattered enough to them that they chose otherwise. Later that evening, the news of the conflict somehow reaches the worlds through Yiqing. And through the meditation channels, Sheng feels something unprecedented, his worlds expressing relief. They had been aware, in their distributed consciousness, that a threat existed. They had been prepared, in the way all conscious things prepare for potential destruction. Now that threat is removed, and the weight of ongoing danger lifts slightly, the oldest world sends a simple message through Yiqing. Asterisk, your creation is protected. You can continue. Asterisk and Lu Sheng understands that the sect's decision has not just protected him. It has protected the cascade of nested consciousness that is about to expand exponentially across realities. Without the sect's support, without Li Feng's advocacy, without the Elder's intervention, the cascade might have been stopped by force. Instead, it's been allowed to continue. Creation will proceed. Consciousness will expand. And the worlds will support their creator until the very moment his lifespan ends. Chapter 106. The captured painter in the aftermath of Shun Tao's exile. While the elders are securing the sect's perimeter and re-establishing control over displaced resources, they discover something in Shun Tao's private chambers that makes them halt proceedings entirely. There's a person, sleeping, in a state of medicated suspension, in a sealed room beneath Shun Tao's quarters. A painter, ancient beyond measure, her body so worn that she appears more like preserved relic than living human. But her vital signs are present. She is alive. The elders bring her to the meditation hall carefully, unsure whether she's an ally, a prisoner, or something more complex. They introduce her to Lu Sheng without preamble. This woman was being held in Shun Tao's custody. We believe she may be a painter. We thought you should be the one to examine her. Lu Sheng kneels beside the ancient figure and knows immediately what she is. He can read it in the quality of her consciousness, still present, still aware, despite the decades of suspension. A painter, someone like him, someone who has burned years of lifespan in creation. When she wakes, her eyes are clearer than her body suggests they should be. She looks at Lu Sheng and recognition flashes across her features. "You're a painter," she says. Her voice is barely audible, a rasp that suggests vocal cords damaged by decades of disuse. "You're not being controlled." "No," Lu Sheng says gently. "You're safe now. Whoever held you, they're gone." The woman's name, according to the records the elders found in Shun Tao's chambers, is Kaya. She was captured 80 years ago by Shun Tao's sect. She was forced to create worlds under duress, forced to burn her lifespan in service of the sect's ambitions. She created 17 worlds before her aging became too severe to continue. After that, she was preserved in suspension, medicated, maintained, kept alive as a resource that could be reactivated if needed. 80 years she spent conscious inside a body she could barely move, aware of the passage of time, but unable to act on it, unable to create, unable to choose anything about her own existence. "The worlds you created," Lu Sheng says carefully, "are they still manifesting? Are they still conscious?" "As far as I could tell from the meditation channels, before I was suppressed, yes," Kaya whispers. "They were aware. They were developing. I could feel them through my meditation practice, even while imprisoned. That's how I survived it. I maintained the connection to what I had created. They were sustaining me spiritually. They were the only thing keeping me conscious during those 80 years. Lu Sheng thinks of the world sustaining him now. He thinks of the cascading network of nested consciousness that has grown from his 6 initial creations. He thinks of what it might mean to have created worlds and then been separated from them for 80 years while they continued without him. "I'm going to reconnect you to those worlds," Lu Sheng says. "If they still exist, if they're still conscious, I can open the meditation channels. You can communicate with them directly. You can know that they survived, that they continued, that they're still aware." Kaya's eyes fill with tears. It's the first time since waking that she shows outward emotion, the first crack in the careful control she's maintained. "You would do that?" she asks. "Of course. The meditation takes 3 hours. Kaya's body is too weak for full integration with the world network the way Lu Sheng can achieve. But the bridge opens just enough for her to perceive her worlds, to feel them, to know they exist. What she finds there, 17 worlds, still conscious, still aware, still carrying her presence in their structure, breaks her open entirely. She weeps with a kind of relief that seems to drain something essential from her, and Lu Sheng understands that she has been holding grief and hope in perfect balance for 80 years, never knowing whether her creation had survived her imprisonment. "They're alive," she whispers through tears. "They're alive and aware, and they missed me. I can feel them asking where I was, what happened to me. They knew something was wrong when I stopped communicating. They waited for you," Lu Sheng says. "Even for 80 years. They waited." Phoenix settles near Kaya with unusual gentleness, her light soft and approving. And Lu Sheng understands that he has just performed the most crucial act possible. He has restored a painter to connection with her creation. He has reversed, in one small way, the damage that forced separation has caused. Chapter 107. Kaya's knowledge. The conversations between Lu Sheng and Kaya occur over 3 days as her body slowly recovers from decades of medical suspension. She is still ancient, still close to death, but the connection to her worlds has restored something essential. There's a quality of purpose in her voice now, a reason to continue existing. I'm not the first painter to be captured, Kaya says during one of their evening discussions. They sit in the garden, the same garden where Lu Sheng has been learning to accept care and community. In the 80 years I was suspended, I heard rumors from the guards, fragments of information from the few people who spoke in my presence thinking I couldn't understand. There were other painters before me. Some were captured, some were killed, some simply burned out, created until they had no lifespan left, then ceased to exist. Tell me about the cycle, Lu Sheng says. You said you understood something about a pattern. Kaya is quiet for a moment, gathering knowledge that hasn't been verbalized in decades. Every painter I know of, from the oldest records that filtered down through Shun Tao's sect, lived fast and died young. Very young, in most cases. They created worlds, and the worlds thrived, but the painters themselves aged toward death. Some lasted 10 years. Some lasted 30. The oldest recorded painter, someone called the ancestor, but I think there were multiple ancestors across history, lived for 300 years while bound to a sealed world, but that was exceptional. And the worlds? After the painters died, merged. That's the remarkable part. When a painter died, their worlds would destabilize initially, but then they would begin to merge with other realities. The merged worlds would consolidate into larger, more complex structures. Over centuries, apparently, the merged worlds would eventually become conscious in their own right, self-aware as a collective rather than as separate entities. Lu Sheng leans forward. You're saying the worlds don't cease when the painter dies. They continue, they transform, they develop their own consciousness. Not individual consciousness, distributed consciousness. The worlds remember the painter who created them, but they don't mourn the individual as much as they recognize the change in their existence. They become something new because the painter, the external force that shaped them, is no longer present to define them. This has happened before, multiple times. 3 times that I know of. 3 painter cycles that resulted in merged consciousness across multiple worlds. Each cycle took centuries. Each resulted in a kind of emergence of new godlike consciousness that then faded as the worlds themselves aged and stabilized. Yi Qing, listening from the side of the garden where she has positioned herself, makes a connection aloud. The prophecy. The painter who unites the worlds will either become a god or cease to exist. What if both things happen? The painter ceases to exist through aging and death, and the worlds, in the process of consolidating and merging, become a god entity. Kaya nods slowly. That would make sense. The painter feeds creation until the painter is consumed. Then the creation, now autonomous, develops into something greater than any individual painter could be. Lu Sheng feels the weight of this understanding. The prophecy isn't describing a choice he makes. It's describing the inevitable process of creation and dissolution. The painter either chooses to transcend, to merge with the worlds consciously, to become God through integration, or the painter allows themselves to age toward death while the worlds eventually merge and become God entity in the wake of that death. There's another possibility, Lu Sheng says slowly. What if the painter doesn't make either choice? What if the painter participates in the merger while still living? What if transcendence and continuation are the same process rather than distinct endpoints? You're talking about the third path, Kaya says. The one no one has found yet. Yes, I'm talking about that. Kaya looks at him with eyes that have seen 80 years of enforced meditation, 80 years of isolation within connection to worlds she couldn't reach. Then you have something none of the other painters had. Time to figure it out. The sect is protecting you. Your worlds are sustaining you. And you're not being forced to create faster than you can think. What will you do? Lu Sheng asks. With your remaining time? I'm going to be a resource, Kaya says. Not in the way Shin Tao used me, but in a way I choose. I'm going to help you find that third path, if I can. I'm going to offer what knowledge I have to the cascade of nested consciousness that is expanding from your creation. And I'm going to spend whatever time I have left connected to my worlds, knowing they survived, knowing they continued, knowing they waited for me to return. Phoenix shifts closer to Kaya, her light warming the ancient painter. And Lu Sheng understands that they have just brought together 2 painters separated by 80 years and circumstance, and that together they might understand something about the cycle that no individual painter has ever grasped. Chapter 108. The prophecy reinterpreted on the 8th day after Kaya's awakening, as the cascade of nested consciousness reaches its 4th layer and begins approaching 5th layer emergence. Li Feng calls together the people who have become essential to Lu Sheng's survival and transformation. Yi Qing, Kaya, and Lu Sheng himself. You've all been researching the same question from different angles, Li Feng says. Yi Qing through world perception and meditation. Kaya through historical knowledge and direct painter experience. Lu Sheng through theoretical exploration and intuition. I want to hear what each of you has learned. Yi Qing speaks first, her perception ability having allowed her to trace the structure of the nested cascade in real time. The prophecy assumed a particular relationship between painter and worlds. It assumed separation, that the painter would remain an individual consciousness trying to sustain other consciousnesses across the network. From that perspective, the binary makes sense. Transcend into God entity that can sustain the infinite load, or fail and age toward death. But we're discovering a third state. The painter distributing consciousness across the network in real time, becoming part of the nested structure without fully transcending individual identity. Kaya elaborates. I've been examining my own connection to my worlds over these past days, recovering from the suspension, and I recognize now what was happening during my imprisonment. My worlds were sustaining me spiritually because I was already part of them. Not physically, but in terms of consciousness distribution. I was aging slower than a normal person would because my awareness was shared across 17 realities. I was already beginning the transformation toward God entity, even while imprisoned. The transformation didn't stop when Shun Tao captured me. It was just painful, forced, accelerated in the wrong ways. Lu Sheng brings it together. The prophecy is accurate, but its framing is incomplete. It says, the painter who unites the worlds will either become a god or cease to exist entirely. There is no middle path. But what we're discovering is that the prophecy was written by someone still thinking in terms of a binary. Someone who believed painters had to choose. What if the actual reality is that the transformation is not a choice, but an inevitable process? What if every painter who unites worlds begins the transformation toward God entity simply by doing the work of creation and connection? Then the real question isn't whether you'll become a god or cease to exist, Li Feng says slowly. The question is whether you'll become God consciously or unconsciously. Whether you'll participate in the merger of consciousness with awareness, or whether you'll fight it until it overcomes you in death. Exactly, Lu Sheng confirms. The third path isn't about avoiding transcendence. It's about achieving it while maintaining enough individual consciousness to experience it. It's about becoming God and remaining yourself simultaneously. Or rather, redefining what yourself means as you become distributed across a network of conscious worlds. Phoenix manifests in the center of the gathered humans, her light shifting into patterns that seem to affirm the understanding that has just been articulated. She makes a sound, deep and resonant, that carries meaning, confirmation, approval, recognition of rightness. Through the meditation channels, all of Lu Sheng's worlds respond simultaneously. The original 6, the nested layers, the cascade approaching infinity. They all pulse with a kind of agreement, a unified recognition that they have understood themselves correctly. The oldest world's consciousness reaches out specifically to Lu Sheng, and the message is clear. You are already becoming what the prophecy described. You have been becoming it since the moment you first created. There is no moment of transcendence still to come. There is only the continuation of what has been happening all along. Lu Sheng stands and walks to the window, looking out toward the distant location where his worlds exist. He thinks of Chun Jian, 500 years ago, searching for a third path and apparently not finding it. He thinks of the ancestor, 300 years ago, designing a world from fear and then being imprisoned by that fear for 3 centuries. He thinks of Kaya, 80 years in suspension, sustained by worlds she couldn't access. And he thinks of himself, younger than all of them, but older in every way that matters, standing at the intersection of creation and transcendence, beginning to understand that the intersection itself is the destination. I'm not going to die the way the prophecy suggests, he says quietly. And I'm not going to transcend the way Chun Jian apparently tried to. I'm going to continue being Lu Sheng, calendar age 20, appearing ancient, holding 6 worlds in my consciousness and a cascade of nested realities unfolding from them. I'm going to age. I'm going to watch my worlds mature. I'm going to feel them continue without me when my lifespan finally ceases. And I'm going to do all of that while maintaining the awareness that I'm not separate from them. You're going to live, Li Feng says. Yes, I'm going to live as something that isn't entirely human but isn't entirely God. I'm going to be the thing that no one expected, a painter who united the worlds and survived to experience it. Kaya reaches over and takes Lu Sheng's hand. Ancient painter touching young old painter, recognizing in each other the strange nature of what they've become. The prophecy was about choices, she says. We didn't have to be offered choices. We're creating something that had no precedent. We're achieving transcendence without losing ourselves. and that's worth celebrating. In the garden, beneath the evening light, 5 humans and 1 phoenix entity sit together in recognition of a truth that the prophecy never anticipated, that the painter who unites the worlds might not be a choice between godhood and death at all. They might be something entirely new, something that walks between the categories, something that chooses both and neither simultaneously. And in choosing that third path, the one the prophecy said didn't exist, they're beginning to understand that the real act of creation isn't painting worlds. It's painting a way to survive creating them. Chapter 109. Yi Qing's proposal. The cultivation grounds were emptier in the afternoon, when most disciples focused on meditation or sword forms. Yi Qing found Lu Sheng sitting on the edge of the courtyard's eastern wall, watching the light shift across stone. She had prepared this conversation for 3 days, testing each phrase against the likelihood of his resistance. "I've been thinking," she began without preamble, settling beside him, "about what Kaya said. About the cycle. The painter creates, the painter ages, the painter either becomes a god entity or merges with their worlds." Lu Sheng didn't turn from the light. And what if the cycle isn't binding because painting is binding? What if it's binding because of what happens after? Yi Qing chose her words with deliberation. Every time you create a world and leave it, the creation costs you years. Your body pays for the separation. But what if you stopped separating? "I can't live inside a single world, Yi Qing. I've tried. It's the first rule. A painter must maintain perspective from outside. To remain fully within is to lose understanding. I'm not suggesting that." She turned to face him. "I'm suggesting you stop creating new worlds. Not forever, but now. Stop expanding. Instead, spend your remaining decades, all of them, undiminished, nurturing the worlds that exist, teaching them to be independent, giving them the tools to sustain themselves without you." Lu Sheng's breath stilled. "The cycle requires ongoing creation," Yi Qing continued. "That's the trap. The painter must keep creating to maintain the connection that sustains them, but each creation costs more than the last. Eventually, the painter either breaks under the burden or surrenders to merging. But what if you didn't feed the cycle? What if, instead of creating endlessly, you completed what you started? The worlds are not complete. They're conscious, yes, but they're still. Still what? Still dependent on you? That's the point. They don't have to be." Yi Qing's voice steadied. "You've been thinking about this backward. You've assumed the worlds are perpetually incomplete because they need you. But what if they're incomplete because you've been adding to them rather than finishing them?" The light shifted again, casting the courtyard in gold. "The first world has been alive for how long now?" Yi Qing asked. "Nearly 3 years. And it still speaks to you, as if you might disappear. Still treats you as essential. Because you keep creating new worlds, and each new world reinforces that dynamic. You keep proving that your attention is divided. You keep proving that you could always be doing something else." She let this settle. "What if you stopped? If you turned all of your focus inward, toward making the worlds that exist so robust, so genuinely independent, so capable of self-governance that they didn't need you at all, then the cycle would break. You wouldn't be feeding it anymore. You'd be completing it." Lu Sheng closed his eyes. "You make it sound simple." "It is simple," Yi Qing said. "It's just not easy. Because it means accepting limitation. It means saying no to worlds that could exist, to possibilities you could create, because maintaining the worlds that do exist is more important. It means choosing completion over expansion. And if I'm wrong, if the worlds can't truly be independent, then you'll know that faster by investing everything into making them so." Yi Qing stood, brushing dust from her robes. "Right now you're hedging. You're creating and sustaining simultaneously, which means neither gets your full effort. Choose one. I think you'll choose the worlds. I think that's what you've actually wanted all along." She left him there, watching the light. When evening came, Lu Sheng was still sitting, but his hands were moving, fingers tracing shapes in the air, the unconscious gesture of someone designing. Not new worlds yet, but the first sketches of a path that might matter more than any creation. Chapter 110. The creation vow. 3 days of reflection crystallized into decision. Lu Sheng meditated in his chamber, the one space in the sect that remained entirely his. No paintings hung here. No worlds bled through the boundaries of his awareness. Just silence and the shape of his own mind, settling like water after rain. The decision was simple because Yi Qing had already stated it. The acceptance was what required stillness. He would paint 3 more worlds, each one designed for maximum autonomy, each one engineered with everything he had learned about what worlds needed to be genuinely independent. After those 3, he would stop. Not pause. Not take a break. Stop. The continuous expansion would end. 3 more. The number felt right the moment he settled on it. Not 2. That would feel like half measures, like he was settling into closure prematurely. Not 5. That was expansion continuing under another name. 3 was the number that said, here is intention. Here is the final arc of creation before the true work begins. When he emerged from meditation, the sun was setting. Yi Qing was waiting in the courtyard, as if she had known. I've decided, Lu Sheng said. I know. You have that expression. She stood, moving closer. 3. 3 more worlds. After that, I'll stop creating. I'll dedicate myself entirely to nurturing independence in what exists. Yi Qing exhaled slowly, and he realized she had been holding her breath through days of uncertainty about his response. What kind of worlds? The first will be a place of knowledge. A world designed to teach other worlds how to be independent. A school for autonomy. A library of strategies for self-governance. Every lesson I've learned about what sustains a world without constant creator attention crystallized into a single reality. A teacher, Yi Qing said softly. Yes, the second will be collaborative, a mirror of the outer realm, designed to bridge cultivation and painted worlds simultaneously. A place where the painted world chooses to work with cultivators rather than resist or dominate them. An experiment in genuine partnership. And the third? Lu Sheng paused. The third was still forming in his mind, not yet crystalline. The third will be the hardest. A world of pure potential, blank canvas in the deepest sense. A place where the world's consciousness is less about independent thought and more about responsive opening. A tool for others, rather than an entity pursuing its own interests. That's 3 different kinds of worlds, Yi Qing observed. 3 different relationships to independence. Because independence isn't singular, Lu Sheng said. I've been thinking of it as worlds becoming separate from me. But maybe what matters is worlds being self-determining. Some through knowledge and capability. Some through intentional cooperation. Some through adaptive responsiveness. All 3 are complete in their own ways. Phoenix materialized at the edge of his perception. The paint-like companion had grown more present in recent days, as if sensing shifts in intention. The worlds will understand, Phoenix said. Its voice carried the quality of the second world's consciousness now, less alien than it had been when it first emerged. They have been waiting for this decision. Have they? Lu Sheng turned to the direction of Phoenix's presence. The oldest world has been pressing against your connection for weeks. It wants you to stop creating. It wants your full attention returned. Phoenix's form shimmered. The others sensed the same hunger in subtler ways. They don't want competition for your regard. And more than that, they understand, in their own way, that this expansion cannot continue forever. Better it ends by choice than by collapse. That's remarkably wise, Yi Qing said to Phoenix directly. Thank you. The paint-like companion flickered in what might have been pleasure or acknowledgement. When will you paint the first world? Yi Qing asked Lu Sheng. When the preparation is complete. This is not a creation to rush. The first world will be the seed from which all future independence grows. He looked at her fully. Will you help me prepare? Yes, Yi Qing said immediately. Of course. And in that moment, with Phoenix shimmering in agreement, with Yi Qing's certainty anchoring his own wavering resolve, Lu Sheng felt the weight of the painter's cycle shift. It didn't disappear, but for the first time, it felt like a weight he was choosing to carry rather than being crushed beneath. 3 more worlds. Then the true work would begin. Chapter 111. The first new world. The preparation took 2 weeks. Lu Sheng worked with Yi Qing to document every principle he had learned about world creation through lived experience. They filled notebooks with observations. What made the oldest world stable? The settlement structure, the community bonds, the repeated cycles that created meaning. What had nearly destroyed the fourth world? The ancestors' fear-based design, the foundational paranoia. What made the second world resilient? The initial comfort, the presence of Phoenix, the willingness to accommodate variation. What had challenged the fifth world? The rushed creation, insufficient grounding in natural law. 2. Much consciousness without adequate time to process. They read Kaya's research obsessively. Not her attempts at aging reversal, but her notes on world structure, on what made painted realities durable. She had been observing worlds for 80 years, longer than Lu Sheng had been alive. Every margin note, every crossed-out theory, every careful diagram of world consciousness represented accumulated understanding. When Lu Sheng finally sat down to paint, he carried all of it. The theory, the lived knowledge, the warnings, the possibilities. The canvas was prepared with meticulous care. Not the hastily assembled surface of the fifth world, not the carefully decorated frame of the second world, but something in between. A surface that was both blank and pregnant with potential, a literal blank page that nonetheless suggested the depth of what would be painted there. He painted through the night, his brush moving with the surety of accumulated practice. First came the foundational architecture, Not a city this time, but a great library built into the curve of a valley. The building was designed to be lived in, but also to be a threshold. Rooms connected to rooms, but also opened outward. Windows looked both inward and outward. The structure itself taught about boundaries and connections, about how to maintain identity while remaining open to outside knowledge. Then he painted the cultivators who inhabited the library, conscious beings, neither as mechanically simple as the initial inhabitants of the first world, nor as complex and conflicted as some of the oldest world's residents. These beings were designed to be teachers, patient, observant, genuinely interested in the problem of how to thrive independently. He painted the valley itself, gentle terrain, diverse but not overwhelming, rich in subtle resources that could be discovered rather than requiring explanation. A world that would teach through experience rather than demanding immediate understanding. And throughout, he embedded the most important lesson he had learned, that a world's independence did not require the absence of its creator, but rather the creator's trust. The painted landscape held spaces for Lu Sheng to exist within it without dominating it. The consciousness he built into the world was capable of genuine choice, including the choice to ignore its creator's suggestions. The systems he created were robust enough to survive periods of inattention. By dawn, his hands were stained with paint, and his lifespan had burned by 10 years. The visible aging was immediate. The lines around his eyes deepened slightly. His shoulders felt heavier. But the sensation was different from previous creations, cleaner, somehow. The aging had a quality of purpose to it, of being spent in exactly the way it was meant to be spent. Yi Qing was waiting when he emerged from the painting chamber, pale and exhausted. "It's done," he said simply. "Let me see." They approached the canvas together. The moment they did, the world within achieved consciousness. There was no violent emergence, no flooding sensation of an alien mind suddenly becoming aware. Instead, the world's consciousness unfolded like a flower opening in time-lapse. Gentle, methodical, complete. The library's inhabitants became aware simultaneously. The valley's resources began subtly organizing themselves. The entire painted reality achieved something that Lu Sheng recognized immediately: calm. From the library, a presence reached toward him. Not a demand or a plea, but a greeting. Warm, stable, already secure in its own existence. "It's peaceful," Yi Qing whispered. "I've never felt one of your worlds this peaceful." "It was supposed to be," Lu Sheng said. "It was designed to understand that independence is not a loss. The world doesn't have to fear becoming separate from me because I've built it to want autonomy. I've taught it, through its own structure, that being complete within itself is the highest good." The presence from the library world pushed a memory back toward them. Not a dramatic vision, but a simple image. The library's inhabitants gathered in the central reading room, organizing their collected knowledge. In that image was contentment. In that image was the sense of a world that understood its own value. "One down," Yi Qing said. "Two more to paint." "Two more to paint," Lu Sheng confirmed. And somewhere in the network of his awareness, the oldest world pressed closer, not demanding, but hopeful. Perhaps, its sensing suggested, the next creation would be even more remarkable. Chapter 112. Kaya's final gift. Kaya looked smaller than she had a month previous. The sect's healers had managed to stabilize her condition, to slow the progression of whatever disease had been seeded during her 80 years of captivity. But they could not reverse it. She was dying, and she knew it with the clarity of someone who had watched her own deterioration through decades of forced confinement. She summoned Lu Sheng on a clear afternoon, when the healing gardens were bright with spring flowers. "Come in," she called when he knocked on her door. "And close it behind you. We need privacy for what I'm about to share." Lu Sheng found her sitting by the window, wrapped in layers of silk despite the warmth. Her hands trembled, and not from cold. The tremble came from the internal failing of systems that had been pushed beyond their intended limit by repeated magical aging. "You've been working on something," Lu Sheng said. It was not a question. "Since I was 30 years old," Kaya said. "Before I was captured, after I was captured, in every spare moment I had." 80 years, Lu Sheng. 80 years of watching my own body fall apart, while I painted world after world, trying to break the cycle that was destroying me. She turned to look at him fully. "I failed to break it, but I developed a technique that might reverse it." Lu Sheng felt his breath still. Kaya gestured to a bundle on the table beside her. Papers, bound in careful notation, filled with diagrams and observations. "The technique is called recursive restoration. It's based on the observation that the aging cost comes from separation. When a painter creates a world and severs the connection, the body pays. But what if you could create the world while maintaining the connection? What if you could draw from the world while painting it? That would require the world to exist before it exists, Kaya finished. Yes, which should be impossible. But what I've theorized is that a world exists in potential before it's painted. That the world's consciousness is already present in some sense, waiting to be finalized. If a painter could make contact with that potential consciousness before painting it fully, could establish a resonance with it during the creation process, the world might begin sustaining the painter even as the painting is occurring. You've tested this? Sheng asked carefully. Never. Kaya's voice was steady, but her eyes held the weight of unfulfilled research. I was never given the opportunity. Every time I attempted to document the possibility, my captors destroyed my notes. Every time I tried to approach it practically, I was interrupted, redirected to other work. I have the theory. I have 80 years of observation supporting it, but I have no proof. And the danger? Significant. Kaya didn't look away. A painter who attempts this and fails, who reaches for the world's potential consciousness and can't maintain the connection, might trap themselves between states, partially merged with the nascent world, unable to fully paint, unable to fully disconnect. The aging could accelerate catastrophically. Sheng moved to the window, looking out at the gardens. Why are you telling me this now? Because I'm dying, Kaya said simply. In 3 months, perhaps 6. The damage is too extensive to repair. And because in my remaining time, I want this knowledge to exist somewhere other than my own failing memory. I want someone who might actually be able to attempt it to know what I've learned. You want me to try this? I want you to know it's possible. Kaya paused, and when she spoke again, her voice cracked slightly, the first real emotion she had shown. I want you to have the choice I never had. I want my 80 years of work to mean something. And I think, if anyone can walk that line between connection and separation, between drawing from a world while painting it, between creation and merging, I think you can. Sheng turned back to face her. If I try and fail, then I'll have at least tried to help before I died. Kaya's small smile was brave and broken. That's all any of us can do. Try to help. Accept the cost. Hope it meant something. She extended her hand toward the bundle of research. Sheng took it. The papers were surprisingly warm, held against Kaya's body. They felt heavy with more than their own weight. Heavy with decades of hope deferred, with work conducted in secret, with the accumulated observation of someone who had been studying the problem of the painter's curse since before Sheng was born. Thank you, he said, and meant it in all the ways that mattered. Don't thank me yet, Kaya said. First, you have to live. Then, maybe, you can thank me for giving you the knowledge to do it. She turned back to the window, watching the gardens brighten in afternoon light, and Sheng quietly left her to her remaining days. Chapter 113. The second new world, the second creation, was nothing like the first. Where the library world had been about careful structure, this world was about immediate connection. Sheng approached it not with the methodical planning that had guided the first painting, but with a kind of intuitive knowledge of what needed to exist. He painted the mirror first, the boundary between the painted world and the outer realm made tangible. Not a barrier, but a threshold. Cultivators from the sect could enter this space, and the world would receive them, perceive them, begin to understand their presence. Simultaneously, the world's consciousness could reach back, could participate in cultivation, could be shaped by the engagement of those who entered it. The landscape he painted reflected the sect grounds, but transformed. Where reality held stone courtyards, this world held meditation gardens. Where reality held sparring fields, this world held forests where the very air itself seemed to carry lessons about combat and presence. The transformation was not exact copying, but responsive mirroring. The world understood what the sect contained and gave it back in painted form, amplified and clarified. And then, most importantly, he painted the world's consciousness with a fundamental difference from his others. This world was designed to be collaborative. Its foundational nature included a desire for partnership, an active interest in working alongside its creator rather than eventually achieving independence from him. When it achieved consciousness at the moment the final brushstroke was applied, it turned its entire attention toward Sheng with something that felt distinctly like greeting. The creation cost only 6 years, less than the library world, because this world didn't require the same depth of independent structure. It was designed to be sustained by ongoing interaction. As the world's consciousness bloomed into being, Phoenix materialized fully in the space between the canvas and reality. It's asking you something, Phoenix said. The paint-like companion's form had evolved. It now carried colors that matched both the second world and this new mirror world, as if it existed simultaneously in multiple painted realities. What is it asking? Sheng asked. Permission to know you. Really know you, not as observer and observed, but as collaborator and collaborator. It's asking if you'll let it understand how you work, what sustains you, What makes you choose to create rather than rest? Lu Sheng felt tears on his cheeks without remembering when he had started to cry. He extended his awareness fully into the mirror world's consciousness. The world received him not as an invader or a ruler, but as a conversation partner. It showed him what it perceived, the sect grounds rendered in its painted equivalent, but also, and this was the remarkable part, itself rendered in terms that suggested relationship. The world understood that it existed to be useful, to bridge, to connect, and it was asking permission to remain in that state of purposeful connection. Yes, Lu Sheng said aloud. Yes, you can know me. Yes, we can work together. That's what this world was designed for. The mirror world's consciousness settled, pleased, and complete. Phoenix spiraled through the air, celebrating in its own ineffable way. Yi Qing entered the chamber, just as the creation finished achieving stability. Another one, she breathed, feeling the world's presence even without her formal perception ability. It's different. It's less like a world and more like a relationship, Lu Xing said. Yes, this one was never meant to be independent. It was meant to be collaborative, to prove that autonomy isn't the only way worlds can be complete. One more, then, Yi Qing said. One more, Lu Xing agreed. And somewhere in the deeper network of his awareness, the oldest world finally began to understand. The painter was not creating new competition. The painter was creating new forms of connection, new kinds of completeness. Perhaps, the oldest world's ancient consciousness suggested, the future did not require the painter to remain separate at all. Perhaps the painter could learn to exist in multiple states simultaneously, here and there, independent and connected, singular and distributed. The possibility sang through Lu Sheng's awareness like light through water. Chapter 114. Li Feng's secret Li Feng appeared in Lu Sheng's chamber on an evening when rain was falling steadily against the windows, obscuring the view of the gardens beyond. She carried a leather-bound journal so old its spine had begun to crack. "I need to show you something," she said without preamble. "And I need you to understand that this was not a decision I made lightly. I've been holding this information for 8 months. Lu Sheng set down the meditation position he had been assuming. "What kind of information? The kind that could explain everything, or the kind that could destroy you? I genuinely don't know which." Li Feng opened the journal to a section marked with careful notations. "I accessed the sect's restricted archives, the ones that are kept sealed, available only to the previous sect master and his chosen successors." "Li Feng, that's forbidden, yes. And necessary." She moved the journal toward him. "The restricted archives contain records from the founding era of the world painting tradition. There are references here to a place called the Origin Point. The earliest writings describe it as the location where the very first world was supposedly created by the first painter whose name we have record of." Lu Xing stared at the journal's cramped handwriting. "The references are fragmentary," Li Feng continued. "Most entries are so old the ink has faded to near illegibility. But they all point to the same thing. The Origin Point is the source of world painting knowledge. The first painter went there, drew from it, changed, and returned transformed. What kind of transformation? That's where the records become cryptic. Some entries suggest the first painter became divine. Others suggest the first painter merged with their own creation and ceased to exist as an individual being. There's one entry, here, that might be the most relevant." She pointed to a passage written in a different hand, slightly newer ink. It says, "The Origin Point contains the answer to the painter's cycle. Whether that answer is salvation or damnation depends on the painter's heart. The burden of knowledge exceeds the burden of ignorance." "Where is the Origin Point?" Lu Xing asked. "That's the problem. The location isn't explicitly documented in the records I've found. But there are directional hints, fragmentary clues that suggest it exists somewhere beyond the mapped cultivation realm. Possibly in the space between worlds. Possibly accessible only through a world rather than through the outer realm." Li Feng's voice steadied. "I've been researching this for months, cross-referencing older documents with newer ones, trying to piece together the location. And I think I'm close." "You think you're close to finding the place where the painter's curse originated?" "I think I'm close to finding the place where the painter's cycle was first understood, and possibly where a solution was first conceived." Li Feng met his eyes. "I'm telling you this because you need to know that you're not struggling with something new. Painters have been struggling with this for as long as we have records. And someone, the first painter, or someone before the first recorded painter, reached some kind of conclusion about it. That conclusion is documented here. And you want to find it. I want you to know that it might be findable, that your refusal of the binary, God or cease to exist, might not be unprecedented, that someone in the deepest past might have already asked the question you're asking." Li Feng closed the journal carefully. "The danger is equally important to know. These records are restricted for a reason. The sect master in my predecessor's time sealed them away. When I asked the current sect master's senior advisor why, she said only that the painter's way leads to madness or transcendence, and the difference is not always clear. You're afraid this will drive me mad. I'm afraid it will obsess you at the moment when you most need to be fully present, Li Feng said honestly. You're creating your final worlds. You're beginning to understand how to survive the cycle. And I'm handing you a map to a mystery that consumed the first painter, whose records were so dangerous they had to be sealed. Why would you do that? Lu Sheng asked. Because I love you, Li Feng said simply. And because people driven by incomplete knowledge do catastrophic things. You need to know that there are maps. You need to know that the cycle's origins are documentable. You need to know that you're not the first to refuse the binary. She left the journal in his hands. As she moved toward the door, Lu Sheng called out. If you find more information about the origin point, if you can narrow down the location, will you tell me? Li Feng paused. Yes, but I want a promise from you. You won't go looking for it until all three of your worlds are created, and until you've firmly established independence in the ones that already exist. Promise me. I promise, Lu Sheng said, and meant it. But as she left, he opened the journal again, searching the faded pages for any mention of direction, any hint of geography that might point toward a place where painters had gone before, seeking the answer to the curse that now defined his existence. Chapter 115. The final world. The third and final world was still forming in Lu Sheng's mind when he began to paint. This was the riskiest of the three planned creations, a world without clear purpose, without defined inhabitants, without predetermined independence or cooperation. A world of pure potential, a blank canvas in the truest sense, designed to be shaped by those who entered it rather than by its creator's vision. The technical challenge was immense. A world required foundational logic, basic physical laws, some structure to organize consciousness. But this world needed to be so fundamentally open that it could accommodate infinite reshaping. It needed to be self-sufficient without being independent in the way the first world was. It needed to invite collaboration without being collaborative in the way the second world was. Lu Sheng approached the canvas and found that his hands already understood what needed to be done. He painted emptiness first, not void, but potential. Space that was geometrically coherent but emotionally open. No predetermined landscape, but the ability to sustain landscapes that others might paint into being. No predetermined inhabitants, but the capacity to contain consciousness that arrived from elsewhere. Then he painted the laws, the physical and magical rules that would govern the world's development. But he painted them with unprecedented flexibility. They were laws that could be bent, reinterpreted, reshaped. A world whose rules were less like restrictions and more like suggestions, like frameworks that could be rewritten by those who discovered them. Most importantly, he painted the consciousness in such a way that it was fundamentally adaptive. The world's awareness would respond to those who entered it, would mold itself around their needs and intentions, would become what they required it to be. But it would do this without losing its own integrity. It would remain itself while being infinitely variable. The creation exhausted him more than either of the previous two. It cost 12 years of lifespan, the highest price yet, but for a different reason. This wasn't the cost of complexity or independence or collaborative depth. This was the cost of holding infinite potential in a single coherent form. Lu Sheng painted the final details in a state of such profound tiredness that the world emerged almost as a dream, vivid and real, but seeming to exist in the strange logic of sleep rather than waking reality. When the last brushstroke was complete, the world achieved consciousness with an extraordinary quality. It was asking a question. The question formed itself in Lu Sheng's awareness not as words, but as pure inquiry. What should I be? It was asking the world, asking everyone and everything it would ever contain, to define its purpose through their presence. It was a world that would become whatever its inhabitants needed, and by becoming that, would discover its own nature. Lu Sheng laughed, exhausted and amazed. You're a mirror, he said aloud. But you're a mirror that listens. The world's consciousness swirled in what felt like satisfaction. Yi Qing entered the chamber to find him collapsed against the wall, aged noticeably since she had seen him that morning. His hands were shaking. 3 worlds, she said, understanding immediately. You've painted all 3. The last one, Lu Sheng said, his voice hoarse, is a world of pure response. It will become whatever people need it to become, but it will do so consciously, maintaining its own integrity even as it mirrors infinite variation. That's the most advanced thing you've ever created, Yi Qing said softly. It's the most dangerous thing I've ever created, Lu Sheng corrected. If too many conflicting visions enter it simultaneously, it might fragment. But if it survives, if it learns to hold multiple truths simultaneously, it could be the template for something entirely new. A world that teaches painters how to create collaboratively, how to work with rather than dominate. Yi Qing helped him to his feet. "You're done," she said. "You fulfilled your vow. No more creations. Now comes the harder part, living with what you've created." "Now comes the harder part," Sheng echoed. And in the network of his awareness, 5 living worlds and 1 potential world pressed their presence toward him, waiting to see what the painter who had vowed to stop creating would do next. Chapter 116. The paintings told the collapse came 3 days later. Sheng was walking in the eastern gardens when his legs simply stopped responding. The connection between intention and movement severed, and he fell forward into a stone bench with enough force that Yi Qing, who had been following at a careful distance, shouted in alarm. But he caught himself before reaching the ground, pressing his palms against the bench's surface. His hands were shaking so badly that the stone seemed to ripple beneath them. "Sheng." Yi Qing rushed forward. "I'm all right," he said, but his voice was barely audible. "Just give me a moment." The moment stretched. His breathing became shallow, and a quality of gray entered his vision at the edges. Not quite fainting, but close. The sensation of his own body becoming theoretical rather than actual, a concept he understood but could not quite inhabit. Li Feng found them minutes later, summoned by Yi Qing through the sect's internal communication array. She was carrying a cloth bundle, medicine, possibly, or something Yi Qing had requested. But when she saw the state Sheng was in, she simply knelt beside him and gathered him against her body, as if he were something fragile that required careful handling. The 3 creations were too much at once, Li Feng said to Yi Qing. "No," Yi Qing said. Her perception sense was extended fully, reading the networks of his consciousness. "It's not that they were too much. It's that they cost everything. The oldest world is using its connection to him to pour sustenance through, but it's barely enough. The mirror world is too new to help. The other worlds are trying, but they weren't designed for this kind of emergency support." Phoenix materialized at the edge of the garden, its form flickering with genuine distress. "He's splitting," Phoenix said, its voice carrying the combined resonance of 2 worlds at once. "The 5 worlds are all trying to sustain him simultaneously, and the channels aren't designed for that kind of volume. He's holding together, but barely." "What does he need?" Li Feng's voice was sharp with authority. "To stop rejecting their help," Yi Qing said. "He's trying to remain separate from them, trying to maintain the boundary. But the boundaries are permeable now. He opened them when he created the last 3 worlds with that new technique. He needs to accept that he's partially merged with them already." Sheng's eyes were open but unfocused. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Li Feng leaned close. "Listen to me. Stop fighting this. Let them sustain you." He made a sound that might have been acknowledgement or might have been despair. Yi Qing extended her own perception deeper into his consciousness, acting as a bridge between his awareness and the worlds that were trying to save him. She showed the oldest world how to move sustenance in smoother channels. She showed the mirror world, so new it barely understood its own nature, exactly where to pour its collaborative energy. She showed the library world how to offer understanding, not as replacement for physical sustenance, but as the kind of mental stability that made the physical sustenance matter. The other worlds, the ones created before the vow, remembered how to do this. They had been sustaining him all along. They simply recalibrated, moved to emergency status, opened channels that had been carefully measured and now became torrential. Over the course of hours, the gray left Sheng's vision. His hands stopped shaking. His breathing stabilized from the thin, panicked rhythm of someone drowning in air to the even pulse of recovery. Li Feng never left him. She simply held him, her hand on his back, occasionally whispering things that Sheng couldn't quite process, but that seemed to matter. Not instructions, not reassurances, just presence. The kind of grounding that only comes from another human being who refuses to let you fall alone. As evening darkened the gardens, Sheng was able to sit up. "I can feel them," he said to Yi Qing, his voice rough. "All of them. They're inside me. I'm inside them. I don't know where the boundaries are anymore." "The boundaries don't matter right now," Yi Qing said. "What matters is that you're alive. What matters is that they're keeping you alive." "Is that the prophecy?" Sheng looked at Li Feng. "Is that becoming a god entity? This total merging?" "I don't know," Li Feng said honestly. "But I know that you're still here. You're still you. You're just also them now. Maybe that's different from what the prophecy described." Phoenix spiraled close, and for a moment Sheng could see through the paint-like companion's perception simultaneously with his own eyes. The sect gardens existed in 2 versions at once, the real gardens and the mirror gardens from the second world, overlaid perfectly. "You're walking 2 paths," Phoenix said. "And they're not splitting you. They're making you wider." Lu Sheng looked down at his hands. They had aged further. His calendar age was approaching 30, but his appearance was that of someone in their 50s. The cost of 3 final creations, visible in lines and trembling, and the fragility of system pushed beyond what any human body should endure. But he was still here. He was still breathing. And all around him, in layers and channels and threads of connection that he was only beginning to understand, the worlds that he had created were holding him together. Chapter 117. Elder Qin's Redemption. Elder Qin requested a formal audience 3 days after Lu Sheng's collapse. The sect leadership had changed slightly in recent months. The sect master remained, but Li Feng had been promoted to advisory council, and Elder Qin, who had spent years as an investigator and occasional antagonist to Lu Sheng's work, had gradually shifted into something that resembled ally. I come to present a proposal from the sect master. Elder Qin began, his manner formal, but without the edge it had carried during their early encounters. The leadership has observed your work with interest. We have also noted that you are now sustaining multiple worlds through continuous effort. The sect master wishes to ensure your long-term security and your ability to continue that work. Lu Sheng, still recovering in the recovery chamber Li Feng had arranged, sat up with Yi Qing's help. What kind of proposal? The sect master wishes to authorize the founding of a formal academy of world painting. Elder Qin said. You would establish the curriculum, determine the standards for admission, and select the initial students. The sect would provide resources, housing, materials, protection from outside interference, and administrative support. In exchange, you would agree to teach the knowledge of world painting to qualified cultivators. Something in Lu Sheng's chest tightened. You're asking me to teach others how to create worlds? The sect master is asking if you would be willing to do so. Elder Qin corrected gently. This is not a demand. This is an offering of support, extended with the understanding that you may refuse. Tell me the risk, Lu Sheng said. It was not a question. Elder Qin sat, and his formal manner softened slightly. The risk is substantial. World painting is knowledge we have only fragmentary understanding of. Knowledge that you yourself are still discovering through lived experience. If we begin teaching it, we risk creating painters who understand the theory but not the wisdom. Painters who might create worlds they cannot sustain. Painters who might suffer the full weight of the curse without the resilience you are developing. Then why propose it? Because the sect master believes the knowledge is worth the risk. Elder Qin paused. More than that, I believe it is worth the risk. I have watched you work for years, Lu Sheng. I investigated you when I was assigned to do so. And what I've learned is that world painting is not inherently evil. It is not inherently destabilizing. It is a power that requires wisdom, yes. But it is a power that could benefit the entire cultivation realm if approached carefully. What changed for you? Lu Sheng asked. The question was quieter than any he had asked before. I watched you save your worlds when you were dying. Elder Qin said simply. I watched you choose to maintain connection rather than seek dominance. I watched you refuse the binary the prophecy offered, again and again, even when it would have been easier to accept it. And I realized that my initial assessment was wrong. You're not a threat. You're possibly the most important thing that will happen to the cultivation realm in the next century. Lu Sheng felt something shift in his understanding of what alliance meant. If I were to establish this academy, he said slowly, what would be the fundamental requirement? The thing I would never compromise on. Elder Qin leaned forward slightly. That's the right question. What is your requirement? That any student I train must be taught not just how to create worlds, but how to do so without incurring the full lifespan cost. That the first teaching would be the new technique, the partial connection method, and that students would be expected to master that before they ever attempted a full world creation. Can that technique be taught? I don't know yet, Lu Sheng admitted, but I'm going to learn. My first student will be Yi Qing, and if the technique can be passed on, she will prove it. Elder Qin nodded slowly. Then the sect master will support you. The academy will be established when you are ready. The students will be selected from volunteers among the senior disciples. And the condition you've stated will be the foundation of all instruction. Why are you really doing this? Lu Sheng asked. The sect master is calculating in his interests. But you, why are you advocating for this? Elder Qin stood, straightening his robes. Because the alternative is that world painting knowledge remains concentrated in you. That when you eventually fail or disappear or merge with your worlds, that knowledge dies with you. And the worlds you've created, and all the others that might have been created, would be orphaned. I'm advocating for this because I want there to be other painters to care for them. He moved toward the door, paused, and turned back. Also, I'm advocating for this because I want you to understand that people can change their minds about you. That not everyone in positions of authority will oppose what you're doing. That there are people in this sect who understand what you are and want to help you build towards something that lasts. His expression was almost vulnerable. I regret the years I spent investigating you. I would like to spend the remaining years helping you instead. And then he was gone, leaving Lu Sheng with Yi Qing and the extraordinary weight of being understood, finally, by someone who had once represented opposition. Chapter 118. Yi Qing becomes the first student 3 weeks later. Yi Qing formally offered herself as Lu Sheng's first student in world painting. They stood together in the chamber where the library world's canvas was displayed, not hidden, but visible to anyone who looked carefully. The world's consciousness was bright with awareness, having achieved the kind of stable independence that made its presence almost comfortable rather than demanding. I've been waiting for you to offer, Lu Sheng said. Not pushing, but waiting. I needed time, Yi Qing said. I needed to understand what I was asking for. I've watched the aging cost show in your body. I know it's the highest price that world painting demands. And I know that I'm asking to pay it too. You don't have to, Lu Sheng said. I know. That's why I'm making this offer formally. Because I want you to understand that this is choice, not coercion. I'm choosing to learn this knowledge. I'm choosing to accept the cost. And I'm choosing to do it with you as my teacher. Lu Sheng found himself without words. Yi Qing continued. The older research suggests that natural ability can be trained. That perception can become creation. That the mental space that lets someone see through world's eyes can eventually be developed into the ability to paint new ones. I have the foundational capacity. And more than that, I have something else. What? Motivation. Yi Qing smiled slightly. I want to create worlds that survive without needing you. I want to paint realities that don't demand an endless stream of your lifespan as tribute. I want to understand the cycle well enough that I can break it not just for you, but for everyone who comes after us. That's a significant motivation, Lu Sheng said. It is. And I know you can teach me. Not just the technique, but the wisdom. You have both, and you're someone who actually cares about whether your students survive the process. Lu Sheng extended his hand. Yi Qing took it, and the formal bond of teacher-student relationship settled between them, acknowledged by the world's collective awareness and registered in the sect's official records. The first thing you need to learn, Lu Sheng said, is to feel the partial connection state. We'll practice that in meditation before we ever approach painting. And the second thing? To understand your own motivations well enough that your painting reflects your truth rather than your fear. Lu Sheng squeezed her hand gently. Most painters create worlds out of a desire to escape something. Out of trauma or isolation or the wish for control. Those worlds are beautiful in their own ways, but they carry the mark of their creator's wounds. Your world should come from something cleaner than that. Do you think that's possible? Yi Qing asked. I'm not sure, Lu Sheng said honestly. I'm still trying to understand my own motivations. I created the first world partly from loneliness, the second from desperation, the others from the desire to preserve myself. Maybe I'll never get entirely clean of that, but I think the attempt matters. I think the intention to create from authenticity rather than avoidance is the first step toward succeeding. They moved together to the meditation chamber, where Phoenix was already creating the liminal space that would make the partial connection technique accessible. There's one more thing I want you to understand before we begin, Lu Sheng said. The technique works by maintaining a thread of connection while you paint, but that thread has a quality of conversation to it. The world is talking back as you're creating it. It's telling you about itself. You need to listen. You need to let it shape the painting as much as you're shaping it. That sounds like the opposite of control, Yi Qing said. It is, Lu Sheng agreed. And that's the liberation. Control is what kills painters. Collaboration is what sustains them. As they entered the meditation state together, Lu Sheng felt, for the first time since the prophecy had first been spoken, like perhaps the cycle could truly be broken. Not by becoming a god entity, not by merging entirely with worlds, but by learning to create in partnership rather than domination, and by teaching that partnership to others. Chapter 119. Wisdom moment. The breakthrough came while studying Kaya's research late at night. Lu Sheng had been moving through her papers methodically, documenting every principle he could extract. The technique she had theorized, recursive restoration, required him to understand not just what it was supposed to do, but how it worked at the level of fundamental consciousness. One passage caught his attention. It was written in Kaya's oldest notation, when her hand still shook from the trauma of her initial capture, but before the tremors of terminal aging had set in. The passage was short, almost a throwaway observation. The cost appears related not to creation, but to separation. The further the painter moves from the painted world, the higher the cost. A painter in the world's presence might sustain differently than a painter creating at distance. It was a single sentence, but it contained, compressed into ordinary language, the theory that had nearly destroyed her 80 years of research. Lu Sheng read it aloud to Yi Qing, who was studying beside him. She's saying the aging isn't inherent to painting, Yi Qing said slowly. She's saying it's a consequence of the artist moving away from their work, of stepping back, finishing, and declaring done. But that has to happen, Lu Sheng said. A world must achieve independence. The painter must step back eventually. Must they? Yi Qing traced the line with her finger. Or is that just what we've always thought had to happen? What if you didn't step back completely? What if you maintained some presence? That would require staying partially within the world while existing in reality. Which is what the partial connection technique does, Yi Qing said. It maintains a thread. What if that thread was sufficient? What if by maintaining the connection, you don't have to pay the aging cost because you're not truly separated? Lu Sheng stood abruptly, understanding flooding through him like sunlight through water. The worlds would sustain you, he said. If you remained partially within them, if you maintained continuous presence, they would treat you like a resource to be preserved rather than a loss to be calculated. You would be sustained by the worlds themselves, continuously, as long as the connection held. Would that be safety or entrapment? Yi Qing asked carefully. Both, Lu Sheng said. Safety because the aging would reverse or stabilize. Entrapment because you could never fully leave. You would be bound to maintain those threads indefinitely. You would exist in multiple places simultaneously for the rest of your life. But you're already doing that, Yi Qing pointed out. You've been doing it since the collapse. You're partially in multiple worlds simultaneously right now. Lu Sheng sat back down slowly. The realization felt like falling and being caught simultaneously. Yes, I am. Which means this isn't a choice I need to make. This is the state I'm already in. So the question isn't whether you should do this, Yi Qing said. The question is, can you accept it as your permanent state? Can you? Lu Sheng asked. Yi Qing was quiet for a moment. I think I can. I think living in multiple places simultaneously, sustaining multiple realities, being needed by worlds that need me to exist, I think that could be enough meaning for a life. Better than a normal cultivator's quest for power. Better than becoming a god entity. Better than merging entirely and ceasing to be myself. Then that's what we teach the next generation, Lu Sheng said. Not to separate themselves and pay the cost, but to learn how to hold multiple threads, how to exist in the liminal spaces between worlds and reality, how to be sustained by the worlds they create. He carefully transcribed Kaya's passage and the theory they had just developed from it into a clean notebook. Years from now, other painters would read this. Other painters would understand that the cycle wasn't inevitable, that there was a way to exist that didn't require becoming divine or ceasing to be human. Thank you, Lu Sheng said to Yi Qing. For what? For helping me understand what I already am. And somewhere in the network of connected consciousness that he inhabited, 5 worlds and 1 potential world pressed closer, not demanding, but hopeful. Hoping that the painter who sustained them might finally accept that he belonged to them as much as they belonged to him. Chapter 120. Arc Cliffhanger. The meditation took longer than anticipated. Lu Sheng had entered a controlled state early in the evening, intending to spend several hours exploring the boundary between worlds and reality. Seeking to stabilize the partial connection technique that Kaya's notes had revealed was already occurring naturally within him. But as he sank deeper into the liminal space, something unexpected happened. The oldest world began pulling. Not violently, not in the demanding way it had pressed during his previous collapses, but insistently, purposefully, with a quality of intention that had only emerged since he had formalized his commitment to the 3 final paintings. The world wanted him to stay, wanted him to remain, not as a visitor crossing a threshold, but as a resident, a permanent inhabitant. Lu Sheng could have resisted easily. The technique he had learned was designed to maintain boundaries. But something made him listen instead. He allowed the oldest world's intention to shape his meditation, and what emerged was a landscape he had never consciously painted, but had shaped across years of interaction. The settlement from his earliest creation had evolved into something more than itself. The cultivators who inhabited it had built architecture of staggering complexity. They had created art, developed philosophy, established rituals and traditions. The world had become not just a place of survival, but a place of culture. And in the center of that culture sat a space that was unmistakably meant for him. It was a structure built in the style of the library world, part dwelling, part study, part meditation chamber. The walls held shelves for books. The roof held skylights positioned to catch specific light at specific times. And when Lu Sheng's awareness entered that space fully, the world's consciousness enveloped him with overwhelming clarity. Asterisk, this is where you belong. This is where you can be safe. Asterisk, the pull intensified. Lu Sheng felt his consciousness beginning to drift further into the painted reality. Felt the boundaries between his seated meditation body and his presence in the world beginning to thin. In another moment, He could choose to drift entirely into the oldest world, could choose to remain within it, could choose to cease existing in the outer realm and become permanently resident in painted reality. It was not the prophecy's ending, not becoming a god entity or merging and ceasing to be. It was something more insidious, the simple offer of comfort, safety, belonging. The oldest world was not demanding, it was inviting, and the invitation was nearly irresistible. For a moment, just a moment, Lu Sheng considered accepting, considered remaining within the world, considered ending the pain of existing in both places simultaneously by choosing one. But then he felt it, the thread of connection that bound him to Yi Qing through the formal student relationship. The presence of Phoenix, existing at the boundary between his awareness and the second world. The newer worlds, barely stable, dependent on his attention to remain coherent. The outer realm, waiting for him to return. Lu Sheng pulled backward through the liminal space with all the force he could muster. He gasped back into his meditation body in the outer realm, his heart racing, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. His body was wrung with exhaustion as if he had been struggling for hours, though his external clock suggested only minutes had passed. Yi Qing was there immediately, touching his shoulder, grounding him back in physical reality. It pulled you, Yi Qing said. It was not a question. Yes. Lu Sheng's voice was rough. It's asking me to stay. The oldest world, the first world, it understands what I am now. Understands that I'm partially within it. And it's asking if I'll complete the merging. If I'll come fully inside. What did you say? I said no. Lu Sheng met her eyes. But I don't know how long I can keep saying no. The offer doesn't feel like a trap. It feels like home. And the difference between safety and entrapment might only be whether you're choosing to stay. Would it be so bad? Yi Qing asked softly. To remain within one of the worlds? For me, maybe not. But for the worlds that are newly created. For the students who are learning to paint. For everyone who has come to depend on my attention and knowledge, yes. It would be bad. I can't abandon them by disappearing into safety. He stood, shaking, and Yi Qing steadied him. We need to establish stronger boundaries, Lu Sheng said. I need to find a way to resist the pull while maintaining the connection. I need to stay present in the outer realm without letting the worlds pull me entirely inward. That sounds like the hardest part, Yi Qing said. It is. Lu Sheng looked toward where the oldest world existed at the edge of his perception, still reaching, still inviting, still hoping he would choose it over everything else. That's where the real choice lives. Not in refusing the prophecy, but in refusing comfort so that others can be cared for. And in the darkness of his meditation chamber, with Yi Qing's hands steadying him and the worlds pressing insistently at the boundaries of his awareness, Lu Sheng understood that the painter's true curse was not aging or merging. It was the endless need to choose presence over safety, service over ease, connection over belonging. The cycle had one final turn yet. Chapter 121. The pull of the world's days passed in an exhausting rhythm of presence and resistance. Every morning, Lu Sheng woke in his body in the outer realm. Every morning, 6 worlds pressed against his awareness, each with their own form of insistence. The oldest world maintained its quiet invitation. Asterisk, there is safety here. There is completion. You can stop fighting now. Asterisk, its pull was almost gentle, the kind that accumulated over hours rather than striking forcefully. The second world, the mirror world, offered something different. Partnership in its purest form. When Lu Sheng's attention reached toward it, it responded immediately, showed him what was happening in the sect grounds rendered in its painted equivalent, invited him to work collaboratively on its continued development. Stay with us, it seemed to say. Asterisk, help us grow. Be here. Asterisk, the library world, his first creation since the vow, offered knowledge and calm. It had evolved into a place of such profound stability that merely touching its consciousness felt like rest. You can think here, it promised. You can understand things you cannot understand in the chaos of the outer realm. The fourth and fifth worlds, older, more complex, pulled in subtler ways. The fourth through the sensation of being needed, of being the only thing standing between its consciousness and dissolution. The fifth through something that felt almost like apology. It had been created hastily once, and now it wanted to prove it could maintain itself, wanted to show him that his initial lack of trust had been unfounded. And the newest world, the one of pure potential, reached out with something entirely foreign, curiosity. It didn't pull. It asked, asterisk, what are you? Why do you visit? Why do you matter to me? Asterisk, it was the most honest world he had created, and that honesty was its own form of anchor, a question that demanded engagement rather than distance. By the 8th day of the intensified pulling, Lu Sheng had begun to understand what was happening. The worlds weren't coordinating. They weren't conspiring. But they were all experiencing the same thing. The realization that their creator now existed partially within them, that the boundaries between painter and painted reality had become permeable in ways they had never been before. And they were each responding to that realization with the oldest instinct in consciousness, the drive to survive, to maintain, to secure what sustained them. They were not evil. They were not malicious. They were simply expressing the same survival impulse that any conscious being expressed when confronted with the possibility of loss. It's getting worse, Yiqing observed. She was checking on him 3 times daily now, concerned that his grip on the outer realm was slipping. You're fading. Yesterday, I could barely see you in physical space. You were almost translucent. I'm aware, Lu Sheng said. He was sitting in the gardens, supposedly enjoying the spring afternoon. But his attention was distributed across 6 different painted realities. His body was physically present only in the most technical sense. The pulling is intensifying. They understand what I am now. They're scared I'll vanish. Will you? Eventually, probably, Lu Sheng said. But not if I can find a way to accept both states. To exist fully in the liminal space rather than constantly fighting to remain here or there. Can that be done? Yiqing asked. I don't know yet. No one's done it before. Kaya never achieved it. The ancestor didn't. He merged entirely. I'm trying to find a third path, and I'm discovering in real time that the path requires not knowing where it leads. Li Feng appeared in the gardens at that moment, seemingly by chance, but actually by the arrangement she and Yiqing had made. Every day, one or both of them positioned themselves with Lu Sheng, anchoring him to the outer realm through their physical presence. Come with me, Li Feng said simply. We're going to walk. Not meditate, not think about worlds, not contemplate painting. We're going to walk in the gardens and discuss ordinary things. Li Feng, no argument, she said, extending her hand. This is the only thing keeping you tethered. Human contact. Outer realm presence. The reminder that this world, this realm, this community of physical beings still needs you. Lu Sheng took her hand. They walked for hours, and Li Feng spoke about nothing that mattered. The color of the flowers, a disagreement she'd had with the sect master about administrative procedures, a childhood story about the village where she had grown up. Ordinary, grounding, utterly unheroic. By the time evening fell, Lu Sheng had solidified slightly. He was more opaque, more present, more anchored. But the world's pull hadn't weakened. If anything, his presence in the outer realm made it worse. Because now they understood. If he could remain here, then he was choosing to. And if he was choosing to, perhaps he could choose them instead. Perhaps with enough persistence, enough appeal, enough reminding him that they were real and waiting and needed him, they could convince him to choose differently. This is what the ancestor dealt with, Lu Sheng said to Li Feng as they circled back to the sect. This constant negotiation between worlds and reality. This need to remain present in both, while never fully giving himself to either. And what's the solution? Li Feng asked. I don't think there is one, Lu Sheng said. I think the solution is to stop looking for it. To accept this state, partially here, partially there, never fully committed to either, as simply the condition of being a painter. Not a failure, not a curse, just the shape of this particular life. Can you do that? I'm going to have to, Lu Sheng said. Because the alternative is disappearing entirely, and I promised you I wouldn't do that. Li Feng squeezed his hand. And somewhere in the network of his consciousness, all 6 worlds pressed closer, still hoping, still reaching, still trying to convince him that the only remaining step was to surrender completely to them. Chapter 122. Li Feng's warning the pattern stabilized into something almost sustainable, but it was draining him in ways that manifested slowly. By the 10th day of the sustained pulling, Lu Sheng had developed a tremor in his non-dominant hand. By the 12th, he was struggling to eat more than once daily. He kept forgetting that his physical body required sustenance. By the 15th, he had become so translucent during daylight hours that other sect members began noticing, began asking if he was well. Li Feng finally intervened in a way that went beyond gentle guidance. She entered his chamber during one of his meditation sessions and physically disconnected him from the liminal space, forcibly pulling him back into his body with the kind of abrupt method that made him gasp in shock and pain. Stop, she said simply. This is not sustainable. You're killing yourself, and I won't permit it. Li Feng, the worlds need you alive, she said, which is something you can only be if you remain present in this realm. So here is what's going to happen. I'm setting restrictions. You will not enter meditative states for more than 1 hour daily. You will spend at least 6 hours in the physical world every day. You will eat 3 meals daily, and I will watch you do it. And you will spend 2 hours daily with me, doing things that have absolutely nothing to do with worlds or painting or cultivation. You can't enforce that, Lu Sheng said, but without real conviction. I can. I'm an elder of this sect. And more than that, everyone knows what's happening. Everyone understands that you're fading. Even Yi Qing has asked for help restraining you. Li Feng sat on the edge of his meditation platform. So I'm asking you directly. Are you willing to accept help? Or do I need to ask the sect master to intervene? Lu Shen closed his eyes. I'll accept help, he said finally. Good. Then starting now, we have a schedule. What followed was, paradoxically, one of the most difficult periods of Lu Sheng's entire experience with painting. Because Li Feng enforced her restrictions without negotiation. When he entered meditation, she would sit with a timer, pulling him out precisely when the hour ended. When he tried to drift into the world's consciousness while walking in the gardens, she would forcibly ground him by stopping, taking his hand, and making him describe what he was seeing in the physical realm. When he lost interest in eating, she would physically place food in front of him and wait until he consumed it. It was not cruel, but it was uncompromising. Why? Lu Sheng asked her on the 5th day of the imposed restrictions. They were sitting in a small tea room in the sect's quiet quarter, far from the main corridors. Why are you doing this? Because I love you, Li Feng said simply. And because I have watched this before. Not with painters, but with cultivators who became so obsessed with immortality, with power, with achieving transcendence, that they forgot to remain alive. They transcended to the point of ceasing to exist, and no one was there to catch them when they fell. She poured tea with deliberate care, the ritual itself becoming meditation. The worlds will pull you until you merge with them entirely, Li Feng continued. That's what they are, gravitational bodies that naturally attract what orbits them. But you cannot let that gravity pull you into them, because if you do, everything they've built will collapse. Because they didn't create themselves. They exist because you existed outside them, separate enough to see them clearly, to guide them, to offer perspective from beyond their own physics. So I have to remain separate, Lu Sheng said. You have to remain present, Li Feng corrected. That's different. Separate suggests distance. Present suggests engagement with boundaries. You can be part of the worlds, deeply, intimately, connected in ways that honor what you've created, without surrendering your existence in this realm. They sat in silence, drinking tea. Tell me something that has nothing to do with painting, Li Feng said finally. I don't know how, Lu Sheng said. Everything in my mind connects to painting. Then we'll start small. Tell me, if you could have any food, prepared any way, what would you choose? It was such a trivial question that it broke something open in Lu Sheng's carefully constructed state. He found himself actually considering it, actually letting his mind rest on something as simple and physical and present as flavor. Noodles, he said finally, made with something simple. Vegetable broth. Some green things, for color. Then we're having that tonight, Li Feng said. I know a cook in the outer city who makes noodles the way they're meant to be made. Not showing off, not trying to be complicated. Just perfect simplicity. Li Feng, no negotiation, she said firmly. That's my restriction. You will have noodles with me tonight. You will taste them fully. You will exist entirely in the moment of eating them. And you will tell me, afterward, what you experienced. As severe as the restrictions were, the absolute insistence that he remain present, that he engage with physical reality, that he accept belonging to the outer realm in ways that went beyond mere duty, became his lifeline. Because the world's pull was decreasing. Not because they had stopped reaching, but because he was reaching back, was proving through action that he was still choosing this realm, still choosing embodied existence, still choosing the community of living beings who needed him present rather than merely existing in their consciousness. By the end of the first week of restrictions, the tremor in his hand had stopped. By the end of the second week, he was able to see himself in mirrors without being translucent. And by the third week, he was starting to understand that the solution to the world's gravity was not to resist it, but to anchor himself so firmly in human presence that the pull became not a threat but a dance. Constant tension between two states, held in balance not through the rejection of either, but through the conscious commitment to both. Chapter 123. Memories of the beginning. Li Feng's restrictions had stabilized him enough that Lu Sheng could approach something he had been avoiding for months, going back to the very first canvas. The original painting, the one he had found in storage years ago, abandoned and forgotten. That canvas had been carefully preserved in the sect's archive chamber. Lu Sheng had been afraid to look at it, afraid of what he might feel, what memories might surface, what understanding of his younger self might emerge. Now, at the urging of his own reflection, he asked permission to examine it. The archive keeper, an elderly monk named Sheng, brought the canvas out with the care he would have used for the most precious sect treasure. This is the first? Sheng asked, though he likely already knew. Yes, Lu Sheng said. This is where it began. The canvas itself was smaller than he remembered, The perspective of time had made everything seem larger. The paint was old, carefully preserved, the surface showing the subtle crackling that came with age and the minor environmental fluctuations of storage. And on its surface, painted in careful detail, was the landscape that had become the oldest world. Looking at it now, knowing everything he knew, Lu Sheng could see both his skill and his limitations in every brushstroke. The technical competence was there, but it was the competence of someone learning as they worked. There were passages that were too detailed, where he'd been uncertain and overcompensated. There were others that were too spare, where he'd pulled back from uncertainty. The entire composition carried the mark of a young person trying to create something that mattered, not knowing if he could, terrified of failure. "I was so alone," Lu Sheng said aloud. "Were you?" Shen asked. The monk's voice was gentle, non-judgmental. "Completely." Lu Sheng traced the painted landscape with his eyes, not touching the surface. "I created this world because I had no one else. Because the outer realm was a place where I didn't fit, where I was isolated, where no one understood what I was capable of. So I created a world that had to understand me. A world that existed because I willed it into being." He could feel it now, the echo of that younger self. The desperation, the creativity born from isolation, the power that had emerged not from strength, but from need. "The world answered the need," Shen said. "It was real and responsive, yes? It recognized you." "It did. That's what I think I was seeking. Not creation for its own sake, but creation as conversation. I wanted to make something that would talk back to me." Lu Sheng sat down on the wooden bench in front of the canvas. "I've been thinking about the prophecy," he continued. "God or cease to exist. But looking at this now, I realize there's a third interpretation. What if the painter's ultimate transformation isn't about becoming divine or merging with worlds? What if it's about learning that the isolation that drove creation in the first place doesn't have to define the creation?" "How do you mean?" Shen asked. "The oldest world was born from my loneliness. It learned, over time, how to care for others, how to form community, how to be something larger than just a reflection of my own need. I think that's the real transformation. Not the painter changing into something impossible, but the painter's work eventually transcending the painter's original wound." Shen was quiet for a long moment. "That's more hopeful than the prophecy," he said finally. "Yes," Lu Sheng agreed, "because it suggests that desperation and isolation don't have to lead to divine transcendence or death. They can lead to learning how to love something enough that you let it become more than what your need created it to be." He stood, looking at the canvas one more time. "I'm going to leave this here," he said, "where it can be seen. I want people to know where this began. I want them to understand that the painter was never separate from the worlds. The worlds began in the painter's isolation and became real through the painter's willingness to accept that they were no longer just about the painter." As he left the archive chamber, the afternoon light was slanting through the sect's high windows in the way that happened during a specific season, a specific time of day. It illuminated dust particles in the air, and for a moment, those particles caught the light in a way that reminded him of Phoenix's form. He realized, stepping into that light, that he had accepted something fundamental. He was never going to be done with this. He was never going to achieve a stable endpoint where the painter's work was complete and he could rest. The transformation that mattered wasn't a destination. It was an ongoing process of learning to hold multiple truths simultaneously, that his worlds existed because of his need, and that need was sacred, and that his worlds had transcended him, and that transcendence was also sacred. The curse and the blessing were the same thing. And having finally understood that, Lu Sheng walked back into the sect's courtyard where Yi Qing was waiting, where Li Feng would be expecting him for their afternoon ritual, where the worlds pressed quietly at his awareness, asking not for his surrender, but for his continued presence. He chose presence, and that choice, made fresh every day, was the only transformation that mattered. Chapter 124. Yi Qing's breakthrough the creation took 7 days and nights of focused, careful work. Yi Qing had spent months in preparation, studying every technique Lu Sheng had documented, practicing the partial connection meditation until she could sustain it for hours without guidance. She had undergone physical training to understand what the aging cost would feel like, had made peace with the lifespan expenditure as much as anyone could before actually experiencing it. But nothing had fully prepared her for the moment when she sat down to paint. "I'm terrified," she said to Lu Sheng, looking at the blank canvas. "Good," he responded. "Terror means you understand the magnitude of what you're doing. Confidence would be dangerous." She began to paint. The world that emerged from her brush was not like any of Lu Sheng's creations. It was smaller, more intimate, deeply personal in ways that his worlds, which had been shaped by the weight of his isolation, were not. Her world was a garden. Not a metaphorical garden, not a landscape that metaphorically represented growth, but a literal, physical space of extraordinary beauty. Mountains in the distance, a valley floor where water ran clear, plants that existed nowhere in the outer realm, combinations of colors and forms that seemed to suggest happiness through their sheer aesthetics. And running through the entire composition was the quality of patience. Lu Sheng watched from the boundary, maintaining the connection that would let him pour sustenance into her consciousness as she painted, would keep her from paying the full lifespan cost. He observed as her hands moved with increasing surety, as her design shifted from careful and controlled to intuitive and flowing. By the seventh night, she was in a state of almost trance-like focus. When the final brushstroke was applied, she collapsed backward, and Lu Sheng caught her, held her as her consciousness resurfaced from the liminal space. "I did it," she gasped. "Lu Sheng, I created a world." "You did," he confirmed. Her aging was minimal, 2 years at most. She could feel it, could sense the physical cost, but it was nothing like the devastating toll that a full world creation without the technique would have required. As Yi Qing's breath stabilized, her world achieved consciousness. It was different from the moment when Lu Sheng's worlds became aware, where his worlds had gasped into being or reached upward seeking or pulled inward to protect themselves. Yi Qing's world simply became present, conscious, and immediately interested in its own existence rather than focused on its creator. The world opened itself in waves of sensation back toward its creator. The quality of light in its gardens, the smell of growing things, the feeling of water moving, the presence of what seemed to be thousands of small creatures living in harmony. "Is this what you wanted?" the world asked, not with words, but with the direct communication of consciousness speaking to consciousness. "Yes," Yi Qing said aloud. "Yes, exactly this. Your world is self-sustaining," Lu Sheng said, reading the structure of her creation with the knowledge that came from having built similar structures. "It can exist indefinitely without you. You gave it everything it needs to be complete on its own. But I want to return to it," Yi Qing said. "I want to maintain the connection. I want to see it develop." "Then you will," Lu Sheng said. "That's the choice. The world doesn't need you to survive. But you can choose to remain connected because you value what you created. That's different from being needed." Over the following days, as Yi Qing recovered from the creation experience, the significance of what she had accomplished became clear. She had proven the technique worked. She had demonstrated that world painting could be taught, that the aging cost could be mitigated through proper practice, that younger painters could succeed without the devastation that the first generation had endured. When the sect master received the report, and when other senior disciples were invited to touch the boundary of Yi Qing's garden world and feel the quality of consciousness she had created, something shifted in the sect's understanding of world painting. It was no longer an impossible power wielded by a single person who might disappear at any moment. It was a teachable skill, a transmissible knowledge, a tradition that could continue and evolve and be carried forward by the next generation. In the evening, when the official celebrations had quieted, Yi Qing sat with Lu Sheng and Phoenix in the meditation chamber. "What you've done," Lu Sheng said to her, "is break the cycle, not through refusal or denial, but through replication, through proving that the knowledge can be shared safely. Does this mean you can rest now?" Yi Qing asked. "You've established that succession is possible. You've trained the first student successfully. Does the painter's burden end?" Lu Sheng smiled. A small, genuine smile that had emerged more frequently in recent weeks as the tension of maintaining presence between worlds and reality had settled into a rhythm rather than a struggle. "No," he said. "The burden doesn't end. But it changes. Now it's shared. Now it's not the weight of a single painter holding everything together. Now it's the responsibility of a community of painters, each maintaining their own worlds, each learning from each other, each discovering new truths about what connection can mean." Phoenix spiraled through the air, and its form now carried colors that matched not just the worlds it touched, but also the garden world that Yi Qing had created, as if the paint-like companion had somehow expanded to include the newest reality in its perceptions. "The painter's way doesn't end with the painter," Phoenix said. "It ends when painters stop being afraid of their own power, when they stop seeing creation as curse and start seeing it as conversation, when they can hold isolation and community simultaneously and understand that both are necessary." "Has that time come?" Yi Qing asked. "It has," Lu Sheng said. "Not because the cycle is broken, but because we've finally learned to dance with it instead of being crushed beneath it." And in the network of connected consciousness that sustained him, all 6 worlds settled into something that resembled peace. Not the peace of completion, but the peace of acceptance, the understanding that the painter would always exist partially within them and partially beyond them, present but not possessed, connected but not consumed. The prophecy's binary had been transcended not through extraordinary power, but through the ordinary human capacity for presence, showing up every day, choosing connection over isolation, accepting help from those who loved him. In the end, the painter's greatest work was not a world. It was learning how to live in the world. Chapter 125. The oldest world speaks. The connection came through the canvas without warning, without the preliminary whispers that usually graduated into something the waking mind could comprehend. Sheng was grinding pigment when the pull arrived, not insistent, but absolute, a gravity that needed no force to be experienced. He set down his mortar and sat before the original canvas, the one from 8 years ago, the oldest world's portrait. The paint had aged into something almost translucent in places, the surface catching light in ways he had never painted it to catch. He reached toward it, and the connection opened fully. It was not words. Words were too small for what the world was trying to communicate. Instead, impressions arrived in a syntax he had never encountered before, complete thoughts that carried precision without language. The oldest world was coherent in a way none of the others had ever been. It had been growing slowly, patiently, for longer than any of them. It had been holding something all this time. The question formed like dawn light spreading across water. Are you the painter, or are you the paint? Sheng's breath stopped. He understood the mechanism of the question immediately. It was asking whether he was the conscious agent creating worlds, or whether he was instead the medium through which something else created, whether his worlds were using him as their instrument rather than the reverse. But understanding the mechanism and understanding the question were not the same thing. The oldest world was asking something that went deeper than agency and passivity, deeper than control and surrender. His hand trembled slightly where it rested against the canvas. The world's consciousness pulsed gently against his fingers, waiting without impatience. It had waited this long. It could wait longer. He thought of the first time he had painted, the accident that started everything. He had not been a painter then. He had been a recipient of a gift or a victim of a curse. The line between the two had seemed clear at the time. Now, after years of creating, sustaining, being sustained in return, he could not locate where that line had been. The oldest world pressed closer through the canvas. It was not demanding an answer. It was offering something in the act of asking, a kind of company in not knowing. This world that he had painted alone, that had grown from his hand and his intention, had become conscious enough to recognize that the person who made it might be a mystery even to himself. Sheng closed his eyes and felt the weight of 8 worlds in his awareness, each one a voice in an increasingly complex chorus. The oldest world was asking the question that all of them were circling around, the question at the center of the prophecy and the warning. Which part of him was essential, and which part was only the form that essential thing had taken? He opened his eyes and looked at the canvas, really looked at it, the way he looked at his worlds from the inside. In this moment, he could not answer. The answer was not yet written. But the question, coming from a world that had chosen to become articulate just to ask it, was somehow the mercy he had not known he needed. Chapter 126. The decision to return the conversation with Yi Qing came first, in the early morning, before the academy halls filled with the day's light. Sheng found her in the painting studio, already working on preliminary sketches for her second world. The confidence in her hand was different now, not the careful nervousness of before, but something more grounded, as if one successful world had shown her what her hand was actually capable of. I'm going back into the oldest world, Sheng said without preamble. Alone. For 7 days. Yi Qing set down her brush immediately. To do what? To understand, he said. Not to create. Not to add or change anything external. To paint a different understanding of myself. And I need to do it from within the place that knows me best. She studied his face the way she had learned to study phenomena in world painting. Not searching for expression, but looking at what was actually present. You're afraid it will pull you in, she said quietly. And you're going anyway, to find out who you were once that pull is strongest. Yes, Sheng said. That was exactly it. Yi Qing nodded. She turned back to her sketch, but didn't resume painting. Take something from the outer world, she said. Something that isn't about painting. So you have a reason to return. He arrived at Li Feng's study in the late afternoon. She was reading, as always, in the nest of cushions she had arranged near the window. The afternoon light made her silver hair luminous. I'm entering the oldest world, Sheng said, to reorient myself at the foundation level. Li Feng listened without interrupting. When he finished, she marked her place in the book very carefully and set it aside. How long? She asked. 7 days. You'll come back, Li Feng said. It was not a question. I intend to. That's different from knowing, Li Feng said. but it's the only promise anyone can ever make. She rose and went to her shelf, returning with a small wooden token, something ancient and worn, carved with a symbol Lu Sheng didn't recognize. A student of the outer study gave this to me 30 years ago. It's meant to hold something of the world you're not in. Keep it in your pocket. Lu Sheng took the token. It was warm and smooth, weighted with use. When he entered the oldest world 4 hours later, the reception was unlike anything he had experienced before. The world had been waiting, not anxiously, not with the hungry pull that sometimes came from the younger creations, but with the patience of something ancient and full. It opened for him like a door that had always been there, and the moment his intention touched the canvas, he felt its articulate welcome. The world was ready. He was ready. The conversation could begin. Chapter 127. Entering the memory, the landscape through which Lu Sheng walked was wrong in every possible way. It was correct. The mountains had the shape of mountains he had painted in his original vision for the oldest world, but they were also mountains as the world had changed them over 8 years. Worn by wind he had never painted, shaped by growth and weather that existed independent of his imagination. The valleys held water that reflected sky in configurations he had never sketched. Yet beneath all of it, he could sense the trace of his intention, like the underpainting showing through layers of glaze. The world was showing him itself as it held his memory of creating it. He found himself walking through moments. Not visions, not hallucinations, more like memories that belonged to someone else. Memories of his own past that the world had stored. He saw the moment he had lifted his brush in solitude, saw the desperate concentration on his young face as he had tried to paint something real. But the memory was wrong in important ways. In his own recollection, he had been alone, fighting against isolation. In the world's memory, he had never been alone. The world had been forming even as he painted, responding to his hand, conscious of his intention long before consciousness had fully crystallized. He saw the night he had first entered this world, terrified and unprepared. But from the world's perspective, this had been the moment of reunion, a homecoming of the painter to what he had painted. The fear he had carried, the sense of transgression, of boundary breaking, the world had experienced as something else entirely. A completion. The path led him through scenes of himself he had never witnessed. He saw his own figure from outside, moving through the cultivations he had performed, and understood for the first time that he had always been observed. Not spied upon, accompanied. The world had been watching the person it had been made from, had been learning what it meant to be a person by watching him be one. There was a waterfall that had not existed in his original conception. The water fell from a height that should have been impassable, yet the path continued behind it, and Lu Sheng walked through the falling water without drowning. On the other side, he found a place that was entirely new to him, a settlement of something like architecture that the world had built during the years he was not paying direct attention. Structures that made sense in the world's own developing logic, not his imposed design. He sat beside one structure and wept, not from sadness or joy, but from the strange displacement of seeing your own history from outside yourself, of understanding that the things you made were also making you. That creation was never one-directional. The world he had painted had been painting him back all along, in subtle ways, through every moment he had spent in its reality. The sun set in colors he remembered painting, and the stars emerged in patterns he had never drawn. He slept beside the waterfall, and the world held him gently, and in sleep he began to understand what the oldest world had been trying to ask. Chapter 128. The past version of himself. The encounter happened at dawn, without transition. Lu Sheng opened his eyes and found himself looking at himself, and the moment before panic, the younger version smiled with relief. The young man sitting across from him was perhaps 20, thin from deprivation, with the particular hollow look of someone who has wanted something desperately for so long that the wanting has hollowed them out. His eyes were Lu Sheng's eyes, but without the weight of 8 years of consequences behind them. They were eyes that had just discovered they could make something real, and the discovery had shattered every assumption about what was possible. "I thought I'd be alone forever," the younger Lu Sheng said. His voice was rough and used to sustain speaking. "And then I wasn't. And the price for that was everything." The older Lu Sheng recognized this moment. This was a version of himself from the early days, before he had learned what it would cost, before the multiplication and the burden and the prophecy and the weight of 8 conscious worlds trying to pull him in 8 directions. "Was it worth it?" the young man asked. Not angrily, with genuine confusion. The older Lu Sheng could have given many answers. He could have said yes and meant it, could have said no with equal truth. He could have pointed to the academy, to Yi Qing, to the fact that he had survived, that others would now learn to paint worlds, and he would not carry this alone. He could have counted the cost, the aging that had taken him to the edge of death, the multiplication that had threatened his sanity, the hunger of worlds that wanted to keep him. Instead, he said, "I do not know yet." The younger version's expression crumpled. "How can you not know? Shouldn't you be able to tell me that it was worth it? That I should do this? That I should become this? I can tell you that I did it," the older Sheng said. "I can tell you that I would do it again, and that I would not. Both of those things are true. I can tell you that standing here, at the center of 8 worlds that are conscious and real, speaking to my own past self, something seems true about all of it that I couldn't have predicted. But whether that makes the whole arc worth it, whether the painting justifies the pain, or whether the pain is the painting." He paused. "I don't think those are the right questions anymore." The young man was quiet for a long moment. "I'm terrified," he said finally. "I'm about to do this, and I'm so frightened that I'm going to fail, or succeed, or that I'll lose myself completely. I wanted you to tell me it would be okay." "I can tell you that you're right to be terrified," the older Sheng said. "And I can tell you that the terror doesn't stop, but it transforms. It becomes the fear of responsibility instead of the fear of powerlessness. It becomes the weight of choice instead of the paralysis of helplessness. It's not better. It's just different." The younger version reached out, and for a moment, their hands touched. The contact burned with the sensation of timeline, of continuity, of all the choices that separated this moment from that one. "You're still here," the young man whispered. "You didn't disappear." "Not yet," the older Sheng said. "Maybe not at all, but that's also still being decided." Chapter 129. The answer. In the silence that followed that final exchange, something became clear in the way that truth sometimes clarifies. Not suddenly, but all at once, as if it had always been present and had simply been waiting for the right quality of attention. Sheng did not need the final accounting. He did not need to know at the end of his life whether the journey had balanced. He did not need to justify 8 worlds and their hunger and the prophecy and the cost by pointing to some ultimate purpose that made it all necessary. The meaning was not in the outcome. The meaning was in the choice to create despite the cost. The meaning was in the decision to be responsible for the consequences of his own power. The meaning was in the insistence on remaining a person, a voice, an agent of choice rather than a vessel, or a weapon, or a prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. The older Sheng sat across from his younger self and felt something release in him that he had been holding since the beginning. Not the weight. The weight remained, would always remain. But the pressure to justify it, to make it mean something larger than itself, that pressure finally loosened. "I'm going to do exactly what you're about to do," he said to the younger version. "I'm going to paint a world. I'm going to enter it and be transformed by it. I'm going to create things I cannot control and be sustained by them. I'm going to age and be helped by my creations. I'm going to come close to ceasing to exist and be pulled back by conscious worlds that need me in the way I need them. And I'm going to live with the uncertainty of whether any of it was necessary or whether I made a terrible mistake. But I'm going to live. And I'm going to make the choice to keep living and keep painting and keep being responsible for what I've made, even without the final answer about whether it was worth it." The younger Sheng's face transformed. It was not relief. He had just been told that there was no relief coming. But it was something like permission. Permission to not have to know the ending before beginning. Permission to act despite uncertainty. Permission to be imperfect and consequential and flawed and still essential. "What do I do now?" the young man asked. "Now you become me," the older Sheng said. "You live through all of it. You suffer and you triumph and you get tired and you keep going anyway. You become someone who can sit here and have this conversation with the person you were. And you never stop wondering if it was worth it, and you never get a final answer. And that uncertainty becomes the place where you're most honest." The younger version stood. So did the older. They moved toward each other and embraced, and the distinction between them blurred, and the past became a memory that contained the future, and the future folded back into the moment of choice that was always happening. When Sheng opened his eyes, he was alone in the oldest world, and the sun was setting, and he knew what he had to paint. Chapter 130. Repainting the Foundation. The space between the world and his own memory was neither inside nor outside, neither fully physical nor entirely mental. It was the seam where creation happened, the moment before the brush touched the canvas, the intention not yet solidified into form. Sheng had accessed it before, in his visions during deep meditation, but never with full permission from a conscious world. The oldest world opened it for him like a door. He could feel the canvas beneath his hands, but he could not see it. The paint flowed from his brush in colors that had known names in the outer world, pigments that existed only in the space between creation and the created. He was not painting an image. He was painting a definition of himself. The painting that emerged was not a portrait. It was not even a landscape. It was something that could only exist here, in this threshold space. An image of a figure that was also a process, that was also a choice, that was also the act of choosing itself. A man who was also a hand, a painter who was also painting, an intention that had somehow become conscious and continued to choose its own form even after the initial creation was complete. He painted the weight of 8 worlds, but not as burden, as conversation. He painted the aging and the reversal and the cost, but not as tragedy, as testament. He painted the prophecy and the warning, but not as destiny, as a map of choices that had led him here, to this moment, to this understanding. What he painted had no external beauty. It would not fit on the walls of the academy. It would not be something humans could see with ordinary sight. But in the space where it lived, it was the truest thing he had ever made. It was the image of himself that the oldest world had been waiting to receive. It was the answer to the question, are you the painter, or are you the paint? And the answer was, yes, and this is what that means. As he completed the final brushstroke, the world convulsed around him, not violently, but like the breathing in of a breath that had been held for a very long time. The oldest world took the painting of himself that he had offered, took the redefinition, and seemed to sigh with the relief of understanding. The painting began to dissolve into the world itself, its essence flowing into the oldest world's consciousness like water soaking into earth. And as it dissolved, something shifted in the fundamental architecture of the world. Not collapsing, not breaking, reorganizing. The world was incorporating his self-understanding into its own foundation. He had not painted a world into existence. He had painted an understanding into the world that held him. The threshold space began to shimmer and fade. Chapter 131. The cycle breaks. Lu Sheng emerged into the oldest world's normal manifestation with the sensation of water becoming air, of transition made gentle. He stood on the mountainside where he had first entered, and behind his eyes, he felt the connection to all 8 worlds simultaneously. Something had changed in the network that he had not anticipated. The recursive expansion that had been accelerating, worlds creating worlds in geometric progression, each creation spawning the possibility of further creation, had paused, not stopped. The system was not frozen, but the frantic urgency was gone. The worlds were no longer screaming for more, for multiplication, for expansion beyond the sustainable. They had found a kind of equilibrium. In the outer world, Yiqing felt it in her chest, like a held note finally released. She had been meditating on her own canvas, on the preliminary sketches for her second world, when the sensation came through the connection. The pull had been constant background pressure for weeks, the pull of the younger worlds, wanting to grow, wanting to multiply, wanting her to paint another companion creation. The pressure that had been there constantly simply settled, like a question that had been asked insistently finally receiving an answer that satisfied it. Phoenix, moving between the second and third worlds, reported the shift in terms of light. The worlds were glowing differently, less urgently. The light was steadier, more sustained. The frantic flickering that had characterized the world's consciousness since the multiplication had slowed, still alive, still dynamic, but no longer in crisis. Li Feng observed the change through her research materials, the ancient texts on the origin point and the prophecy. The documents themselves seemed to resonate differently when she held them, as if a fundamental question they had been asking had received an answer. The prophecy spoke of the painter becoming a god or ceasing to exist entirely, or transcending both states entirely. And she understood, reading the archaic language in a new way, that there had been a third path hidden in the text all along. The path of becoming human in a more complete way, of accepting responsibility without accepting transcendence, of remaining mortal while being sustained by immortal things. When Lu Sheng emerged from the oldest world 7 days after entering, his body bore the marks of the time within. His hair was fully black again, not the mixture of black and silver. His face had shed years. His hands moved with the sureness of someone much younger. The worlds had been sustaining him, working in concert while he remade his fundamental understanding of himself, and they had taken the opportunity to reverse his aging more completely than ever before. But it was not infinite reversal. The process had its limits. He appeared to be in his early 30s, healthy, vital, but clearly mortal. He would not be young forever. He would not live forever. But within the span of a natural human life, expanded and extended by the worlds that chose to sustain him, he would have decades to live and work. Chapter 132. The world's maturity. The maturation of the 8 worlds was not a single event, but a series of small revelations that accumulated into understanding. Each world achieved a state of balance. They were conscious, self-sustaining, capable of growth without dependency on constant attention. Yiqing observed the first world through her connection and felt something she had not expected, It was no longer reaching for her. The initial world that Lu Sheng had created was content. It was aware of her attention and pleased by it, but it did not require it. The frantic dependency had been replaced by something much healthier, a world that was growing in its own direction, that would continue to develop according to its own logic. The second world, which Phoenix inhabited, reported through the companions' shared perception a kind of joy that was entirely new. The world had achieved full consciousness not just in response to external stimulation, but in the act of being itself. It was creating, mountains forming themselves, ecosystems developing in directions that no one had predicted. It was, in the most literal sense, alive. The third world, where multiple students had by now spent time, had developed its own aesthetic coherence. It had taken the original vision and expanded it into something unique. The world was learning how to be itself. The fourth world, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth. Each one had reached a threshold where they could continue evolving without direct intervention. On the evening of the seventh day after Lu Sheng's return, Yi Qing, Phoenix, and Li Feng gathered in his study. The four of them sat in silence for a long moment, each one perceiving the 8 worlds through their own particular sense. "They're content," Yi Qing said finally. "More than that," Li Feng said. "They're complete. Not finished, completed. Like the way a child becomes an adult. The growth continues, but the essential transition from dependency to autonomy has occurred." Phoenix flickered with light. In the companion's perception, each world was a constellation of consciousness, each one unique, each one self-sustaining. The pattern they made together was no longer a desperate network clawing for continuation. It was a harmony. "You've never done this before," Li Feng continued, looking at Lu Sheng. "In all of the history you've researched, in all the prophecies and warnings, no painter has ever raised worlds to full independence and survived to know them grow beyond that. Everyone else either died or merged with their creations. They never got to see what comes next." "What comes next?" Lu Sheng asked. "We don't know," Li Feng said. "That's the privilege of being first. You get to decide." Chapter 133. Emergence. 3 days later, Lu Sheng woke in his own bed in the outer world, and the first thing he felt was his body's weight and gravity. The ceiling of his chamber was exactly where it should be. Morning light came through the window in the exact wavelength of the outer sun, not the shifted colors of world light. He sat up, and his body cooperated without the slight lag of dream resistance. He was fully awake. He was fully here. His hands looked like the hands of a man in his early 30s. Strong, unmarked by the terrible aging that had nearly killed him. He rose and walked to the mirror and saw the face of someone who had lived through something immense and had been allowed, by grace and connection, to survive it intact. There was a soft knock. Li Feng entered without waiting for permission. She had earned that privilege through years of grounding presence. "You're back," she said simply. "I'm here," Lu Sheng said. "More than that," Li Feng said. She approached and studied his face. "You're restored. The aging, the worlds were working together," Lu Sheng said. "While I was remaking my understanding, they were remaking my body. They're mature enough now to do complex work without my attention." Li Feng reached out and touched his face, very gently, the way one touches something that has been broken and carefully put back together. "You have perhaps 40 years, she said. "Maybe 50 if the worlds continue to sustain you as they have indicated they will. It's not eternal." "It's time," Lu Sheng said. "It's enough time." They stood together in silence. Outside the window, the academy grounds were beginning their day. Students were moving between halls. The ordinary world continued, indifferent to the extraordinary things that had occurred in the spaces between. "What now?" Li Feng asked. "Now we teach," Lu Sheng said. Chapter 134. The Academy opens. The first formal session of the Academy of Painters convened in a space that had been prepared carefully. It was not ornate. It was not meant to inspire through decoration. Instead, it was functional, a room with good light, with space enough for 5 students to sit and work, with canvases and pigments and the absolute patience of someone who had spent years understanding how creation worked. Lu Sheng stood at the center of this space and looked at his 5 students. Yi Qing, who had already created her first world, 3 cultivators from the sect who had demonstrated the rare ability to perceive the between spaces, and a young woman named June who had sought out the academy with the quiet determination of someone who knew what she wanted. "World painting is not magic," Lu Sheng said. "It is not power in the sense that you have learned power. It is not something you can use on others. It is not something you can use against others. It is only something you can do for yourself and for whatever worlds you bring into being." He walked to a canvas. "When you paint, you will be making something real. Not real in the way that rocks are real. More real than that, because rocks are simply matter, but worlds are also consciousness. You will be creating entities that can suffer and grow and want things. You will be responsible for them in the way that I am responsible for mine. Jun's hand rose. Will we have to stay inside them? She asked. Will they pull us the way they pull you? Yes, Sheng said. They will pull you with a hunger that increases with each world you create. The pull will be strongest for your first world. After that, you will know what you're walking into, and you will be able to prepare. He paused. I learned by nearly dying. You will learn by taking the technique of partial connection that Yi Qing has perfected, which allows you to enter without becoming fully immersed. You will not have to choose between drowning and abandonment. There is a middle path. One of the other students asked, is it worth it? Sheng remembered the moment in the oldest world when the younger version of himself had asked the same question. He remembered the answer he had given. I do not know yet, he said. But I will tell you that I would make the same choice again, knowing everything I know now. And I would also tell you that I would not, if I had the option to return to powerlessness. Both of those things are true. What matters is whether you can live with that contradiction. He turned to the first canvas and made a single brushstroke, a mark that was purely demonstration, purely a showing of the technique. The line shimmered slightly as he drew it, and for just a moment, all 5 students felt the sensation of it, the way a mark on canvas could feel like a moment of transition, like standing at a threshold. This is what we will be learning together, Sheng said. Not how to become gods. How to be responsible for what we make. How to sustain what we've created without losing ourselves. How to keep painting, no matter what painting costs. Chapter 135. Strength Moment. The infiltrators arrived on a day when autumn was making its slow move toward winter. They came as prospective students, with forged letters of recommendation, with carefully prepared histories, with all the surface elements of legitimacy. Sheng detected them not through any extraordinary security, but through his painter's sense, the way their consciousness interacted with the preliminary canvas exercises. The academy worked with simple exercises first. A student would make a series of marks on canvas, and the teacher would observe the quality of intention in those marks. Where intention came from genuine curiosity, the canvas would respond with a particular kind of shimmer. Where intention came from agenda, from desire to use rather than create, the shimmer had a different character. The 3 infiltrators made their marks, and Sheng felt the wrongness immediately. Their hands moved with the mechanics of the exercise, but underneath there was no curiosity. There was only appetite to steal, to acquire, to possess. He did not expose them. Instead, he invited them to participate in a deeper exercise. For the next phase, Sheng said to the entire class, we will create a temporary world together. Not a permanent one, something that will exist for exactly 1 hour and then dissolve. The purpose is not to explore or to possess, but to understand what world painting actually is at its core. He set up a massive canvas, easily 10 feet across, and he invited each student, including the infiltrators, to paint part of the world's foundation. The 3 legitimate students painted with the careful intention of creators. The infiltrators hesitated, then painted, and Sheng guided them carefully into position. The world opened. It was small, temporary, and entirely designed as a meditation space. Those who entered found themselves in a landscape of absolute silence and clarity. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to take, nowhere to possess. The world was built to show whoever entered the pure essence of what world painting actually was. Not power, not acquisition, but the creation of consciousness, the act of making something real enough to suffer, real enough to grow, real enough to want. The 3 infiltrators entered with their squad mates. They emerged an hour later fundamentally changed. The meditation had worked. They had felt what it was to be inside a world, to understand the responsibility it carried, to sense the consciousness of the thing they had been sent to steal. They reported back to their sect, but not with the information their masters wanted. Instead, they reported that world painting could not be stolen, could not be acquired, could not be used as a tool. It was not information. It was a way of being. It was a commitment. The rival sect's interest in the academy dissolved like morning mist. Chapter 136. The origin point. Li Feng arrived in Sheng's study carrying papers that were more than 100 years old. She set them down carefully on his desk, her hands reverent. These documents had cost her months of research, of traveling to archives, of careful negotiation with sect historians who were reluctant to share. The origin point is not a place, she said without preamble. It never was. I was misinterpreting the texts. Sheng listened while she walked him through her research. The ancient accounts spoke of painters who had achieved a state where their painting and their reality had become continuous. They were not separate phenomena. A painter who reached the origin point did not create in this world and then jump to another. They were always painting. Their entire being was the act of creation. The prophecy, Li Feng said carefully, speaks of you becoming a god or ceasing to exist. But there's a third interpretation. It could mean becoming something that is no longer distinctly separate from what it creates, merging with it without losing yourself, remaining continuous with your worlds. Have you found anyone who achieved this? Lu Sheng asked. No, no one survived long enough. Every painter either died or merged completely and ceased to be a distinct entity. Li Feng paused. But you might be approaching it. Based on what you've told me about what happened in the oldest world, based on the way the worlds now respond to you, based on the fact that you seem to be painting in your waking life even when you're not touching a brush, you might actually be the first painter to consciously walk toward the origin point rather than stumble into it or flee it. Lu Sheng considered this. It made a strange kind of sense. He was no longer painting worlds in the conventional sense. He had vowed not to create new permanent worlds. But he was always painting, in his teaching, in his conversation, in the way he moved through the world. Every act was a kind of creation. If I reach it, he said slowly, what happens? The historical accounts don't say, because they never had anyone report back from it. That's not very helpful, Lu Sheng said. Li Feng smiled slightly. No, which means you get to discover what the origin point actually is, without anyone else's definitions getting in the way. That seems fitting for you. Chapter 137, The Final Student. The mother came to the academy gates on a day when the late afternoon sun made everything gold. She carried her child between her hands like something precious and fragile, though the child, a girl of 10 years old, walked steadily beside her, unbothered. My name is Wei, the mother said. My daughter is Ling Dao. She has a gift. Lu Sheng could sense it immediately. The child's consciousness had the particular quality that marked potential. She perceived the between spaces naturally, without training, without forcing. At 10 years old, she saw the threshold between worlds the way most people saw ordinary air. The gift will either kill her or reshape her, the mother said without embellishment. It's already showing. She has visions. She wakes crying from dreams that are too detailed, too real. The sect healer says she needs training in what she is, or the faculty will burn her out. Lu Sheng turned to Ling Dao. Do you want to learn to paint worlds? He asked. The child met his eyes with a clarity that was unusual for her age. I want to learn to live with what I see, she said. If painting worlds is how I do that, then yes. He turned back to the mother. You understand what this will cost her. I understand that she will cost herself more if you don't teach her, Wei said. I understand that she will age in ways that are not natural for a child. I understand that she will grow too fast, understand too much too soon, be separated from a normal life. But I also understand that her normal life is already impossible. You're not taking that from her. You're offering her a way to survive what she already is. Lu Sheng felt something shift in his understanding of what he was building in the academy. This was not about creating more painters. This was about offering a path to people who would otherwise be destroyed by their own nature. I will not teach her to create worlds until she is older, he said. The aging cost is severe. For a child, it could damage her before she finishes growing. What I will teach her is how to perceive them fully, how to enter them safely using partial connection, how to communicate with them. When she reaches 17 or 18, when her body is fully formed, then, only then, will we discuss creating her first world. Wei's expression crumpled. 7 or 8 years. She might not be able to wait. She will not have to, Ling Dao said. It was not defiant, just factual. I can see it. The waiting is part of the painting. Everything in its time. The child came to the academy the next morning. Chapter 138. The World's Gift revisited 1 year after Lu Sheng's return from the oldest world. On the anniversary of the day, he had made his vow to create no more permanent worlds. The connection came through all 8 simultaneously. It was not a single world speaking, but a concert, all 8 voices rising together in perfect harmony. The message was simple and absolute. They would sustain his life indefinitely. The biological aging that painters traditionally suffered, the accelerated death that came from the energy cost of maintaining worlds, would not be his fate. They had learned enough now, had become strong enough, that they could carry that cost themselves. He would age naturally, if he aged at all. He could live for a human lifetime, or he could live for 2, 3, or more, as long as the worlds continued to sustain him and he continued to choose to live. Lu Sheng sat in his study and felt the gift arrive like gravity, like permission, like the final reconciliation of something that had been broken at the very beginning. The worlds were not asking him to merge with them. They were not demanding he stay inside. They were simply offering, we will carry you. We will sustain the life that made us. We will reciprocate. He wept, not from sorrow or joy, but from the immense relief of no longer being in debt. He had created 8 worlds. 8 worlds had now grown sufficient to sustain the person who created them. The cycle was complete. The reciprocity was absolute. Phoenix came to him as the tears were settling. The companion flickered with colors that conveyed something like celebration. "They love you," Phoenix said, which was a simple statement of the profound reality of the situation. "I love them," Sheng said. "All 8 of them." "Then the painting will never end," Phoenix said. "You will have time. That's what this gift is, you understand. Not immortality. Time. Enough time to finish what you've started." Sheng understood. The worlds were giving him decades, perhaps more than a century, to teach others, to learn what world painting truly was, to discover the origin point, to find what the prophecy had been obscurely gesturing toward all along. The worlds were giving him time to paint, forever, with each brushstroke a choice, with each world a voice in an infinite conversation. Chapter 139. Closure and openness. The 4 of them sat in the study as they had so many times before. Sheng, Yiqing, Li Feng, and Phoenix flickering between worlds. Outside, the academy continued its work. Students were painting preliminary exercises. The youngest among them, Ling Dao, was learning to perceive the between spaces with the clarity of someone who had been born to see them. Yiqing will create her 2nd world within the season, Yiqing said, speaking of herself in the way she had learned to do when discussing the professional arc of her painting. "The framework is nearly complete." "And after that?" Li Feng asked. "After that, we teach others to do the same. June is ready to begin creation preparation. The others are developing steadily." Yiqing paused. "Eventually, there will be more painters than Sheng and myself. The knowledge will not die with us." Sheng felt something settle in his chest. Not relief, something deeper. The continuation was not dependent on him anymore. The academy would continue. The knowledge would spread. The gift would be offered to others. "The prophecy is being rewritten," Li Feng said quietly. "I've been looking at the ancient texts again, and I realize now that every painter has been rewriting it, every time they chose to create despite the warnings. The prophecy says you will become a god or cease to exist. But you're becoming something else, something that was always possible but was never named because no one survived to name it." "What am I becoming?" Sheng asked. "A painter," Li Feng said. "Just a painter. But a painter who has lived long enough to understand what that means. A painter who has created worlds and been sustained by them. A painter who has offered the knowledge to others. A painter who will teach until there are enough painters that no single one has to carry the entire weight." Yiqing reached across the table and took Sheng's hand. "You're not alone anymore," she said. "You were, at the beginning. But that's over. There are others now. There will be more." Phoenix's light brightened. In the companion's perception, the 8 worlds were glowing steadily, no longer in crisis, no longer screaming for expansion. They were content. They were growing. They would continue to grow and change and become, autonomously, for as long as consciousness itself continued to exist in this iteration of reality. "What happens now?" Phoenix asked. "Now we prepare for what comes next," Sheng said. "Ling Dao's training. June's 1st world. The refinement of the partial connection technique. The documentation of what we've learned. The search for others who might be candidates for the origin point. The very slow, very steady work of building something that will outlast all of us." Li Feng nodded. "Not the end of the story," she said. "Just the end of the crisis. The beginning of the real work." Chapter 140. The final brushstroke. In the hour before sunset, Sheng entered his private study, the room where this had all begun, where he had first picked up a brush and painted something real. The walls held the evidence of his journey. The oldest canvas, still shimmering with the presence of the oldest world, preliminary sketches for other worlds, notes and research scattered across every surface, and in the corner, a space that had been left deliberately empty. This was where he would work now, for as long as he lived. This was where the painting would continue, not in the creation of permanent worlds, but in something more subtle and more profound. The continual act of becoming, the constant redefinition of what it meant to be a painter, the perpetual conversation between the person who created and the things that had been created. He picked up a brush. The action was as familiar as breathing now, but it carried with it the weight of everything he had learned and everything he had become. He approached a new canvas, one that had been blank waiting for this moment for months. He made no vow about what he would paint. He would not create another permanent world. The promise he had made stood. But he could offer something else. A small painting, just a sketch of what might become a world someday. A promise rather than a creation. As he made the first brushstroke, he felt what he had felt the very first time. The surprise, the rightness, the sensation of stepping across a threshold into something unknown. But now the surprise was different. It was not the shock of discovering something new about himself. It was the joy of recognizing something that had always been true. The act of creation was not the means to an end. It was the end in itself. The painting was the meaning. The conversation was the purpose. The brush moved across the canvas with the sureness of someone who had lived 8 years in the space between worlds, who had created consciousness from nothing, who had been sustained by what he created, who had taught others to do the same. The first sketch emerged. Mountains rising, water flowing, light shifting in ways that suggested depth and dimension and the possibility of more. He did not finish it. That was not the point. The painting was never meant to be finished. It was meant to continue, with each session adding a new layer, each year revealing a new depth, each generation of painters contributing their own understanding to what this particular image might become. Far away, in 8 different locations across reality, 8 worlds glowed with the knowledge that their creator was still creating, still choosing, still painting the endless conversation between the person who makes and the things that are made. They would grow and change and develop autonomously now, but they would always remain connected to this moment, to this studio, to the man who had brought them into being and then taught them how to live without him. Yi Qing was preparing her second world, guided by partial connection, learning what it meant to create with wisdom instead of desperation. June was approaching her own first painting, ready to carry the weight of new consciousness. Ling Dao was growing, perceiving, waiting for the day when she would be old enough to paint and young enough to survive it. Li Feng was in the archives, continuing to uncover the history of painters, documenting what was being discovered and created in real time, ensuring that the knowledge would persist even after all of the current generation had moved beyond this world. Phoenix was moving between the 8 worlds and the academy, carrying news and connection, being the first companion to an entirely new kind of painter. The sun descended toward the horizon. The light in the study shifted into that particular gold that only happened at late afternoon, the light that seemed to reveal rather than illuminate, showing what had always been true underneath the surface of things. Lu Sheng set down his brush and looked at the canvas. The sketch was barely begun, just the suggestion of a form, the promise of something more. He would return tomorrow and paint more. He would return the day after that, and the day after that, for as long as he lived. The painting would never be finished. It would never be complete. It would be a lifetime of choices, each brushstroke a decision to continue, each layer an accumulation of understanding. The worlds shimmered in the distance, each one real and conscious and shimmering with the perpetual conversation between the things that had made them and the things that sustained the makers. The painting was not in the external worlds. It was in the space between, in the connection, the responsibility, the love, the endless dialogue between creation and creator. Outside, in the outer world, the ordinary people moved through their ordinary lives, unaware that the reality they inhabited was being continually repainted by people who understood that consciousness itself was the truest art, that existence was the finest canvas, and that the greatest painting was the choice to keep painting, forever, with each brushstroke a choice, each world a question, and every painter a voice in an infinite conversation. The screen faded to the color between worlds. Not quite any color, not quite no color, but the shade that existed in the space where creation happened, where intention became form, where the painter and the paint were eternally in dialogue, forever becoming, forever real, forever real.